Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the CECC South online qualifiers. My name is Bass in the Past, otherwise known as Oliver Bass, alongside none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we are here on this very early morning to get these qualifiers underway, and kicking it off with none other than Florida International University versus Southwestern Assemblies of God University, which we'll be calling SAGU from here on out. First roster we're going to have a look at is the Florida International team here, as these two rosters probably a little bit more unknown to some of our audience on the day, but that does not make them any less threatening as we start off the early morning.
Yeah, I mean, when trying to look up this team, it definitely was like, what am I looking at? Because there was nothing, like you talked about. It was kind of like an abyss of nothingness, like I am right now, since I'm in the darkness. I'm sorry. But yeah, it is going to be pretty interesting to see. Southwestern Assemblies of God University. Look at those smiles. Very excited to be here. And
everyone but Gravy.
Yeah, this is a great way to start off, right? The collegiate season coming in here. So I'm pretty hyped to see it.
I'm extremely excited on this one. I have seen SAGU play, I think, a couple of times here. I believe even on the CECC channel, but that was last year. It's been a little while since we've seen that. Florida International, now a new roster coming through as well. I've seen Zernite play before. I know that for a fact. The question is how well does the team do on the day? They're looking all right. They're looking decently solid, but it definitely feels like these are going to be two of the more even matchups throughout this night. For those that do not know, we've got 16 teams playing through the qualifiers here today, with a couple of the front runners up top and a couple of, let's call it underdogs throughout the rest of the pack. But for Florida International and for SAGU, they want to try to kick this day off as best that they can. They got a best of 5 ahead of them here, and we're just about ready to get into that one, making sure that we've got the lobby set up, making sure that we are ready to kick this one off, and then Gompers are going to hit the road immediately. Any predictions for this matchup, or do you think this is going to kind of be one of these ones, it's a coin toss, and we've got to just see what happens?
Predictions for this matchup. I don't know. I always say the unknown teams go hard. They go crazy. So Florida International, I mean, please me. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, Florida International is the pick here. FIU, technically the higher seed out of this one. I believe this is, I want to say, the 8th seed versus 14th or somewhere in that range. I'm going to try to find that out so I don't seem as foolish as it's the 8th seed. I was right on 8th versus 14. We got it perfectly. We will take those. Absolutely. Yes, 8th versus 14th seed here. So yes, very much middle of the pack. Not necessarily the highest of the high, but not the lowest of the low. And I do want to correct myself. It is 20 teams participating, not 16. I do apologize. But yeah, regardless, again, a lot of players that are just sort of in the middle of this pack here today, which means that we kind of have to see what these guys are going to do as soon as they hit the pitch.
Absolutely. I think it's really hard to kind of like base it off of, skill level and what could happen just based off the fact that there really isn't a lot out there for these two teams. But overall, just play with your heart and enjoy the game, right? I feel like the one thing is definitely just having fun with it.
Yeah, enjoy the ride. And well, the ride has officially started. Game number 1 between FIU and SAGU, as we will most likely be referring to them from here on out, has officially started, and almost already we see the first goal. If not for the heroics of Crazy Kyle, 2 saves in a row. 20 seconds into this one, and we have found ourselves with a lot of pressure going up against SAGU, but they will not buckle underneath it.
And this is a great showing for a team you know nothing about. That aggression is definitely going to play throughout the whole entire game. You can tell they're not afraid of SAGU. They're definitely going in there with like a full heart intent, but Zernite's trying to really pick it back up. They're trying so hard here.
Oh, they're trying their best at this point. Unfortunately, they can't seem to stop the onslaught. FIU is just unrelenting pressure, finds a touch off the backboard, and finds the bottom right.
Scoring too. You can see they tried to block it, it wasn't able, but overall, a great score to start it off with 1-0. As that timer goes down, the kickoff starts, and it's going to be up in the air once again, going over to Florida. And it's just so unfortunate. All this pressure's pressuring back SAGU.
Yeah, they're doing all right so far here, but it definitely is not necessarily the best showing for them as it stands here. 1 minute into this one, the pressure continually shooting shot after shot after shot after shot. Oh, maybe they get a breakaway play here. Hood sends one out to the corner. He's going to follow it up the back wall. Relic's going to be there to beat him out, though, and at least get another 50-50. Going to send it right back into the SAGU half yet again. Zernite can't read this one off the backboard. Luckily enough, Durzy is there. Relic can't wrap himself around the following shot, but man, Poor SAGU immediately finds themselves back into their own half. They get one breakaway play, but cannot stay there for all that much longer.
Yeah, Relic's preparing to shoot it back, maybe. Already trying to get the dribble through, and as they go, nobody's there for the goal. It's only one. And this is such a good opportunity here. They're trying to set this up. It doesn't happen, and it is a little bit of a setback there. It's getting thrown back over to the blue side.
Alex gonna have a second here on the back half, though. They're gonna try and take this one out towards mid. The pass not necessarily going to connect. Dersey does get there eventually from a miss on the side of SAGU, and unfortunately, game number one kind of been all like that thus far. We're only 2 minutes into this. We've got a decent amount of time left, but SAGU just haven't been able to get these booming clears, have not been able to get these solid touches, and it's come back to bite them on more than one occasion. Dersey gonna do it again, 2-0 just before half.
Up in the air one for Relic. He manages to shoot it in, and oh, it just looks so great. Okay, I think this is gonna look good for Florida International. Once again, I talked about it, right? The unknown teams tend to have the best plays. You don't know nothing about them. There's nothing to VOD, and overall, right, we're playing in some collegiate. They're pretty excited to start this off. They're making a really good name for themselves, already pushing it over to the blue side here. SAGU really trying to pressure this in, but it's impossible. It doesn't happen.
Oh, but they've still got the pressure on here. Good touch out of Jersey out of midfield. Is going to open up some space. Hold on. Where did this come from? Zernite finds an open net. The defense left absolutely flabbergasted from a pass like that.
Ooh, the open two. Nobody was there to take it. It was completely impossible for SAGU. It took over there for Florida International. And it's that 3-0 that really just catches your eye, right? We got 2 minutes and 31 seconds. There's not a lot of time here to take these 3 goals. And you have to have perfection. And that's one of the most difficult things that's going to happen.
Oh boy, and they're not going to get perfection quite yet here. More pressure against them. Crazy Kyle will make a fantastic save, but unfortunately, they don't necessarily need the saves right now. They need some offense in their favor, and as they march down the pitch, Zernite is going to make sure that they do not get their first goal of the game. 2 minutes to go at this point. There is plenty of time for them to turn this one around, but it definitely feels like SAGU's biggest issue thus far, Gompers, has been sustaining pressure. It's one-and-done offense after one-and-done offense.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no sustain here, though, for SAGU. Look at them. They're really trying. But the problem is they can't even get it close to the goal line. They continuously throw it around in the corners, and then that control just completely gets taken back over for Florida International. Look at this. Up in the air. There comes Dersey trying to move it back over, and there's nobody at the goal, at least maybe just yet. They managed to pick it back up and bring it back over to FIU.
That's a decent attempt there out of FIU to try again, although this could be an even better one. Zernite going cross-court with this one. Beautiful air dribble as they control this excellently.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, Externite saw the opportunity. They said there's not a lot of control here down in the goal, so let me just pick this one in. And this is the brain that really just goes into the operation here for FIU. You can tell this team is going to keep this going. They feel confident, and they're just going to rise.
Looks like they're going to continue to rise here again as Zernite nets in another one. Funny to see, this was the player that I said to watch out for this team, and then unfortunately, he didn't really show up initially. Now he's got a hat trick, turns it around during the back half of this game. And with about 1:21 left on the clock, I'm starting to think we're seeing our front runner out of this matchup here, Gompers.
I do too. I have 5-0 already, 1 minute, 20 seconds left. They can go for 5 more at this point. So, I mean, they know this, right? Zernite, he's getting up there. He's trying to figure something out. That doesn't happen, but the ball coming over towards FIU, I mean, once you see it there, you don't really feel that stability. There it comes for Relic. He's close to the goal, but it doesn't hit. Real close. I mean, now it's down in mid, so it really is up for anybody to grab.
The big issue we're seeing right now, I feel like, out of SAGU as well, is the fact that they are double committing so often. We are seeing them send everything at their opponents. Well, speaking of sending everything at their opponents, Relic dives in out of nowhere for this one.
It's funny, too, because it was like the sneakiest play. You could see Zernite in the back just toss it over, say, hey, you got this. I'm just going to put my full rely on you. And it worked out so well. And it's those sneaky type of plays, and not necessarily too sneaky, but to the point where you don't really expect it. Super fast-paced, super controllable there for FIU. And there's no control here for SAGU.
Oh, no, they're trying their best, but unfortunately for them, they haven't even been able to get a goal thus far, and they will not get one here. Jersey very quick up to this on the backboard, and at least gets a 50-50 afterwards to try and turn this one away. 25 seconds to go. At this point, I'm not necessarily too surprised to see what I'm seeing here, but this was definitely more dominance in game number 1 than I was anticipating. Oh, come on. Just all right. I was going to say, at least give them the goal. It's an own goal. It's still a goal.
Okay, yeah. Listen, 1 is good enough. You don't want to go 7-0, 8-0, okay?
I want 7-1, though.
Yeah, I want a 7-1. Hey, are you saying they're going to get another?
Come on, Brazil. Give me the Brazil. I want to see it. Vamos at this point. We got 15 seconds to try and see it, and, well, it is going to be FIU on the offense, but they got to retreat for a second here. To the backboard, 2 of their players go, and unfortunately, they collide. So now it's up to them to try and march down the pitch. Zernight's there, though. Shot on target, and Kyle turns it away. Come on, man. We want to see the Vamos, and you won't let it happen. But the results stay the same nonetheless. Florida International University with a dominant victory in game number 1.
It goes on the floor. It's super unfortunate, but at the end of the day, right, it is Florida International doing a really good job. I think overall that pressure, if they keep playing with that, they're going to continue to take it. But once again, let's talk about some adaptations that can happen, because it definitely could.
It's possible. I definitely think that there is a chance in game number 2. I think the big thing that we're starting to see right now is that this team just couldn't continually keep that pressure up, and the double commits would seemingly dissipate all the pressure that they had been building as soon as that does happen. We are getting word in game that SAGU is going to be making a substitution here. Apparently one of their players was having some technical difficulties throughout that match. So maybe that's going to be the difference here. Maybe they get in their new sub, and all of a sudden they see themselves with a much better game overall. I'd like to hope so. But a big issue for them right now is also the fact that it feels very top-heavy from their players as it stands. Crazy Kyle putting up an impressive 500 points in comparison to his teammates who were only just above the 100. So, feels like right now, SAGU having a couple of difficulties with individual players. If they can start to unite and use all 3 of their players on the pitch, they've got a good chance of turning the series around. Yeah,
100%. Overall, too, like, I don't know. It's going to be hard. Florida International just have so much control over the ball. The plays that they had, the setups, you could see that they knew what they were doing. They were talking about it. They were discussing it. And it kind of felt a little bit messy for, for the other team. And that's one of the issues that they're kind of facing here. Maybe a little bit more cohesion would work out into getting those goals. But overall, right, maybe it's just hard because you got a team like Florida International that's just really pumming you to the ground.
Well, we're finding out who's going to be that sub in just about a second here, and hopefully that sub can give them that sort of boost of life that they have been looking for. But there are no guarantees, and in considering what we saw out of game number 1 here, I'm not necessarily going to be all too surprised. I take that back. Never mind. They are playing with the same player. What they're doing is having him switch setups. So I guess they are in person at their school right now. Sounds like SAGU does have some sort of facilities for them to play in, so shout out to them. That's awesome. You love to see the support to the esports scene. But hopefully when he's on a new setup, he's feeling confident, he's feeling good. Every once in a while, that's kind of just what you need, you know? One setup's lagging, not working too well. Take a second, switch up, all good to go.
Hey, my setup just like isn't working right now. I think I need a new one. Listen, I pop off. That sounds like me when I play. But to be fair, I'm very bad at Rocket League.
Hey, listen. I'll tell you this much about Rocket League. You've probably seen this from events before, but you'll see it again here. Rocket League loves their placebos. You will see players be like, all right, hey, this car, not feeling it. Let me just switch out my preset real quick, and all of a sudden I'm going to be right back on the sticks. I'm going to be goated on the sticks right back again. We've also seen that out of players who have said stuff like, yeah, this decal feels slow. I'm not kidding. They will literally say that the decal they are using feels slow and switch it up. Rocket League likes their placebos, and, well, right now, I'm assuming that FIU are liking their chances in game number 2. Same sort of onslaught of pressure as game number 1, and it's going to result in a goal very quickly. 30 seconds in, and Relic will strike.
Wow, okay. I'm going to see this one again. Look at that off the backboard. There comes Relic to take it over, and the best part is that it was kind of like a fake out. You could see Southwestern Assemblies really try to take it over, and it just didn't work out. That goal coming over to FIU. This is the control that I was talking about before.
It's exactly what they've been doing on repeat here. Is FIU, they find themselves into offense, and they just do not leave here. Sir Knight, he's not going to leave the ball. Almost finds himself with a double touch out of the corner, but can't quite wrap himself around this one. Good thing is, though, they've got some players on the back end, so this shouldn't be be a goal. Not if Relic doesn't get a touch on the ball here. Now all of a sudden, CECC got some actual pressure on offense. Gravy, new setup, might be enough to really change the difference here. But those going to be the one to actually take this shot. Two players in net will both commit. Crazy Kyle can't wrap themselves around this one, but already we are seeing a difference. Much more pressure being shown out of the orange half.
Oh, Relic tried to take it up and maybe get a high shot or pass it over or something, but it didn't seem like it worked. Hood, though, yeah, it's like the control just gets put back over here for Southwestern Assemblies, and then they can't manage to keep it. Like right here, right? Relic tends to push it back over, and nobody's there for the goal, so maybe this is Relic's shot, but he doesn't hit it in. The pass over, it's not there, but it almost was. And this is so close, but so far.
Oh, so many shots, but not going to be enough to at least increase the scoreline here thus far. They'll keep it in the half. Relic with a good dive out at midfield might be enough to at least get a shot on. Two players commit, though, and that's going to be a breakaway. No one is home, and Crazy Kyle, he will tie up the game.
Yeah, that perfect opportunity. Okay, the timing was great. Crazy Kyle said, well, while there's a demo going on, let me just take the time to do this real quick. So, yeah, really great. Flicking the goal there, but once again, it's Southwestern Assemblies finally taking it this 1-1, so they're a little bit more equal this time.
Man, they've got some time to kill here at this point. 3 minutes to go. They've got to try and find themselves another goal, and well, possibly their first game of the series. As Crazy Kyle puts one to the backboard, there is a chance. Hood had some players distracted in net. I think Zernite was the one being tackled by one of the oncoming players, but it was not going to be enough. Dersey in the corner instead now, going to try and send this one the other way and maybe get FIU back on the board and back into the lead. This one bounced off the ceiling. You'd have to imagine a player is there. Relic eventually dives, but it is not going to be in time. And as this one goes cross court with a pinch off the wall, it is still unrelenting pressure from the FIU side. Can they get a goal from it? Shot on target, and that will be enough. Dersey catches the defenders by surprise and puts the lead back in favor of Florida International.
And it's always the setups thrown up. And they knew not to hit it off that backboard. You could see it, right? Relic giving that control over to the fullest extent, saying, you know what? This is actually perfect for you to handle. And it's that trust. It's that cohesion that, once again, we keep talking about. A demo there for Zernite, and it opens things up maybe just a little bit more. But it works out perfectly. The opening shot down in the corner of that net. Oh, it's just going to keep happening.
Unfortunately, this is kind of what we saw in game number 1 as well. Is it took a second for Florida International to show that they really were about their stuff, but as soon as they did get that momentum, it just started flowing away for them. CECC, unfortunately, you might have let the floodgates open, and I don't think you've got a key to close it. 2.5 minutes to go. Prove me wrong and get yourselves back into this game, because if you do not, it is reverse sweep time versus Florida International. They're trying their best here, trying to get some offense together. Relic's going to take it away from them very quickly, and Dersey, he will try and dive on that one to keep the offense alive. Good thing for him, though, is Zernite's still in the corner to keep this one going as well. And this is what we've seen time and time again. Florida International, once they do get their fangs sunk into this, they do not let go.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they got that first score. They kind of gave it up a little bit to Southwestern, and after that, right, they just started rolling off that high of, yeah, you got your one, now let's get our 3. So they're looking for the 3rd one right now. They managed to get 2 in a row. They're looking for at least somewhat of that control over to Southwestern, and they just can't really secure it just yet. It's up in the air right now over towards mid, but yeah, there's not a lot of control here for FIU as of right now.
No, not quite. We're having a little bit of boomer ball back and forth. It's okay. Every once in a while, you got to take a second and watch some ping pong, but that's not really going to benefit CECC by any stretch of the imagination. They need 2 goals in about 80 seconds if they want a chance at even seeing overtime, and shots like that go off target are actually going to be enough. Hood finds the rebound off the backboard, and Florida International, they got to take a second and figure this out.
It's surprising too, because there are 2 players there, and they just managed to double commit that, which is like super unfortunate, because in that moment, it's just the perfect play here for Southwestern Assemblies. There is still 1 more goal left, but they got a minute and 10 seconds, but time is of the essence, right? You can tell Florida International are not going to give that control over to Southwestern to make it to OT, and that's one of the most worrying things, right? Hood is going to be that rely to throw it back over, but it's just impossible at this point.
Well, they're trying their best. The issue for them is that the time is ticking away, and it is against them at this point. They've got time, they've got a chance, but it is slowly dwindling away, and as this one comes off the backboard, their issues are getting even greater. Waterfall pass down, and Dersey will be there to capitalize.
At this point, the only way is to just have a really good kickoff and play off that at this point, right? To get those 2 points in. Otherwise, there really is nothing that you can do. Starting off in this kickoff, they need that control immediately in order to push it back over, but it's going to be Florida International taking it. Maybe this is it. Maybe. I mean, this is the end game here for Southwestern.
They've still got a chance, but unfortunately, like you said, it's going to have to be quick succession goals. Kickoff goal would have done them wonders at this point, and honestly, I have to agree with you. They kind of need 2 in a row. Let's see if they can make it 3. Zernite's got a flip reset. They will use it. Top right bins, and that'll be enough. 23 seconds to go, and I think that'll seal the deal.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way.
Oh,
hey, listen, but let's write on that hopium a little bit more, okay? 3 kickoffs, completely perfect. There you go. Solution.
I mean,
finding the solutions.
I have seen it before, and the crazy thing is I saw it in collegiate. It was not just in collegiate. Someone bet their mustache on it and had to shave it after that comeback happened. But, hey, I don't have a mustache, and I don't think that's happening right now because we've wasted enough time. 10 seconds to go, and at this point, 3 kickoffs, you don't have enough time for it. Crazy Kyle will send it down the field, maybe try to get one for the road, but it's not going to happen. Oh, never mind. Hood finds the 3rd goal for the team. It's not going to change the outcome, but hey, at least they get another goal.
Yeah. It's the 1 goal that counts, right? And this happened last time. They managed to get a goal in the last couple seconds, but overall, the hope, it's 1 second left. The moment they hit that ball, it pretty much is a little bit of that game over. Yeah, hitting the floor. It's done. And set in stone. Florida International take this win. And it's going to be that 2-0 that takes you by surprise here.
Yeah, they've got themselves on the verge of a sweep at this point. And honestly, not necessarily too unexpected based on game number 1. I think the more unexpected part of this entire thing was the resistance we started to see out of Southwestern Assemblies of God University. They finally were able to get themselves not only on the board, but give themselves a competitive game as well. If they can just turn up the heat even a little bit in game number 3, I think we've got a chance to see this series continue, but I'm also not going to bank on it. Something feels like this might be where Florida International finally close out the series.
I think so too. I mean, by the way things look, the control is there. You could see that Southwestern was actually like kind of getting used to it and figuring out what they could do. They found great openings, but it's not going to happen all the time, those openings, right? Even when you start to improve, it is going to be Florida International that says, hey, we had too many openings that game. Let's try to close that gap a little bit more. But as powerful and as much pressure as they put, I don't know if the closing the gap is ever going to happen, to be honest with you.
The biggest issue I'm seeing for them right now is the fact that they are just getting outshoot tremendously. 12 shots to 6, double the amount in favor of FIU there, and that's just not something you can try and counter against.
Yeah.
At a certain point, it just kind of comes down to if you continue to hit the wall enough, eventually it is going to break down. Well, the breakdown could be the last one we see for the series here. SAGU on their last legs. They want to try and take this one. They're going to need to do it 3 times in a row. Let's see if they can do that. Game number 3 underway. SAGU needs a good kickoff here, and they will indeed get it. Let's see if they can use it to their advantage.
Yeah, already though. Okay, at least this is better. More pressure here from Southwestern. A little bit more teamwork. There isn't a double team there. Just slowly working away around the back to ensure that the net is completely protected, which is great. Overall, though, the biggest struggle is, once again, taking that control back from Florida International. Even when it's on their side, they manage to just completely take over near the goal. Here it comes, but it doesn't.
Oh, wait a minute. They don't capitalize upon it? Okay, never mind. Excuse me. I was ready for this one to just dribble on in. Breakaway play was a huge chance for Florida International. All 3 players of SAGU committed all at once, and with the demo in net, it was basically going to be the respawn that saved them, and indeed, that's exactly what happened. The player that respawned back on their own end was able to get back in time due to the slow roller from the player going for goal. I'm surprised that we don't have a goal quite yet here on the board, but we are also only a minute into this one. Plenty of time, in Florida International back on the prowl, back with a pass, but Crazy Kyle is there to get in the way. I gotta give credit, SAGU may not have been able to capitalize thus far, but their defense, so, well, I was gonna say holding strong. Zernite sends one to the backboard, and no longer.
Come on, that was so beautiful too. Zernite, he passed to himself. He said, listen, if we can't do this, I got it. And that was great, off the backboard, coming down at an angle, and kind of just like dunking over everybody else, which is great. see. And as to that, Florida International, they're not going to go down without a fight.
Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Clean double touches and nice shots on target. And nope, we might get another one. No, Relic not going to be the only player there in the box. They're going to find another person despite the bump. And that'll be enough to at least hold off the shots for now. Dersey, though, not going to stop the offensive pressure as this one goes high. Zernite should be there to follow it up, but they do not get a touch on the ball. And that's going to be big because now breakaway play going the other way, and SAGU has got a chance to possibly capitalize upon what we are seeing right now. I'd love to see them get a goal. I'd love to see them get an equalizer, or they might not get scored on here. Hood with a good breakaway, and that's going to be massive for the team as they get a chance again to hold off the onslaught of pressure that FIU keeps throwing.
I don't think it's going to happen. In all honesty, look at that. Like, they just don't care. They have everything coming together. Right? The cohesion, they're always there for that backup, always having somebody around the back lines to be able to contain the monster that is this pressure. And it's Dersey really trying to pick things up. Zernite looking for the goal, and there was an attempt to get it inside of that net. Oh, but close, nobody's there, and Gravy finds an opening. Oh my goodness.
And that's what we're looking for. It's just keep on pressuring. Dersey gets a little bit over aggressive there, jumps out of the box too early, and you cannot afford to miss when you're in that position. And with a miss like that, they will capitalize. Halfway through game number 3, potentially the final game of the series, if FIU can get this one done. Oh, and they just might. Kickoff goal goes in favor of FIU, and SAGU, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, that hurts my soul a little bit, to be honest with you. It hit the top. All Dersey had to do was just like, hey, I'm just going to hit it over. And that's what I mean by such a great kickoff. Once again, those types of kickoffs are rare, but it just works for Florida International. Once again, they have that control. They have that pressure. Maybe we're going to keep saying that. That's just their thing.
I think that's going to be the name of the game at this point
Yeah,
here. Florida International have shown us multiple good games in a row. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do that for the 3rd time in a row and close out the series entirely. Right now, they've got a 1-goal lead, but considering the way that this has gone, 1 goal is not going to be enough. That is going to be enough, though. Beautiful save out of Relic, and it's going to be able to turn this one the other way. Pass out center. Dersey will be there. He sends it to the backboard where Relic is waiting. Relic does whatever that is. Not exactly sure what he was trying to go for. I'd imagine it was a drop-down play. Luckily enough, Zernite will be there to keep it alive. FIU, I'm not going to say playing with their food, but they're just prepping up for a solid shot. A couple off the backboard, a couple off the sidewalls, and eventually they will find the back of the net.
And the surprising thing is like, no, they're not hitting off the backboard this time. Instead, they're going through the side. He said, let me try my best to tap it. Let's see how far it can go. And that was great, right? Florida International, cohesion, talking about it. I'll say it 50 times if I have to. This team just knows what they're doing. They know how to play together. And that's the best thing that you have, right? That synergy, that trust. Keep playing into it. Now Southwestern looking for that, but they're not going to be able to close. I mean, if they hit it in now, it would have been Relic. Wasn't able to get it in, but that's okay because they're going to continue trying.
Oh my gosh, the amount of pressure we are seeing right now. It is shot after shot after shot, volley after volley after volley, but it's not going to be enough. Crazy Kyle is not only going to relieve the pressure, but he's going to send this one the other way, but there's the same issue we've been talking about. SAGU tries to keep on that extended pressure, but just can't seem to find it. They get lucky with a little bit of open space out of midfield that allows them another chance, but as Relic has open time and open space, I don't think it's going to be a continuing offense here, especially with a double commit out of midfield. Gravy dives first. Hood's going to be the second one there, but where's the players for Florida International? Zernite was being bumped in net, and his teammates didn't seem to know that. The SAGU, they're going to get some more chances at this offense here, but they got to take advantage of them, Gompers. 45 seconds to go, down by 2, and with shots like that being saved, it's going to be a hard battle for them to try and at least send us to overtime.
Yeah, but at least there's something here.
Oh!
Okay, there is something there. 35 seconds, this is totally possible.
It's absolutely doable, especially considering we've seen a couple of defensive blunders here out of FIU thus far. Miss off the backboard. Dersey can't seem to read this one. 2 misses in a row. And an open net will be enough to cut the lead down to 1. 35 seconds. Can SAGU give themselves another chance at this series? Or are they going to concede a kickoff goal? The answer is no. Hood, a beautiful save, and that'll keep them in the game.
Crazy Kyle, he's like, and you can tell they're trying to put this pressure through for Southwestern. They changed something maybe just a little bit coming into the 16 seconds, but it's not enough. Relic putting a lot more pressure in towards, but maybe this is it. It's over towards the blue. Florida International, they're trying to throw it back. Crazy Kyle isn't going to let that happen, but not able to hit the air close enough. Maybe this is the last goal that they get before things end out, and it's that 4-2 that just takes Florida International to the next level.
Zernite, he's done this once through this game. He's going to do it again. Cross court, air dribble over the defense and into the net. Seals the deal on the series. 2 seconds to go. Even with a kickoff goal, SAGU, you're going to have to try again in your next series. Florida International go on to win their first of the day in sweeping fashion.
My gosh. Okay. Well, that was a fun game to watch. I think it definitely was. Just looking at Florida International, a team that, once again, we didn't know anything about. And not to brag, right? But my pick was a good one because just a big brain, I guess. You know?
All I'm saying is this was the one team that I recognize in this lobby, or at least a little bit more accurately. I've seen SAGU before, but I definitely knew the name Zernite far and away. And, well, Zernite far and away was the player to watch there in that matchup. Hat-trick, goal in game 2, as well as 3 assists, and then gets 2 goals in game number 3 as well. I mean, this is what we're looking for out of players. We're looking for individual performances like that. We're looking for them to pop on off, and they did exactly that as well. Not necessarily the best performance out of SAGU, but the good thing for them, Gompers, we got a long day ahead of us. They're not out of this one yet.
Yeah, not yet. I hope things get better because they were adapting near the later rounds, near the later games. And that second and third game was looking good, in all honesty. It was just the fact that at the last second, they just couldn't pull through.
That's the big issue for them, is that they were starting to get this sort of, the wheels were turning, but unfortunately they did not spin fast enough to keep up with their opponents. Decent job out of the team, but like we said, they're going to have to try again in a little while here. Florida International, however, they put themselves in a great position. They got a chance against the #1 seed here to possibly make it out of the group stages and into the next thing in a fantastic regard. But we'll find out in a little while here. What we are going to do, though, is we're going to throw to a quick little break and get ready for our next matchup of the day. When we return, even more action here from CECC as the South Online qualifiers continue. We will be right back.
Over towards the blue, Florida International, they're trying to throw it back. Crazy Kyle isn't going to let that happen, but not able to hit the air close enough. Maybe this is the last goal that they get before things end out, and it's that 4-2. That just takes Florida International to the next level.
Zernite, he's done this once through this game. He's going to do it again. Cross court, air dribble over the defense and into the net. Seals the deal on the series. 2 seconds to go. Even with a kickoff goal, SAGU, you're going to have to try again in your next series. Florida International go on to win their first of the day in sweeping fashion.
Game to watch. I think it definitely was. Just looking at Florida International, a team that, once again, we didn't know anything about. And not to brag, right? But my pick was a good one because just a big brain, I guess. You know?
All I'm saying is this was the one team that I recognize in this lobby, or at least a little bit more accurately. I've seen SAGU before, but I definitely knew the name Zernite far and away. And, well, Zernite...
Possibility of either or. Play back-to-back on site.
Last player standing.
Oh, the 1v1 for Nasraf we caught. Stucky Doomu will have that one. A 1-on-2. It's an operator for the retake, too. It's a hard one for Dirko to win out. Barrel will step forward. You should see that if you're from log. Tommy might have been on the side. Looks like it was, but not for long. Stucky will have the swing. Will take the last 2 players. Our game continues. 4-12, the scoreline. The University of Houston Scarlet will pick up another round.
That execution towards C was actually so well done on the side of Scarlet. I think maybe one of the most coordinated plays that we've seen out from them today. And I think that comes down to the fact that, they actually expected the Omen to playing that double box. You saw the Paranoia go through for the right side of site and front site. The Haunt goes through back site as well as that breach flash. So they knew that nobody on the side of James Madison could play that Yancy, could peek off of each other, and to kick things off, Orchid with the first blood.
First blood looking for more as well. Dash window will be gone, so a bit more cautious to play as this Jet. Murr's got the overdrive activated. That's just a matter of time, waiting for the team to throw the leash off, and they've done just that. Mur step forward and picked up one. The attack dog into the B site. Sturmac will grab another in the distraction, but traded back to Scrapter and Raven. They picked up two of their own. Haunt's gonna be there. Nosraf caught in danger. Paranoia as well. Still somehow finds a frag at the near site. Ducky Dumu has picked up one. Has put it into a 1v1. They just won 2 frags in a row to win out the last round. Can they do so? Again, this time the pressure going to be there. He's got a smoke to work with. Another in 10 seconds. Starts to have to spike. Ducky's picked it up as the dark cover comes active. The pings for the teammates are strong, and the intuition stronger. Catch the player on the cross, and Houston Scarlet have found themselves a fit.
They look so much more comfortable on the attacking side here since, you know, starting off the half 11-1, now amassing 4 rounds for themselves. Still a really long climb to go, but I'm really liking the adjustments that we're seeing here from Scarlet. And what's nice is, you know, Orchid, that duelist, not afraid to go in, try to get that first point of contact, and it pays off so much more on the attacking side. That knife, massive for the information here on the side of JMU, because that spotted out all 5 players here of Scarlet leaning towards A lobby.
You can see the play for the attacking side off of that. They've played so much slower. And that drone gets committed to come through for JMU, looking to reconfirm these players. Did they step away after the dart? They look to play anyway. It looks like they do look to play anyway. So Spike will scale. Orchid, Andrew Duel's going to be there. Do they check? They do not. Yurko has one, Mur another, and the sewer. Casprite, fortunately, will have a trade. So down a player, but could have been worse for sure. Rolling Thunder Nightfall options to get them into the A site. They need to win every single 7. So would be shocked if they throw them, and they'll throw both simultaneously. That means none for the post plant. Nightfall has just one tag. They've got the site clear, but they've got to hold it all on their own now.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, null commands come through here for JMU as well. 2 shocks to go down in the fragment. All those lineups, and the flank is also impending. This is going to be tough. This retake looking really clean here so far for JMU. And this open plant, it's just going to be a stake here, I think, for JMU.
Scrapper got out in time, but will only grab the ding. Cermak is going to grab that one. It's 13-5. The retake is clean for James Madison. The defuse will wrap up the game. So they're 1-0. Andrew Beth. Houston Scarlet will go 0-1 for now. But it is the top 2 teams making it out. So still chances for this squad of Coug Esports. And man, Ash, what's the difference there? Break that one down for me.
Well, I think you said it really well during that timeout that we had, I think just at the end of the first half. So when it came down to it, I feel like Scarlet's fundamentals, they had really good ideas. They had really great reads at times as well. A lot of it ended up coming down to gunfights on the side of JMU, just like winning those out in general. But I think what was difficult on the defender side for Scarlet is they had good reads as to when, you know, JMU was going to for that site execution, but at the same time, I think played a little bit too frequently for the site hold, and when they knew how aggro Mur was going to be on that Neon, they would choose to try and play some sort of crossfire where they would get blinded out instead of just completely falling back and maybe trying to do the retake as 5. So as Scarlet goes forward, I would like to see maybe that just small micro adjustment to come through on their side in future matchups. But otherwise, JMU, they just really look like a flowing, cohesive unit in this matchup here on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't really get to touch on it too much, but the execute's just very clean. Lightning lane to step forward, consistent flashpoints from Cermak going through that lightning lane to clear close corners, and then taking the rest of the site together. Just quite nice utility usage, and really recognizing the fact that Neon does have so much choke potential so early. The fact that they are willing to just throw Mur into danger. I mean, Mur willing to run head on into it, no questions asked, whether it be a rifle in hand or, that ever so lovely stinger. So when you got a player like that on your team, it does make it so easy to throw pressure. And we talked about the fact that Mer's getting those entry frags, man, but Jericho consistently stepping garage, having that space, 6 first bloods on the chamber. So when the lurk agent, the agent that's able to take space if they want to, can get into garage so consistently. I mean, we saw instances where there's that double kill that comes through on the pistol with that ghost to find value. When we see instances where they're able to grab shots on the bonus, it just starts to make a difference, right? That presence constantly there on the map, and this team's going to be present in the tournament for sure. But hey, you never know how those other 2 games go. Still a chance they don't make it out, but I believe they have 4 teams in their group, so that makes things just a little bit closer. Yeah, they have 4 teams in the group, so who knows? It could be close. It could be close. We'll see. But for now, we'll go to break. When we come back, we've got more CEC South action on the way. Stick around.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach. From a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios. So the West was very lacking in all of this, and culturally to do the same things and try to replicate the B-house environment or what they do in China or Taiwan would not be possible to do. But the West has a very successful model of developing sports and talent, especially in America, when that is in the collegiate space. So I looked at this, I saw the resources that was available, and when Clerky pitched his vision to me, it's like, yeah, this is what I think should be the future for development in the NA ecosystem for esports.
Oh, right on. I think, maybe let's follow up on that a little bit then. Because Dan, okay, so Dan, you pick up Jensen, you've got this going. I think that's going to be my question then is, or to any other schools that want to be competitive like you guys on that level, is this something that we should be expecting to see in the future, right? Is this now, the standard that you guys, Jensen, you and Dan, do you guys feel that this, if every college across the nation starts doing this, if they start, recruiting coaches like Jensen and trying to build this atmosphere, is this going to be the next standard, or is this something that's very successful that, obviously it's proven to work, but is it sustainable? Is it possible for everyone, or maybe not everyone, but right, the greater sense of the industry and the ecosystem? How do you guys feel about that?
It's a dream of mine, obviously, to get to a point in the future where every university has an esports team that's taken seriously, and every day they report to practice. It's an improvement-driven mindset across the whole program. I think for me though, like, the reason isn't necessarily like to see like a March Madness with millions of dollars flowing through it. For me, it's a little bit more simpler than that. The reason why this is my vision is just because it's best for player development and just players in general. What we see in tier 2 ecosystems almost across the industry, that's like below academy, I would say, like right before you, I would consider academy professional, because you're making a salary, higher salary than exists in a lot of semi-pro sports actually. But in the tier 2 ecosystem, you kind of go from like your parents' bedroom making no money on a Discord server with a coach that hasn't been certified by any national body, to playing academy, and that's horrifying to me. So while I don't see collegiate as being, or maybe it does end up being this way, but it doesn't have to be the definitive path to pro. I want it to at least be an option, like a parallel option, similar to how you can go through the Canadian hockey system, where you can choose to spend a couple extra years developing and maturing physically and emotionally in the NCAA model before you go to the show in the NHL. I'd like to see that reality in esports. This isn't something where there's a century of history to the competition. So it's a very powerful tool, especially when you're trying to convince your parents that this is a worthwhile pursuit, that you can get a college degree. And it's one of those things where, at least in America, with how expensive college is, getting scholarships after your your 18 to 20-year-old years is usually harder academically. You usually get the majority of your scholarships going into school when you're an 18-year-old freshman, and the way that the current path to pro is set up, a lot of players are foregoing that span of time to try to go pro for no pay. And so for me, it's more about like a health of a pipeline, health of the ecosystem, health of kind of the player experience of pursuing this, and that's the big thing for me. And obvious it's a dream. I want Maryville to serve as like a case study and a model for that. We want to show results. We want to eventually be competing to win proving grounds, to show that this can be a functional alternative to the traditional tier 2 within esports, and that's what we strive for every year.
And I can add to that a little bit, just from a business perspective. I think, we're very fortunate to have Jensen and Dan here at Maryville, but I think if you're a university looking at, just adding a coach, maybe not to the magnitude of Jensen, but I think you have to look at the metrics. I think if you look at what the ROI and the business case of adding relevant esports within your university, what that means to your student life and all those different things, all those things that they try to check boxes within higher ed. I think having a relevant esports program or a relevant system within esports, every university should be looking at it, because their baseball players and their basketball players and football players are all playing gaming, and a lot of these esports, figureheads and coaches, etc., are the relevant people in digital media, and it helps the school with a brand perspective. And I think just having any sort of relevant and adding bodies within the esports ecosystem at universities, you have 2 or 3 basketball coaches, you have 2 or 3 soccer coaches, both on male and female. I think having relevancy within esports, it has probably a 15 to 25x, return versus like traditional sports. And I can say that with my background and everything like that, and just knowing how we look at it. But at the same time, if you're not looking at esports as a relevant, not even revenue stream, but relevant digital eyeball within your sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports U. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah
So
College.
rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the start of
Shh. We've got to be a bit sneaky here as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Bomb is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, man.
We are back. Welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass from the past, alongside none other than Gompers. And Gomp, we got a little bit of an interesting one here. Unfortunately, the players were not quite aware that they were being streamed quite yet. So what they did is they played out some of the series. They actually played out almost the whole thing, so we got something special for you guys. Game 5, 2-2. It is USF versus UTA, two of the more illustrious programs in this event here. Both you and I were talking about this as we were doing our studying for this event. Probably two of the biggest names on the entire roster.
And it's sad because we didn't even get to see the whole series. Like, we were talking about how, like, oh, this is going to be a good game. Like, UT, they're definitely a really good team to go up against. And then it's like, oh, hey, BT Dubs, it's 2-2 right now. Like,
hey, listen, it happens to the best of us here. And as you take a look at the UTA roster here on your screen, it's going to be Samba, Adverse, and Nava on the side of Texas at Arlington. On the other side for USF, though, a little bit different of a roster here. Maybe not necessarily as prominent of names, but they're names that you're going to want to remember nonetheless. Banger, Sean, and Cully here. All three solid players. And honestly, the new addition here in Cully might just be enough. Usually we haven't seen this team go to a Game 5. We get to see it here today, and that's going to be something special.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really liking what we're seeing. I mean, 2-2, right? You can kind of have that assumption that these two teams are really hitting it neck and neck, quite obviously, and they're both pretty good. So, looking at those facts, we can assume that this is definitely going to be a very, very long game. I'm assuming OT. I'm putting it down there. I think you can do whatever with that information.
We'll see. I believe. I think that we're going to get a good game nonetheless. I don't know if it's going to be an OT. I do believe.
Okay.
I do believe it's going to be a good back and forth here, but I did get some information as we are in game. The players typing to me back and forth. My boy Samba, a little bit of a troll, but sometimes he's also very genuine, and he goes, hey, listen, y'all missed it. Nava peaked. And I'm like, oh, okay, so he's feeling himself on the day. All right, is that how we're doing this? All right, so UTA feeling like they're a little bit ready for this one. They got some preparation coming into this game. Sounds like they got some confidence on their side. And well, I think I'm ready for this one. Sounds like the players are just making sure that they are ready. And as soon as they hit the field, we will have game number 5, the decider. Winner of this one is going to continue through, and they will have themselves a fantastic seed going into the rest of this competition. Let's see, can they do that? Game number 5 underway. Like we said, winner of this one takes the whole series.
Absolutely. Okay, starting it off. Already looking good, right? It's kind of like equalized pressure here. They're throwing it back and forth like a little bit of a tennis court. Close to the goal, maybe. This is the first one. Banger. Okay, picks it back up.
Ooh, drop up high. Nava's there. He's got the catch on the flip reset. Can't quite use it to his advantage, though. 0 boost left in the tank, so that's not going to be enough for them to get their first goal. But out the gates, UTA putting on the pressure. They might need to retreat for a second here, though. Sean gets this one off the ceiling. Can't quite wrap himself around it. Samba can't wrap himself around that one. He can get a good 50-50 as well. Flick up high. Nava goes for the follow-up touch. He wants the dunk, but Sean will not allow it. And this is why we said both of these teams are absolutely ones not to mess with. Both sides getting opportunities and both sides seeing excellent defense turn their shots away.
Yeah, and that's something I felt was missing, the defense in the last game. But the fact that we're going to be able to see a whole lot more of that defense come into play. It seems a little bit more intense here. I really liked, what's going on here? Nobody's going to take it. Instead, Adverse just gives it the little tap that's needed to be able to push it in. outside the net.
Oh no, you can see this. Cully just moves a little bit too far up here. He's trying to kind of shadow his teammate. And what I think he was looking for is one of his teammates to try to go up early. And then after the 50-50, he'd be right there to follow it up. No one goes up for the 50-50. It's an easy pass to go the other way. And Adverse cherry picking in the right position. He's going to find himself the first goal. Just over a minute of play so far here. And unfortunately for USF, they have not had many chances in this game to try and equalize. No shots registered. This could be their first. But Banger, unfortunately, dispossesses his teammate, sends it out to the side. They'll keep it on the half, but can they at least get a shot? Cully dives in for this one, and the answer is no. Adverse turns this one away, and once again, USF, they're getting time on offense here, Gompers. Their issue, though, is putting shots on target.
Yeah, and you just have a lot of really good saves here, which is partially the reason why things aren't really coming to plan. They found a great opening here, at least for UT. Now they're just trying to work for something different. It is going to be USF just really pushing through, right over towards their side. They're trying to be able to find something up in the air, and then it goes down. So it's just kind of like this back and forth that we're seeing. I don't think it's ever going to stop unless, you know, USF can manage to get themselves a goal.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that. It does kind of feel like we're seeing a bit of a tennis match right now. The shots just kind of volleying back and forth, but the issue is that USF just have not been able to sustain pressure like we're seeing here out of UTA. Although that's not going to be enough of a shot. Sean going to turn that one away very easily, and the assist from Cully will send it downfield. Halfway through this game, plenty of time for USF to try and find that equalizer, but like we said, they need to start putting shots on target. They've got one registered so far, and they might be down by 2 within a second. Adverse, a beautiful 50-50. Sean will bail out his team, but once again, this UTA pressure is unrelenting, and it's not going to result in another goal there. Pass down center, going to get cut out and turned away.
Oh, that was so close. Just one person hitting that in, it would have been perfect. But there are so many people trying to commit to that it just didn't work out there for UTA. Now, Adverse, you can see they're trying to work their way up, but it comes past. No, they can't catch it, so he has to go backwards. And it is going to be kind of like this duel down in the UTA side of can we contain this and maybe try to push it back over.
Oh, they're going to try and keep it in this half. This is the longest we've seen USF with some sustained pressure, but unfortunately for them, that sustained pressure is going to lead them back into their own half yet again. Flip reset from Banger, tries to assist out Sean, but with only about 100 seconds to go, they got to be careful with every single one of their touches. What about this one? Adverse turns it away. 90 seconds to go, and finally we're seeing USF with some offense. Can they score, though, and equalize the game? Apparently not on this drive. Turned away. Adverse sends one to the backboard, and USF got to make that march happen all over again.
Absolutely. Ooh, okay, the ball coming over. Sean manages to throw it back. This is great for Sean. Yeah, this is the opportunity they need. Hava, though, completely interrupts the momentum that they were trying to pace over, and it's up to Samba to try to get this flip reset. He tries to hit it off the backboard to set it up, but it doesn't set. It's Sean trying to at least recontain.
Oh boy, in 50-50, he's not going in favor of USF whatsoever. They are pinching across this entire court. Once again, it happens here. And Nava, well, he's going to punish the USF side for it. Double Demo is going to open up some space and open up some more time. Another Demo out of Sampa this time is going to throw even more issues into the USF half. Luckily for them, Cully's going to pre-jump out of midfield, and he will alleviate the pressure. But now, they got to do something besides alleviate pressure. They got to put shots on. Under 30 seconds to go, USF still looking for their first goal of this game.
I don't know. In this 20 seconds, right, they're already having trouble containing, and at this point, but this is an opening there for Cully. Nobody's going to be there behind to try to at least close things out. Instead, it's that cohesion that doesn't work out over towards here. And, I mean, the best thing that they can do is keep it up in the air and maybe try for the shot to take it down to OT. I'm not so sure.
Oh, off the backboard, though. There is a chance. Cully is there, and he's turned away. But Banger keeps this one up. It goes out to the corner. And Nava with a heavy pass out center might just be giving a shot to somebody on USF. Backboard it goes. Cully is there. Shot is high. Follow-up is not. Sean on 0 seconds, and we're heading to overtime.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, but I was a little bit afraid because I completely forgot. This is 2-2. We're not seeing the whole series. This is the last game. And the fact that they managed to take it to OT after we hit that time limit, that's insane.
Listen, I'll give you your credit. I was saying going in this one, I was like, I don't know if we're going to see an overtime. You had full faith, and well, your full faith pays off with an incredible OT Game 5. UTA looking to close this one out quickly, though. They got the pressure on, but can they put a shot on? They'll actually assist the other team at first. Probably not the touch he was looking for. And now USF, they get that pressure that they've been looking for all game, but it's alleviated quickly. Zomba turns it the other way. Zero boost, but he doesn't need it. Pass out center, catches the defense off guard with his speed, and that's GG. Series over. UTA takes it.
Absolutely insane. What is going on there? Okay. Well, UTA said, let's close this out really quickly, taking it to OT. This is as far as we go. And, I mean, listen, you had high hopes for this team, and rightfully so.
Hey, they're living up to it. That's the winner's match at this point there, meaning UTA, they're out of groups. They make it out of their group stage, and they do so in dominant fashion. Or, well, I can't say dominant fashion. That was way too close to call at that point there. The good thing is they still make it out nonetheless. I'm glad to see UTA doing well. We were talking about this coming into this entire event. UTA, they needed that resurgence. They were a team that was able to do incredible things last year in the collegiate scene. But here and now, they have been struggling as of late. Not any longer. Good for UTA, good for UT Arlington as they take this entire thing and walk it home. USF's not out of this one, though, and honestly, I would be surprised if they are out of this at all. Solid team, just couldn't quite get it done.
Oh, and that sucks. That hurts for my heart because they were both so good, right? And I'm hoping to see maybe more of that in the future. Possible? Are they? They're not out of the bracket. They're just going over to to the lowers. But overall, maybe we'll be able to see a rematch. I'm thinking
maybe we'll see it further in the weekend. We still got many games to play here today, though, and we're not going to quite take it. We're not going to stop the train quite yet. What we are going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we'll continue on with our merry way. Do not go anywhere. The CECC South Online Qualifiers will return in just a moment.
It's honestly hard to get players off of a set to try to practice their maps. So, hey, what can you expect? KO's going to go on both sides. Omens and, well, this will be interesting. I do think the Boast pick is, I don't know. I guess the answer is like maybe throwing a Sage, and Sage has been very mixed results for teams, so, yeah, I mean, let's roll with it.
We're going to roll with it. Speaking of that, first pickup already on the side of UA Crimson. And now they're making money moves over towards Tree. A 4-person push at that so far. Prowler to come through to clear out those close corners. Cloud burst as well to cover the cross and an explosive entry into the tree area.
They'll be able to pick up 2 trades on their way, though. Paranoia stalled this push in its entirety up towards Cat. Make the decision to head CT instead, head towards Scaffold. Last broken. Here's the phase attention towards that top of Scaffold ramp. Not to be broken rather quickly. And we see some heads can't quite tap him though. Walk back down to the guardian side. Hits the one going dead and win it out a second as well. Ball stay so low HP and gone just like that. The mechanics. Immaculate coming through from Navarro 1-0 on the scoreline. Second A&M, we got the pistol.
I mean, obviously the 3K was really nice out from Nabber, but so much impact to come out from Noble as well already early in the pistol round, considering the fact that with the amount of explosiveness that UA Crimson had, their entry, Noble hiding in the dark cover, you would have thought he was done for.
Absolutely. Round 2 on its way. Getting out towards he got his way, and Toasty gone just like that. The body shot for Marshall, all you need in round 2. No armor to be had. Are you going to pick up Ren? And Woods looking to start here on the anti-eco. Liz will come out for more. It will be caught from the top of Cat. So says it good to trade one back. Marshall potentially recoverable as well. Thinking secret way up towards Cat. There's really no defender hard eyeballing it. So has a chance at a rifle here for the Crimson side.
Gavin with info that there is one sitting pizza. Going to use the dark cover thrown from the enemy team as an opportunity to TP up on top of Arches, securing that first pickup. But Noble with aggression after pushing out through A main. It's going to clean things up there on Catwalk. 2-0 here for Maroon. However, regardless, not a bad eco round on the side of Crimson with those 2 picks.
definitely not. And did you avoid what could have been a pretty quick brawl as well, being able to find themselves to pick on to getting pretty early? That Mark can't get as much value as he would like to. Definitely does just a little bit closer. Got aggro operator into this round, so playing for a very much upgraded bonus. I like how passive it's going to be regardless. It's on scaffold, and it'll be a long time for the contact to come through, which is nice. Alabama, you don't really expect an operator in this round.
No, it's a risky buy considering the fact that you could put your money off for the next round. But very passive holds here on the anti-eco for Crimson. I think they're expecting a bit more aggression to come out from TAMU, considering that is their bonus. Trying to go for something cheeky. A Prowler in Barrage to try and clear out this post corner. Haunt expended already as well. So on the side of TAMU Maroon, it seems like their fate is maybe a little trigger happy with that utility.
That could be the case. That's the so not much you're working with here in terms of util to hold down those B site. That's the dagger gun now as well. So both Prowlers on 0 point. They do make the contact off of it. They get that suppression, but they have decided to put the KO over towards A. So they're not going to be really prepared for this push to come on its way. This will break the haunt pretty early. Execute on its way out. 2 Cloudbursts to step out. Then will pick up one. And now towards the site. It's just that fade. I know about it now. Haunt's going to come through the Naver, so positioning more than known about. So there's some space to step forward to grab aggro. Then we'll have Naver, Noble, or trade back the other direction. 12 seconds left, and a plan has gone down. They've got themselves a bit of util for the retake. The flank is on its way.
One enemy remaining.
The reflank huge coming out from Gavin. Paranoia to isolate a player as well. And that means Dam all by his own in this 3v1 situation. Good for one through the smoke. Gonna shoot down that Hunt. They're gonna do a little bit of poke towards stairs here, but what would be nice is if Dam, even if he can't clutch out this particular round, just doing as much damage as possible over towards you, Crimson.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers once again. My name is Oliver Bash, joined alongside none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we have found ourselves with the decider match here in Group B. It is going to be none other than USF, who we saw narrowly fall to UTA, versus University of South Carolina. It's a battle for the South a little bit here, which, well, the entire qualifier technically is, but now it's a battle for South within the name. Question is who comes out on top? South Carolina, I think going into this one, though, you and I have to agree, probably a little bit less known of a roster versus the USF roster that you have on your screen right now. Banger, Sean, and Coley. Banger and Sean been around the scene for quite some time. Coley, the new addition, but he is fitting into this roster perfectly.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see this roster come into play. We saw international Florida, right? That's the team that we saw before. I'm not sure if they're actually combined. I always get very confused with like the same types of regions, but yeah, over here, I'm more interested. Aren't we watching Arlington today as well? Since that was something that I'm sorry. just
yeah,
my
teams,
brain
a lot of teams
doesn't work right now. It's fine.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of teams coming through this one. Last game that we saw was UT Arlington versus South Florida. This one is South Florida versus South Carolina. The Gamecocks here are going to be Cats, Solar, and Og. 3 players which, you know, been around the scene, definitely less aware of in comparison to, let's say, the larger roster, which is Banger, Sean, and Cully, but that does not make them any less threatening. This team still absolutely has a chance on the day, and considering the fact that they just won their match against Old Dominion, they got to be feeling pretty hot coming into this one.
Yeah, they had to be pretty good, too, to be able to pull something through like that one. I think in terms of history, we can kind of lean over towards the team that we know best, which is, you know, of course, Florida. But overall, it definitely is going to be something challenging. Maybe they can step up to the plate for USC?
We'll see. I think we're just about also ready to get into this game, and we can really see what's about to unfold here at this point. This first game, I feel like, is going to be very telling here. Are we going to see South Carolina be able to pull themselves up and do enough to stop the momentum that USF has built? Or is USF the front runner in this one and probably one of the best seeds in this entire competition, just going to steamroll against their competition? Let's find out. Game number 1 just about underway. As soon as the players hit the pitch, we are ready to go. USF in the blue, USC going to be in the orange. It's going to be a battle for the ages, and it's a battle that starts right now.
Heading into the game. Okay, the kickoff starting. Oh, the excitement, you can feel it in the air. And already, right, the shots getting hit here from Solar. It's pretty exciting, as you see, right? USF, they're not really having too much here. Banger trying to throw it back over, and as we know it, right, just in a couple of seconds, it's back over towards the other side. There comes the goal. Cully takes it in.
Kind of what we were expecting, to be honest here. We were wondering how USF would square up against their opponents, and how they're doing is they're putting on pressure. Cully sees 2 players in the back line, a bit awkward, and bullets that one into the top right.
All right, USC already struggling, maybe just a little bit. USF taking the first-hand goal, and this is super important, right? Seeing as to how things are going, USF already steamrolling, as we were talking about before. But, you know, maybe Cats can pull something through.
Yeah, they got some time, and they got a long game ahead of them at this point here. Unfortunately, it's a long game, which is not going to be a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination. 4:30 left on the clock. First goal going in favor of USF. They're looking for another. Sean, unfortunately, dispossesses his teammate, though. And that's going to be enough for them to get sent back into their own half. Only momentarily, though. So we're going to go the other way. And, oh, shot top right. Not going to be on target. Sean sends it off the bar. And 1 minute into this one, we are found ourselves with the 1-goal lead. Barely holding on.
There comes Banger. Oh, he found the opportunity. He's up in the air. He's tossing it over to Cully, but Sean has to save it. It was close because you could see the setup there, at least for USC, but they're not taking it, at least here for Sean. Right, there's another opening. Banger takes it in again. That's that 2-0.
Oh my, oh my. And Banger doesn't just take this one out of nowhere. You can see he flicks this and immediately forces Cats into the most uncomfortable of positions. He's trying to get away from Banger while also trying to make the clear. The combination of the two leaves him a little bit stranded, and as a result, it leaves us at a 2-0. USF, we said they came into this one the favorites, and they are showing why already. Sean showing why he might be the player to watch. Solar will make the save last second, but that flip reset, almost enough to net a 3rd goal.
Yeah, honestly, the biggest offense here for USC, though, I want to talk about a little bit, has been Cats, right? Cats continuously trying to put that pressure in. The only problem is that there is no follow-up. It tends to really just go away. Og maybe finding the goal here. Nobody there, but a nice save. Oh, goodness.
That could have been the one. That could have been the start there, but it's not going to be enough. I'll give them this. USC, they're not backing down by any stretch of the imagination. Feels like they just need 1 good goal, and they'll be in this one. Unfortunately, though, Sean's been hitting the gym. He's bigger than the defense, and he bodies his way through for a 3rd goal.
The muscles intense. Look at that. He pushed it over. He said, you know what? Get out of my way. So Solar gets bullied down to pretty much nothing.
Unfortunately so, and well, we find ourselves at 3-0 at this point. USC not playing poorly, but unfortunately for them, it's been small mistakes on defense that have left them stranded on repeat here. And with 3 minutes to go, they got to try and at least slow down the onslaught of pressure that we are seeing out of USF. Banger going to try and continue with said pressure here. Coley does the same thing. Can't get a 50-50, but can at least get the demo. But as Og sends this one to the ceiling and back into the USF half, there's a chance here to find our first goal for USC, but they collide into each other. 2 players on the same ball. Neither one of them comes away with a solid touch, and USF, they find that relief of pressure they were looking for.
Yeah. The relief is nice. Solar is not feeling any relief right now because there was a nice block up here from Cully, but here it comes back over. Cats trying to find something, and I talked about Cats before, how they always tend to have that pressure and how they're always there for the pickup, but there's no pickup here. Instead, it really is just Cully and everybody else taking that control, but a nice demo. It kind of just leads it back over.
And they go back into their own half, but are they going to stay here for all that much longer? The answer is no, because we're heading to a kickoff instead. And this is the name of the game. We've been talking about it. 1 miss on defense, and that's enough.
And it was the fact that Cully brought it back over to their side, and that just really was that detriment here for the team.
they tried so hard to just control the ball as they went back into their own half, but unfortunately, when you're going for what is basically a psycho, that's not going to be enough. That shot is not easy even for pros to hit. So you're going to try that in collegiate, you better be prepared, and unfortunately, they were not. They're not prepared on defense here either. They get lucky. Shot goes high, and USC do not score their second, but this is what we were looking for, Gomp. Finally, USC coming to life. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. Banger's too quick.
Oh my gosh. Okay, USC came to life, but then they died again. That's really unfortunate because look at this, right? It was bounced over. Banger said, listen, I know Cats is going to go for this, but can they really? Because I'm a little bit stronger.
It's just a little bit too quick, and that's kind of how this goes. The name of the game is speed plus precision. If you can get your mechanics on point, you're going to be able to outdo anybody in this lobby. And, well, I will say this much. USF, they haven't necessarily flexed their mechanics yet, but they've definitely just been a little bit more accurate with every single one of these touches. Although, speaking of accurate touches here, Cats tries to have one that goes on target. Luckily enough, though, Banger's going to be on the back line. Turn this one the other way. He tries to pinch it off the sidewall, though, and to no success. Will get bailed out by Sean, though. Shot goes back into their own half, but they got two players on the ball. And USF, once again, so good at alleviating that pressure and giving time for their defense to set up. Their defense gonna have to right there. Cats flip reset in front of the net, and it's still not enough. Maybe the follow-up. No, Solar puts it high. And as Cats gets beat out by Sean, once again, USF just escaping by the hair on their chinny chin chin.
Oh, and I think this is going to work out, right? It's always a dangerous game to be playing once it's over on that orange side. USC are trying to fight it back over, but it's Banger hitting it against the wall. Nobody's going to be able to do anything. 44 seconds left, and it's 3 goals that need to happen here for USC, but it's almost impossible.
Oh boy, especially if a 5th goal goes in here. Luckily enough, Cats will cut this one out, but hold on. Solar and Cats in a 2v1. Cats gets the distraction, but it's not enough! At least not initially. Og there for the follow-up. This was brilliant. Solar buys some time and allows Cats to run interference.
Oh, and that was beautiful, the demo there. And actually, that cleared things up beautifully, right? Sean was the only one that could commit there. He's unable to hit it, and at the end of the day, right, that target goes straight into the net.
Exactly what you're looking for, those type of team plays, that cohesion. It's what can win you a game or possibly start the comeback necessary. 20 seconds to go. The time is definitely not on their side. They still technically got a chance, especially with the defense here. Looking a little bit flustered, double commit, and now Og's got a 2v1, pops it top left, and Sean turns it away. And I think he seals the game as well. One for the road, maybe? No, Banger says otherwise. Beautiful save, and USF, they hold on, and they will indeed take game number 1. Catch the sky, like I said, go for the road, not gonna happen. 4-2, USF win it.
They knew to throw it over to the ground there for USF. They said, you're not getting any more than 2. You're pretty much done for. And overall, I loved the way USF played. And can I just talk about their saves were immense. They were literal game changers. They've blocked off so many goals that USC could have had.
They had so many fantastic saves on repeat here, and that's the big issue that we are seeing at this point, is that the teams, they're playing well, but they're not necessarily being able to make sure that there's a precision on defense. You think about the first goal that USF conceded, it's because of a miss on defense. You think about the first goals that USC were conceding, they were all based off defensive blunders. So they got to be careful at this point here. They have got to move quickly and try and close those gaps on defense. If they can do that, I think USC actually do have a shot at the series.
I think they do. I think overall, the biggest factor, I guess, that we could talk about is just overall USC, once again, those saves, right? They need to find a way to open things up a bit, and that's not going to be easy. Yes, I do have to say, but that's what's going to give them a lot more of those goals that they were looking for, but they just couldn't really retrieve.
And they tried so hard. It was not a bad game. It did feel like they were starting to find their footing further on. But again, like we said, defense wins championships. Or at least it wins the decider match here at this point. USC versus USF, game number 2. It's going to be a big one for them. They got to make sure that they try and pull out all the stops and, well, stop their opponents. If USF win this one, they're up 2-0 and on the verge of a sweep. Can USC turn this one around? South Carolina going to try their best here in game number 2 as the action gets underway.
Oh, Banger actually got a really nice hit and gained a little bit of control there, but it's a little floppy. Little Cully seems to take it back over. And already we can see, right, this pressure being created close, but Cats takes the save. All right, we're good.
Good for only a moment here, though. Cole's going to go right back into offense. Good 50-50 or lack thereof is going to be at least enough to force a touch to the ceiling. Banger sends it out to the side. Sean will be there. Last time he couldn't get the shot on. This time, Banger goes for the read off the backboard. Knew the save would be made. Went for 50-50, and that'll be enough to not allow the transition out of USC. They're doing well, but again, there's the big issue. USC, the singular misses that we've seen on occasion on defense has left them in such rough positions.
Rough position here is Og. He's just getting bullied. You can see the multiple tries that it took to be able to gain that control, but Cats takes it back over. There is an opening. Sean takes it. Nobody was there for the follow-up here that was, I mean, trying to be committed, but overall, right, it is just USF continuously taking this back over. We talked about the game of ping pong, but it feels like, you know, USF are playing ping pong against the wall.
At this point, it kind of just feels like USF, they've got unrelenting pressure and this midfield presence out of them that has locked all of USC into their half on repeat. It's only momentary lapses, just like that, where you see USC, they break out of their half, South Carolina get maybe a single shot, and then they're forced right back into their half yet again. Demos like that doing wonders to continue on with that pressure. And as Og in an awkward position in the corner here, they really can't do all too much. Zero boost left in the tank. They get lucky with a pickup of 100, and Banger knows that. They see them pick that up and recognize it's time to retreat, and the retreat, almost a bit of a problem there. Miss on the backboard, and Sean probably left wondering where the heck is his teammate. Not really sure what Cully was doing there, but it's going to be enough to allow some more shots. USF, they get lucky. I'll be 100%.
Your heart's tossed when you see the ball almost hit that goal. The fact that they almost had it, but the problem was once again that committal. The fact that they don't have that space opener, and that's one of the things they need here for you, USC. Maybe things will look better here, right? Sean over down in the midfield trying to pick things back up, but of course Solar is there to be able to regain that control. Banger, though, is always there for the save-offs. Be able to save, I mean, maybe some of that pressure. The shot in, Cat's missing maybe just a centimeter away, but Og with the pickup.
And that's exactly what you're looking for. That's the pressure we were talking about. Cats puts the first shot on, and they will have a follow-up here. Cully dives in for the 50-50, but can't get there before Og is able to get a shot that launches over the top of the car. And for the first time all series, USC have themselves the lead. Can they hold on to it? 2.5 minutes, half the game to go here. And considering the amount of shots we've seen out of USF, it feels like only a matter of time before one finally sinks into the back of the net.
Ooh,
oh, wait a minute!
Here is saving. Okay.
All right. I was not expecting that. Banger, though, I guess not expecting that type of touch either. Drop down past the Og. They will take that one easily, and we find ourselves with not just a 1-0, but a 2-0 lead. USC, after struggling to find a lead at all in this series, Gompers, have found themselves a dominant one in Game 2.
They definitely have. They definitely have, okay? Look at Og. He's already feeling more confident than before with that 2-0. They're really running off that momentum, and it's perfect. Right, such a big opening here. If they commit to this, it might look good, but everybody rotates over, knowing that this is a dangerous, dangerous situation.
Oh, it's a good touch out of the corner here. Maybe Cats continue with it. No, Cully very quick to it. Gets a good bump as well and sends the defense into a bit of a tizzy. They're going to be able to recover, though. Og a good send out to the side. Sean, though, going to commit with Banger, and he's going to get punished for it. Demo going to send him to the graveyard, and all of a sudden it's a breakaway play. Sean has to make the save on defense. Does exactly that, but with 100 seconds left, you cannot be focusing on defense right now. USF have got to put the pedal to the metal and get some offense together. Shots like that not going to be enough. Follow up on target, but Solar is there.
Ooh. Okay, Solar tries to look up to something, but isn't able to. Cully has to save this before things start to look a little bit awry, but things are good right now, at least here for USC, right? They have these 2 goals. It's 1 minute and 18 seconds, but they have to keep applying this pressure. They know that USF can take it back in a matter of seconds. Look at Banger. He has a complete opening shot here, but no follow-up. Sean looks for it. Oh no, but Cats takes it in. I completely mixed up the sides. That would have been unfortunate if he shot it in his own goal. I'm just going to say that right now.
It wouldn't have been great, but it's okay because the goal, it's going to be netted by someone on USC. Cats very quickly. Before this, Cats was setting up his teammates. This time, his teammates set him up, and he will not miss the shot. Well, they may not miss this game either. 1 minute to go here, and after what was definitely not the best first game for USC, Game 2, it's been all USC.
All of it. 3-0. They've adapted beautifully. And that space creation that we talked about before, right? They've been doing it immensely. They know, hey, I need some of this boost to be able to apply that pressure, save it, so that you can be able to pick this off and set me up. But it looks perfect, right? Already coming over towards that orange side. Maybe this time around we're going to be able to see that first one, but gets the demo, opens things up. Cat looks for the score.
There's another one. Cats gets themselves their second goal in the team, their fourth goal of the game. 35 seconds to go, and at this point, that's going to seal the deal. We really already believe that this game was wrapped up, but that one will definitely do it. My, oh my, how USC have responded to what was definitely not the best game number one.
This is a good way to end off, I think, for sure, coming into the second game. Overall, right, 30 seconds left. I think it's going to be almost impossible at this point to be able to get those in, but, you know, they're still trying for one. Banger goes up in the air and tries to regain that control, but the boost completely out of it. They're going to have to recollect.
And they're honestly not going to be able to do enough to really, well, change the outcome of this game. 15 seconds to go. Fifth goal now going in. Og picking themselves up a hat trick at this point, and you got to wonder, where did it all go wrong for USF?
At this point, I'm not even sure. Actually, it feels like a little bit more of that control kind of just started to drift here, coming in with those saves. We saw the saves before from USF. They were immense, right? Banger was always there to the touch, and they both all had 2 saves each, but it kind of feels like there's this inequality. They're not focusing on that goal. They're focusing on the pressure.
Pressure still staying even for the end of this game. USC almost find themselves a 6th goal, but they'll have to stick with 5-0 shutout victory in favor the team from Carolina, and that is not going to feel good if you are USF after having a solid game number 1 to see game number 2. I don't even want to say fall apart, because I don't actually think that they ever really had that one, if I'm being honest. It felt like out the gates, USC was the one in control of game 2.
It was a little harsh, I do have to say. Overall, right, you got to look at the fact that we talked about what is it missing for USF. What is this factor that really just isn't there? And you know, we talked about the last game. Oh, USF saves are immense. They're saving so many, you know, goals that USC could have had, but then this time it really didn't happen, and that was the opener that USC needed.
Yeah, this is exactly what USC needed, is they needed to make sure that they just give themselves some sort of momentum, some sort of way to just kind of shake off the nerves, feel confident, and continue on with the series. And, well, they're going to do exactly that. They go into game number 3, I would say now the favorites in comparison to their opponents in USF, but it's a long series. There's a lot that can happen. Let's find out if that does happen here in game number 3. USF and USC tied up at 1 apiece. And again, USF come into this one the heavy favorite. So if they lose this, it'd be quite the shocker.
I don't think, honestly, at this point, I don't know. Both these teams incredibly strong. You can see that maybe this time they're going to focus a little bit more on that goal, right? Because Banger's pushing themselves around the back. They're making sure that the net is completely safe.
Ooh, Sean, not the best touch, but it is going to be enough to get out to Banger, and Banger's going to put it on target. Nice little redirect, catches the defense lacking, and that'll be enough to net their first goal.
Oh, that was absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Banger, who was once all the way in the back near their net, decided to go over towards the other side and say, hey, I'm going to pick this one in, and now we're going to be able to see who is able to gain this control here for this kickoff.
That's huge to get an early goal like that. It's not only going to give themselves, you know, obviously the lead, but it's also going to give them the confidence that they were missing in that previous game, and this is what makes the difference, is when you're getting touches like that, you can tell USF figured out how to get back in control just a bit quicker than their opponents. Last game, they were getting caught off guard. This time, the defense getting caught off guard.
Oh, and that was nice. They saw that Og was moving back over. So he missed it in an inch, and that's that overextension that really just doesn't pay off at the end. That 2-0 here.
That's going to be unfortunate for USC, to be honest. At this point, it does kind of feel like now they've made a mountain out of a molehill. They've got an uphill battle the rest of this game, and it's only going to continue to tumble from here if USF continue with this pressure. I'll take a second out at midfield here. Banger, quick 360, and he's going to get right back to it. Off the backboard it goes. Sean's going to be there, and it's 3-0 within a minute, Gompers. This is absolutely the turnaround they needed.
Yeah, no, oh, I think so too. Look at this. They're setting each other up for success beautifully. And at this point, I do think that USC are overextending themselves maybe just too much.
Honestly, I really do think that it's that. I think USC is just trying to pull themselves up a little bit too quickly, and as a result, they're in an awkward position. Not exactly sure what's going on here. Uh-oh, it looks like we might be having some server problems here. USF up 3-0 within the first minute, but they might have been up because of a little bit of technical difficulties. We're going to see if we can resolve this one, but I believe based on the rule book, there is no restart here at this point. They have to call for the server before the game starts, and unfortunately, they did not until about not halfway through this, but about a minute into it.
Yeah.
Now it looks like they're okay, but can they get themselves their first goal? No, Cats. He's on the line.
Oh my, that would have been it. That would have been it. That 3-1 that they needed, and it's so unfortunate. I kind of feel for them at this point, because look at that. They're trying their best to hit it in. Nothing's really happening. Coley finds it opening, but Og says, listen, I'm going to get that goal back.
And there we go. Even despite the little bit of technical difficulties, they are still going to battle this one out. Og, ego challenges out of midfield, catches the defense off guard, and that'll net them their first goal. This is, unfortunately, this is one of these things where if it happens, it happens. You just got to play on. You don't really have much of an option. The DC is what it is, and unfortunately, the server it is what it is. We're going to have to try and reset it next game. This one, we don't really have much of an option, so we'll keep on playing with a 3-1 scoreline.
Yeah, they went for that kickoff, but the ball didn't go to anyone. It said, I'm staying right here. I don't like the way that things are going right now. I don't want to add to the drama, but things are looking good here for Sean. Cats takes it over, looking to throw it back to the other side, but there's this opening, right? Nobody plays off it. Solar's all the way in the back, maybe a little bit too little aggression.
Wait a minute. Oh my, I was going to say, that aggression could pay off, though, in favor of USC here. Sean so quick to the sidewall, and Banger even quicker up to the air here. Solar just left a little bit speechless, and as a result, it's the fourth goal. It seems like we are still having a couple of problems with the Wi-Fi, but I don't know if this is necessarily going to be resolved in this game. We might try a new server in game number 4.
I mean, I would assume so. This not looking too good. USF are riding on this high, but as things are looking, right? Cully tries to throw it back over. The redemption, maybe this is it. Og tries to get the demo. Solar looks to Banger and says absolutely not. And once again, right, even though the DC's happen, they're still fighting for their lives.
Yeah, at this point, you got to just kind of play it through. That's just the way that this one goes. With 2 minutes to go in a 4-1 score line, we can't really reset this. But they can at least try to get a couple more goals and get themselves together here and have a respectable game number 3, because of game number 4, if they are able to do what they did in game 2, they will be fine. USC struggling a little bit here, but they got plenty of time, and Sean, he's got no touch here on the sidewall. Solar's going to send this one the other way, and Banger's going to send it to the backboard. Wants to read it off the ceiling, and indeed will do that, but Og also does the same. Cuts out the momentum out of midfield, and as Cats does the same thing, it's an open net. Can't put it on target, but Solar is there to assist them. And USC, they're finding the resurgence they need.
Yeah, things are still looking up. This isn't over yet. Cat says, listen, I know that things have been harsh, but Solar, you take this. Pretty much a clear net there, and that's one of the difficulties and the faulties that continue to happen in the last game here for USF. Although, maybe they can abuse that here.
Honestly, I have to agree with you on that. It does kind of feel like USF are still a little bit overeager on defense, leaving these gaps in really awkward positions, and USC, they're just taking advantage of it. They're recognizing that awkwardness, doing anything they need to, and speaking of doing everything they need to, open net, but Banger gets back in time. Over 2, and it still wasn't enough. You want an air dribble over USF, you got to take out the whole team.
Oh, and that was so close. That would have been the icing on top here for USC, especially since they've been having, not too good of a time here. But okay, the throw back over. There's an open net here. There's a little bit more of that defense as Cats tries to roll it back over the rotation, and the demo. Cats tries to find that opening, but isn't able to get it. They're trying to at least gather some of that boost, but yeah, 1 minute remaining.
Oh, that could have been the one. We see them with a huge opportunity, but the miss on the line not going to be enough. I believe it was Og who came diving in, and he does the same thing there. Overeager on the back line, forces a double commit out of his teammates, and that should be enough to seal the deal. Coley misses the shot as well. 2 shots missed in a row. A chance for USF to absolutely close out this game, and they can't get it done.
Okay, that's great. That was a challenge. You could see Cats was waiting for them to try to at least hit it and overextend. Cats dribbling the ball previously, now trying to at least hit it in, but the shot doesn't really commit. Og looking for the opening to try to pass it back over to Solar, but Banger takes it back. This is an open net, somewhat of the sort, maybe if they can play with it, but it's the constant misses of those plays. No control there for USF.
Oh boy, but it's going to be at least enough for them to close out this game. Player in net there. Banger going to make the save. With 5 seconds to go, they can just sort of rest on their laurels in this game. This felt like one where USC unfortunately just set themselves too far back initially. The technical difficulties plagued them, and as a result, even despite the resurgence to get to 4-2, it was not enough. USF take the game. We're going to reset the server, see if maybe that can help, because if not, USF moving on and USC will lose the series.
Yeah. And you know, they were still trying to push for it, right? At two goals in isn't that bad. Overall, they could have heavily abused the fact that USF are really just trying to maybe focus a little bit more on that offense than the defense. But you know, maybe we'll be able to see that in the next game.
I would have to agree with you, though. I do think that's the big difficulty right now for USF is that they are very heavily focused on their offense. And many times they are sending the whole house. They're sending all 3 of their players, and breakaway plays are catching them off guard. USC, if you want to try and keep this series alive, you got to take advantage of exactly that. Use those breakaway plays. Get good shots on target, and utilize that pressure that you guys have been able to transition with oh so quickly game after game after game. There's no guarantees at this point. It doesn't seem like USC are down and out of this one yet. But again, it does feel like it's been up and down. And the games where USF are on, they are more than just on. They are absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. They are. And it's getting so close to kind of closing things out. I'm a little bit afraid, to be honest with you, by the way things are looking. But I'm excited to get into this game and kind of see where things go. I do think this is definitely possible for USC. Once again, abuse the weakness.
Yeah, literally that. Make sure to take advantage of your opponent's mistakes. We saw that in our last series as well, with just the little shots that went off on defense where teams were able to find those gaps. If USF can do that here, they find themselves the win in the series. If USC can find that, we go to Game 5 and we find ourselves a deciding victory to determine it all, but there are no guarantees. Again, I really still do feel like USF, despite the fact that USC had that resurgence in Game 2, if USF can do what they did at the beginning of that game before the lag started and they were just outpacing their opponents, they're probably taking this thing home.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall too, honestly, USC are not bad at all. I think it's just more so the unfortunateness of having these server difficulties, because they had so many perfect shots and the fact that they managed to save so many shots that USF could have had, I mean, that was immense. It was probably like 4 times in a row where USF tried to hit it inside of that net and it didn't happen, and you could see that perseverance that I 100% think is going to play off.
1,000%. And well, at this point, let's see if that perseverance can continue on here. We're about to get into game number 4. Server has been reset. Hopefully that is going to help out USC here. But unfortunately, whether it helps out or not, they've got one last chance at this thing. If they lose this game, that is the end of this. If they win it, well, they've got a chance to continue on in game number 5, but there are no guarantees.
No.
Again, for USF, they came into this one the heavy favorites. If USC is able to turn this one around, they are absolutely going to have the upset victory in their favor. I think we're just about to get ready to get underway here. Players hitting the pitch. USF in the blue, USC in the orange once again. Winner of this one could take the series. If USF wraps this one up in 5 minutes, they'll be heading on and moving out of group stages.
Yeah, I'm heavily excited to see this already. We can see over towards that blue side, the control is being taken over. USC, they're putting not a lot of pressure. They're actually pretty passive here, which is a little surprising, right? Solar comes around, Catch tries to hit it with the boost that they have necessary. Up in the air here, but nobody's there for the follow-up. Tries to recollect the boost to take it inside of that net, but it doesn't happen.
Oh, unfortunately, it looked like there was a little bit of pressure here, but it's not going to be enough. Banger reads this one off the sidewall, and that'll alleviate all that pressure and give a chance for USF to collect some boost, get out of their own half, or maybe not. Solar, good touch up to the ceiling. They do have to use their entire tank in order to get it there. They're going to at least be able to keep the pressure alive for USC here. Cats, decent 50-50, but it pinches the other way. USF, I gotta say, this is a little bit different out of them. They're playing much more defensively than their first couple of games, and honestly, I like it.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's what they were missing. That was their weak spot. And the fact that they managed to take it in now, Banger is going to hit a banger.
Oh, Coley, beautiful drop-down pass. The shot is nice, but this pass is even better. Recognizes Banger diving in there. Solar cannot see that until it's a bit too late. He's focusing on the player on the backboard. We should have been looking right in front of his windshield. 4 minutes to go here. Plenty of time to see the rest of USF start to come to life, and if they do, they'll close the series out in dominant fashion.
The plan's getting a little stealthy here. As Sean starts to hit it up, maybe looking for somewhat of a setup, right? Cats manages to retake that control. I think overall the thing that's going to be big here is right now in this moment of time, there's only one player. Oh no, never mind. They fully rotated over. It is going to be USF not giving things over,
What?
but Og manages to find the shot.
I mean, Og finds the shot, but it's really the assist here out of the USF team that makes
Yeah.
me confused. Who is it that dives on this one? Banger. Oh, tries to intercept off the ceiling, but all he does is assist the team in redirecting the shot on target. It ties us up at 1-1, but hey, we said this before, I'll say it again. Own goal or not, a goal's a goal, and that's what USC was looking for.
Okay, absolutely, yeah. Even though it was a little bit of a mishap, things still worked out the way that USC wanted. Now it's that 1-1. Still, I mean, possible there for USF to retake that lead, but I mean,
right
they
here?
could run off. Yeah, it just like it was just there, so he took it.
And there it is. Cully very quickly finds himself the first goal of this game, or excuse me, the first goal for his first goal of this game. And it's well, it's a goal. It's definitely not necessarily the most impactful of one. It feels like that was definitely one of these things where the defense just, again, a little bit awkward at the wrong position. And if you can catch the defense off guard, if you can take that awkwardness and capitalize upon it, you can win the game overall. USC, a chance to win this one and continue on with the series. And if they do not, they are going to lose the series entirely. 3 minutes to go, plenty of time, and a pop-up like that could assist one of their teammates. But unfortunately, neither of the players prepared on defense here as the boost was running low. And they'll have to restart their offense all over again. Sean out in the corner, though. Not going to let them stay there for all too long. And as Banger sends this one back out to midfield, USF so quick to alleviate that pressure.
Yeah, Solar's playing a little solo here, which is unfortunate. There isn't a lot of boost to play with, so they have to recollect as the team tries to pick it up for him. Cats bringing it over to the other side, and Og finds an opening, but nobody's there. Will they be able to pick it back up? Sean with the save, so not going to be able to hit it off that backboard or do whatever strategy they wanted to pick up.
Og, unfortunately, not the touch they were looking for either. Sends it into their own half, and with zero boost in the tank and him and his teammate in the corner. Now they got to try to figure out a way to get out of their own half and alleviate this pressure. Touching the corner out of Cat's not going to be enough. Banger sends this one high. He wants to double touch off the backboard, and he will not find it. Cat with a beautiful save in net to keep the lead at 1. And you got to give credit where it's due. USC, they had some mishaps to start off this series. Much far and few frequent as we continue on through.
Yeah, the continuation is there. Cully, real close, but a nice save. Okay, the saves have been the biggest factor here for USC. They've been constantly playing on that defense and haven't really had a chance to play offensively, which at least within this couple seconds here. But overall, right, they're trying to take it back. Cats tries to find that control. Banger, though, is great with the saves and is constantly there to pick things back up.
He's doing a good job, but can they continue on their merry way? Sean likes to think so. Their beautiful save with 100 seconds to go is going to give them another chance to possibly close this one out. Cully and Sean trying to combine in air with the 2 air dribbles, but it's not going to line up as intended, and the shot will go off target. Luckily enough, Banger out of midfield will send this right back into the USC half. The USF, they get another chance to find the 3rd goal, increase their lead to 2, and potentially seal the deal on the series, and indeed they will. Bring out the chisels. This one might be set in stone.
One already perfectly set up. You can see maybe somewhat of a fake there. It was Banger that actually ended up taking it in. Double committal, but they just ended up not working out to the best extent.
Yeah, USC just in a very awkward position there. The 2 players aren't really sure who's the one to take it out of their own half, and as a result, USF might have found their way to just completely close this one out. 1 minute to go. Coley and Sean going to still keep on trucking, though. They're not satisfied with a 2-goal lead, and to be honest, I don't blame them. We've seen resurges from USC before. If they can do that here and now, they can at least send us to an overtime, but they need to extend their pressure. Touch like that of the Cats is not going to be enough, and as USF marches into their half yet again, it might have been too much, but off the post it goes, ping-ponging around the net, and that could have been the one to get them back in this game.
That's super unfortunate. They're never there for the pickup. And then they manage to let something so big slip away. They really need to pick things back up here for USC. Maybe they'll be able to attempt the aggression. Solar tries to find that opening to be able to pass it over to Og, but it does not work out. It's just the constant stress that I'm feeling right now for USC.
The stress is definitely felt here in the booth as well. You and I are both just kind of watching this one, hoping that these shots are able to find their way into the back of the net. And, well, we're hoping that it happens quickly because USC, you've got 10 seconds to go. And as you concede your 4th, it's not conceded. It's all right. It's the same result nonetheless. USF, they will take this series in 3-1 fashion. USC had some technical difficulties in Game 3, but in Game 4, they were all here, and it still wasn't enough. USF take this one in 4.
It was a well played. I think overall there were so many follow-ups that USC just didn't commit to, and it was an issue. It managed to let them slip away from so many points that they could have had, and overall it was the adaptation from USF that just was chef's kiss.
It really was. It's a beautiful touch. It's a beautiful play. And overall, it's a really well done day out of USF. They move on and make their way out of the group stages. And unfortunately for USC, not exactly what they were hoping for. They're out of their day. But hey, it's a great effort, especially against a team like USF. And it's not the last effort that we're going to see on the day. We still have got to get through the other side of the group stages here as we continue on. When we return, it's going to be Indian River State College versus Bruton Parker. And this is, in my opinion, the battle of the dark horses. So don't go anywhere. When we come back, we will have even more action here for the CECC South Online Qualifiers.
Struggling, maybe just a little bit. USF taking the first 10 goal, and this is super important, right? Seeing as to how things are going, USF already steamrolling as we were talking about before, but maybe Cats can pull something.
Well, they got some time.
Back over, and as we know it, right, just in a couple of seconds, it's back over towards the other side. There comes the goal. Cully takes it in.
Kind of what we were expecting, to be honest here. We were wondering how USF would square up against their opponents, and how they're doing is they're putting on pressure. Cully sees two players in the back line, a bit awkward, and bullets that one into the top right.
All right, USC already struggling, maybe just a little bit. USF taking the first 10 goal, and this is super important, right? Seeing as to how things are going, USF already steamrolling as we were talking about before, but maybe Cats can pull something through.
Well, they got some time, and they got a long game ahead of them at this point here. Unfortunately, it's a long game, which is not going to be a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination. 4:30 left on the clock. First goal going
back over, and as we know it, right, just in a couple of seconds, it's back over towards the other side. There comes the goal. Back over towards the other side. There comes the goal. Cully takes it in.
Kind of what we were expecting.
It was close because you can see the setup there, at least for USC. But they're not taking it. It's here for Sean, right? There's another opening. Banger takes it in again. That's
enough. I'll give them this. USC, they're not backing down by any stretch of the imagination. Feels like they just need one good goal, and they'll be in this one. Unfortunately, though, Sean's been hit.
He kind of just leads it back over.
They go back into their own half, but are they going to stay here for all that much longer? The answer is no, because we're heading to a kickoff, and this is what we were looking for, Gaunt. Finally, USC coming to life. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. Banger's too quick.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, USC came to life, but then...
This goal goes in here. Luckily enough, Cats will cut this one out, but hold on. Solar and Cats in a 2v1. Cats gets the distraction, but it's not enough. At least not initially.
Be able to regain that control. Banger, though, is always there for the save-off. Able to save, and he's made maybe some of that pressure. The shot in Cats missing maybe just a centimeter away, but
the amount of shots we've seen out of USF, it feels like only a matter of time before one finally sinks into the back of the net. Oh, wait a minute!
Here is saving. 15 seconds, but they have to keep applying this pressure. They know that USF can take it back in a matter of seconds. Look at Banger. He has a complete opening shot here, but no follow-up. Sean looks for it. It looks perfect, right? Already coming over towards that orange side. Maybe this time around we're going to be able to see that first one, but gets the demo, opens things up. Cat looks for the score.
And they're honestly not going to be able to do enough to really, change the outcome of this game. 15 seconds to go. Fifth goal now going in. Og picking himself.
And making sure that the net is completely safe.
Sean, not the best touch, but it is going to be enough to get out to Banger. And Banger's going to put it on target. Previous game, and this is what makes the difference, is when you're getting touches like that. You can tell USF figured out how to get back in control just a bit quicker than their opponents. Last pressure. We'll take a second out of midfield here. Banger, quick 360, and he's going to get right back to it. Off the backboard it goes. Sean's going to be there. And it's 3-0 within a minute, Gomper.
I kind of feel for them at this point, because look at that. They're trying their best to hit it in. Nothing's really happening. Coley finds that opening, but Og says, listen, I'm going to get that goal back. Right now, I don't want to add to the drama, but things are looking good here for Sean. Cats takes it from Kilbert, looking to throw it back to the other side, but there's this opening, right? Nobody plays off it. Solar's
will do that, but Og also does the same. Cuts out the momentum out of midfield, and as Cats Bats does the same thing. It's an open net. Can't put it on target, but Solar is there to assist them in their first couple of games, and honestly, I like it.
Yeah, it's perfect. That's what they were missing. That was their weak spot. And the fact that they managed to take it in now, Banger is right now in this moment of time. There's only one player. Oh no, never mind. They fully rotated over. It is going to be USF not giving things over, but Og manages to find the shot. And now it's that 1-to-1. Still, I mean, possible there for USF to retake that lead, but I mean, they could run off. Yeah, it just like it was just there. So
right back into the USC half. USF, they get another chance to find the third goal, increase their lead to 2, and potentially seal the deal on the series, and indeed they will.
College. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, because like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them since a lot of things have been.
Welcome back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back again to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. My name is none other than Bass on the Pass, alongside none other than Gompers. And Gompers, we're here with what I believe could be our matchup of the night.
Yeah.
It is Indian River State College versus Bruton Parker. And the reason I say that is because these are two teams that have kind of had an interesting rise as of recent. Both of these guys have been able to make it into the main Collegiate Rocket League tournament, known as, well, Collegiate Rocket League, CRL, and Summer Series was their last event. Summer Series went off, and both of these teams made it in. A little bit of a different team for Indian River State College, but for Bruton Parker, this was big. So for Indian River State College, today they are playing with Slayer, Seabass, and Taco Stash. Two of these players, illustrious backgrounds. The third one, pretty dang good as well. This could be a big game for Indian River State College to prove themselves.
Wait, I'm sorry, but these names remind me of you and Danger Taco.
Yeah, I get it.
So I'm like, okay, well, we got the two guys here. Let's go.
Me and Taco will maybe make our appearance here on the Esports U channel in the future. For now, Seabass and Taco Stash can represent us, while Slayer, he's going to represent Sub-Saharan Africa. He is coaching for one of those teams. But on the other side, we've got Antics, Melodic, and Soul, a team that has kind of taken a lot of people by surprise. And that's the big thing here, is that this was a team not many people knew about going into CCA Summer Series. But now that we have seen this team play, people remember who they are. They absolutely know that this is a team not to mess with. They are absolutely a threat to anybody they go up against, but it's similar on the other side. So for BPC, as well as their opponents in Indian River State College, both these squads are going to not just be deadly. This is going to probably be one of our closer matchups on the night.
Yeah, they're both, I would say, a little bit equally skilled in terms of looking at their history and where their placements tend to match up. So I do think, like you said, this is going to be one of the closer games that we tend to see. But overall, you know, I'm just more so hype. You have a lot more information than me because you have been blessed with the CCA statistics and knowledge. But you know, it is pretty fun to get to see like the making of these players.
This is definitely one of these things where listen, I know almost too much. My brain is filled with nonsense. Most of the nonsense is Rocket League at this point. A lot of it happens to be collegiate. And that is why I'm very excited for this one here. IRSC versus BPC, Indian River State College versus Bruton Parker College. And I think we're about ready to get into game number 1 here between the two teams. Again, it feels like on paper here, Indian River State should take this one. But that's what everybody said last time that Bruton Parker ended up getting put into a tournament, and then they got schooled by Bruton Parker. So I'm going to leave my assumptions at the door, and let's see what happens here as game number 1 gets underway.
I think it's going to look good. I think overall we're going to see, I mean, I'm hoping to see some Seabass and Taco Stash action. But maybe I'm a little biased because, you know, I know you guys, but overall, yeah, it's just starting off good.
Let's see, who's going to be the first one to get themselves a goal here? Again, I have to have at least a little bit of extra faith in the side of IRSC to give some background on all these players and sort of dive a little bit deeper into this one. It's not just that they have sort of backgrounds within the collegiate scene, they have backgrounds within the professional scene as well. Seabass has been around for longer than Rocket League has existed at this point, with professional play and professional appearances in multiple different tournaments. Slayer, on the other hand, a little bit of a different story here. He is A, very good player, but B, he is also the coach for the second best team in all of SSA, Sub-Saharan Africa, and was able to make an appearance at the Rocket League Championship Series World Championship with his team. He's got an illustrious background, and well, Taco Stash, he may not necessarily live up to the same sort of reputation with the same sort of professional play background, but he is still a very solid player who has been in the bubble scene, the semi-pro scene of Rocket League for a very long time, and he might just be able to prove it here. Once tries to go for the touch off the backboard, not quite able to do so, as BPC and the rest of Bruton Park are doing a good job at holding off the onslaught of offense that has been outpoured so far by Indian River State.
Yeah, so many demolitions coming out across the board. Seabass looking for something, but it is going to be thrown over towards BPC's side, and you can see Antics really trying to regain that control, but it's almost impossible, right? It's pretty much nothing that you can do at this point.
They're trying their best. Slayer trying to put his shots on target as well. 90 seconds into this one, the shots are flying on both sides, but it definitely feels like Indian River State have just had a couple more lethal abilities, but they haven't been able to get past the defense thus far. And the defense here in an awkward position. Slayer, though, beautiful touch to get that one the other way. And same with Taco Stash out at midfield. You're starting to see what I mean when I say that this team is just a little bit cracked. They're really proving it already.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean, but you know, maybe things will change here with BPC. Maybe they'll be able to kind of gain their footing a little bit, although it is a little bit unfortunate. A lot of that pressure, like you talked about before, coming over here for our IRCS, and they're playing very offensively, which is one of the things that's pushing BPC back.
That's the big issue right now, is they are indeed putting so much pressure on offense that this team is kind of having to second guess themselves if they ever do break out of their half, because they think it's going to go the other way within the blink of an eye. I can't blame them. I kind of agree with them at this point, but the big thing is they still haven't gotten a goal. Halfway through game number one, neither team has been able to net themselves anything at this point, and Seabass is going to try and change that one up. Misses a touch off the sidewall, though, and Antics, he doesn't miss his pass center. Melodic is there, and 1-0. BPC, Bruton Parker take the lead.
Maybe the whole thing with this kind of like default positioning that we saw before for BPC was just, hey, we're just finding the opening. We're finding the perfect moment, and we're not going to risk the factor of the, you know, the ball getting inside of our net.
And that's the big thing, though. Sometimes that's just how you got to play that, is that if you are getting pressed into your own half, just wait. Wait for that opening. Wait for that opportunity, and as soon as that opportunity does arrive, strike with the force of Zeus. And they did exactly that. They might just feel the pressure, though, on the other end here. Soul has to dive onto the backboard, and Melodic has to dive for the follow-up, being Seabass and the rest of Indian River State might have a chance, and indeed they do. Slayer finds the rebound off the backboard, and we got a 1-1 game.
Yeah, let themselves go a little bit there. Misery actually was able to stop that goal from coming in, but it was the double committal that kind of happened there, where it was allowed for our IRSC, sorry, that's a tongue twister, to get it in.
I don't blame you, honestly. Both of these names are going to be a little bit difficult to pronounce, but we're going to have to pronounce a winner at some point here. With 2 minutes to go, it's anybody's ball game to take. Taco Stash is going to take this one out to the corner, though, and as Melodic and Soul both dive on this, it could be an awkward position. Luckily enough, they have Antics, cherry picking on the other end, so he's going to make this difficult for anybody to recover, and no one can. Indian River State finds themselves flopping on the line and cannot make the save.
Okay, you said this was going to be a really heavy game, and I got to believe you. Look at that, off the angle, too. Something pretty difficult to hit in, and they managed to do it.
This is what we're looking for here. We're looking for a duel between the two sides, and we have got one thus far. 100 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for Indian River State to find themselves a response, but they just find themselves the scrapyard there as Seabass is sent to the Shadow Realm from a demo in front of the net. It's not going to be enough to open up the entirety of the space here, but it is going to be enough for a shot to go the other way. Slayer, I believe, respawning off of a demo as well, and unfortunately for them, they don't get back in time.
No.
Oh no, they just rotated back? I was wrong.
No, but Slayer was a little bit too slow, which kind of sucks there for the goal. But overall, right, that 1-3, BPC definitely putting on a really good show.
It is only game number one. It does kind of feel like at this point, Indian River State, their biggest issue, despite onslaught of pressure and really solid shots, has been rotations. We've seen a lot of gaps that are just kind of surprising thus far, although it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to lose this game. Touch off the backboard, Slayer's there to get the rebound. He puts one back center. Where is Seabass? He's not there. Seabass retreated and told Taco Stash to cut the rotation, and unfortunately, neither one of those players got there in time.
Oh, Taco Stash, okay. They were actually getting some good momentum there with the ball up in the air. Unfortunately enough, the boost ended up running out. So here it comes, Slayer looking for at least some of that retrieval. Isn't going to happen.
Oh, but they're at least going to keep the offense alive here. Taco with a 50-50 in the corner is going to keep this one on the Bruton Parker half, but only momentarily. Slayer has to dive out of midfield just to avoid this one going on to his half aggressively, but he's still not going to be able to avoid it altogether. Melodic sends one to the backboard. Seabass sends it offset backboard, and now to the hands of Soul, who is waiting in the wings. 30 seconds to go here. It feels like Bruton Parker have found themselves not just a solid lead, but a way to alleviate that pressure that we said was a problem for them early in this game.
Yeah, I think the problem here, though, is Misery is consistently running out of those boosts. There is no boost control. So overall, they just can't manage, how far they're going to go. They end up kind of just falling off short, and that's one of the issues here. But overall, it doesn't matter, right? 1 to 3, they manage to continuously gain that control, get these shots in. It's going to hit the floor pretty shortly. No, is Antics playing for another?
This is how they do it in Rocket League. You got to just keep the ball up for as long as you can. Why? No one really knows. But you do it anyways, and, well, what you do is you give BPC the win. Bruton Parker College take game number 1. Definitely not in dominant fashion, but it definitely felt like they were just a little bit more precise with their rotations, with their touches, just overall cleaner game.
Yeah, I think so as well. And we were looking a little bit towards IRSC, but, it seems like BPC just managed to put that effort forth. I think overall, right, they played so well with the shot takes. They managed to not really have too much boost management, but overall, I think it was still the best thing that they could do was just go for it.
I think that's how it always has got to be, is that sometimes you just got to send it. And if you can send it in the right way, you might just be able to win yourself a game. And, well, that's what happens here, is Bruton Parker College do not back down no matter the intimidation of their opponents here. No. Again, it's got to be hard when you get into a game and you see RLCS regional champion as a tag on one of the players you are facing up against.
Oh, no.
They don't get intimidated, though, and they continue playing on here. Despite Slayer and his beautiful blue tag, they get game number 1, and now can they get game number 2 and put themselves on match point? We'll have to find out. Indian River State, though, I don't think they're going down without a fight here, Gompers.
No, I don't think they are. I think they're going to be able to at least pull something through, and just as I say that, right, they managed to get one in.
They not only get one in, they get the first goal within 18 seconds. Very quick to the draw here. Seabass, good bait out of the defense, and Taco Stash finds some opening on the right side. And as a result, very early lead here for Indian River State.
And an early lead is nice to have, especially because now you have a little bit more of that stability. You can possibly play with that pressure a lot better. It's alleviated that stress. And as you can see, right, they're playing a lot more aggressively. Seabass looking to stop that goal to come in.
A beautiful save, and it's going to do enough to not only make the save, but possibly alleviate that pressure and give a breakaway play. Slayer 50-50 finds its way straight to Seabass, and Seabass finds it straight into the net. That is not just a banger, that is about as much power as you can muster out of that corner.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Okay. And they tried. Antics managed to touch the pole. It just ended up going in regardless, but I mean, this kickoff, maybe they'll be able to do something with it.
Not quite able to do enough with it at this point here, though. They are at least going to get a touch off the sidewall. Melodic, though, puts it on target. Seabass needs to touch 2 ways to Sunday and sends it out to the side. Slayer baits in 2 players, and that's going to be huge for him as he actually baits in the third as well. Gets the whole team to jump, pinches at center a bit too aggressively, though. I believe it was Seabass who was lurking in the wings, and he still may get a goal anyway. Shot goes off target, but it doesn't mean the end of the offense here. To the ceiling it goes. Slayer drops it down low, pops it over Antics. Taco Stash will be there. He puts it to the backboard. Wants the follow-up, but cannot find it. And oh boy, Bruton Parker a little bit topsy-turvy here as they are scrambling on defense.
Yeah, and you can see the consistency, right? The rotation all the way towards the midfield. Taco trying to hit it in once Slayer tries to really prep that shot. But it's the cohesion that's working. But the problem is that these blocks are really just sufficing here for BPC. Now, maybe the ball will come over towards the midfield and allow Melodic to take it back over. But once again, it's just ping pong at this point.
I do have to agree with you, though. These saves, they're not necessarily doing much to help out the Bruton Parker side. They just are. You have to make those saves. But what you really need to do do is you need to make a save and then a beautiful clear. Speaking of clearance, oh my word, Slayer sent to the backboard by his opponents and still manages to get down to make the save. We said game number 1 felt like a feeling out period for Indian River State. Yeah, that confirms it.
Hey, here it is, right? Taco creates the opening, but the shot maybe just a little bit too late. The save perfect here. Sending it back over to midfield. Maybe the blue side will be able to say something about it, but Melodic says something else.
Top right bins the double touch with perfect precision. Taco can't make the touch, and Melodic punishes him for it. 2:42 left on the clock. Plenty of time for a resurgence out of Bruton Parker. And honestly, with the way they're playing right now, I could see that being a very real possibility.
Ooh, I think so as well. 2-1 though. So enough time to be able to get something in there. 57 boost left for Melodic. He's looking for the opportunity, but isn't able to seek things out. But overall, right, Seabass dribbling the ball over. And it's the control. Once again, just keeps going back and forth.
Taco, though, they've got no control out here at midfield. They've got no boost left in the tank, so they have to retreat into their own half. And they force a double commit out of Seabass and Slayer. Slayer still comes out away with this one and gets it over the defense as well. One on his tail and one in front of his bumper, and it does not matter. Catches the ball and just does everybody dirty.
Oh, he kept it on. He hit it with the back of his car, completely flicked it over in. And I mean, just had it, right? Now we're going to be able to see the kickoff once again. Seeing as to it didn't really work out necessarily, stayed in the midfield, but that control there for anybody to take.
That is ridiculous. I just cannot believe that at this point here. A 3-1 on the backs of many incredible individual plays. I mean, you look at the goal that was scored from Melodic as well. That's peak if I've ever seen it, and that's kind of what you got to do in a lobby like this. You want to get past the defense, you want to get past the offense, you better put on a banger of a shot every time. 3-1 here, 1:45 to go. Plenty of time for either Seabass or Soul possibly to score a goal here. But Soul sends this one center. He's going to leave it up to his teammate instead. Melodic off the backboard. He's done it once, and he will do it again. Another read off the backboard, and the lead cut down to 1 yet again.
And not to mention Melodic having 4 shots, but 2 goals in. They just know how to hit it. They figured out, I mean, of course, the conclusion as to, hey, what can I do to abuse the weakness of our RCS?
Apparently it's the backboard. Apparently that's exactly where it's going to be every single time. This backboard, it's been defended, but it hasn't been defended nearly enough, apparently. And the backboard should be defended here. Ooh. And it is not. It's in the net that the save is needed to be made there. Soul bailing out his team by far. And with 1:17 to go, they're going to need another shot off the backboard like we saw before. If they want to at least send us to overtime and avoid Indian River State's first game of the series. They might just be able to find that here. Melodic, decent first touch, sends it off the backboard. Where's the follow-up? It's not going to be there. And as a result, 3-2 with a minute to go here. Indian River State hold on to their lead.
Yeah, the lead is there, but there's one more needed. But instead it goes over to Indian River State, so now they're able to take that 4-2. It's creates such a situation there for BPC.
Oh, this has got to be awkward as heck for them here. 54 seconds to go, and they had a chance to possibly start the comeback, but it's not going to be enough. Antics, Melodic, and Soul hoping to try and take a bigger lead on this team than they could have had, but they do not find it. Again, it felt like Indian River State needed a bit of a warm-up period. Now that they have warmed up, Bruton Parker got to be a little bit scared.
Soul. Okay, right here. Straight up over towards the blue side. The demo comes down, but is anybody going to save it off? No, they can't make it in time.
Oh, and Taco Stash, he finds himself possibly the dagger on game number 2. That's beautiful out of him out at midfield. Knows someone's rushing him from behind. Wave dashes in the ball just to try and pop it around that final defender. And that is more than enough. 40 seconds to go. Technically still possible for Bruton Parker, but the odds are very unlikely.
Yeah, 5-2, 33 seconds left. You got to get at least 3 in. And at this time, right, the pressure once again leading over towards BPC. They can't manage to bring it back over. And instead, once they do, it's Seabass sitting around the back and being able to retake that control, looking for the goal to end things off and maybe go a little bit further.
Taco Stash, he's trying to go a little bit further with this one as well. He wants to just try and get that 6-2 victory. Soldo, he's got other ideas, and Seabass does as well. Recognizes the shot on target, turns it away from the top right, and he will indeed close out this game. 5-2 victory. Maybe it's going to be 5-3. No, Melodic can't wrap himself around this, and neither can Soul. But the results stay the same nonetheless. Indian River State get their first game on the board here, and it's a very impressive one at that.
Yeah, they're still looking for it, too. They're still looking to get the goal inside, maybe end this off 5-3, but yeah, just going to hit the floor. Indian River State College managed to take it.
They not only take it, they take it in, I would say, pretty dominant fashion here.
Yeah.
I told you to watch out for this roster, and it was not just for one player individually. It was for all three, and this is why. This team had a heck of a game. Taco Stash with a hat trick, Seabass with a savior medal and 3 saves, and Slayer, well, he's getting all involved here. An assist, a goal, 2 saves, all around. This team is deadly when you let them come to life.
Yeah.
And that was my biggest concern by far, was that Bruton Parker, while they did have a very good first game, it still kind of felt like Indian River State was starting to figure out how to work their ways and get those rotations really solid.
I think somebody that we should watch out for, though, in the later games is going to be Melodic. Melodic was completely putting that pressure in. They had the shots perfectly aligned, and they managed to figure it out.
Well, the question is can they figure out this next game and possibly get themselves back into their rhythm? Game number 3, this is going to be one that's definitely pivotal here. The winner of this moves on and gets series point. You have to imagine that's going to be Indian River State with the way that they played that last game, but we have seen some crazy back and forth throughout the night. I will not doubt Bruton Parker by any stretch of the imagination. Unless they concede here, no such luck. And Seabass, well, he's going to have to turn the other way as the entirety of this field turns the other way. Never mind, Melodic. Not the best pass, not the best receive. And as a result, Bruton Parker, they're going to get forced into their own half yet again.
Yeah, I was already running out of some of that boost there for Melodic, and nobody was there to assist. But it seems like here some of that assistance is coming right back Melodic, even though they have 0 boost, really looking for the touch. Doesn't happen. Here comes the angle. Will they be able to shoot that in? Slayer? The opportunity arises, and they manage to take that 1-0.
Slayer does not miss, and Taco Stash, same thing. Perfect 50-50. What a way to just send that one center and give Slayer a chance to hit the top left and give themselves that 1-0 just within about 40 seconds. Momentum by far in favor of Indian River State, like we thought, and they take advantage early in game number 3.
Yeah, nice 1-0 starting off, 4 minutes, 12 seconds. So they have some of that leeway time we talked about before, just kind of following through with that momentum. And they happened to do that in the last game. Maybe they'll be able to continue following through again. But it seems like here, yeah, the control really is just the hardest part at this point.
I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing here, is that's the issue. When you have 2 teams that are both mechanically gifted, trying to dispossess them and keep them away from the ball, there's the issue. You give someone time and they will take advantage. Melodic, perfect flip resets.
And they were waiting here. You could see Indian River State, they knew, okay, well, if we wait here, maybe we'll be able to touch it in time. But the problem with that is that, once again, like you said, too much space.
Too much space and too much mechanics. We said Melodic was going to be the X factor for Bruton Parker here, and he already has been. Let's see if maybe Antics can be the X factor this time. No such luck, but Soul is there for the rebound. Awkward in net. Taco Stash tries to go for the save, but cannot make it.
Look at that. Off the backboard, Soul says, nah, I'm going to hit it back. And that was a perfect angle to take. They knew it was coming over towards that right-hand side. They managed to bring it back in perfect alignment here. Maybe things will look a little bit different here for BPC.
I think BPC is doing really well here in game number 2 to game number 3, to take advantage of the little mistakes that we are seeing out of Indian River State. They are far and few between, but when those gaps are given, when that space is given, like we saw to Melodic, like we saw there to Antics for the pass, you have got to at least keep the team uncomfortable, and that has been the issue. Is that while Indian River State, in my opinion, at moments they are by far the more lethal team, it's little gaps that they keep on leaving that keep on making it a problem for this opposition. Speaking of problems here, everybody on Indian River State having a problem right now as they are just being outpaced and outplayed, but Taco Stash, he will get there in time. This pressure being outpoured by Bruton Parker is just filthy.
If Taco wasn't there, that would have pretty much been it for them. But right here, okay, they're looking for that point. Will they be able to get it? Melodic is ready, playing on that defense, but it doesn't matter, right? Antics trying to shoot it back over. Melodic looking for the shot. We know Melodic is able to, retrieve something like that, but it just doesn't work out.
It does not work out, but they got 2.5 minutes to try and find something that does. Antics, that's not going to work for them. They missed the ball, and Slayer's quick to it. He's going to dive in and onto it and onto the backboard, and that's going to give a ton of pressure now for Indian River State to take advantage of. Taco might not need anybody else besides himself, but Slayer misses the ball. Taco has to come in for a 50-50. Slayer tries to go for the shot, sends it back center where Taco Stash is, and woo, they gotta be thanking their lucky stars right now. That was a chance for Bruton Parker to break away, and Taco just narrowly avoids that.
He had such good mediation of the ball. He managed to keep it in the position over towards BPC side, and now this is gonna pay off, right? You can see, oh, actually, never mind. It's going back over. Seabass is the only one allowed, and as that follow-up starts to come through, he is so lucky to touch that.
Oh,
no!
And he gets lucky again. Miss in the corner. And a demo out at midfield. Seabass, perfect place, perfect time, and that's going to tie us up.
Oh, that was beautiful. He managed to keep that ball mediated over towards Orange, and even though it gets passed back over, he regains that control. Beautiful play from Seabass.
He just knew what he was doing there, just way too quick on that one, and as a result, 2-2 Ippy comes here. Bruton Parker playing well, but unfortunately for them, it's these individual mistakes. Same thing that we saw on the side of Indian River State. You make a single miss on defense, there will be someone there to punish you, and speaking of which, if Melodic had missed that, Slayer was ready 2 ways to Sunday to jump on that and slam it on target. But luckily enough, Melodic gets a second touch, and they're able to go the other way. Into the corner it goes. Antics, 50-50, but Slayer, he's going to be there. He's in an awkward position, though. My, oh my, Antics. We talk about ball chasing? That wasn't ball chasing. That was just never leaving the ball in the first place.
At this part, it's just a race to see who can get that third one, right? At 1 minute, whoever gets this one completely wins it out, most likely, right? A nice dribble from Seabass. He tries to hit it in, but it doesn't happen. Slayer, no, having to save it, but it just starts to go in.
I can't even blame Slayer on this one. Antics, again, we talk about it's not ball chasing, it's just ball aggression. Taco Stash thinks that maybe he'll have a chance to take this one up the sidewall, but with Antics in an ego challenge and gets the perfect 50-50 to go on target. It's 3-2 with less than a minute to go here. Plenty of time for Indian River State, especially if they equalize here. Slayer off the kickoff, and it's back to 3-3.
A kickoff shot to close things out. And that was great. The follow-up there was amazing because Slayer knew things might go awry. And we need this shot in. That 3-3. Beautiful. We might actually go to OT here.
Oh boy, I'd love to see an OT. With the two teams that we have on deck right now, I feel like this is exactly what they were hoping for. This close of a matchup, this battle, this absolute duel that we are seeing. And there's 45 seconds left in it. Melodic gonna try and take this one out from midfield. Good first touch, but how much boost do they have left in the tank? Almost none, and as a result, they gotta fake out the flip reset, and they do nothing further. Antics, the only one on defense here, has to stall out the onward offense that is coming from everyone on Indian River State, but how long can he hold it off? Taco Stash around 2, just needs to get this one center, cannot do so, but Slayer's waiting in the wings. Antics gets a good 50-50, but it's not gonna be enough to alleviate the pressure. With 20 seconds left, chance for Indian River State to close this one out before the end of regulation.
Yeah, Seabass trying to look for something, regaining some of that boost to be able to assist because it's getting real close. The control there, 9 seconds left, and they need the one, but Soul tries to find the opening. Will somebody follow through? And absolutely not. I mean, if they keep it up in the air in enough time, maybe things will go, but it hits just as the second starts to collide.
3-3, we head to overtime, game number 3. It's a bit poetic, ain't it? But it's not necessarily going to feel good for whoever loses this one. Winner of this moves on to series point, needs to win one more game, and they'll move on to take the match as a whole. And honestly, I don't know who to predict in this one. I would say Indian River State, again, on paper, they feel like the stronger team. But this is what Bruton Parker has done to so many teams in the collegiate space before. You underestimate them, and they will punish you. And speaking of which, this could be a punishment here. A little bit too much space given to Seabass, but Taco Stash not able to beat out Antics before they get their touch. Oh, and they're not going to be able to beat out Melodic either. Soul, double touch! And Slayer and Taco Stash, perfect positioning. Taco makes a save. Slayer gets the follow-up. And somehow, someway, Bruton Parker's denied what should have been a surefire goal.
Nothing happening here, you know? Just the casual OT type of gameplay, whatever. Okay, Taco Stash, he manages to pass it over towards Seabass, and Seabass tries to set things up, and there comes the goal there for Taco. A beautiful setup and position.
That is brilliant play. That is exactly what they were trying to do. Seabass recognizes he doesn't have a touch, calls in Taco Stash, and Taco, perfect place, perfect time. Too quick with the rotations. They find the littlest gap on defense, and as a result, Indian River State are on series point.
Oh my goodness. I think right there the MVP that we have to talk about was definitely Seabass, right?
Yes.
Like Seabass managed to find the shots, managed to prep and set up majority of the players here. And I mean, overall, like they were playing that offense and they were playing that defense.
They played pretty much everything, and they played exactly as they needed to be honest, at this point. I will say, it kind of feels like that's the big thing that we're starting to see. Game number 1, I feel like Slayer was the one kind of leading the offensive charge for Indian River State, and unfortunately for him, his 2 teammates were kind of leaving gaps here and there that were being capitalized upon by Bruton Parker. Now that we've seen Slayer take a little bit more of a backseat role, allow his front 2 players to run that offense and then slot in where necessary, it feels like the rotations have finally come to fruition. Let's see if it happens again here, though. Game number 4, potentially the final one of the series. If Bruton Parker can win this, we head to a goal deciding game number 5. But if Indian River State take another one, that's going to seal the deal, and they might start off with a bang. No, Melodic gets lucky. The shot barely off target, and no one challenges him for quite a moment. And that gives a chance now for them to go the other way.
Yeah, here comes Seabass, the MVP that we talked about before. The opening so beautiful, but the save. Okay, Arctic's there to stop things from getting heavy.
Ooh, almost a chance for Slayer. He dives on top of that ball, but can't quite get the touch. And so now Melodic goes the other way. Seabass, good 50-50. Taco Stash, he's got to break away. Only one player on him. They dive from behind, and Soul is able to recover afterwards. But there we go. This is the big issue right now, is that before, BPC was able to keep that offense in their favor for so long. Now we're starting to see Indian River State, they alleviate that pressure oh so quickly.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot more to go here. Look at Taco Stash trying to, I mean, figure out the position where they want to go. There it comes from, okay, beautiful Slayer. Okay, let's keep things going. Antics trying to pass it back over, but Slayer trying to find that opening to bring it all the way towards that orange side, and there it is.
And they finally find the breakaway, but they get too
No!
eager. They overextend. They see exactly as you and I saw, a chance to get out to midfield. But the whole team saw it. No one stayed back. And as Slayer and Taco are on the ball, Seabass is going for boost, and no one gets home in time.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Absolutely no one. Okay, well, that's completely fine, but now your house has been completely raided, and now you're 0-1. So this is a difficult position to be in. Now that momentum, that high is given over towards BPC, and look at them. I mean, they're pretty much chilling. It's going to be Soul taking that ball back over.
Well, Antics tries to go, or excuse me, Melodic tries to go for a fancy touch off the backboard. It's not going to pay off, though, and it actually might cause a problem. Demos are flying on both sides, and as a result, Indian River State have some pressure on offense here. Slayer dives in, beats out his teammate in Taco Stash, and beats out Antics on the backboard. Antics is going to be able to at least alleviate the pressure for a moment and give a chance for his team to grab some boost, which they desperately need, but it is not going to get it off the half, and as Taco gets the demo, it's going to open up the net, but Slayer ping-pongs it off the woodwork, and they do not find their first.
Oh, and that was such a nice shot, too. It's that follow-up. They so close, too. I don't even know what to say over it, but it's okay. Maybe things will look different here. You can see RCS are looking for it. I'm just going to call them River State. I don't know why I don't just do that, but it's okay. We continue on, and I digress.
Ooh, Taco Stash, he's going to try and flow like a river and get downfield here. Not quite able to do so, unfortunately, though, and they are unfortunately still without a goal halfway through game number 3, or excuse me, game number 4 here.
Yeah.
This could be the chance to close this one out if Indian River State can take a goal in their favor and at least send us to overtime, but they are struggling to find solid offensive chances. Here's one here, but Melodic gets back in time and sends it high to make the save. Seabass sends it high as well and to the ceiling, but no one there for the follow-up. Taco Stash has to retreat on the defense, and it forces a triple commit out of everyone on Indian River State, and they still are able to make the save. All 3 players getting involved, and they will not allow a second.
Oh, and it's such a nice setup, but the problem is now it's back over towards BPC side. Can they flip it back? Soul. Oh, and this is perfect, but nobody's there. Seabass gains that control again, and you can't let Seabass take it because he's just going to abuse it.
Over and over again, we are seeing why this team of Indian River State is so deadly and why the other side of Bruton Parker is able to take advantage of that. Individually, it feels like a lot of the players on Indian River State just have those mechanics, have those abilities, but BPC, the way that they have been linking up these passing plays that go off the backboard, off the sidewall, that they are just in the right place at the right time. Rotations, a beautiful thing, and one of those things where if you got good rotations, you can beat a team that is technically better than you. And again, on paper, Bruton Parker, the lower seed here, here, but they have been underestimated time and time again. Maybe after this, people will stop underestimating them. 75 seconds to go. They still have the lead, but Indian River State, they are not satisfied with it.
Yeah, BPC are playing too heavily on defense here, but the reason why they have that one out, they pretty much have the lead. The only thing they need to do now is win things out, close things out. That 1 minute remaining, they don't want to play too aggressively. They want to make sure things don't go bad.
Oh, and it's not going bad right here, but it is a lot of pressure. Seabass going to try and get a flick here. Can't quite do so, so Soul's going to be able to break away the other way. Taco, brilliant play, though. Fakes out Soul, forces a heavy touch out of him, and gives a chance now to go the other way.
Nice.
Shot on target. Antics makes the first save, but Taco recognizes the awkwardness and takes advantage.
Just one more, he said. Just one that we need. 39 seconds left. Now somebody needs to manage to get this shot in. And I'm a little bit scared for BPC here. I mean, look at that. Indian River State, they managed to get that shot in. Maybe more to come.
Oh, and can they find themselves at least one more before the end of regulation? If they do, that'll be the end of the series. But Soul, he's got other plans. Seabass does as well. He's going to try and keep this one close to him in the corner. Antics is not going to bite, though. He's going to wait a second and send a shot on target where Taco Stash is waiting. And Soul out of midfield, he's doing the exact same thing, waiting as well. Slayer, though, he's got a good touch. Does he have another 50-50? Where's the follow? No one's there! Eventually, Taco Stash dives in, but it is far too late. What could have been a huge opportunity is fallen by the wayside. And now an opportunity the other way. Off the backboard, Soul running interference.
Nice.
Seabass in net, but Taco Stash bails him out. And Taco heads to the ceiling to potentially give one last chance to Bruton Parker. I'm sorry, what? They're going to be the ones to keep this one up, but only momentarily. We head to overtime, game number 4.
All right, I just want to see who is able to. Nice kickoff there, but Soul, okay, he's in the back. He knows exactly what's going to happen, just replenishing up on that boost and manages to hit it up in the sky. But it comes over. Is anybody there? Okay, Melodic takes it back over.
They're going to keep it in this half as well here. Melodic trying to get a breakaway play, but unfortunately can only find the hands of Seabass, who sends it out to midfield. Again, Soul and Antics, this is what has been their benefit, has been these team plays. They've been able to connect so well, but they still can't connect far enough to get themselves off the half and get themselves some boost and get prepared. 30 seconds to go, or 30 seconds into overtime, excuse me. Seabass and the rest of Indian River State have seemingly been in the majority for the entirety of OT. Slayer finally forced into his own half. Drop down pass out to the side. Seabass and him gets demoed for their troubles. This is open, and they will take advantage. Double demo opens up the lane, and Antics will win the game for Bruton Parker.
All right, we're not done yet. We are not done yet. BPC, they take it. I mean, pretty much so, right? They were under that pressure. They knew that they needed at least one more, and they managed to go under, of course, all of that stress.
Hey, listen, 2 OTs in a row, and this one goes in favor of Bruton Parker College, and now potentially either one of these teams can take this series overall. This has been not just a battle, this has been a war at this point, with both sides taking shot after shot. I mean, 11 shots on one side. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got 8 saves. This has been a battle beyond compare.
4 saves romantic, though. And the fact that he managed to finish it off as well is definitely the biggest thing. But, I mean, we'll see as to what's going to happen the next game. I'm interested. I think overall, I don't know who I don't know. I honestly don't know who's going to win this out. It's too even. It is too even.
That's the big issue right now is again, in theory, Indian River State should be the one taking this one home. They've got the players, they've got the caliber, they've got the reputation, but Bruton Parker, they just have such cohesion. I don't know what it is. It's a team of SSLs who have done so well time and time again, and even against the likes of players who have had professional experience, they do not back down. Their challenges are immaculate, their play is immaculate, their team plays have just continually caught all of Indian River State off guard, but they need to do it one more time. Game number 5 to determine it all, and we might already have the first goal. Taco Stash, though, puts it a bit too high, and it will go by the wayside.
Oh, and Slayer almost had it, too. He could have definitely hit that. And Seabass is looking to at least push things in, but it hits the rim. Unfortunately enough, now bringing it back over, so Soul. Just as I say that, it's just that control that they just keep fighting for. They know this is the last chance to be able to step it up.
They're throwing everything at them at this point, and it might result in the first goal for Bruton Parker. I'll be honest, it's a little bit of luck. At this point, Taco's heading to the corner, and Seabass just happens to spawn there and mess everything up.
Look at that. Melodic off the side. Oh, and I think Melodic, once again, is definitely going to be the detriment. I said we need to see them in the later games, and maybe now that the pressure has built up, that stress is there, they're going to kind of explode on the field here.
I would have to imagine so. Melodic has looked so good this entire series, and meanwhile, the shooting from Indian River State has looked, I'm not going to say subpar, but it definitely has not been enough. 4 minutes to go here, and with multiple opportunities that they have just not been able to capitalize upon, they got to find one of them. It's not going to be this, or maybe it is. Slayer misses the ball, but Taco does not.
That was nice. I'm not sure if that was a fade gut or what, but Taco saw that. Slayer said, I'm not going to hit that, Taco. You have it. And the trust just immense here.
Trust is perfect. It's exactly what they are looking for. But the question is whether or not they're going to be able to do that again and take the lead. 3:50 left on the clock here. It's back into the Bruton Parker half, but Soul is there only momentarily, though. Taco Stash and Ego challenge, and challenges oh so quickly in the corner, which should result in this one going right back into the Bruton Parker half. Indeed, it will. Slayer, breakaway play. Melodic sends it to the backboard. He gets a double touch, but Seabass has got an open net if not for Antics. Quick moves, and with a demo on the other end, it will be a goal. Melodic sees the demo, sees the open net, and does not miss.
Listen, before Melodic had 6 shots, okay, even though they didn't necessarily have any goals, but this time, they're gonna have 10 shots with 10 goals. Maybe. Just right now. I mean, they're playing amazing.
10 shots, 10 goals. I mean,
nay, over-exaggeration.
I've seen some crazy things before. I believe you. I think it's going to happen at this point. What I also think is going to happen is that Seabass is going to have a rebuttal here. He's going to drop this one down center. Taco's going to be there. A little bit too heavy with his touch, and it gets a bit away from him, but it at least allows for Seabass to follow up with a shot. Slayer on defense, like he has before, is going to clean this one up and send it right back to his teammate, who's going to reset yet again. With 3 minutes to go, they can't afford to dilly-dally. They got to get a shot on, and they got to get it quick. That one's not going to be it. Slayer there for the rebound. Taco is up, needs a boomer of a shot, and that's not going to be it. Not nearly enough power, and as we go under 3 minutes to play, Indian River State, despite their best efforts, still can't find a second goal. Never mind, there it is. Seabass pass in center, and it's 2-2.
Seabass. Look at that. Look at Taco. He's like, I know the ball's going to come back over. I know that Seabass can play with this, and just completely flips himself over to try to flick it inside, and it manages to hit.
It's a beautiful shot. It's a beautiful way to equalize, and it's a beautiful game that we have on our hands. 2-2 here, 2:40 to go at this point. And like we said, this is anybody's ball game. Both Bruton Parker and Indian River State just absolutely duking it out. And that's a good touch out of Melodic. He clears it just a little bit further off, and it's not necessarily going to get it off the half, but it is going to alleviate pressure. And that might get it off the half, though. Taco Stash, again, these heavy touches that he keeps on having from his air dribbles are not benefiting his team by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely not, but you know, at this point, 2-2, ooh, a nice demo there from Melodic, but nobody kind of plays off that. Instead, Antics looking for something up in the air, and it's right now in this moment in time that things feel a little bit unsure, right? A lot of that defense play is coming in for both of these sides, and I kind of feel like the offense is lacking a bit.
It really is. At this point, it just kind of feels a little bit lackluster on both sides. It feels like there should have been shots that have just kind of wowed us, if that makes sense. But there's a chance here. Not quite able to capitalize upon that, but at least Indian River State are going to continue on. More shots on target. Slayer, though, what a 50-50, and Taco Stash will take advantage. This is 2 back-to-back beautiful plays.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. It was the demo that really just kind of kick-started that ball over. Taco Stash there for the retrieval and gets it inside of that net. 3-2 and 1 minute and 41 seconds left. Still some time, but do you really think that Indian River State are going to let them get that in?
All right, well, I know, and listen, Gompers, I know you haven't necessarily casted all the Rocket League in the world, but what you just did is cast or curse yourself by every stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
That's a dangerous call with 90 seconds to go to say that they're not going to get scored on, especially with the defensive mishaps that we have seen out of Indian River State. Although, that being said, it's more the demos that have left them in a bit of a tizzy here. Antics just running amok on defense here. Not able to do it enough, though, and as Slayer gets a good touch, he's going to be able to go to the other end. Melodic going to hit the drop-down pass and read it perfectly, but his Taco Stash is there to 50-50. What can they do with the ball? Taco open net, puts it off target, and with a minute to go, Indian River still holding on to their lead, but just barely.
Yeah, now what Taco did just opens things up maybe just a bit. Antic shoots it back over. tries to find something, and Melodic tries for the follow-up, misses it in just a centimeter of time, and this is where the dangerous play happens. Nobody's there for the retrieval, and it's that 4-2.
Taco Stash takes another one, his second hat trick of the series here.
Yeah.
And it's really on the back of Seabass running some interference and getting him a beautiful pass. 4-2, there's still time for a comeback out of BPC, but the odds are not likely.
I don't think so for 4-2. Maybe. I mean, listen, 44 seconds left. They got about 20 seconds to figure things out and another 20 seconds to hit it back in. Will things look good? Melodic looking for the opening shot, and they manage to hit it down in the midfield, but nobody picks it up. Taco Stash abuses, but Soul regains.
Good flick over, but again, unfortunately, just not enough power.
Oh.
Speaking of power, though, powerful bump in net, but Seabass is all too prepared. Your MVP for the match is stepping up yet again, and he does it even one more time to clear this one out to midfield and possibly take this game by storm. Ticking away at the clock, and with 10 seconds to go, all they need to do is hold on, or maybe score one for the road here. Taco Stash got the rebound, sends it high, looking for his teammate there. Seabass is there eventually. Will he get one more? The answer is yes.
Okay.
5-2, and they're gonna seal it.
What a way to end off as well. We talked about Seabass previously. We were like, yeah, Seabass is the person to watch out for as long as Melodic, and then Seabass just dunked some Melodic. And that's completely fine. Okay, Seabass, go ahead.
That was filthy, and the series was as well. It was not a clean battle by any stretch of the imaginations.
No.
It is bloody back and forth, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. Indian River State take the series in 5 games and in very, very close fashion.
Oh my gosh. That is insane. Seabass hitting it with that 2 goals, by the way. But overall, like, just the gameplay that we just saw was immense. It was unfortunate because they managed to gain that momentum here for IRSC, and then overall they just kind of ran with it, went 4-2 and wiped the board.
And that's kind of what it was. At the end of the day, sometimes you just have those games where you pop on off and you truly do wipe the floor with your opponents. And honestly, that's kind of what we saw at IRC right there, or IRSC, excuse me, is that they just kind of popped off. Like, every single goal they had that game was just something nasty, especially that final one. Seabass, the double touch, the angle at which he hit that. They may have already had that game by that point, but the fact that he's doing that on top of what they already did, props to Indian River State. I have a feeling they might be seeing them in the bracket tomorrow.
Oh my gosh. I actually really enjoy that game. That was heavy, right? And I felt like the offense and the defense kind of scattered throughout the games. Like, one game it was heavily defensive sided for both sides, and I felt like this one was definitely like playing it safe maybe a little bit, but it worked out in the end.
You know, there's a lot of balance there. It feels like both teams were starting to figure out how to sort of make sure that, you know, there's the in-between. Don't get too aggressive, don't get too defensive, and they were starting to figure out how to balance that perfectly. And once that did happen, we had a legendary battle. But it's not our last battle of the day. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we return, even more games here on the CECC South Qualifier. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. It's anybody's ball game to take. Taco Stash is going to take this one out to the corner, though, and as Melodic and Soul both dive on this, it could be an awkward position. Good enough they have antics. Cherry picking on the other end, so he's going to make it difficult for anybody to recover, and no one can. Indian River State finds themselves flopping on the line and cannot make the save.
Okay, you said this was going to be a really heavy game, and I got to believe you. Look at that, off the angle, too. Something pretty difficult to hit in, and they managed to do it.
What we're looking for here. We're looking for a duel between the two sides, and we have got one thus far. 100 seconds to go. Still plenty of time for Indian River State to find themselves a response, but they just find themselves the scrapyard there as Seabass is sent to the Shadow Realm from a demo in front of the net. It's not going to be enough to open up the entirety of the space here, but it is going to be enough for a shot to go the other way. Slayer, I believe, respawning off of a demo as well, and unfortunately for them, they don't get back in time.
No,
oh no, they just rotated back?
No, but Slayer was a little bit too slow, which kind of sucks there for the goal. But overall, right, that 1-3 BPC definitely putting on a really good show.
It is only game number 1. It does kind of feel like at this point, Indian River State, their biggest issue, despite onslaught of pressure and really solid shots, has been rotations. We've seen a lot of gaps that are just kind of surprising thus far. Although it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to lose this game. Touch off the backboard. Slayer's there to get the rebound. He puts one back center. Where is Seabass? He's not there. Seabass retreated and told Taco Stash to cut the rotation. And unfortunately, neither one of those players got there in time.
Oh, Taco Stash, okay. They were actually getting some good momentum there with the ball up in the air. Unfortunately enough, the boost ended up running out. So here it comes, Slayer looking for at least some of that retrieval. Isn't going to happen.
But they're at least going to keep the offense alive here. Talking with the 50-50 in the corners. And keep this one on the Bruton Parker half, but only momentarily. Slayer has to dive out of midfield just to avoid this one going on to his half aggressively, but he's still not going to be able to avoid it altogether. Melodic sends one to the backboard. Seabass sends it offset backboard, and now to the hands of Soul, who is waiting in the wings. Anything at this point, and Seabass is going to try and change that one up. Misses a touch off the sidewall, though, and Antics, he doesn't miss his pass center. Melodic is there, and 1-0. BPC, Bruton Parker take the lead.
Maybe the whole thing with this kind of like default positioning that we saw before for BPC was just, hey, we're just finding the open, we're finding the perfect moment, and we're not.
Here, Taco Stash got the rebound, sends it high, looking for his teammate there. Seabass is there eventually. Will he get one more? The answer is yes.
Okay.
5-2, and they're gonna seal it.
What a way to end off as well. We talked about Seabass previously. We were like, yeah, Seabass is the person to watch out for as long as Melodic, and then Seabass just done some Melodic. And that's completely fine. Okay, Seabass, go ahead.
That was filthy, and the series was as well. It was not a clean battle by any stretch of the imaginations.
No.
It is bloody back and forth, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. Indian River State take the series in 5 games and in very, very close fashion.
My God. That is insane. Seabass hit it with that 2 goals, by the way. But overall, like, just the gameplay that we just saw was immense. It was unfortunate because they managed to gain that momentum here for IRSC, and then overall they just kind of ran with it, went 4-2, and wiped the board.
And that's kind of what it was. At the end of the day, sometimes you just have those games where you pop on off, and you truly do wipe the floor with your opponents. And honestly, that's kind of what we saw at
on the attack than they do on the defense. What I would like to see coming out from UH Premier is maybe more of those kind of pinch scenarios, whether it's towards south or north side, trying to get that inflation. We do kind of see that this time around, but the util to come out from UCF Rising will stall that out, but playing in the smoke, trying to run through. Scotty's gonna fall. It's the Spectre that comes out on top.
That's so bad. That's a free gun.
That's gotta hurt.
That is very tough. Fade flank on its way. This team starting to get put in the Panini press. Jibby will graduate. Drave to trade one back. Slowly trying to get involved and absolutely gunned down by Squirmer. So that's 2 looks given back over. The thing is, this offensive side pretty dang isolated right now. You know, these guys are limited util, but Only Thunder might even be worth expending into this one just to make sure you get the round. I mean, you get this one, you got yourself a tied up score line. See what the call ends up being. They've reconnected now outside of arcade.
So, 30 seconds left. The fact that Koi did get those picks down, actually didn't swap out for
kind of weird.
gun. So
welcome back to the CECC South Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Oliver Bash, joined alongside none other than Gompers. And Gompers, continue on with our day and continuing on into Group C as we get the winners here between our 2 battling opponents. It is going to be UCF Academy versus University of Houston. And this is a little bit of a tale of 2 different stories here. University of Houston has done well on the day, but they're not very well known. Versus the UCF Academy team, which is very well known. They've done well in multiple events here and there. They are probably the favorites to come out of this group. There are no guarantees. We've seen that already here today. This is that chaos is abound. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we can discuss what we think is going to happen, but let's look at the players right now. We got Bits, Reeves, and Manny. And I'm sure, you know, we know a couple things about UCF here. If you want to talk about it here, Bass.
I can elaborate. So Bits and Reeves, probably the more popular players on this squad. Manny, not necessarily nearly as known. Bits has played for their original team before, non-academy, but their actual team multiple times over. And so has Reeves. But the thing is that their main squad is something special. So today, they put them on the B team. And honestly, not a bad idea, because their B team is going to clap the A team of most other squads. question is can they do that against the University of Houston here? On the other side of the coin, we've got a completely different squad. We have got Paul Blart, Adam, and Talon. And honestly, Paul Blart's the best name ever. That's all I'm going to say. That's pretty much all I've got for this team.
I was going to say too. That's definitely the best name that you can have in this situation. Do you think he's going to be, the mall cop?
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to necessarily be the enforcer. We'll see. We'll see. I am getting information in game today, though. We are not going to be playing with the full UCF roster. Instead of Reeves, we've got Treasy playing here. So interesting substitution. Could be for the better or for worse. Either way, I still have UCF coming into this one the heavy favorites.
I think so too. I mean, I believe they already played game 1, correct? So talking about it, they did very good, as much as I can say so far. I want you guys to be able to witness the glory of UCF by yourself.
The glory of what? Yeah, I get that. It's fair. We're going to see the glory of them. We're going to see the glory of them very, very soon here. I think that the glory, though, is unfortunately, like we said, going to be far in favor of the UCF Academy team here. The ACAD team has done super well in not just these competitions, but in multiple competitions against many, many other different teams. So, let's see. Can they do the same thing here against Houston? Game number 1, for those that were unaware, has already been played, and it was not necessarily close. If I am not mistaken, I believe it was, 8-2 in favor of UCF. That's it's the largest score differential we've seen all day.
It is very, very heavy. Yeah, 8-2 is not the way that you want to go. Playing through that game 1, normally I say they've adapted, and they've not adapted, but they figured out the play style of UCF, and maybe they have, but overall it just kind of seems like, they're still going to try to rock through this.
I would agree with you on that one. Let's see if they can try and get this one done and dusted. We're about to get into game number 2 of this series, and as soon as these players hit the pitch, it's time to go. Let's see if they can get this one underway. Again, I really do feel like this is just going to be UCF just absolutely stomping. So, I don't even know what to say. I don't even really know what else to say here. Hopefully for Houston, they can turn this one around. I have full faith. Absolute full faith. Let's see if they can do this, though. I really want to see Houston give us at least a good game.
I think they will. Listen, I definitely think they might give us a good game, right? I think Paul Blart's going to pull through because, good name, good player. That's fully belief. But yeah, already starting off the kickoff, Talon misses it, and that's super unfortunate to the start. What?
Yeah, kickoff goal sounds about right here. Treasy just... he got 50-50. He just got the body. He just absolutely bodied. Treasy just perfectly plays that. Bits gets a quick follow-up, and already it's 1-0 here. All right, so we're gonna while this one gets underway, because I feel like it's gonna take a while for us to kind of figure out what to talk about.
Yeah.
Do you subscribe to the theory? You say better name means you got to be a good player. Do you subscribe to the theory of skins equals wins then?
I actually do.
Okay. All right.
I actually do. I highly believe that's why my skin in Rocket League right now is the best one.
Okay, I see you. All right. A dominant factor here is the skins equals wins. Let's see if maybe the skins equals wins can win for USF here. They've already got the 1-0 lead, and they've got themselves 30 seconds into the game. Can they go any further than that? Manny on the backboard running some interference while Paul Blart is just trying to avoid any of these players. 0 boost in the tank, though, and that's going to be a problem because Treasy's got all the boost in the world, and he's got a shot on target to make it 2-0.
Yeah, look at that. He was kind of just sitting by. He fell in a very sad manner, but it's okay because Treasy kind of just picks that back up for UCF. This is going to be a harsh game.
This is going to probably be a long one. Again, 8-2 game number 1. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a similar scoreline in game number 2 here. Treasy, he'd like to try and find that scoreline real quickly. He dives on this one off the top ropes. And Paul Blart, all they can do is try and recover in the corner. Manny, though, they don't need any recovery. They just need to put this one center where his teammates are waiting. Bits can't quite make contact with the ball, and Adam has to bail him out, but it's not going to get it off the half, and as Paul Blart misses, Adam again has to bail out his teammates. Feels like the defense right now a little bit too frantic on the side of Houston. They're just struggling to get this one off their half.
Overall, it just seems like here they just have more control of the ball. It's hard for them to be able to kind of manage at least that control. Paul Blart has been struggling, I feel like, the most. They managed to miss a ton of shots. It kind of is that punishment there for UH.
Punishment for UH at this point here, but can they get punished yet again? That's a good one out of Paul Blart. I'll give him that. Solid defense, but is it going to be enough? He steps up yet again, and Adam does the exact same thing. 3:20 left on the clock. It does kind of feel like we're starting to see some rhythm out of out of University of Houston, but they need more than just some rhythm. They need to truly get this one together, and do they have a chance here? Maybe not. No, Bits gonna run interference, and man, he's gonna collect this one out at midfield. And 2 minutes into this, so far, it has been all offense for the University of Central Florida.
Yeah, UH needs to have some moderation with their boost just because they keep running out. And that's the thing we keep seeing. They're stuck in the midair. They end up falling in a very tragic way, and then they can't gain that control back. It just feels like that moderation isn't being used to the fullest extent, but it's okay. Look at this. It's coming back over. Bits manages to retrieve, but we can see Paul Blart preparing, but he misses.
Oh, almost a miss there, but no, Adam won't bail his team out yet again. Feels like we're going to be saying that many times here today, as Adam has been that rock on defense, but Treasy, he's going to be a defensive rock right now. He's going to take this one to the sky, gets it over one, tries to get it over another. He's got a flip reset in the bag, but can't quite connect with it. And instead, Manny's going to put this one center. Bits will be there, though. And the third goal, nonetheless, nets that one perfectly, and it's 3-0.
Yeah, unfortunate, because the moment Adam isn't there, it ends up kind of turning downward. Paul Blart tries to get that rotation in and tries to turn it over, but isn't able to do so.
Not quite able to do so, and as a result, that third goal is conceded, and now I've got to think that this one's not necessarily wrapped up already, but I'm very tempted to call it. We have not seen a single shot registered thus far from UH, and that's not going to work out by any stretch of the imagination. So, let's see. Maybe can they turn this one around starting from their own half? Adam, no, not quite. 50-50, actually going to bounce right in front of the net. Treasy gets there for the follow-up touch. I was not expecting that, but neither was the defense out of University of Houston, and unfortunately for them, they're still trying to figure out a way to get into offense rather than defense. Maybe they can get it here. Adam goes to the skies, can't quite wrap himself around this one, and as a result, Manny gets a redirect the other way. Treasy dives on it. With 100 seconds to go, it is still the ACAD team that is in control.
Yeah, Paul Blart tries for the pass, but you can see Manny up in the air attempting for that retrieval. Doesn't come along, and it is super unfortunate for them. But overall, right, that 3-0, it doesn't matter if that one goal comes in. You got 1 minute, 26 seconds, by the way, and the pacing that things are going, it's going to be real hard for UH.
Oh, they almost got a shot on target. Unfortunately, that one is not, and it does not register as a result. This probably will. Treasy puts a shot on. Talon has to turn it away. Double commit out of midfield, though, and unfortunately for UH, they can't quite go any further than that because of it. 1 minute to go. Not as dominant a victory as game number one, but still a pretty dominant one nonetheless. If it stands as it is right now, Houston is going to go scoreless in game number two.
UCF, look at Bits. He's rotating all the way back. He's looking for some of that boost to find an opening, and there it comes, right? The opening there for Treasy, and Treasy looks good.
He's just a bit too quick here. Talon tries to take his time in the corner here. Doesn't expect Treasy to ego challenge him like that. And by the time he recognizes that it's happening, it's already in his net. 4-0 here with 47 seconds to go. The shutout victory within grasp for ACAD. But nonetheless, I think they're taking this no matter what.
I think so as well. UCF looking beautiful, right? That 4-0 pretty much on par. Bits creating that opening there for Treasy. Treasy tried to play with the emotions of UH, but at the end doesn't pay off.
And listen, every once in a while you got to just hit him with a quick stutter step on the line. Fake him out, see if maybe you can get some broken axles here or there.
Of course.
No such luck thus far. 25 seconds to go, though. The rest of the game has been pretty lucky at this point. UCF proving why they are the #1 seed in their group, and honestly, you can't blame them for getting that #1 seed after this.
Definitely not. I mean, they're playing like monsters here on the field. 9 seconds left, and will they be able to get one here for UH? It's so close there, and they do! Okay.
Hey, there we go. It's not a shutout victory. It's a victory nonetheless, but it's not necessarily as dominant as we were anticipating beforehand. Bits just in an awkward position. No boost left in the tank. If he gets dusted by his opponent, then that is what it is. But what it also is still a win in favor of UCF. They're going to take this one 4-1 most likely, unless we see a kickoff or something dramatic happen, and we do.
Okay.
Okay, 4-2. I mean, the outcome's still the same, but man, this went from a dominant victory to not so dominant very quickly.
Holy. Okay, maybe, there is the saying that a lot of people play better under the pressure, and maybe this is it. 1 second left.
I would say more Treasy's just giving them a quick freebie. I would just say more that than anything else. And as a result, it is 2-0 here. UCF Academy find themselves with a dominant victory. Not, not as dominant as we had maybe anticipated, but it is still a dominant victory nonetheless. And as a result, they're up 2-0 on the series. They need one more game, Gompers, and they move on and win the entirety of this division.
Ooh. By the way things are looking, I think they might be able to get that in a very fast manner, for sure. It's, you know, the last 2 seconds, of course, being able to get those in. Like you said, it might just be Treasy trying to get them an easy one in. But if that's the case, yeah, it just seems like CFA is going to take it home.
Hey, listen, a win's a win at the end of the day, and it doesn't really matter no matter what. However it goes down, it's how it goes down. And at this point, it might be here and now that this entire thing goes down in flames for University of Houston, unfortunately. They've done well, they've tried their best, but the big issue, and I would say by far the biggest issue, is mechanically, UCF Academy is just stronger. They have hit nutso double touches. They have gone for flip resets on repeat that have been perfect, whereas UH, some of their air dribbles just haven't had the same sort of precision, and sometimes that's just how it goes. We saw Bruton Parker avoid that. They definitely were out-mechanicked in their game, but the rotations made up for it. Can we see the same thing here with with University of Houston? Oh boy, rotations come through there, but they almost got bodied by the mechanics out of Academy.
Yeah, that was a nice save. The same thing would have happened again where they got in the first couple of seconds here for UCF, but this time that momentum's not going to be kind of based around that. This time they have to really fight for it. Talon was there for the save off, but Bates kind of just throws it in.
Oh, that's a boomer of a shot here. Manny just baits out the defense. Ballblard had to go to the ceiling, so Adam and Talon recognize, all right, this is going to bounce out somewhere. Let's move up a bit. And they move a bit too far up, and Bits takes advantage. 1-0 here within about 22 seconds. The game is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but this could be the rolling of the rolling downhill of the rock that was just going to have too much inertia and get too far away from UH. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking so.
Okay. Okay, yeah, they just... There isn't really anything that I can say there.
It is what it is at the end of the day. Unfortunately, Adam just in an awkward position. Bits recognizes he's not going to go for the ball because he's just quicker. And, well, pass out to Manny. Boom, bap. It's 2-0.
20 seconds until this kickoff. I'm interested to see how this goes. And yeah, oh, okay, Paul Blart getting a good one. And there comes Adam around the back to make sure that things go right, but then it goes bad, and they have to regain that control. So it's constantly kind of like the way that they're fighting. You're always on that offense trying to hit things backwards, and you always have that one player playing on that defense because they know things are going to go wrong. Oh, and it does.
All right, Bits. I get it, man. Yeah, you make cool shots look good. That's fair. Paul Blart commits. Talon's in net. There's no way you're saving that. I don't even know if anybody in this tournament can save that.
No. I don't think I would be able to. I don't think anybody else would be able to. It's a pretty difficult win from that. But, okay, Talon hits it over. It's just the constant loss of the kickoffs, and then Treasy getting that momentum back. It looks really good for UCF.
It really does so far. 4 minutes left on the clock here, and already it's a 3-0 lead in favor of UCF Academy. And honestly, I don't think they're done quite yet. Treasy drops this one down low, goes for a 50-50, can't quite get it. But Bits is there to at least back him up and get said 50-50 as well. Well, Blart not going to be able to read this off the backboard, but oh my word, Treasy is. They don't get the shot on target, but it is a rocket of a shot nonetheless. Bits drops this one down low. Treasy's all the way in the back end, though, going for some demos on his opponents. And Bits, he's going to still be able to collect this one up again. It's the, I would say, lack of cohesion we are seeing out of UH right now. They are scrambling to find a save, and they're barely finding saves at that.
Oh, Treasy missed that opening, too. So it could have been a 4-0, but managing to keep it at this 3, it's okay. Otherwise, I mean, they still have a pretty good lead off. Talon missed the block off.
That one's got to sting a little bit. 4-0 here, and honestly, we're not necessarily too surprised considering the fact that this was a very, very dominant start out of UCF. But
yeah,
just continues to tumble downfield. I was gonna say Talon, but no, we don't need to pick on Talon anymore. It's an unfortunate miss, and I think he knows it.
Yeah, most definitely does. And feeling that pressure there. Paul Blart's trying to go around the back and play that defense, and as they do, I mean, the positioning is great here. They managed to bring it back over. They get a nice demo there, although it's going to be Manny that retrieves that. So now they have the 3 personnel hitting it back over, and Bits is waiting for Manny to take it because not a lot of boost there inside of their arsenal.
4-0 here, and it does kind of feel like this might be the final scoreline we see. At this point, you can see UCF not necessarily as aggressive. They're just kind of waiting and letting this pressure go up against them. They'll make the saves that they need to, but they recognize that the 4-0 scoreline definitely by far enough to win a game like this, although maybe they'll need at least another one. No such luck. Manny gonna turn this one away, send it in towards the net. And Tracy is there to redirect. He's beat out by Talon, but again, they've already got the 4-0. They don't need any more. At this point, they're just going for some extra bonus points.
Yeah, they're pretty much chilling. And another one, okay. Bonus points, just having some fun with it. Look at Adam there.
Every once in a while, you got to get some brownie points just to sort of help yourself out. Make the rest of the group recognize that you are the real deal, and they truly are. 2:13 to go here. Unfortunately for Houston, this might be the end of their road up against their opponents here. UCF Academy looking to sweep, and they might do it 6-0. They will. Another goal for Bits.
Okay. Let's take a breather. Let's take a breather for a second. We should have a moment of silence.
You know what? Fine. We'll just.
All right, that sounds good.
All right, silence over. Back to the game. 2 minutes to go here at this point. Manny's going to look for yet another goal, and unfortunately for UH, I'm thinking that this might be the end of the road for them, like I said. 2 minutes to go, a 6-goal comeback. I mean, it's technically possible. The odds are not likely, especially considering that UCF is still dominating this offense.
Come on, dude. What? Okay. It's just, they just get it. They just get it. There's no analyzation that I can, like, they just get it. Look at that.
They're just outpacing them. The mechanics are just a little bit more exact. The UH defense has been in a scramble to try and keep up with said pace of play, and can't quite do it. It happens to the best of us. It's happening here and now, and it's happening with about 1:50 to go. Maybe they'll get an 8th goal and tie up their record before. Last time, 8-2. That was what we saw in game number 1, or I guess we didn't see technically, but what happened in game number 1. If they get an 8-0, they definitely improve upon that.
Oh.
There it is. Manny gets over one of the defenders, and it's 135, 8-0.
Yeah, everybody putting in some of that work to get those goals in, which is great. Manny hitting it over Talon. Talon managed to hit Manny but not the ball, which is super unfortunate. Just a little bit of a lift up, and that wouldn't have been a goal, but 1 minute, 35 seconds. 8 shots, pretty much impossible.
I mean, it's possible. It basically have to be kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff. You get the idea. Kickoff goal number 1. It's possible. 8-1 here. 90 seconds to go. It's, do you believe in miracles? And I mean, like, straight up miracles.
You know what I do? Will it happen here? I do not think so.
Yeah, Lightning's got to strike twice. Lightning's actually got to strike 7 times in a row in about a 90-second period. So, not all that likely, especially considering apparently UCF want that 8-goal lead back. They're back on offense already yet again. Bitch puts this one up center. Freezy is there and sees an awkward Talon. Tries to get around both him and Paul Blart. Paul will get in the way, but will he get in the way of this one? Manny, shot goes off target. Again, UCF, they are not satisfied. They are still going for more goals.
Yeah, the scariest thing is that once Treasy gets the ball, it pretty much is over, because then he creates such a good setup for the team. Look at that, right? Bates getting the scoring in, and Treasy trying to find that opening. And it just works out.
Of course it does, because why not? This is what we've seen out of UCF the entire time. 58 seconds to go at this point. 9-1 is the record. My oh my, this isn't just domination, this is an absolute smattering. They are wiping the floor with their opponents, and come on, UCF at a certain point, you know you've got the win. Just let this one finish up.
Okay. I think they will. Look at Treasy. Okay. Yeah, they're taking it 10-1. Will they be able to get another one? At this point, it feels like we're just kind of like writing some chalk on the board and putting some lines down.
I'm just gonna kind of take this one casually. We're just gonna watch this one, let it sort of fizzle out, let it do its thing. 50 seconds to go. I don't really know if there's much more commentary we can provide. This is an absolute battering at this point. And hey, listen, props to Houston. They definitely came into this one the underdogs, and I think that they knew that. They tried their best, and unfortunately for them, again, the defensive rotations have just left them with a couple of too many gaps that UCF has been able to take advantage of on repeat. 30 seconds left to see if UCF does it again. They might just be able to right here and now. Bitch shot on target. Off the bar. It goes off the rebound, though. And hopefully that'll be the last attempt that we see. 25 seconds. We don't need any more goals, and we will not find it. Bits puts it off the bar again. Treasy there, though. He will find it. 10-goal lead for UCF.
I gotta stretch. I think I gotta stretch for this one. Treasy. Yeah, finding that opening. 11-1 is a little weird. I don't think I've ever seen that, to be honest with you. You probably have.
Oh, boy. Spend enough time in collegiate and high school Rocket League, and you'll see some crazy results. How does 22-1 sound to you? Does that sound fun?
That sounds very scary.
It was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And this was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And so did that. 12-1. UCF, we get it.
Do you think they're trying for 15?
I don't know what they're trying for. I don't understand the goal at this point here.
Listen, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and what it is 12-1. Let's make it 13.
Okay.
You guys got it, guys. Please.
Oh my
We have
God.
other games to cast. Please.
I think they're going for 15. that's my assumption.
Dude, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know.
Do you think they get it again?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, that was okay.
Technically, they have a chance.
I think they do. I think this last shot, because they've been hitting it off pretty early in the kickoffs.
Okay, all right. So here's what we are being told behind the scenes. This could be what it is. Not sure if they're trying to secure first seed because it is technically goal differential, which could factor into that.
Yeah.
They have the goal differential in their favor. They have the series in their favor. UCF Academy takes this one in 3. And when I say dominant fashion, that doesn't begin to describe what we just witnessed.
That is dominant fashion. That is domination across the board. A little bit afraid for the future. A little bit afraid for my eyes, whoever goes up against UCF, but it's okay.
Yep, pretty much. That's all I got at this point. I don't think we've got a lot of commentary that we can provide on that game. It is just a very, very long one, which resulted in a 14-1 finish, 3-0. I'm trying to think of what goal differential overall was. So I know that they scored 5 goals all series, 2 in one game, 2 in the second game, 1 in the third. So that's 5 goals total.
Yeah.
8 goals, 14 goals, 4 goals. I am so bad. 26? 26-5? Is that the goal differential that we're seeing for that? Am I doing that math right?
I'm not good at math either, so.
You know what? We'll say yes. 26-5, the final goal differential between the two teams. 3-0 in favor of UCF. And, well, we finished up that one. We still got a couple more to go. When we return, we will have even more games here from the CECC South Qualifier. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a moment.
That's fully believed.
I don't know.
Do you think they get it again?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, that was okay.
Technically, they have a chance.
I think they do. I think this last shot, because they've been hitting it off pretty early in the kickoffs.
Okay, all right. So here's.
Good name, good player. That's fully believed. But yeah, already starting off the kickoff. Talon misses it, and that's super unfortunate to the start. What?
Yeah, kickoff.
Already starting off the kickoff. Talon misses it, and that's super unfortunate to the start. What?
Lord is just trying to avoid any of these players. 0 boost in the tank, though, and that's going to be a problem because Treasy, he's got all the boosts in the world, and he's got a shot on target to make it 2-0. Flip reset in the bag, but can't quite connect with it. Instead, Mandy's going to put this one center. Bits will be there, though, and the third goal, nonetheless, nets that one perfectly, and it's 3-0.
He's rotating all the way back. He's looking for some of that boost to find an opening, and there it comes, right? The opening there for Treasy, and Treasy looks good. I mean, they're playing like monsters here on the field. 9 seconds left, and will they be able to get one here for UH? It's so close there, and they do. Okay. It's here for UCF, but this time that momentum's not going to be kind of based around that. This time they have to really fight for it. Talon was there for the save off, but Bates kind of just throws it in.
And get too far away from UH. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking so.
Okay. Okay, yeah, they just. There isn't really that. Constantly kind of like the way that they're fighting, you're always on that offense trying to hit things backwards, and you always have that one player playing on that defense because they know things are going to go wrong. Oh, and it does. So it could have been a 4-0, but managing to keep it at this 3, it's okay. Otherwise, I mean, they still have a pretty good lead off. Allen missed the block.
They got 4-0. They don't need any more. At this point, they're just going for some extra bonus points.
Yeah, they're pretty much chilling. And another one. Okay, 8. Yeah, the bonus points just having some.
Unfortunately for Houston, this might be the end of their road up against their opponents here. UCF Academy looking to sweep. And they might do it 6-0. They will. Another goal for Bits. Come back. I mean, it's technically possible. The odds are not likely, especially considering that UCF is still dominating this offense.
Come on, dude. What?
But what happened in game number 1? If they get an 8-0, they definitely improve upon that.
Oh.
There it is. Manny gets over one of the defenders, and it's 135, 8-0.
That's impossible.
I mean, it's possible. It basically have to be kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff after kickoff. You get the idea. There's, I mean, kickoff goal number 1.
Yeah, the scariest thing is that once Treasy gets the ball, it pretty much is over. Because then Sushi can set up the team. Look at that, right? Bates getting the scoring in, and Treasy trying to find that opening.
Got the win. Just let this one finish up.
Okay. I think they will. Look at Treasy. Okay. They're taking it 10-1. Will they be able to get another one? At this point, it feels.
And hopefully that'll be the last attempt that we see. 25 seconds. We don't need any more goals, and we will not find it. Bits puts it off the bar again. Treasy there, though. He will find it. It was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And this was a game. It did exist. It did happen. And so did that. 12-1. UCF, we get it. It is what it is. And what it is 12-1. Let's make it 13.
Okay.
You guys got it. Guys. I don't know.
Do you think they get it again?
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, that was okay.
Technically, they have a chance.
I think they.
Yeah, so, we talked a little bit off the interview about kind of being trapped inside, right? And having video games as that outlet and utilization of kind of feeling a little bit less stuck. And were there any games you found yourself kind of really attracted to, or games you found yourself just playing more and more often as time went on?
At first, it was a lot of Gary's Mod, Prop Hunt. That was the thing back in the day, And then I also play a lot of multiplayer games, League of Legends, party games, all kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So if somebody kind of looked at your situation from an outside perspective and they thought, oh, how could somebody ever utilize video games to address something as serious as cancer, how do you feel you've been able to successfully utilize this unique platform?
It's amazing, you get through Twitch especially and other streaming apps, you get access to meet people all over the world.
Yeah.
People globally. So you get to raise awareness globally. You get to teach people about blood cancers, about what they can do to help people. So it's just an amazing way to spread the cause.
Absolutely. Well, Brenda, just one more quick question. Well, less of a question, but more of an opportunity for you to kind of let us know where can we find you when you're raising all of this money and doing great things on stream?
Of course. You guys can find me over at twitch.tv/balloonsbunny. I am a VTuber, so I don't show my face often. It's mostly my model.
This is an exclusive. Brenda's face.
Yes.
Well, Brenda, thank you so much for sharing your story, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. This is Rod, your favorite host, back at it again with more stellar plays from collegiate esports. Special thanks to our partners at Esports U for the additional coverage. Let's hop straight into it. Starting off this week at number 8, we have Torchy showing aerial dominance. They show that you're going to have to work a little bit harder if you want to get back on their stage.
Now you got to mix up your timings getting back onto the stage. Torchy is looking for something, able to still find the jab, and the foil is going to be.
Next up, we have Cabinus, showing us what impact on a support player really looks like. With the timing of a Lucio God, they come in to claim the play of the game.
They're just going to deny anyone the attempt to hit the objective, and I mean, at this point in time, you got to expect those rollouts to be as quick as they are.
Moving on to Rocket League, we have Swax, showing why they own the airspace with a nice self-follow-up, netting WSC the goal.
As we are going to try to find out that little nugget of information, Swax is going to drop this one down and give us a tie game here in game number 2. Gets that nice little touch over the defender, Peter.
As an Astra main myself, nothing brings me more joy than watching Zeno hold it down on the C site with a nice 4K to secure the second round of the half.
There's a 50-50 angle. They're checking a beautiful spray down onto 3. Players come in for the rotate from the rest of the map control. And a beautifully played round by FSE. Capped off by a nice.
Now at the number 4 spot, we see that luck is a skill when Post gets 2 back-to-back kickoff goals. All it took was 6 seconds to go from a deficit to the lead. That is comeback potential.
Other ways.
I don't... What? Okay, so Warda actually messed up their kickoff. They 100% did not mean to land like that and then just happened to get a wave dash into it. Hey, listen, fortune favors the bold, and sometimes it's better to have dumb luck than to not be lucky at all. So we'll take it 100%, especially if they get another one. Kabuki to tally it on, and they're proving it isn't just...
Coming back into Smash, we have Bryce showing a ledge guard of the gods. It took a couple Gordos to nail it, but this clip truly ended in perfection.
Nope, not a footstool in sight, unfortunately.
I'm just going to be looking for some sort of an edge guard here now. Oh! That Gordo is right in the way, and Bryce going to be able to get the...
Conrad came into this round swinging. They really showed what happens when you combine the skill of a great player and the blessing of the RGX Vandal.
It worked out so well. I mean, just a double kill already in their favor. Push so far with the Sheriff, I mean, has been truly impressive. Unfortunately, the team has not been there to follow up. Conrad now looking for the ace, already able to find 3, looking for 2 more. There's the 4th, and it's up to the tail to save the day. Conrad goes in deep. Oh, they're able to find it. Conrad.
Finally, at the number 1 spot this week, Frosty lays down the law with a stunning barrage. What a way to tell the enemy to get off my point.
Move in, unabated, unhindered. Here comes the rocket barrage, and it's lighting up the scene with 4.
Well, that wraps it up for me. This has been another fantastic week of ECAC Top Plays of the Week. As always, follow us on Twitter and catch us live on Twitch at ECAC_esports. You can find us live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. EST or Wednesdays at 7. Thanks again to our partners at Esports U for providing all the additional coverage for us to show you. This has been Rod, the best host of this season. Just saying, I'm signing off.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing. At least, again, from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paul, Lee, Mike, and all that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting. That at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general. Because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right? Football player on the field, star quarterback. It makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school. It makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing this space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative, or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before, and that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands.
Welcome back to the CECC South Online Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Oliver Bass, joined alongside none other than Gompers. Gompers, we are here with our final match of the group stages. It is the decider match at this point for Group D, and it is between, well, not the same UCF that we have already seen. It is not the UCF main team. It is not the UCF Academy team. These guys have so many teams. They have a UCF Rising team, a C team at this point that they are going to be playing with, and it is them versus the University of Tennessee. This is an interesting one, because the reality is that Central Florida probably should not have this many good teams, yet they somehow do.
It's Florida. Have you ever seen, like, the stigma behind, like, Florida people?
Yes, but I feel like that's going to go against them versus here, where they just have too many good rosters.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. Okay, that's true. Not based. I do think, I don't know. I'm just, once again, you know a lot more than me. I'm literally sitting here for the ride, and I'm learning about these teams once we go. But yeah, Florida definitely looks pretty deadly from what I've seen.
I mean, listen, they've fielded roster after roster that has done impressive thing after impressive thing. The issue for them, though, is they still got to battle their way uphill, because they're facing off against none other than the University of Tennessee on the other side. Tennessee, I mean, listen, this is not necessarily a super well-known roster, but this is definitely a roster that could do some serious damage here in Hermes, Trimmy, and Mikey. If these guys can get this one done, it'd be a big win for them, as they are able to make it out of the group stages and avoid UCF Rising as a whole. But again, not going to be easy. I don't know what it is with UCF. They don't recruit misses. They only grab hitters every single time.
Ooh, do you think this one's going to be a close matchup? What are your pick'ems? I like hearing your takes on these.
I'm probably going with UCF still on this one, just because, again, I always trust their scouting process. I'm friends with a lot of guys who are on both the main roster as well as also the recruiting team, and it's just kind of like, I trust UCF. I don't think they're ever going to make a bad decision. At the same time, Tennessee, I don't think that they're going to necessarily be too bad, but we'll find out. Either way, game number one, just about underway here. We should be in just a couple of moments here, making sure that everybody is good to go. And as soon as we are, we will kick this one off. Game number one in a best of 5. The winner of this one moves on to the bracket, to the playoff bracket. Loser of this one, unfortunately, they will not make it there. But, hey, listen, Gompers, that's how it goes. You got a winner and a loser every single time. That's how we run.
I agree. A winner and a loser. There's no chance of draws in this game, so it pretty much is. Yeah, you figure out what's gonna happen here. But in terms of the gameplay, once again, not necessarily sure what's gonna happen. But I mean, that's the best part about it.
Well, we'll find out. Game number 1 underway here in this best of 5 in between Tennessee and University of Central Florida. I don't even know what to call it. Do we still just call them UCF? Do we call them Rising? Is it a combination of both? Honestly, we said UCF so many times here today, I'm going to feel like a broken record.
And are we going to say UCF again? Are they going to be able to win? And we'll be able to say their name in the victory type of stance. But maybe, maybe not. It's all depends on how things go. But it seems like, yeah, I mean, UCF already kind of gaining that control.
They are indeed. They're looking a little bit shaky here as they're trying to continue this offensive pressure. But luckily enough for them, Scully out of midfield is going to get a good 50-50 and a delay both Trimmy and Zombie from going the other way. They might not actually hold them off for too long. What's going on here? Tennessee find a freebie shot. Not able to put it on target, but UCF Rising just absolutely floundering on their own half, and they can't seem to get it off. Scully dives at this one. Zombie dives at this one as well, and so does Beef, but nobody able to do much with the ball. Kind of just stalls out in front of the goal here. And a minute into this game, this is going to be a lot closer than the last series that we witnessed.
Yeah, I think so as well. Already a couple seconds down on the clock. Nobody's even able to gain that control. It's the back and forth that we talked about before, kind of like playing some volleyball here. But the problem is that nobody can even get their hands on the ball. It's just, there it is, though. Okay, Scully.
And there it is. Quickly off the backboard. Beef sends it out to Tabs. Tabs can't get a good grip around that. And as a result, Scully's going to be able to put that one in easy peasy. 1-0 with about 3:40 left on the clock here. Again, we're betting on UCF Rising to take this one, but it definitely looks like Tennessee is not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not. I mean, you have to believe it, right? Tennessee, Trinity's already putting it up in the air, but it is going to be somewhat of that regain from Beef Roast. Overall, it is, once again, just like kind of some immediate control for both of these sides. They're playing a little bit, not too heavy on the offense. It's once again, it's somewhat of immediate stance.
It's a little bit of a back and forth right now. It's pretty neutral, if you will, here. Although, it could get a little bit less than neutral if we had seen a 2-0 score line. UCF trying to go for it. Instead, it's going to go 1-1. Tennessee go the other way, and Zombie finds an opening.
Yeah, up in the air. Oh, and that was a nice pass, too. Super, super quick. Zombie says, hey, I got it. They knew, right? Zombie knew exactly what they were going to do ahead of time. They said, hey, I have some control. I'll try to pass it back over. It's not 100%, but, I mean, they managed to do what they can.
Well, let's see if they can continue on their merry way. For right now, it does look like UTK have found themselves at least a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. Can they find their way out of said tunnel, though? EV not looking like it right here, though. Scully's going to get some free space in the corner. Hermes will be there for the follow-up, though. Not quite able to get a second touch as it's cleared out to the side. Talbs, he's doing a good job of staying on this ball as well. Flip reset in the bag. Might not need it, though, because Beefro's trying to bail him out, but can't quite get it to the backboard. And Scully, as a result, has to back on off and allow at least a shot out of Trimmy. It's not really much of a shot, though. No boost left in the tank, so it was a lackluster touch. And halfway through this game, despite the fact that it is an even scoreline, still kind of feels like UTK got a little bit more they got to do if they want to make this offense truly chug.
Yeah, the offense is starting here, though. Talbs finds something, but isn't able to hit it off of, there's the backboard there. But Diesero comes with it. Nobody there for the opening, but it is going to try. Scully, I mean, he could have gotten that second one, but it just didn't work.
Not quite able to wrap themselves around it. A huge opportunity for UCF to wrap up game number 1, or at least give themselves a chance to do so. Instead, now they got to play some defense instead. Out to the corner it goes. Deep Roast is there, sends it to the ceiling. Zombie, he's going to stay on this one, but he's not going to get, I think that's an own goal. Yup, that's an own goal. Beef Roast finds the goal technically, but it is the assist out of Zombie here.
Ooh. Yeah. Zombie's always there. I would say, to be able to take the ball. Overall, it would have gone in by itself, but Trimmy was there to make sure that things went right. And, I mean, this team's already putting up a good show.
It's a good show. It's definitely not exactly what they were looking for here, but hey, you know, it is what it is at the end of the day. And what it is right now is a 2-0 in favor of the UCF side. It's probably something that they're going to have to still fight for in these last 100 seconds, but can they at least get off their half for right now? UTK still on with the pressure. Trimmy's up for this one. Scully there too, though, is met with a 50-50, and his Beef Roast kind of gets hooked on the bar in the net. It's going to cause confusion on the back line, and Zombie takes advantage. 2-2 it is.
That Zombie looks for it and knows it's in the midair, sees the angle, does the math, and I mean, the geometry's correct, manages to get it inside of that net, and 2-2 takes it back for UTK.
There's 1:25 left on the clock here. Again, this is anybody's ball game. Technically, this really should be a 2-1 ball game, except for the own goal that UTK unfortunately threw upon themselves earlier in this game. Pass out center, though, it's not necessarily going to help either one of these teams. Scully's going to find an easy clear on the other end, but Hermes, he's diving for this one. So is Scully. Zombie gets at least a shot on target, but it is met by a 50-50. Now it's met by a cross-court play going the other way. Scully quick to try and take a shot. Can't link up with his teammate in center, but with a minute to go, they've still got plenty of time, and they've got plenty of pressure. If they score here, there's a chance that could be the final one they see all game, and they can take this one outright, excuse me.
Yeah, outright, though. Beast Rope, yeah, Beef Roast is having some trouble here, putting it over towards that blue side. I think overall, right, like, it just feels like they're kind of playing a little bit singular. Beef Roast trying to gain some of that setup right now, at least. Maybe things will work out, but once again, it really is just try to gain some of that boost, let Beef Roast handle the rest, and see if we can figure something out ahead of the line.
Good drop down pass there. UCF starting to get some more than just pressure here. They're starting to put some intricate plays together, but unfortunately, none of them have been able to link up quite properly yet. 15 seconds to go here in game number 1 of this series. We could be seeing an overtime, but Talbs is going to at least try to seize that overtime and avoid a late goal. Hermes, though, he'd like to see one. Gets it off the backboard here. The Beef Roast, a good boomer the other way, and Trimmy misses this one. Off the backboard it goes. Talbs is up for it, but Zombie gets in the way. Scully's still there to keep the play alive. Beef Roast dives at this, but cannot make contact. And 2-2, we head to overtime.
Ooh, the overtime starts. Trimmy, good touch to be able to retrieve, but Talbs is right behind, knowing that things are going to go wrong here. But as they take it in, it's Talbs, knowing that this is the best case scenario.
Oh, Talbs, he just takes advantage of the misplay here. Hermes dives early, forcing Zombie and Trimmy into awkward positions. Zombie has to try and do a 180 turn. Can't quite get there, and unfortunately not enough time for the following defender to make their move. UCF Rising take this one in, I'd say, narrow fashion, but it still did feel like UCF were probably the more efficient team throughout that game.
Overall, I think, yeah, UCF and UTK very equal in terms of that skill level. We could definitely see kind of like that back and forth up in the beginning half, and then it slowly start to sway away more towards UCF side. But again, we might see that happen throughout the games.
Yeah, that's kind of what we see sometimes, is we see a game number 1 that is relatively close, and then we see a game number 2 where it starts to get a little bit more chaotic, and that's sometimes just kind of how this one goes. The good thing, though, is that we've got a long series ahead of us, and I think we've also got a substitution, if I'm not mistaken, as well. I believe Bren is now going to be stepping in for the side of UCF instead of Beef Roast here. We'll see in just about a second. Indeed, they will. It's going to be Talbs, Scully, and Bren here instead. Could be a strategic move because they thought that this is a little bit closer than they were expected. Could be that maybe they're letting some of their players get some chances here. You never really know. Either way, game number 2 underway here. Let's see if this substitution for UCF works out.
I think it might. Look at that. Bren's already trying to go on the aggression. They managed to get that demo as well, but it didn't really create too much of an opening. Nobody there for kind of like that behind, that reinforcement. But overall, I mean, already, right? The aggression completely unmatched.
They can't seem to stop them at this point here. Zombie does their best to clear it out to the side, but with Scully with a beautiful touch, and Talbs just too quick to get around Trimmy here. It's already going to be a goal 19 seconds into this game. Seems like the substitution was a good call. They're having a much easier time here in game number 2.
No, I definitely think so as well. Look at that, Bren. And Bren already putting a really good, just showing out there already in the beginning half. You can see them trying to push forward, making sure that they're going to be that offensive control over the ball.
They're having a massive impact, and we're not even a minute into this game. I gotta agree with you 1,000%. Although Bren, they even have a bigger impact at this point. Pass out from the corner. Talbs is there. Shot not gonna go on target, though, as there is some interference from some players on defense here. But gotta give credit where it's due here. Already UCF looking a heck of a lot stronger than their previous game, but it may not matter if they concede. Hermes puts that one just a little bit wide as the defense is caught lacking for a moment.
Yeah, lacking doesn't even begin to describe. And Trimmy finds him lacking. Okay, there you go. There you have it. UTK bring it back 1-1.
I mean, there's a little bit of lacking. There's a little bit of niceness as well here. Trimmy rings their touch off the ceiling beautifully. And unfortunately, the defender is not all too prepared for that. It's 1-1. It's 3:55 left on the clock, and it's a game that we might have in our hands that could be close.
Yeah, I think this is going to end off What, another OT or something? Along the lines of that, maybe so. But here we have it, right? Taves trying to find somewhat of an opening. Brand right alongside the backboard and trying to hit it back up to be able to throw it over. And they managed to do so. But this is great, right? They utilized that boost to push it back.
They did a good job of clearing out the side, but unfortunately, they're only there for a moment, and we almost see our second own goal of the series. May still be goal nonetheless. Talbs is able to bail out his team, but my, oh my, was that a scary one here. 3:20 left on the clock, and I gotta say, it's getting awkward, and it's getting weird in all sorts of weird ways. There's a double commit into a 50-50. Scully now left by themselves. Scully left to the dust. Hermes finds an open net through the demo.
Hermes. Okay, look at this one, right? All the way around the back, they knew that they needed to set themselves up for success here, and they managed to replenish that boost. They managed to sit around the back and wait for the perfect timing, and as it came, so does the score.
It's 2-1. It's 3:11 left on the clock here. It's UCF who do not have the lead. They could gain it back here in a second, but again, this felt like the game where UCF had a little bit more control, but it's dropping away oh so quickly. Hermes, Trimmy, and Zombie doing a good job to put up some resistance. They just need to continue on their ways, though. Hermes pass out. Brent shot off target.
No,
it could be an own goal. No, it's not. Tal's actually the one to save it.
Hermes was so close. Oh my goodness. Now he's trying to get it back with a flip reset, but it doesn't work because he manages to lose and waste that boost. Overall, Brent might just be able to get it inside. Zombie there with the save off, and it's good here, at least for now, for UTK.
Oh, Brent still got a touch here, though. Flip reset, not going to work off the ceiling here. 2.5 minutes to play, halfway through game number 2 here. And again, UCF, they've got the lead from game number 1. Can they capitalize upon it and keep that momentum into game number 2? So far, they have struggled. And it's really been due to their defense. Multiple opportunities that they have just left open for Tennessee to take advantage of. Can they do that yet again? Zombie has a beat out at midfield. Can't quite get past the midfield presence. Bren, though, he might be able to get past the defense here. Trimmy, though, good touch off the backboard. Same with Taubes. He sends one there as well. And 2 minutes to go. More pressure being exerted here out of UCF, but it is still not enough to equalize.
Here it is, right? Zombie. Oh, he managed to get that 100 boost back. Bren is sitting behind, waiting for it to knock off of that backboard, and they find the opportunity. Although the most difficult thing is right now is that there's nobody to play that offense other than Taves, and once you have that singular player playing against Hermes, it's not going to be an easy feat.
No, it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, but this could have been an easy play had they just had a little bit more power there. Brent recognizes the shot's not going to, and so he tries to redirect it, but it's not going to be enough. That's kind of the name of the game right now here, is that UCF, despite their best efforts, it has not been enough. Multiple opportunities, multiple openings, but the shot just not having enough power every single time. They've got 70 seconds to correct that, but it's going to be a difficult task, especially considering this midfield presence that has developed out of UTK. Oh, but it may not matter. Never mind. Hermes again with another clutch save.
And the clutches keep coming. Look at that, Bren trying to clutch up the score line, maybe take it to that 2-2, but things are getting awry, right? We got that 53 seconds left. Whether or not they're going to be able to find that opening, I'm not so sure at this point. Real close to be able to take it. Taves trying to bring it back, and Scully needs the save, but manages to retrieve that.
They got lucky. That shot could have been on target, and had it been, it probably would have been the end of this game, but instead, second chance of life here for UCF. They just got to break out of their half, and they'll do it right there. Brent, boomer out to the sides. As a result, Trimmy, all they can do is interfere. Pass out center. Brent is there. Shot not on target as Zombie gets in the way. Hermes going to do the same thing, but it's going to be an onslaught of pressure to end this one out. UCF, they want one last chance. Could it be here? Taubes in a 1v1. Heavy touch first, though, and Trimmy gets in the way yet again. They'll have to restart their offense for potentially the final time all game. Scully goes center, puts the shot on. Off the backboard it goes. Brent is there to keep this one alive, and can he at least get a shot? It's in front of the net, but Taubes can't wrap around, and UTK, by the skin of their teeth, will take game number 2.
He had the angle. He quite literally had the angle. Nobody to follow through, so it ended up being a loss for UCF. And it's just so close moments like those that you let go that just leave you speechless.
And unfortunately, well, it has left us speechless and has left us with another game that we're going to have to keep going through, where UCF has got to wonder what they did wrong again. Outpouring of pressure. They looked like, in my opinion, the more efficient team on offense, but their issues really relied on their defense. Multiple opportunities where players were left in by their lonesome and could not make those saves. And as a result, UCF gave up too many goals that was not worth their time. Maybe they can change it here. A kickoff goal would be monumental, but it's not going to happen.
No, not necessarily so, at least right now. Zombie from the opening, but Scully's going to be there playing that defense, which is great because now, I mean, they're kind of sitting around the back here for UCF. They know that that pressure is going to come in because UTK are feeling it right now.
They're feeling it right now, but they're not necessarily going to be able to do much with it. Trimmy sends it out to the side here, and will find his own touch actually as well. Picks up a quick 100 boost and probably going to go to the skies, but a little bit too heavy of a touch and sends it to the backboard where Calves is waiting. 30 seconds into this one, and already we're seeing UTK unrelenting with their pressure. They are picking up where they left off in that second game and doing so beautifully. And again, same issue still arriving here for UCF Academy, UCF Rising. They still are overcommitting on offense and leaving their defense in way too awkward of positions. Right there, a good example, as Scully just desperately has to make the save.
And stuff like that gets scary when you're on your own as well, but Trimmy isn't scared at all. I mean, just really pushing forward to the ball. Zombie coming right behind to make sure that the execution is completely flawless. And as it seems right now, things are looking really, really good for UTK. I mean, they're really pressuring this ball in.
They really are, and with 3:45 left on the clock, they've got plenty of time to just find that one opening that they are looking for. That's kind of been the name of the game here for UTK, is just put on the pressure until eventually something cracks. Meanwhile, on the other end for UCF, they're looking for their best opportunities, and this could be the one. Scully gets the double touch, but is denied by Trimmy on the line, and once again, the defense out of UTK just will not allow anything through.
Yeah, but neither will this defense here. Oh, Scully, so close. It feels like they're consistently grasping for that defense to make sure that things don't go wrong and inside of that net. But overall, the offense looking better than before.
And there it is. Taubes finally finds the opening goal. They've had so many shots, but this is the first one to hit the back of the net. Taubes just sneaks it past Trimmy, who is falling off the backboard there. And that'll net them their first goal of the game. That'll net them not just their first goal of the game, but it'll be the first goal of the game for either team. 1-0, 3 minutes to go here. Taubes sends another one to the backboard. Does he want the double touch? No, he leaves it out for Scully. Scully puts it on the ground, though. Probably should have been a double touch out of Taubes, I'll be honest. Not much reason of pulling your second player when it just means overcommitting.
Yeah, the overcommit is typically one of the most mistakes that a lot of teams make here, but there isn't going to be too much overcommit right here because Scully waiting on the goal line, but he manages to overextend. Will it happen here? There it is, Taves! He manages to take it. Okay, Bren there with the retrieve.
Gonna be able to get it out. Can't Scully do anything with it? He's got his flip off the ceiling, but no boost, so all he can do is get a touch that sends it to the backboard. Taubes will be there to recover, though. He's also got a little boost in the tank, though. 16 at this point. Scully sends it to the ceiling. Trimmy is waiting there. Bren not able to get past Trimmy as he falls from said ceiling. Maybe Scully can do it this time instead. Sends it out to the corner. Should be able to get his own touch here. And does indeed. Sends it to the center where Taubes is waiting, but so is Trimmy. Shot on target. 2 minutes to go. And at this point, you have to wonder, is there going to be another opportunity like we saw before for UCF to further their lead?
I think there is going to be an opportunity here, but for UTK to really take things back is going to be the hardest bet, because right now, coming over towards UCF side, they can just keep throwing it back. Bren already up in the air, making sure that Scully can find the opening, but there isn't anything. Trimmy trying to at least get it alongside the backboard, but here it is for Taves. I mean, the angle here, it pretty much is impossible. Oh, never mind!
That angle, not impossible, though.
Not impossible.
Zombie able to get this one after... I mean, Taves, he tried to just get around Hermes, was a bit too eager. Boomer of a touch, and that sends it straight back center where Zombie is waiting. Under 100 seconds to go. It is 1-1. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to take this. But again, it feels like UCF, they should have had more goals. They have 8 shots through this game and only 1 goal to show for it.
And such a good strat, too. Bringing it along, just the wall and making sure that they can bounce it back over to bring it about to a better angle was great. But here for Bren, I mean, he really is trying their best. They did manage to actually replenish that boost. They're sitting along the back knowing that it might just come back, but Scully is making sure that things don't go that way, although it pretty much isn't the best bet.
Ooh, shot on target. Trimmy not able to get past Scully, and as a result, Scully walks into a flip reset, gets it over one, gets it out to Taubes, and Taubes will put it on target. Beautiful aerial mechanics, and that'll net them their second goal.
Look at that, up in the air. Pretty sure they pulled off a flip reset there, and yeah, straight in for Taubes, because he knew what exactly he should do there and what was his role. So nice secure of the goal, and that 2-1, by the way.
It is 2-1 with about 1 minute remaining right now. There's absolutely a chance that we could see a response out of UTK, but unfortunately UCF are starting to find themselves, and they're starting to find their flow as well. They can't get past Hermes here. They can at least keep the offensive pressure, or so I thought. Bren, a little bit too egotistical of a challenge, gets a bit over eager out of midfield, and that could be their downfall as Hermes finds a response on the other end.
Look at that. Zombie was kind of just trailing it and making sure that nobody tried to touch it, and Hermes kind of was like, okay, well, this is perfect. You hit it up, you hit the shot for me, and I can hit it at the angle, so that they kind of creates that diversion and gets them off that balance.
Well, it's going to get them off their balance, but is it going to be enough to keep them off tilt and possibly get another goal before the end of regulation? 40 seconds to do so. You know UTK would love that after trailing this entire game to finally find themselves with a lead, and the win here in game number 3 would be monumental, but they're not quite there yet. They're actually in the shadow realm right now because the demo is going to send their defender back and flying. Brent's not going to be able to get a shot on target, and neither is Scully, as he just gets a light touch out at midfield. With 15 seconds to go, what they're really looking for is avoiding getting scored on, and that's going to be a problem because here comes UTK with all the pressure. Unfortunately, though, Hermes not a great touch, and that should send it back into their half. Only momentarily. Back into the UCF half one more time. Trimmy sends this one up to the ceiling. 2-2 here, and it's back down to the ground. 2-2, we head to overtime.
The OT, okay. Maybe this time, right? UCF have been doing so good at keeping the ball in their control. Overall, coming through this, I mean, look at the time stall, right? 2-2. They definitely could have got maybe just a little bit more, although Knoxville having that control was great. I'm thinking here maybe UCF, yeah, look at that. Already bringing it back over to Hermes. He's trying to regain it, but you could already see back forward, pushed back and bullied, and now it's near that goal.
Oh, drop down out to the side here out of Taubes. Trimmy's going to be able to pick this one up, and he's got time and space in the air. Can't get it over one, though, unfortunately. Taubes will be there for the follow-up. Zombie sends this one back center. Bren, he's still struggling to get this one off of his half. Scully's going to be there, but cannot make the touch. One misplay on defense, and UTK will strike.
Only one here, Hermes. Great, and once again, it's just the constant plays that we're seeing out of them, the teamwork, the cohesion, and managing to just pass it over and have that full trust. I mean, it's not an easy feat, but overall, I mean, I do have to say congratulations to UTK for being able to take this game.
And they do a good job, and now potentially they need to do it one more time, and we'll finish this entire thing. UCF on their last legs right now. Like we said, this is the decider match. Winner of this one, they will move on to the playoffs. The loser of this one will not get a shot, unfortunately. No. So UCF, they got to try to pull out all the stops. Can they get this one done? Can UTK finish the series out? It is all questions for what could potentially be our final game of the series. Honestly, I still feel like UCF have just been the more solid team, but again, consistency-wise, they are struggling. Despite their mechanics being better, UTK are just more consistent.
Honestly, I do have to say that too. UCF tend to find like really good moments, and UTK, I feel like they force those moments, which is great for them. Look at this, right? Like Hermes managing to hit it over Bren and then trying to actually push it back over. The only unfortunate part is that they didn't have enough gas to really run off, and they managed falling off.
Let's see, can they find themselves an early goal here? All of UCF just throwing everything at this. Scully, he's going to be on the ball. He's got a decent touch, but Zombie's going to be there to meet him for the 50-50. 4:30 left on the clock. Plenty of time for either one of these teams to find themselves that starting goal, and it could be here. Taubes in a 2v1, pass out to Scully, but it's not powerful enough. The pass center easily choreographed and seen by the other side. And as a result, UTK, they're not going to have to worry whatsoever.
I don't think they will. Oh, here it is. No, take it out. Timmy's looking for it. He was afraid for a second. Didn't have a lot of boost, but he had to go for it. It was way too close to that goal.
4 minutes left on the clock here. Let's see if maybe UTK can take advantage of the pressure that they've been starting to build here. Zombie's going to have a solo play, but can't find the follow-up touch. Taubes going to get in the way, sends it straight up to the ceiling. Hermes is going to do the exact same thing. Technically links up with Trimmy, but with a heavy touch like that, no one's going to really be able to connect. Oh, that's a good touch out of Taubes. He's going to keep this one close. Tries to flick it around the two oncoming defenders, but can't quite get around them. And as a result, it's a ping-pong match back and forth. These heavy touches not benefiting either team, as no one's really able to keep possession for more than a millisecond. Oh,
possession is the hardest part, but it's not when it comes to goaling. At least for Bren here, UCF, I mean, they take the lead, which is great for them.
It's a beautiful shot. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily going to be the end-all be-all here. With 3.5 minutes to go and UTK continuing to press, they've still got to try and keep on chugging. I will say, though, it's a nice shot at that. UCF, this is why I said this team is deadly. Their mechanics are absurd. The issue for them is that the inconsistencies have left them in the dry a couple of different times. There's more mechanics being shown off, though. Tal with beautiful shot on target. Bren, he's going to put it back down center. Scully puts it on target, but Zombie makes the save. I feel like I've said Zombie makes the saves more times than once today. It's been a multiple incredible saves on the side of UTK to keep them in this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. Oh, Scully. Okay, stops it from moving about. Maybe here for Bren. He just created an opening. But there it comes Timmy, just coming along the backboard, manages to get it over. And once again, trying to take control, but there it is. Scully so close to at least taking 1 point. And 1 point is all they need here for UTK.
Well, they've got a chance to close this one out, but can they find themselves that goal to equalize and at least send to overtime? It could be right here. Brent a little bit overextended, but he will get back in time, just barely. The shots will not stop. Zombie puts one to the backboard. Brent's going to put one to the sky where Scully will meet it, but what can he do further than that? Not all too much. Talbs tries to continue the play, but all it does is dump it out to the other team, and now we get, again, back into that ping pong back and forth. These heavy touches, not allowing for possession on either side, but to be honest, that's kind of what UCF are looking for. They want to interrupt every play that UTK starts to develop.
Yeah, the development is the hardest part here. But UCF are doing a really good job at stalling for time. I mean, 0-1, they are managing and trying to get at least one more goal in to secure themselves the win. But right here, I think, yeah, 0-1 is great. They're stalling for time, but it's also the most dangerous thing that you can be in, because 1 minute 43 seconds, one goal is it. But there it is, the 0-2.
2-0 here, and we find ourselves with potentially a Game 5 on the line. UCF not just pulling out the stops, but UTK pulling out the brakes in their cars here, just chugging at this ball as quickly as possible, absolutely challenging everything that they see. And it's been a problem because they've left themselves in precarious positions more times than one, and that could be their downfall here in game number 4. They've still got 90 seconds to try and turn this one around. They are not by any stretch of the imagination out of this one, but unfortunately for them, it is slowly dwindling away. I'm saying ticking away and dwindling at the same time, and as a result, I'm not really saying anything, but at the same time, neither is UTK, unfortunately. They need to show that their bark is not worse than their bite.
Their bite's looking pretty rough here. Hermes. Oh, he's looking for it, and you can see the direction of attention towards that ball. Trimmy, though, sitting along the backside, trying to play that defense, hits it over, and that's where the rotation leads in. Zombie now coming around the back and leading it back over. So this team definitely knows the timing and the pacing of which they have to go, which is great because they're always there to make sure that, you know, it doesn't end up in their goal.
Ooh, Trimmy puts this one up high. Hermes tries to dive for it, but can't quite get a touch. And Zombie, that's probably the worst touch you could have made, unfortunately, my friend. Tries to stall out the oncoming offense and just passes it out to Taubes.
Oh, yeah, he knew that it was completely open, too. And he just kind of gave it that opening there. Taubes, just a little unfortunate there.
It is unfortunate, but what it definitely means is that we get a game number 5 here. 44 seconds to go. Barring a couple of kickoffs in a row going completely in favor of UTK, we're going to have a game 5 decider to determine it all. 40 seconds left. Let's see if maybe they can at least get a goal to reinstill some confidence. Otherwise, it's going to be a rough end of the series for UTK. And it just might be. That shot off target. The follow-up is as well. And UTK looking a little bit in shambles to end this game.
Yeah. It's not looking too good. Zombie just needing 3. And overall, right, 15 seconds, 3 goals. Definitely not possible, but at least getting the 1. Actually, maybe 2. Maybe 2 can happen here.
It is technically possible, but again, like you said, it's kind of got to be basically kickoff goal after kickoff goal. We saw the scenario earlier in the day, and it didn't come to fruition. It's not boding well for UTK to have that turn otherwise here. 14 seconds to go. Hermes, not the best kickoff, but also not the worst one. If Trimmy can get over his opponent here, there is a chance, but Scully gets in the way. I think he's going to put this one to bed. That's going to be it. The dagger planted, and oh boy, they're going to put in another one. Multiple stabs at this point as Scully puts in the 4th goal and sends us to game number 5.
Oh, look at this. Zombie. He tried to block it off. but it didn't happen. Super unfortunate. 1-4. By the way, things are looking so hot and heavy here. Overall, I would have to say UCF played their hearts out. They knew that this was the one game they needed to win, especially the next one quite possibly if they want to continue this series. But overall, yeah, one game for UTK, and it's over. And they did great with that pressure.
They did a good job of keeping up that pressure the entire time. The question is whether or not they can do that one last game. UCF, again, it's the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. In the games where they do find consistency and they don't make those mistakes on defense, they look fantastic. But in the games previous to this one, unfortunately, they haven't really been able to do that. So I've got faith. I know we're going to see a good game number 5 no matter what. I just don't really know who's coming out on top. Honestly, with UTK playing the way they're playing right now, I have a feeling they'll probably come into this one a little bit the favorites. But at the same time, I don't really know. Again, UCF, on their best games, they look insane. On their worst games, they look a little bit too shaky for me to have full confidence in them, though.
Yeah, I think, in all honesty, coming into this series, I do think UTK might actually take it. I don't know. I feel like their positioning is a lot better. They've been playing their hearts out. If anything, they've overall... I don't know. They just had so much control over the game in the last couple, games. So I do think they might actually run away with the series here. They only need one more, technically, as well. So
yeah, they only need one more. Both teams just got to try and figure out this final game, and they will get their way to the playoffs, or at least a better position, I should say, in the playoffs as well. Again, there's no guarantees. There's no certainties at this point. What there is a game 5 to determine it. Oh, one last 5-minute period. The winner of this one will move on. UTK versus UCF. UCF would try to be the 3rd representative for Central Florida at this point. Honestly, again, I feel like we can't overstate how incredible of an accomplishment that would be to have 3 teams make playoffs in this bracket.
Okay. I'm liking this right now. It's kind of just like sitting in the corner. Like there's not really too much stuff going on, but it's okay. Things starting to change along. The momentum starting to be based around Zombie here, but Zombie manages to miss it out. They're repositioning themselves and trying to rotate over down to play that defense so that they can assist Hermes.
Can they actually assist Hermes at this point here? Unfortunately, it's not really working out as this one continually gets pumped back into their half on repeat. Zombie tries to turn this one out to the side, though. Can't quite get around Bren, who sends it straight back to the backboard. Scully's going to wait out at midfield here for the touch out of Hermes, and it's going to work out perfectly as Taub's actually the one to rotate in and get the goal. Miss on the line, and UCF capitalizes.
Taves around the back, manages to boost themselves upward, and that was so magnificent. Look at he didn't go for a full committal, knew that he didn't have to commit to that double tap, and managed to just really take stride.
4:10 left on the clock. That early goal going to do absolute wonders here for UCF as it not only instills confidence in the team, but it gives them that early lead. And that early lead is gone within a moment's notice. Again, UCF, we've pinpointed this being their difficulties, is just figuring out how to coordinate on defense.
Yeah, and the coordination looks amazing here. Playing on the offense, though, UTK this time around, they've been trying to heavily approach the situation. They need this one. They don't want to take it any further. They want to end things off as early as they can. And you can already see that. Zombie trying to rotate around, playing on that defense up in the air. And Hermes there for the retrieval. This is great.
It's good stuff out of UTK, but unfortunately for them, they are still only at a 1-1 scoreline here, despite multiple efforts on offense. They could have a chance here. Bren, though, clears this one out to midfield. 3:40 left on the clock. Hermes passes this one out to the side. He's not going to really be able to do much more with it, or at least so I thought. Taub's going to chase this one down as it goes the other way, but it should go right back into possession. UTK, never mind. Zombie, too heavy of a touch out of the corner. Can't wrap himself back around this one, and now it's a chance for UCF to potentially take the lead yet again, but Zombie bails himself out. Sends this one the other way, and we're back into that ping-pong effect as both teams send heavy touches back and forth.
Yeah, what will end, who will get the ball out, maybe inside of that net, maybe it'll be Bren, maybe it'll be Scully, maybe it'll be something else. I mean, not necessarily knowing, it's just who has the control of the ball, and it always, like you said, keeps going back and forth. There's no real insurance here based off of the way that these teams are playing,
what a
right?
bump.
Oh,
what?
Okay.
How did Scully get back to that? A complete bump on the line. That should have surefire been a goal for UTK, but they unfortunately cannot capitalize, and halfway through this game, we remain at a 1-1 scoreline. Again, this feels like the team that has been the most precise has been the one to take this overall, with misses on the back line becoming commonplace, with misses in the air like that becoming commonplace. It's going to be who takes advantage of the little mistakes and capitalizes upon them better. It could be UCF here, shot on target, and that'll be enough. Bren to take the lead just past halftime.
Past the halftime. That's a great stance to be in. The only situation is that things are so close. Like, you really can't assume as to what's going to happen. This kickoff is the best bet that I can have to kind of see what's going to happen later on, and that's great for Scully. Scully really pushed past everybody there.
Ooh, this one goes up 2-1, 2:15 left to go, and it does look like UCF are trying to further their lead, although that's a miscalculation from Talbs. Challenges that ball on the wall a bit too early and ends up falling underneath it. Maybe they can make up for that with a double touch off the backboard. No such luck. Hermes cuts this one out, and Brent, he's going to have to be there for the follow-up. Doesn't get much more than a 50-50, and with 2 minutes to go, at this point, starting to feel like this could be already wrapped up here. UTK, their best offensive chances have come during the front half of this game, and since then, they have struggled to get past the defense, and here is why. Shots like that becoming commonplace. The redirect from Bren for a beautiful third goal.
And off the tire too, right? You saw that. It just rolled about, and Zombie followed through. It's the follow-throughs that just keep continuously happening for UCS. And I don't know if UTK is going to take this, to be honest with you. We talked about the fact that this is the last game that they need to be able to close off the series, but UCF are putting up one heck of a fight.
They're putting up a great fight, but it is not going to be enough if it is not if they cannot hold on to this lead. 90 seconds to go, and UCF, they've done great, but again, UTK, I don't know what it is. I'm never going to count them out of a game like this, although Bren, he might just make me eat my words. Pass off the backboard. Scully's up for this one. Talb's not going to commit, though, as he's the last one back, and probably wisely. You've got a lead. There's no need to try and push further up and make that risk if you've already got your goals. And Bren, he's trying to go for at least another one by himself, though. You can see Scully and Talb so defensive right now. They are just preparing in case of the worst case scenario, and the worst case did arrive. Demo on the line. Bren, though, backs up his team, and Talb's, he'll use that to his advantage. 4-1 with 50 to go.
Yeah, and a lot more to go as well. Oh my gosh. It'll just never end. UCF and UTK's defense has been lacking a lot, which I feel like is one of the things that they need to start fixing. It's the gap that has been creating this well, not really a back and forth, but the constant iteration of the goals coming out from UCF.
The constant shots have made it very difficult. The flurry of shots, one after another, has just been overwhelming. 4-1 here, and with 40 seconds to go, again, barring a miracle, I just don't think that this one's going to change up here. Honestly, UTK, you put in a heck of an effort, but unfortunately, sometimes it is just not enough. The lack of offense here in this game has left you guys absolutely stranded in comparison to the near-perfect shooting at UCF here. They are 4 for 5. That was their first shot that did not go on target and into the back of the net.
Hermes. Ooh, everybody's just coming at Hermes. I feel kind of bad. That pressure there is definitely deafening at this point. He can't even get it past that their side of the field. It's just the bullying that keeps happening. Are they going to be able to keep it up in the air to take maybe one more point in? Trimmy is trying not to let it hit. Yeah, Hermes as well, but there's going to be that insurance back there for UCF.
And that is going to seal it. UCF take the series and do so, I would say, game 5, that's dominant fashion. Games before that, not necessarily nearly as dominant, but man, it's just a little bit of in between here. UCF, on your best games, you guys are looking disgusting. On your worst games, looking a little bit shaky, but you know what? It's okay. You get the job done no matter what, and indeed they do. UCF will move on, and guess what? Gompers, that wraps up our group stages. We have got our teams moving through.
Let's go. Okay. Do we happen to actually have know what's going on with the bracketing though, to be able to see who made it through?
I'm not sure if we have that quite yet here. Possibly could get that in our production, but you know what? It's okay, because the good thing is we can show you guys when we come back. Quick little break, and then our final series of the day. Do not go anywhere. When we return, the conclusion of day 1 of the CECC South qualifiers when we return. clock here. Again, we're betting on UCF Rising to take this one, but it definitely looks like Tennessee is not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not. I mean, you have to believe it, right? Tennessee, Trini's already putting it up in the air, but it is going to be somewhat of that regain from Beef Roast. Overall, it is, once again, just like kind of some immediate control for both of these sides. They're playing a little bit, not too heavy on that control. It's the back and forth that we talked about before, kind of like playing some volleyball here, but the problem is that nobody can even get their hands on the ball. It's just, there it is, though. Okay, Scully.
Although, it could get a little bit less than neutral if we had seen a 2-0 score line. UCF trying to go for it. Instead, it's going to go 1-1. Tennessee go the other way, and Zombie finds an opening. And I think that's an own goal. Yup, that's an own goal. Bifrost finds the goal technically, but it is the assist out of Zombie here.
Ooh.
So, it's met with a 50-50, and as Bifrost kind of gets hooked on the bar in the net, it's going to cause confusion on the back line, and Zombie takes advantage. 2-2 it is.
Able to retrieve, but Talbs is right behind, knowing that things are going to go wrong here. But as they take it in, it's Talbs, knowing that this is the best case scenario. Open, nobody there for kind of like that behind, that reinforcement. But overall, I mean, already, right, the aggression completely unmatched.
Just a little bit wide as the defense is caught lacking for a moment.
Lacking doesn't even begin to describe. And Trimmy finds him lacking. Okay, yeah, it feels like they're consistently grasping for that defense to make sure that things don't go wrong and inside of that net. But overall, the offense looking better than before alongside the backboard. But here it is for Taves. I mean, the angle here it pretty much is impossible. Oh, never mind.
That angle, not impossible. Shot on target. Trimmy not able to get past Scully, and as a result, Scully walks into a flip reset, gets it over one, gets it out to Talbs, and Talbs will put it on target. I thought Bren, a little bit too egotistical of a challenge, gets a bit over eager out of midfield, and that could be their downfall as Hermes finds a response on the other end. For the follow-up, Zombie sends this one back center. Bren, he's still struggling to get this one off of his half. Scully's gonna be there, but cannot make the touch. Not benefiting either team as no one's really able to keep possession for more than a millisecond.
Possession is the hardest part, but it's not when it comes to goaling. Here, I think, yeah, 0-1 is great. They're stalling for time, but it's also the most dangerous thing that you can be in because 1 minute 43 seconds, one goal is it, but there it is, the 0-2.
Dive for it, can't quite get a touch, and Zombie, that's probably the worst touch you could have made, unfortunately, my friend. Tries to stall out the oncoming offense and just passes it out to Tao.
It's not looking too good, Zombie. Just needing 3. And overall, right, 15 seconds, 3 goals. Definitely not possible, but at least getting the one, actually.
No way. I think he's going to put this one to bed. That's going to be it. The dagger planted, and oh boy, they're going to put in another one. Multiple stabs at this point. Here for the touch out of Hermes, and it's going to work out perfectly as Talb's actually the one to rotate in and get the goal. Miss on the line, and UCF capitalizes. UCF, as it not only instills confidence in the team, but it gives them that early lead. And that early lead is gone within a moment's notice. Again, UCF, we've pinpointed this being their little mistakes and capitalized upon them better. It could be UCF here, shot on target, and that'll be enough. Bren to take the lead just past halftime. On half of this game, and since then, they have struggled to get past the defense, and here is why. Shots like that becoming commonplace. The redirect from Bren, in the worst case, did arrive. Demo on the line. Bren, though, backs up his team, and Talbs, he'll use that to his advantage. 4-1 with 50 to go.
Got a lot more to go as well.
Good thing I think at this level of play.
That's for sure. And to kick things off, I believe that's Georgia Tech starting on the defense first. Blinn on the attacking side. And from the looks of things, you got your Neon Wish. That's actually not going to come out on the side of Blinn. They're opting for the Rays instead. But how are you feeling about these picks so far?
My boy Shen's crazy. I actually have got to work with Shen on a tier 2 roster. And dude frags hard. So I like him on the Rays. I am interested in the initiator utility that's going to go down for Blinn College. I think Georgia Tech have a bit of a more well-rounded composition. But, that could just be the neon bias speaking. So you let that be what it is. Ash, you've always been more knowledgeable than me. So I'll let you make that call. Do you feel like there's any advantages going through out of this agent select?
I'll be honest, I don't have like the entire team composition for either team memorized off the top of my head, but just to give a head-to-head between both duelists, there's pros and cons to both, right? You know, with the Raze, you have potential for a lot of AoE damage. You know, you have info seeking with the Roomba as well to help with your entry in through a choke point. But then at the same time, timings on a map like Haven reign pretty supreme as far as being able to catch the other team off guard, even getting quick flanks through. You even have, you know, some neons, like Sultan has the potential to push out, take out the attacking side of Chamber Trip watching that flank, and then not even, you know, commit to it, but fall back and quickly rotate to a site that they wouldn't expect him to be at quite yet. To kick things off, Blinn looking for mid-control. Roomba to find some information there in Garage. So that's going to be Georgia Tech now falling back. But actually deciding not to scale up on it. Blinn just still holding the steady default, looking to see if Georgia Tech maybe gets aggressive. You already see that in A lobby, they've got all of that control. So much info. Might be a quick plant here on B.
Town thinking about the wall. We'll throw it up now. Fault line gonna come through. Shen's tucked it. He's gonna step forward. No peeks to be had though, so it is gonna be that quick plant to be as mentioned. Blinn will put that one down. Wall gonna take longer to break here as it is the pistol round, and Ezra now to step forward out of it. Was that A lobby control? Find one with the headhunter before being traded out. Spaz and Black and both going to get picks of their own, and Town will get involved now as well. So everybody down grass gonna have value here, and Georgia Tech still not able to find their way towards any sort of retake. Shen and Town will wrap up the round. Blinn 1-0 off the pistol.
What I like about that quick plant on B as well was actually in the first Haven match that we saw earlier today, we saw their Omen using those one-way smokes in the post-plant situation, making that tap just so much harder. You can't just tap it, get off, try and refrag the angle. You know, you have to either wait for the smoke to fade, or you have to have one or two other people watching it for you. It's just a big risk to be taken on the side for the retake. Makes it a lot harder. Now, we're going to see the buy-up coming through for Blinn. All to be expected. Playing really passive on this anti-eco. Once again, just like we saw in the pistol round, kind of anticipating. Wait, does he not have a crosshair? Or is it just really small? Okay, it's teeny. I see it now. It was white. That's why it was difficult to see, because like we saw it up against like the sandy walls, and I was like, Ezra, hello.
Don't need it.
Oh, the timing.
Yeah, it does need that dark cover, so it's got the rendezvous out of dodge. As that smoke does fade, sight taken by Blinn, and plant going to go down. Georgia Tech completely on the retake here in this one. It's going to be a hard retake to bolster as well, considering they are on that eco.
Ooh. Yeah, that's tough too. Having that sage wall they have to deal with towards CT. Just, you waste so many bullets just trying to break it when you're stuck on those classics only. Instead, Georgia Tech looking to jump out of heaven. You've got Sultan using that high gear to get out and down, but the crossfires will come supreme despite the guiding light to come through. That leaves Jay Park in a 1v5 situation. But Momiji watching the angle, gonna take him down. A flawless round here for Blinn.
Flawless means a juicy bonus for this team. They get to keep all of these weapons going into it. The rifles out for Georgia Tech here in this one.
I'm looking forward to seeing if, now that rifling rounds are starting to come back, obviously not on this anti-eco, you don't want to see any like solo aggression from the chamber to push up towards a lobby or anything like that, because you don't want to give that rifle away for free. But instead, it'll be Sultan dashing all the way towards the right side of short. They're doubled up there. And Blinn playing smart, trying to push these close angles in Garage, use those SMGs to their fullest advantage as they funnel out.
Teddy, good to pick up one. Town gonna have that trade back rather quickly though. Her gun's close CT2 walled off, so that one should be secured for Blinn. Spaz. Noise for shot will arrive. Paranoia to stall for time, and a shrouded step to get away. Fantastic Omen utility in all aspects there. trying to get away from the dog. Was hoping the suppressing fire was enough from the stage, but it just was not. Satchel that pushed Ezra forward. Shed can't close out that kill. Mama G has the trade. Satchel will pick up 2. Down towards long, looking for the last, but it cannot quite come through. This guy has 1. A 1-on-1 now, and Mama G will fall. Looking to push their way up towards garage, but it's Gingervitis. Confident on the angle. Hits the shot.
It's gingivitis.
Is that wrong?
What?
Did
I think
say it
it's
wrong?
like, is it not a play on words of like gingivitis? But it's ginger.
What is that? What is gingivitis?
Gingivitis is actually a gum disease.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure it's a play on words.
You think they
We'll
have
get
a gum
confirmation
disease?
later.
Wow, now we're talking bad on players' dental health.
What? I didn't say
What
anything was
the
wrong with his
heck?
dental
You
health.
said
It was
it's a
his
play on words
player
for
name.
A gum disease. What the?
Yeah, it is. Gingivitis is a gum
heck?
disease. Okay, anyways, I think we're getting a little off track. A lot of util thrown here in a lobby. One thing gleaned from it, though. George Tech getting that first blood down gives them this advantage. And look how heavily they're actually posted over towards the right side of the map. There isn't even a trade mark actually over towards C to watch that push on. They're just completely fighting it down here in short.
Yeah, scrap fest. Georgia Tech will have the upper end of it. So I'm gonna retreat back to get with the team. As they've walked their way back to T spawn. Dark Cover's gonna come down to garage looking to sell a fake, and absolutely no one's bought it.
Whew. Now the re-hit towards the A site. 2 players still posted up here from Georgia Tech.
30 seconds
This
left.
is running down the clock here. 2 seconds left. They're looking to make these moves, and the Mamaji just hard clearing the left side, getting 2 opening picks on this re-hit execution. And I think there should be just a gap. Looking to do a bit of poke damage before rendezvousing out.
That will be that post-plant crossfire now.
Shadows traveling.
Said he starts to go deep towards long. That I think he just missed the stage. The Mamaji will grab the last 2. We'll have the swing from sight. It's a 3-1 score line. Blinn College to lead here by 2.
That works.
Whew. Now push onto an eco round here for Georgia Tech. They do have a Rolling Thunder available. Gonna see a snare actually being dropped into the hands of Sultan. And now we're actually, I'm curious to see, I think we're gonna see some aggression come out here. I'm wondering if the Rolling Thunder might just be ripped. No, it's just gonna be the flashpoint. They're gonna get up close and personal. Gonna eat the Prowler right up though, but it doesn't matter because nobody's got the cross. They're pushing straight out.
All that space instantly occupied by Georgia Tech. Let's funnel the players towards A, where Ezra's got a lot of work to do with just a headhunter, and we'll take a shot. We'll get away before anything's traded back. That's the A site going to be opened up here for Blinn.
Spike
The Rolling
planted.
Thunder, that's an eco, and you don't have any frags just yet, so not something you really want to throw in if you're Georgia Tech. Town's going to be knowing about. Right click. Opportunity, nothing to be had. Blackwood's going to grab 3. Town will have the player CT, and Mama G to finish everything up. 4-1. Blinn College taking themselves a flawless anti-eco.
Flawless anti-eco, but at the very least on the side of Georgia Tech now, they're back on this rifling round. I'd like to see them making full use of these ultimates that they do have in hand. The Rolling Thunder as well as the Seekers could be huge for a retake situation, kind of like combo to come through here. If they do just kind of stay off site, allow that to come through. But we're going to see early aggression now coming out towards A long instead of that A short push that we'd seen previously. Alongside the guiding light, J Park trying to stall out this push towards garage, expending that aftershock to do so.
Such a far scale for Sultan. See if it leads to anything here. later into this one. Dark cover's gone down towards C. Another fake looking to be sold from Blinn. They'll walk back towards A lobby. Gingivitis gonna have that first look down towards long. It's a satchel push forward.
Spike
And
down
Mamaji
A.
caught by Sultan. There's trades to be across the board there. It's a 2-1 special for Georgia Tech. So Town gets involved. It's gonna catch Teddy over towards B. Now gonna be in that back line, makes things awkward. J Park will catch Shen trying to find their way out towards window. That spike drop. This breaches all the control in the world. They can win out just one more gunfight. Flash to come through onto Black, who's stalling for time. 40 seconds left and still time to get reconnected. Town gonna look to take space up towards A-Link, but will get caught. Fault line to catch Black Moose as well. He's the Ezra grabbing those last 2 frags. He's to a second round converted for Georgia Tech.
Ooh, slowly building that momentum up. Only needed to expend 1 ultimate there as well. The Seekers did all that work. Now, on the side of Blinn, we do have 3 ultimates of their own available to answer with. Likely going to see that Nightfall rip to gather some intel on the execution towards a site, but also could be used to stave off a push in. However, not nearly as effective as the Rolling Thunder in that kind of fashion. Quick blast pack towards short to follow up with the Prowler. And you're already seeing a double push out through C long, the lurk to come out from town, but a lot of aggression being shown, and that's going to force Georgia Tech to fall off of the A site. And Showstopper actually already being expended here, which is kind of surprising to me, but going to try and capitalize off of it in CT. Not going to catch anyone up, though.
And they are not. There's a player caught outside of grass. So Blinn going to be down a player here in the post plant. Nightfall for them to look to hold is Rolling Thunder on the other side of things. That Rolling Thunder's caught nothing. They played all site because of it. 4 tagged by this Nightfall. We'll see if he can find value off.
One enemy remaining.
Trades all across the board here. J Park gonna win out those last 2 gunfights. The Nightfall comes through. It's deafening, but not much more, to be honest. Georgia Tech is able to play out through. We got the flashes from those double initiator setup. I mean, they don't really need to hear. They can see perfectly fine. The smokes are well placed as well to isolate that site, take it rather quickly. And while it is smart for Blinn to play off site, they have no real way to get back in once that retake starts, and well, that they don't.
First operator to see here as well. In the hands of Ezra, going to be posted up on B. And again, that aggression towards A long here from Sultan. Gets a lot of early information here for Georgia Tech and allows a quick rotation to be pulled over towards the left side of the map as well. Teddy is Fluffy, the one alone here on the C site. Actually going to be able to fall off, play the retake with the team. You have the From the Shadows here to clear out towards back platform here on the side of Blinn as well. But, oh, that's a really annoying stage vault to deal with there in Garage.
It is Ezra. Could be an annoyance over towards Garage. Taking down Spaz. Smokes away from the post plant. One back. Some more here. Prowler up close. Is not connected. And Gingivitis able to easily sling that one. Flash to come through. Looking to finish off Town. And it will do just that. 4-4. The scoreline as that defuse does settle. Georgia Tech right back into this one.
Equalized here between both teams, and they've slowed down that momentum that Blinn was building for themselves, stealing it away now for their side. This is a huge round, potentially for Georgia Tech to take home, because if they can continue to roll with this momentum, get that 4th round on the board, that's going to be, this is the last buy here for Blinn before they have to be forced onto a save. So breaking this could lead to potentially a 2-round.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the CECC South Qualifiers. Once again, my name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gompers. And Gompers, It's our final match of the day here. Everything before this was for seeding, so you make it into the playoffs no matter what.
Yeah.
But it's the difference between the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And guess what? You try and take the lower bracket, it's going to be a difficult matchup like you've got right here. UCF Rising, the team that we just saw play, has now got to play off against none other than USF. The battle for Florida continues here, and it's a battle that last time, I'm pretty sure USF took it. And again, it's going to be difficult because last time it was a battle between USF and UCF main team. Then you got the Academy team, and now the Rising team. It's a couple of rungs down, but can they make up for that and still battle against USF?
Equal in the goals, equal in the record. So overall, like, this team is definitely kind of equal. But the best part is that now that I was able to kind of watch the games, get a feel for these teams, I can kind of come up to an assumption. I don't know. I think Florida's a pretty strong team.
Okay, that's which Florida? South Florida? Central
Florida?
Yeah,
all right, hold on. Okay, ready? South Florida. I think they're.
There we go.
I think they're a pretty good team. There we go.
I would agree with you on that one. And, well, if you guys are wondering who these rosters are, University of South Florida is Banger, Sean, and Cully. This team took UTA, one of the best seeds in this entire bracket, to a Game 5, and a Game 5 that was decided by a single goal. So this could be a big matchup for UCF Rising. But on the other side of this one, UCF Rising squad is going to be the same thing that we just saw a couple moments ago here. UCF Rising is going to consist of Bren, Scully, and, well, Sir Fruitbowl didn't play last time. We did have a substitute in, but this could be a different story. Maybe we'll see the rise of Sir Fruitbowl here.
I think we will. But the thing is that let's not forget that they also have Banger on the other team. And we talked about Banger a little bit. They were definitely one of the stars that kind of, continued taking just a place in your mind. So I do feel like Banger is going to be somebody that we have to watch out for coming into this.
I think really the entire USF roster. Again, on paper, USF is probably going to be the stronger team here, but UCF Rising has had a pretty solid day thus far. It kind of comes down to, can UCF Rising sort of avoid the inconsistencies that we saw before? And I think that was the big thing that between them and UTK that sort of shined out, was that in their best moments, UCF Rising looked disgusting. They were nasty. They were great on the ball. Mechanics were good. Speed was good. Passing plays were good. But in the moments where they fell apart a little bit, they got taken advantage of by UTK and the speed that they had on their side. Against a team like USF, if you have those inconsistencies, you are going to be in for a world of hurt. So they've got to be careful here. If UCF Rising wants a shot at this one, they got to play carefully.
I think so as well. The careful aspect is definitely the way to go. I feel like in a situation like this, now it's not the grouping stage where if you lose, you'll still be able to get to play another and possibly get yourself back up. It is, if you lose, it might just be game over for you. And, stuff like that is pretty scary.
Yeah, you really don't want to be in that type of position. All you're really going to have to do at that point is just sort of like, hope and pray. I don't really know what else to say at this point here. And, well, at this point, I think that we're going to have to see, hopefully, a good game out of USF and hopefully a good game out of UCF both, because this is our final series of the day. No matter what, we're just looking for a banger here, Gompers.
Yeah, we're looking for a banger. Not in a sarcastic way, because, there is a banger inside of the game, but, in a way where we'll be able to see something close. The last game was, the last game was close, but it felt more like... I'm not necessarily sure the energy, right? I want something very fast-paced. I want something exciting.
Yeah, I want to see a good game. Again, I want to see something exciting. Like you said, I want to see a good back and forth between the two teams. I want to see a banger of a matchup. But at the same time, this is kind of what it is. At this point, we have to find out. We do not know. With the two teams coming into this one from the lower bracket, this is just to try and survive. USF has had... not the best day, but it has also not been the worst day. They've had a pretty solid record overall, but for UCF, this is going to be a little bit more difficult than anything else. I am excited. I'd like to see a good game here, but I don't really know how much more we can hype this one up. It's kind of down to how does UCF play. Again, I think we know that USF as a median line should play well.
Yeah. No, I believe they will. I mean, they did spectacularly the one game that we saw them, I believe, right? Didn't they somewhat create a stomp, or was that equal as well? I believe it was equal, maybe.
It was pretty equal. It was relatively.
It was pretty equal. Yeah. So, it's just so hard to compare and contrast. I feel like, obviously, it mostly just relies on your teammates and how well you play with them, but overall, it just kind of basing it off of skill set, too. Once again, 18 goals for both of them, 2-1 for both of them. Where are the statistics, really?
The statistics lie about even at this point here. So
yeah.
We'll see what happens at this point. We're still, we apologize. We're dealing with a couple of technical issues behind the scenes. Hopefully, we should be able to get into this game relatively quickly. But for right now, we're just trying to make sure that we've got everything set up. So we're just kind of theorizing here. What we can do in the meantime is that we can sort of look at what has been the results of today as well. It has been a very long day, full of a lot of good games, full of a lot of impressive stuff. But by far, the most impressive team, I would say, coming out of this entire thing has got to be... Actually, I was going to say I'd probably end up giving it to Indian River State. And they did have a good day. They went 2-0. But there's a couple of teams on here that just absolutely went nuts. Bruton Parker College, I don't know who they played. They had 27 goals on the day. That is more than any other team at all. What happened?
Hey, I mean, we saw Bruton Parker. And listen, the matchup... was pretty intense, but the fact that they got 27, it felt like maybe the grouping was like, just like, okay, let's get it going. But overall, UT Arlington, obviously they're not too far off of that 27. They're hitting it with the 25, but we can tell why. Okay, UT Arlington definitely had a really fast run there.
Florida International also going 2-0 to give you guys basically the tops of every single group. 2-0, Florida International win their group outright in Group A. Group B, outright, UT Arlington win theirs. They get that redemption that you and I were hoping for on the day and go 2-0. UCF goes 2-0 as well. Their academy team, though, not their main team. Their main team of UCF actually went 1-2 on the day. They were the bottom of their group versus both SAG-U and Florida International. And then you go and look at UT Dallas. They also go 2-0 over the rising Tennessee and Les McRae. And finally, like we said, Indian River State go 2-0 on the day. Those are the winners in each of our groups. They had a fantastic day overall.
They definitely did.
And, well, rather than continuing on with statistics, let's take a second here. We're going to take a break, come back, and hopefully we should have our USF versus UCF Rising game. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Really good score line to be starting out the second half with.
Yeah, 100%. If not fully tied, next best thing, just 2 rounds. So, back to the swing of things now. Sagewell's going to go down towards Garage. So starts early towards B. We'll waltz it back as the team find themselves an opportunity to split. Old gang going to head now towards C long. Spaz jump spot has recognized quite a couple foes. Paranoid going to go down. We'll stall for some time as Sultan has dashed their way forward into the site. Roomba to catch to the back end of things, and Shen has the frag CT. Ezra trade back. 3 members of the defense already swinging their way out to the site. They're all cut down. Just leaves Spaz, the initial player who was here, and he's gone now to Teddy to take him down. Just leaves Mamaji. Just came off of a 1v2 in the last round. Not this time. J Park, quick one tap. Georgia Tech take the pistol.
I like how Georgia Tech played that out before getting that spike initiated. You know, they knew that Mamaji was stuck in that CT corner. No rendezvous available. So, all things considered, just holding it, not allowing him to kind of reposition himself, risk losing that information later on in the round if you want to play safe. And now, the buy-up to come through here. Flynn stacking towards the A side. A really good read considering the positioning of Georgia Tech to start things out. We've got that seize nade combo to secure an alt point into the hands of one of the members of Flynn. They're just waiting for the deep smoke to actually hold them off for now.
Now, Stanley does begin towards a lobby. Flash to get Gingivitis out. Does pop
healing over here.
just before the swing, so wasn't actually able to take up space, and Black Goose has walked up sewer. Found themselves one. They've gotten away scot-free as well. Can't pick up the weapon. The frag's quite nice. It is a man advantage here for Blinn.
Look at the air players on Blinn are like moving as a swarm too. All three players have just stuck together the entire duration of this round, playing their numbers advantage with the pistol disadvantage up against the SMGs. Despite cutting noise over towards A, it's going to be a re-hit. Dark cover to go out towards CT and Heaven. But with one really passive look from Shen, info will be given for the quick rotation through. We're actually going to see a flank coming around as it was smoked off as well, but it's going to be a little bit late. So Blinn, they have to stall on this retake to allow their member to catch up. And on the side of Georgia Tech, nobody is playing on safe.
They are not going to take their chances with the eco guns en masse. So they got their way back towards the site, but plant perfect for this occasion. Sound will tap aftershock in early on the spike. That's killed some time. Flash has killed a player. That dark cover, not Georgia Tech's friend, to be honest. The class is going to step into it, and they're right-click city, baby. Sultan's found two, but they have not found the diffuser. It'll be grabbed by Down. It'll sit and it'll rest on it. 8-6. Blinn will steal away the anti-eco.
Ooh, we thought it was going to be a tie-up, but their free guns did reign supreme. And now, let's take a look at things. The bonus of Georgia Tech is going to be looking really rough because it's not a bonus whatsoever. It's just going to be, you know, that half buy / save to come out from them. Investment into J Park to have that kind of quote-unquote hero SMG up against these rifles. Does have the roll defender in hand in case the plant can be secured, but oh no, that's tough. That's just a total util dump on Sultan. You can't do too much there.
You cannot. Georgia Tech gonna recoup now towards spawn and ponder the option. Call to head over towards A. Pretty free scaling in this department as well. So it's bringing up again, so check thoroughly nonetheless. Just the chamber look towards Heaven and play pretty passively as well. Those trademark gave early information. You can't get after that trademark gets off. Dark cover will come through, so it's going to be blind fire spam. They want it at all. Will not catch anything. The fault line has him spamming. He's so much slower. The plant will go down for Georgia Tech. A little extra eco, a little extra switch in the pocket the next round. Well, we'll see if we can find something on the post plant.
Getting the plant is pretty big as it is, and as I say that, the headhunter hunting heads. You hear one creeping up towards Heaven, so now a crossfire regains. Ezra with the pick. Now a 1v2 situation. Rolling Thunder in hand for a Hail Mary. One flash to come out, but Spaz is just completely sticking it. It's hit half now, so this is actually going to be a lot more difficult. The smoke to come through to completely cover that with the 15 HP in hand. They have a Phantom, but not enough time to spray it down as Black Moose gets that last pickup, cleaning things up. 9-6 here for Blinn.
Rifles to be rebought for these remaining players. Town will grab a Vandal. Black Moose has the ability to buy from as well, so full guns back on the board here into this one. Doing a good job of keeping rifles alive after stealing what was that anti-eco just 2 rounds ago. It's going to be early info. This team's going to work their way towards A. T-Snake has seen nothing. Haunt seen nothing. That's early info for these 2 players to win. You already see that defense start to make adjustments.
They found my trap.
Yeah. This time around, that aggression coming out towards C-Long, and this is kind of what you really need to do on the defense here on Haven. You try to look for that earlier information if you're not running like a double initiator. Clears out one side, makes the read a little bit easier towards the other. Namji holding down the fort with the first blood here to take out the Sky. Sultan to equalize here, 4-4, falling back. Now repositioning towards Hell, the showstopper expended, but not finding its mark.
Flood from Blinn onto this side. Ezra now going to be here on the flank. And Sultan's picked up one. Quick kill by Shen though. And they read into Ezra so quickly. Shen's picked that one up now as well. Defuse started.
One enemy remaining.
Both players going to be towards long. Shen Bird now, and J Park will fall as well. A 4K for Shen FPS in a 10-6 scoreline for Flint College.
Hitting double digits in 3 rounds in a row here for Blinn. I want to say a big thing for them though is the retakes have just been really clean on the side of Blinn. Every single round won on the defense hasn't been from like a site hold or anything like that. They've all been defuse wins. So on the side of Georgia Tech, they're not having any like problems getting onto site, getting that plant down. It all comes down to their post plant, which is just lacking, I guess, a little bit of flavor there. A TP over towards the left side of window here for Teddy's Fluffy, but smoke to come out. Not too much information, however, does allow them to kind of just walk up and give Ezra a peek into B. Now you see a bit of info being given over towards the A site, which is a very heavy lean considering the aggressive angle that Chamber Mamaji is able to take over towards the C side, which he actually falls off of ultimately. And the rotation feels a little slow now because now Blinn's crept all the way up towards A long. They've got this read that it should be towards A. C. This bait might be enough though.
You think so? I mean,
I don't
definitely
know.
hear the noise, but
Yeah.
I feel like you recognize it's just one set of footsteps, right? And Mamaji just shut everything down over towards C as well. We'll pick up 2. Black Moose is going to have that fake player, Sultan. Mamaji to tuck that flash, but cannot find the frag. J Park will stay alive with just 10 HP to keep the hopes alive for Georgia Tech. We'll have to force the team to work with as well. Ezra's got to come up big, though. Town has won a trade for Ezra, but right back is the refrag of Spaz. 11-6 for Flint College. Don't bite on the fake.
I mean, it wasn't really not buying the fake though. You still saw the investment over towards the A side. It's just the fact that Momji had so much impact with getting those first 2 picks over towards the C site and still actually being able to sustain and live by, you know, hopping out with that rendezvous, getting over towards the back site, just living a little bit longer. Does ultimately fall, but still gathers information and buys time for his team on the rotation. But we are looking at 1 away from match point here. And this is the winner. So Blinn, if they can secure the next 2 rounds, will be guaranteeing their spot in playoffs. And otherwise, Georgia Tech would be falling over towards the lower bracket, but not going to give up on the comeback yet.
Pick that one, Mamaji, another. Black Moose has shut down the overdrive of Sultan.
Enemy remaining.
Black Moose has Ezra. From the shadows from Teddy into heaven. Now isolated. Rest of the team gone from the round. They barely tucked to town. We'll slow her down and find the frag. 12-6 for Blinn College. It's match point.
Match point.
Feeling pretty confident about this team's ticket in the playoff bracket now.
Yeah, considering this kind of wonky buy on the side of Georgia Tech. That is rough, though, for Teddy is Fluffy. I mean, on the side of Blinn, this is not the first time that we've seen it. Once they have, you know, an inkling of, okay, we can isolate this one player, they're really not afraid to util dump you, and it makes it nearly impossible to get out unscathed. But as we look at this upcoming round, heavy lean over towards, actually, just a heavy split in general. Shen just with a pickup through the smoke. It's going to be a big opening pick, because that's setup potential for the Neon now taken away. No fault line to allow him to get up close.
Mamaji gonna find Uridius. Sultan can't find the trade. Mamaji has another as well from CT. They've absolutely shut down any hope of this A site. Georgia Tech will head away on the road. We've just got 2 players to work with here. We've got a Sage able to break it. They want to go into garage. Dark Cover's gonna come down towards A, but Blinn College, all the wiser. They've started the rotation. They're barreling over towards C here through spawn right now. Spaz and Giga peek info on 1. Dark Cover is slow.
Ooh, the Nightfall to come
great
through.
paranoia.
That's just so much stall potential. 40 seconds left on the clock. Actually going for a really cheeky TP there for Spaz, but Teddy not going to let that happen. Not the boom bot though, not like this. Teddy's good for another, but Black Moose going to clean things up. 13-6 here for Blinn, and they've secured their spot in playoffs.
Lynn College out of Group C. They'll take it winner's side. We'll move to the higher seed of the round of 16. Georgia Tech head down to the decider, so not out just yet. Still a chance to get the Group C for them as well. Still plenty of games to continue after that. Lynn College, you know, higher seed, 7th in the power rankings for a reason. Tell me some of those reasons that we saw on display this game.
Some of the reasons that we saw on display. I think that when we looked at the defensive side, and I feel like I've said that for almost every single matchup that we've seen today, a lot of these teams, they look very comfortable on the attack, but struggle a little bit more on the defense. And I do think that that's because, you know, sometimes you kind of fall into that situation where you're trying to hold sites, maybe you're playing the retake game, but the other team, they just continue to aggress on you. But meanwhile here for Blaine College on the defense, they played that ebb and flow game that I've talked about previously. That works on like you can make that work on any map here. And when it comes down to it, on Haven and big maps, or like, I mean, Haven, quote unquote, actually technically a smaller map, but has 3 sites, so you're very split up because there's so many choke points. But you know, if you're pushing out towards one side, it makes it a lot easier to read the other side, and it gives yourself not only information, it also gives you potential for, you know, flanks and whatnot, and I think that's a really big difference maker on maps like Haven. Same thing that we saw in Breeze before.
I think that's very, very fair. And we'll head to break. When we come back, we got decided matches on the way. We'll see the rest of the teams that are going to make their way into the playoff bracket. Stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. I am Septilance, joined by Ethan, another cancer survivor and esports enjoyer, brought to us by the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So, Ethan, of course, if you're comfortable, can you kind of walk us through what cancer you had and how long you were battling it for?
Of course. I have B-cell lymphoblastic lymphoma, which is a blood cancer. And I was diagnosed in March of 2017, and the day after we started treatment, and we had daily, weekly, and monthly chemo treatment appointments for nearly 4 years.
Wow.
And then of June of 2020, I finally took my last dose of chemo meds and finished, and I was in remission.
That's wonderful. I mean, that's fantastic. And you and I were talking a lot about kind of how you have a really unique kind of connection to esports, right? We talked about this off camera, and how you aren't a streamer like Brenda was, and you're not a player, you're simply an observer, you're a spectator, and how even being outside of the game can still be so impactful. So during that difficult time, what video games or esports did you find yourself kind of magnetized towards, attracted to?
Esports have always been something that has been close to me, and video games have always been close to me. But it really shone and really attached to me during treatment, because I was isolated. I was in the hospital for nearly weeks at a time. And watching streams in esports, I was able to interact with other people that I couldn't do physically in the hospital. It brings people together. It's a great community. And with video games, I'm able to log on to Minecraft with friends.
Right.
Go and screw around in a world.
Yeah.
When they got back home from school, and we could talk and just enjoy each other's time, even while I'm in the hospital.
Absolutely. And you know, that's really interesting as well, because you and I had the chance to talk about how a lot of people are hesitant towards esports, right, and kind of video games as a whole, but you give such a unique kind of circumstance about what it can mean to somebody outside of the traditional life, outside of kind of what we've lived in. So if somebody were to kind of look at you and your connection to esports, how do you think you would kind of explain the impact it's had for you? Has it just kind of been that constant flow of positivity in such a dark time?
Yeah, I would explain that people are afraid because it's not traditional.
Right.
It's not something like football that's been here for dozens and a ton of years.
Yeah.
This is something new and something that's bloomed from the first computer ever made, and that esports is able to bring people together. It's a big community that reaches all around the world. And that's the most important part of it, that it could reach people that you cannot talk to physically.
Yeah.
You can all enjoy something together, even when you're apart.
Beautifully said. Very well said. And before we kind of end our interview, I want to give you the opportunity, if there's anything that, I know you mentioned you don't stream, but if there's anybody you want to shout out or just say thank you to, or anything you'd want to plug, I want to make sure you have that time.
I definitely want to plug LLS, and there's not really anything else I want to plug. Just LLS itself. It's so important, Big. They work so hard.
Do you kind of want to explain something that we actually probably should have done earlier? Do you want to explain what that is and kind of how that brought you here?
LLS works really hard to fund top researchers and to find amazing things for blood cancer, to help prolong kids and adults with blood cancer's life. And they're really important.
Absolutely. Well, Ethan, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for sharing your story.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see the train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors, but we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, you know, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, you know, eligibility checks and, you know, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, you know, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that fits what esports is, as opposed to
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC South Qualifiers. Once again, and for the final time tonight, my name is Bass in the Past, joined alongside by none other than Gomperson. We are here to give you an unfortunate update. Due to some technical issues, we are not going to be able to stream our final match of the day here for Rocket League. The good thing is this is not the end of Rocket League for the weekend. Tomorrow, we're going to come back with a top 8. You're going to be able to watch the quarterfinals, the semifinals, third place match, and the grand finals, all with myself and Gompers yet again.
Yes.
But for today, that is all that we've got. Gompers, it was a pleasure, though. It was a fun ride all the way through. We got to see some pretty good matches of Rocket League today.
No, we did. I definitely enjoyed myself. Hopefully tomorrow, right, you know, coming in with the A game for me personally. You guys are going to see a new Gompers tomorrow, okay? Because the brain is literally so big right now. It's just unmatched.
All right, well, in that case, you know, don't spoil too much. We got to make sure that these people have something to anticipate for tomorrow. But if they do want to see a little bit more of you, Gompers, where can they find some more of you?
All right, well, for me, you can find me on Twitter majority of the time at Gompers and an X at the end, of course.
Fantastic. And, well, for me, it's Bass from the Past on pretty much all socials throughout everything.
Yeah.
We are not going to necessarily leave you guys with nothing, though, when we come back. We have got some more going on. I believe that it is going to be Super Smash, and I believe that it is going to be Kilomiles and Orbital to take over. So what we're going to do, send you to a quick little break, have a couple words from, I believe, our main man, Paulie, and then we're going to get right on into the Super Smash action. So, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. It is the end of Rocket League for the day, but it is not the end of the broadcast here on the Esports YouTube channel. Once again, for myself, Bass on the Pass, for Gompers, for the people behind the scenes, huge shout out to our producer on the day, Prof, who did a fantastic job the whole way through, and shout out to our man, K-Tad, who's organizing the whole thing. But again, action doesn't stop. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break. Peace out, and have a fun time with Smash.
In good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. You know, right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do. And why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, you know, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You know, you're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. We're in week number 7, and trust me when I tell you, things have only been heating up. These teams are fighting for a chance to make it into the playoffs, and because of that, I mean, there's so much crazy action to get into, and, you know, don't take my word for it. Let's check out the plays. Starting us off, it's a play that'll have you asking yourself, how did he do that? As Melee juggles and ping-pongs blighted right off the stage.
Because the projectiles are so ever-present, that reflector right there that you just saw is going to be in the back of Melee's mind throughout this set. But right now, Melee's doing a good job of getting around it, has the percent lead, and make it 64 right now on blighted stock. It's still being worked away at the combo setup.
At number 7, Red Ninja is just cleaning up the West as he gets this nice 3K to cap off the series.
Had a lot of fun with it too. How does that win? I don't know. How does that, in any world, how does that possibly win? Here's what I can say, right? You have Big J5 running around in the back line on Roadhog just trying to cause havoc, right? You have a Symmetra teleporting all over the place. You have
Up next, there might just be a 4th member on the squad of RPI as the corner comes in clutch to take them to game number 5.
About as good as you're going to see for a team play off the corner wall, and RPI takes a 3-goal lead.
And with that, we have the fastest goal in this matchup so far. We started off with the quickest goal, the least amount of time.
Okay, spoiler-free intro this time. Someone gets a 4K clutch in this round. You just have to guess who.
A-side now to be Wukian with an immediate elimination onto Relay, making it a 5-4, but Opso might be able to, no, will find the elimination onto Louis, tying things back up, not for long. Wukian with that operator takes out somebody. A real powerhouse player has to kiss this round goodbye. UK, they're 3 rounds away, winning their 3rd round and almost tying us back up. What a shot from Wukian there. It is going to be the Blade Storm taken offline by that KO point Blade. Without that Blade Storm, they may be able to win this one. Brown Baller with the 3. Can he find the 4? Jag? No, it's the right click that puts him in. Wukian with a 4K of his own. Win Kentucky's.
In our top half, it's Sonics in his attempt to 9-stock NJCU that gives us this next play and this beautiful edge guard.
Things will go swimmingly for themselves as of right now. See Hydra playing at a massive disadvantage, already at 109, but 92 on Sonics. This was where we saw them actually take that stock against them. It was just a small little up B. One hit is all it takes.
No, Ravage! Oh my! Sonics is too clean with it!
For number 3, Shrusi's got some things to say as he just pops off for Kings.
So much to bear, and well, too much to bear. Shrusi, why take on 1 defenders when you can take on 2, maybe even all of them?
Why get a hat trick when you can get 5 goals instead? 30 seconds to go. Literally every goal of this game has been from Strucy, and you would go to think, you know, oh, obviously he's got a million shots. That's why he's just been putting on the pressure. Not really. He's 5 for 7. He's really accurate with what he's doing here. Not wasting his time because shots like this, they don't come every day. But for Strucy, it's another walk in the park. Give him the time in the air and he will do things like this.
Somebody call it. Somebody call it. This is unfair.
And in second place this week, it's the perfectly timed EMP into self-destruct combo that completely wipes out Wichita State in the opening map against Johnson and Wynn.
Self-destruct is there. Gentalian and Rogue combining for a massive fight win right there. 95%.
And in our number 1 spot, it's a tour de force that some would say is almost excessive from Nagwin as he shuts the door onto Delaware.
On the right side of the kill feed, Nagwen playing C-Long, doing a great job at it. Oh my goodness, even better! Trying to turn 2 into 3, not able to line it up yet, but there it is. That tour de force is a tour de force to be reckoned with. Nagwen taking out 4 to win the 7th round for UK.
All right, and that is it. Now, I mean, like, what did I tell you guys? Things are only getting crazier and crazier, and with this wrapping up, that means there's only one more of these videos left to make. That means there's only 4 more weeks of playoffs left on the table that's going to be starting up in just a little bit. And I mean, what a crazy season it's been, and what a crazy season it's shaping up to be. Special thank you again to our partners at Esports U for providing us that extra broadcast coverage. But if you guys want to stay up to date, I mean, you already know where to go. But hey, if you haven't, if you don't know yet, you want to give us a follow on Twitter at ECAC_esports, and you want to make sure you tune into the action live at twitch.tv/ECAC_esports. We are live on Mondays and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, Wednesdays at 7. Trust me, you guys want to be there. We've only got so much action left in the season. And then, hey, before you know it, we'll be back again right around the corner for fall semester. But once again, I've been KTAD. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather Garozzo, also known as Sapphire. I'm so excited to join you here today. This is an initiative that means a lot to me. I've been involved in esports now for a little more than I want to admit, but about 20 years in many different facets. And when I started, I was often the only woman in the room. There were no women competitions. There were no other women on co-ed teams or women's teams. And that obviously has changed drastically over the most recent couple of years. Initiatives like this are so meaningful to getting more women involved and giving them a stepping stone to join those tier 1 leagues, to join co-ed teams, mixed teams, and hopefully become the best in the world. So I came to join today to just tell you a little bit about my journey, hopefully inspire you, whether you want to go down the path of being a professional gamer or a content creator, or you want to work in the industry. There's so many different options, and I wanted to share a little bit about my story with you. So first off, I'm actually at Valorant Champions in Istanbul right now. The match is happening like just behind the door from me, so you might even hear some of the crowd noise going hype. The crowd is obviously cheering for Fnatic. Actually, I just heard a loud cheer right now, so something epic might have just happened. But so apologies if you hear that background noise, but it's all part of the vibe. It's all part of just being in esports, living and breathing esports. My journey actually started just as a player. I was a multi-sport varsity athlete in high school. Tore my MCL, was out on an injury, and then I found esports. My brother would have his friends over, and I didn't want my brother to be better than me than anything, and I just started playing. And this was actually Counter-Strike. Valorant wasn't out at the time, of course. And turns out that I was pretty decent at it, and so started playing more and more and more. Found some teammates, traveled down to the CPL, which is like the top tournament at the time. Thought after winning a bunch of tournaments in the Milwaukee area that we would come in and do really well. Turns out we were terrible, and we finished dead last. Lost to a Finnish team that was one of the best in the world. But it only motivated me to be a better player. So I kept competing. Eventually I made it on to some of the top teams. I was in co-ed teams, played in ESEA Invite, which is now the equivalent of ESL Pro League, and also played on some co-ed teams. Played with teammates like Miss Harvey, Potter, who is now the coach of Evil Geniuses, Alice Liu, that played with Complexity's Valorant team. Some of the things that I learned in my competing journey, it's not just about my physical skill in the game, not just how quick you could react to something, but communication, teamwork. These things are so important. At Valorant Champions right now, I get the opportunity to listen into the teams and listen to their communication. It's amazing how they refine their craft and refine how they communicate with their teammates. It's something so fascinating. So I encourage you, one of the things I like to tell up-and-coming players is record your team's comms and listen back. Did you give the right calls? Could you have done better calls? Those calls have been shorter and more precise? Those are some of the things I learned as a player. Throughout that playing journey, one of the highlights was in 2012 when I traveled to Paris and competed in the Esports World Cup, which was the top tournament for women at the time. And we came in and we won the World Championship, which was so exciting. It's so amazing to play in front of crowds of thousands of people. They were cheering against us because we were playing against a European team and we were an American team. But that feeling is just like unlike anything else when you can raise that trophy and they play the national anthem of your country. I hope many of you playing in this competition will get to experience some of that one day. It's truly an honor. Some of the other things besides competing and winning trophies, I played in 250 tournaments over the years. I believe that's the most for any woman. It's hard to keep track in the early days, but beyond competing, I work in the industry. So I'm the vice president at Dignitas. It's one of the oldest operating esports teams. We had for many years one of the top women's teams in the world. I also founded a women's initiative called Radiant and operate women's esports tournaments just like this. And I've realized how important that is. A lot of people will ask, why do the women need their own tournaments? Why can't they just play with the guys? And my response back is, if you look at a game like Valorant, there's a reason why there are so many women competing in this game compared to other esports titles. It's because these women's initiatives exist, and they give women something to work towards, something to get started. It gives them a more safe environment, a harassment-free environment to kick off their careers. And I hope one day we don't need women's tournaments. That's the end goal, is because more women are competing and more women are going to start to shine in those tier 1 teams. My last point is, as I said, working in the industry, there's so many different job opportunities. You don't have to be the best player in the world. You don't have to be comfortable on camera and be a content creator. You can work in business side, marketing, advertising. You can work in PR. You can work even in the sciences. There's sports psychology jobs. There's team chefs. There's nutritionists. One of my positions is being an observer. Like I said, I'm at Valorant Champions right now. And, if you're dual monitoring and you're watching both this event and Valorant Champions at the same time, after this, I'm about to hop in and be the observer for Xset versus Fnatic, essentially an in-game director. There's a million different production jobs as well. But I just wanted to use this as an opportunity to hopefully inspire you to continue to pursue esports and gaming.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup South Online Regional Qualifier 2022-23. I am your host, Paulie Hype. We have seen some amazing action so far. Valorant has been going hard over on Esports U, and I'm so excited to say that Rocket League is now concluded, and we will be throwing it over to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate with two casters that I'm very proud to see once again joining the Esports U Talon family here, and that is Miles as well as my main man, Orbital. So without further ado, throw it over to Miles and Orbital. Let's bring it in with some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. I cannot wait to see some fighting game action. Woo! Let's go.
Thank you very much, Paulie. Hey, we are here. It is Orbital and Miles. We are here to have some fun with the Super Smash Bros. Action. I'm very, very excited as, of course, the teams have been raring to go from the start of the day, and I think it's going to be a fantastic time here. Miles, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm really excited to get into this because for any of you who follow the grand international scheme of Smash Brothers, the South in general is such a strong region with representatives from Texas, from Georgia, and of course from Florida all over the place. We've got some amazing matches coming up, starting out with Florida International University taking on UT Arlington. And, well, Orbital, let me give you a brief intro real quick. UT Arlington, proven champions in many, many tournaments in the past in a variety of esports, and their Smash Brothers team similarly powerful. Meanwhile, Florida International University, not a team we've seen here in the CECC so far, but from what they have been telling me, I think we better keep our eye on them.
Oh yeah, that's the best part about this, right? And of course, we are getting into the group stages first, right? Now, to give a little rundown of how the groups have actually been broken down, we have 3 different groups. Each group is going to be playing a number of games. I believe it's about 2. You know, you win 2, you get to move on, and all that fun stuff. Of course, all eyes are going to be on the fact that this is the Group C out of 3 groups. This is the only group with 3 teams in it, I believe. So that is going to be the little challenge that we're seeing here. This one has a lot more weight on the matches that are currently being played. So to be able to open up this amazing tournament, I think is going to be so much fun. Any players that you're kind of interested in watching for? Any players that really pique your interest? Anyone that we should be keeping our eyes on, whether on one side or the other?
Well, on Florida International University, one of the main players signaled for me to keep my eye on was Laser Bud, who is a Steve player on the come up as of late, declares that himself a top 10 Steve in the world. Of course, Narnia, Riku, and kills him. No one to scoff at either, but I won't get too deep into where they're falling yet because, well, we've got a lot coming up. Meanwhile, on UT Arlington, they've got a whole roster of killers, from longtime veterans of the game like Army Ollie leading the charge to a plethora of Pokemon trainers as well, in the form of both Beastly and Davy. They've got a lot of coverage. I'm very excited to see where... Oh, it is actually UT Austin who is coming up, and, well, they're nothing to scoff at either. Rusky Nerd on the Ness, very infamous. And speaking of infamous characters, Bro Ken as well on all of the FGC characters. Ken, Ryu, Kazuya is a major threat. Both these teams, I'm excited to see what they have to show for us.
Yeah, we have gotten word. We are swapping back. You were correct, I believe, the first time, Miles. You were correct. You were correct. You're good.
Well, Davey, Army Ollie, Curry, and Beastly are players I am well and intimate with. Davey, Beastly, I want to highlight in particular, very... almost more infamous for being able to clutch out near any situation when the time comes, though I feel like that could be said of any of them. In some leagues, I feel like UT Arlington is also known as a very hype team. They play at a very fast pace. A lot of teams like to declare that we're not like your average team. We play a more fast-paced rushdown style. UT Arlington, they really mean that.
And I think that brings with it a sort of confidence as, again, we're in crew battles, right? That is something that you want to ride the entire way through your series. It's a way to kind of bolster your own team forward as you continue taking stock after stock, right? Hey, listen, we're on a roll. Let's keep it up. Let's play fast. Let's go ahead and keep trying to make our way forward. And that's going to be, I think, a huge proponent. So I'm very, very happy that you're able to point that out, take a look at it and see, maybe we get to see these teams either steamroll or if they have to claw back, right? Hey, we already dropped 2 rounds. Let's go ahead, try and regather ourselves. What can we do? Can we see a single player be able to change that all up? So, of course, we are going to see this premier matchup here. But I do want to talk about some of the other teams. Is there a specific team that you think could be an underdog, right? We already have kind of the listings out. We know so many of the strong teams currently listed out. Are there any teams here, in your opinion, Miles, that could give us a little bit of an upset, a team that could bring about a little bit of a surprise show for us here?
Well, I feel like in general, a lot of the Texas teams are a little underappreciated in the modern meta, and that's because geographically, Texas is huge, and that makes it kind of an isolated region. Texas players compete against other Texas players, and that's generally the way things go. Florida, they get to go all up and down the East Coast, same with Georgia. Texas doesn't really get that luxury all the time, and so people tend to underrate people that they don't personally have experience against. However, the people who have been coming out of Texas as of late in both the competitive and collegiate scenes are nothing to scoff at. So I feel like any of the Texas teams, whether it be, well, the UT Austin, UT Arlington, Dallas, all of them are a major threat. And University of Houston in particular, I'm curious to see as well. We have a couple insights into them, but it looks like we might be getting into this soon enough. So I feel like we should get into this. This looks like it's going to be Narnia on the DDD taking on Army Ollie to start things out.
Yep, kicking things off with the openers, and this is going to be an interesting challenge, right? Having a King DDD is one of the most frustrating things, especially as a little bit of a smaller character, but already opening up with a nice 55 combo here, setting up with a little bit of the ledge guard and hoping to control this stage as we are on Pokemon Stadium. It's one of the lovely, lovely choices that everyone enjoys here. Army Ollie, of course, playing alongside his brother Curry, I believe, is a very interesting fact all in its own, so I'd love to see what they can do here. The duo of brothers joining up on the same team.
Yeah, and Narnia right here has been playing the ledge trapping game, and even though Olimar has oh, that was tricky. Narnia goes off the ledge trying to inhale, and Army Ollie gives him something to swallow, but because of that, you're stuck in the end lag of reflect animation. Narnia goes right into the depths without ever being able to recover.
And that's one that Army Ollie is pulling off a little tricky set against DDD of all things. It's very difficult to pull some of the stocks at lower percentages, so to be able to combat and get a 1-1 right at the start here, it has to feel really, really good.
Yeah, it certainly does, as at this present time, well, it's a little bit tricky for Narnia to stabilize, because once Olimar gets you under pressure with that purple setup, it's so hard to avoid the damage racking up. Army Ollie getting aggressive at the ledge. Can they clean up this kill, though? No, Narnia gets back to center.
Yeah, they're going to set it up and try and figure out what they want to do here. Narnia, of course, trying to fight it out and already going to the ledge. So has a couple Pikmin. We can see a purple, blue, and a couple pinks in there as well. I think the blue actually got killed. Feels bad, man. So see what they can do. And come on, you got to stop doing that. DDD, we understand that you don't like Pikmin, but this is not the way to treat them.
Well, that was actually quite interesting. I didn't know that interaction would happen. When DDD inhales the Pikmin, he kind of dilutes it from existence. Yeah. Normally, it's just a reflect. So that is a great way to deal with those purple Pikmin, which, as you can see, with that kill from the up air, are a major threat.
Yeah, and this 6-4 matchup, I think, is what people kind of rate this as. So starting things out, Narnia's set at a very slight disadvantage, but as long as they can control the ledge, we know what DDDs are very, very capable of. Of course, that was Army Ollie trying to go back to neutral, but good coverage by Narnia to keep the space in between. 117 and counting. A single hit would really cause the problem, and so right now, Ollie just hoping to get some chip damage, hopefully getting to this last stock and keeping it. Oh, the reflect of the spike ball right back in their face.
Yeah, the purple Pikmin can just knock that Gordo straight back at DDD, but that's a great anti-air jump caught, and now Army Ollie is also on his last stock against Narnia here, but Narnia is at the ledge. Purple Pikmin is there to follow up and get the forward smash off of it. Army Ollie is able to clean up game one with one stock remaining, which at this present time gives us a great opportunity to explain what that means, because we are in a 4-person crew battle right here, Orbital.
Yeah, this is again a 4-person crew battle, and for those, as you said, Miles, that might not be up to date with how this works, each team is able to field a roster of 4. Each player is given 3 stocks, and they play it out just as they would at any other event, right? But the difference is that once you go and lose, your next player steps up. The returning player, the player that won in the first match, is now going to continue playing, but with the same stocks as they ended the game with. So it is essentially you have, I believe, 12 stocks to play with as a team that you have to utilize to perfection to beat your opponent. That's what you're looking at.
And based off of that early showing, Florida International University is not anywhere near out of it yet. Putting up a very strong showing. Army Ollie, a long-time ranked player in the state of Texas, and who is, well, I've seen Army Ollie debut in quite a few grand finals in my time. So the fact that you were able to get him down to his last stock That's a great opener for you if you are FIU.
And I mean, taking a look at the rest of the players, I mean, we have a little bit of insight into the players and know kind of what they prefer here. And we see some of the characters that they are currently running with the DDD already taken out and kind of leveraging that against the rest of the team. For Florida International, is there another player that you would like to see fielded next, right? We do have Laserbud, Riku, and Killzim all listed on the roster right now. Any of them that you feel might be able to bring a challenge and be able to take Olimar as well as prep for the next opponent?
Well, that is the thing. It's very hard to go in against an Olimar because he's not a very common character. Honestly, I think it's less about character matchups and more familiarity with this character, because if any of them have played any very strong Olimars, which, your good old friend Myron, a very famous Olimar player, is from down in Florida, so hopefully some of them might have some experience. If any of them have gone up against Myron before and taken some L's, now's that time to take that experience and put it up against Army Ollie.
Yeah, just leverage that experience. You only have to take one stock, right? The whole point of this right now is more or less to just take it without losing anything, right? If Army Ollie is able to take at least one stock, you consider that an absolute win for UT Arlington, right? That is considered, you take 4 stocks total and even more or anything of the sort, that's great. Because again, damage doesn't transfer over. That is another thing that we do want to add on. Of course, damage is, you can't calculate that. There's no way to reset, hey, you got 52.5%, let's go ahead and calculate that. No, that's not going to happen. But it is important, right? If you can get it, and we saw how tricky Olimar can be, if you're able to gather one more stock, you have to be willing to understand that, hey, that's going to put you at a deficit. So I want to see, I want to see Laserbud, though. If we are talking about some of the players, I'm very interested. You were talking a little bit about Laserbud, saying, hey, you know, they have a little bit of a reputation. Some players know them, and maybe we got to see that happen. Maybe we got to see this awesome player, be able to set up. Hey, and we do have word. It is Laserbud. I get my wish, and we get to see this player come out in round number 2.
Yeah, I'm excited for this too. Laserbud, this is their chance to showcase why exactly they believe they're in that top 10 range. Laserbud needs to be demonstrating the punish game even without resources, because in a 3-stock-to-1 situation, you really don't want to give Olimar too much time to breathe. Steve takes a little bit of time to gather those resources, but if you demonstrate that you're a major threat even without resources, if those wooden tool combos are good enough to take this first stock from Army Ollie, that is a major boon for the side of FIU.
Yeah, not just that. I mean, you're taking a look at the fact that just as, you know, Steve is collecting resources, Olimar is doing the same, right? There are specific Pikmin combinations that you want to roll with, right? We saw the fact that the purple Pikmin, the heavy Pikmin, I think is what it's called, is very, very useful. You know, finishing combos, you want to pull those Pikmin, and there is a random chance. That is the also fun part of Olimar, is it's somewhat of a random chance which Pikmin you are going to get, and kind of set up there, and you can toss them and be happy about that one, but setting up the right combinations, being able to flow through the combinations of Pikmin is also going to be utilized heavily if Army Ollie wants to take at least one more stock.
Well, it's actually not common knowledge, but the order of the Pikmin is completely predetermined, and a good Olimar can actually know them with their eyes closed. Now, here's the thing about those purple Pikmin, though. When he does that side B attack and throws the Pikmin, the purple Pikmin are the only one with an actual tangible hitbox that knocks you back. All the other Pikmin will just latch onto you. What's that useful for? Breaking the blocks. Steve will put up wall after wall of defense, but the purple Pikmin give you an excellent poke tool to make your way through those defenses. And you saw a couple times Army Ollie was gunning towards that double purple setup. Why is that? Well, that lets you constantly throw out a barrage of purple Pikmin, and it lets you cover your own approach with a Pikmin, with a hitbox. It essentially gives you unpunished ground momentum. You can control the ground completely, and it forces your opponent into the air consistently. So as soon as Army Ollie meets that win condition, things become a bit more of a problem for our friend Laserbud.
This is why you're the expert here, Miles. This is why you are on here explaining all of this to us, because we are interested. We want to see these players bring out the best in every single one of their characters, and hopefully we get to see that happen here. Let's go ahead and get ready to jump into round number 2. Will Army Ollie be able to take at least one more stock, or even more so? Or will Laserbud be able to finish things off? It is not going to be the Steve, though. We had seen a little bit of that info. It's actually going to be the Ike. Sorry, not Ock. I don't know where that came from.
All right. Oh. Well, Laserbud on this Ike. I don't hate this matchup if you're going... Olimar is essentially a sword character, but you can break the sword sometimes, so outrange him just a bit. Now, Ike does have the unique advantage of being able to come down on top of Army Ali, but Army Ali very well aware of that, playing well out of the range where they can get those combos started. But as I say that,
yeah, just rolling through as much as they can, just trying to pull the Pikmin. And I mean, right now, Laserbud hopefully doing a good job of trying to space and just trying to clear out some of those extra members, but really not getting a good read on it. Ollie is just spamming away and having a blast at rolling up the damage. Again, the chip damage is what's the worst feeling in the world right now.
yeah, it certainly is, but that is the benefit. That is the main draw of playing Olimar. As long as you keep them at a distance, they are constantly losing percent, and then you get that opening, that jab lock puts Laserbud in massive disadvantage, 73% already.
This is, I mean, we said that Laserbud needed to clean this one out quite nicely, but that's gonna be a stock. That will be, of course, Army Ollie taking that stock and feeling great. And now can you go for 2?
Yeah, look at that double Pikmin right there. The other purple is taken out, but that white Pikmin landing on Laserbud, that's some big damage. The white does the most damage. Now Army Ollie is able to get a grab while Laserbud's distracted, 48% stacking up. Army Ollie's off stage, an opportunity for Laserbud.
This is going to be an opportunity, and again, just need one stock. That's all you need to grab. That's all you need to hang on to, but it's going to be a grab instead by Army Ollie. Again, off the stage, a little bit of recovery by Laserbud to be able to play it a little bit safer. And right back to neutral. No heavies to play right now, just fire and poison. So you're open to see, but challenge right back. Laserbud saying, nope, not dead just yet, but already 150%. Army Ollie is playing this one to perfection. Can you get a second one? You're going to try as hard as possible.
Now, Army Ollie pinned at the lead, but slowly but surely reclaiming
the
stage
grab.
control. Up throw. Is
Oh!
that enough? Yes, with the blue Pikmin. The blue Pikmin enhances your throws. Army Ollie uses that to take the stock.
Are you kidding me? Ollie has a chance to steal away 2 players. A total of 6 stocks, 109%. I mean, it's a tough challenge, but already pushing up to 44. Let's see what they can do. A little bit of a purple. This is going to be a challenge here. A little bit of build-up. Laser being able to block out or get canceled out of that side B.
Yeah, and now that up smash sending Laserbud up above. That's where I said Laserbud wanted to be, but now Laserbud is not going for those aggressive landings we saw earlier. Army Ollie might be a little bit in their head, but all
no.
Laserbud needs is one mistake, but at this point, Laserbud is one mistake away. The back air will do it in a 3 stock from Army Ollie.
Are you kidding me? Ollie, you now have an army of fans. This is already getting up there. This is awesome to see from UT Arlington. And I mean, to take a 3 stock, and not just any 3 stock, by the way. This is a full 3 stock, 1 stock only on Army Ollie's side. That is perfection, right? 109 plus some on the percentage rack. That is how close it came to Army Ollie getting knocked out. But 6 stocks, and now potential to take 7, right? I'm not even going to say potentially 7. There's a good chance he takes 7 and then follow up with like an 8. This is what we're worried about now for Florida International University. This is what they have to be worried about.
Yeah, and it was a tough climb for Army Ollie, but he made it happen because he kept consistent, and I do mean consistent pressure up on Laserbud. Because the thing about those Pikmin, when you throw them and they latch onto your opponent, they have to throw out a hitbox of some kind to knock the Pikmin off. They essentially have to hit themselves. That is something that takes commitment. It takes time. And when you're panicking, when you just want that 1 stock off your opponent, you're not always looking to get that hitbox out. That's what we saw in the later stages of that match. In the beginning, Army Ollie would throw a Pikmin on and Laserbud would go, okay, let me take a step back, clean this Pikmin off before they do any damage, and now I'm going back in. But at the end, Laserbud was just trying to get that kill, desperately searching for it, and all the while, the Pikmin is just sitting upon their back, wailing away at them, and stacking up the percent, leading to Army Ollie getting those kills.
Listen, you don't knock the little ant that's crawling over you. At some point, you got to deal with it, and that's kind of what happened here. My question, of course, now comes to the fact that we know Laserbud does have the Steve in the pocket. Is there a reason we didn't see the Steve? I don't believe there's any ban here on that character, right? We have heard talks in the communities, saying Steve might be, a little bit, up there on the boards, but would it have been any different? Would we have seen the stock taken on Army Ollie's side, or would the same thing just have repeated itself?
I believe the thought process was that the Steve might have taken a few stocks to build up enough power to take out a stock. Like, they wouldn't have had diamond tools on the first stock, most likely, and it would have been difficult to gather resources with constant ground pressure from Army Ollie. So it makes sense that perhaps they would have wanted to avoid the Steve because they were thinking, well, if I just go in with the Ike instead, I have a chance of just taking that first stock outright. But as soon as that first stock left the Ike, you could see a little bit of regret, because I feel like the Steve could have gotten it done in the second or third stocks. The Ike doesn't get any power up for being alive longer.
That's very, very nice to hear, and to understand that fact is another problem, right? Because we know on the roster of Florida International University, there's unfortunately another Ike player, right? There is another player that does like to play Ike. It is Riku, and I want to see if Riku is actually coming out now, if there's something else in the pocket, because if these two players have actually practiced with each other, if they tend to practice the same style, I am curious to see if that might cause a problem as well, or if it gains a little bit of insight, right? Hey, you played Ike, we saw what worked and what didn't work. Maybe this is a chance. Remember, all you have to do is take one stock. That's all you really have to grind for.
Yeah, Riku self-declared the best Ike in South Florida, and now they're stepping up to defend that title. I have a feeling this Ike is going to look significantly more practiced. We're going to see every single time they get an opener, it's going to be followed up on with at least 40% or a kill. That is a major fear factor about Ike. That large neutral air surrounding his entire body, if you get hit by it at low percent, it's going to be a big chunk of damage. If you get hit at high percent, it pops you straight up for a kill. Mid percent, it can lead to an edge guard. All around that nair. Oh, wait, we might have gotten our players mixed around just a bit. I think Riku could be the Steve player, and it could be the other on the Ike. As we are looking to get into this now, but Riku now coming out on the Steve.
All right, you know what? Just don't worry about what we talked about. Don't worry about anything we talked about. We're right in this. We are right in this. It is going to be the Steve breaking out here. Immediately going in. Powerhouse moves here. Trying to farm with some of the mats and trying to keep steady, but it's already causing a little bit of... Look at the building right now, and Army Ollie is just like, yeah, this is what we expected to see here. Little bit of gravitation towards the setups here. And again, on Final Destination, it does feel like this allows Steve to build up even faster, right? No platforms for Army Ollie to get over some of those wall builds.
Yeah, there certainly aren't. As yes, this is Riku coming in, who is, I apologize for the bit of misinformation I spread. This is Riku, who declares himself a top 10 global Steve, and now looking to try to defend that title here as the forward air sends Army Ollie off stage. Can they get a follow-up? Ooh, with the minecart, they cover the ground.
It's good coverage. The problem is the fact that Army Ollie has not really had too much of a percent rack up, and in actuality is starting to close in, but that's a nice hit off the air. This is going to be a little setup on the side, and immediate coverage of the ledge. Nice float over the top, and that's the final swing. Riku is actually able to get it done in one. Doesn't even need to go to stock number 2. That's going to help bolster a little bit of the issues that they had before, because now you have a full, fresh player coming in for UT Arlington. And honestly, Army Ollie setting things up very nicely for Arlington to take or continue the momentum in the lead.
Yeah, Army Ollie has already given their team a massive step up, and one of the main strengths of UT Arlington, as I mentioned, the power level is around the same throughout the entire roster, and that's going to be pretty tough to contend with. Now, against Riku, against this amazing Steve, as we just saw, I know that UT Arlington already has an answer. I mentioned those 2 Pokemon trainers. There's been some talk in the community how Pokemon Trainer is the answer to Steve, the #1 answer. Specifically, Ivysaur has the ability to just wipe away all the blocks off the table, use Razor Leaf to make Steve constantly burn resources just to not get hit. It's a great answer, and with 2 amazing representatives, I'm excited to see. I would assume that would be who UT Arlington is sending in.
All right, well, now the question is, which one do you want to see more, right? That's the whole question here. That's what we got to ask here. Because, I mean, both Davey and Beasley have such good reputations here, I got to say. And that's the fun of it, right? Understanding the minute differences, you know, do you prefer to send out one or the other? Because, again, once you have these characters out, you are locked in. That is the difference, right? So once you play this character, once you play Pokemon Trainer, that is all you can play. So maybe they're even looking at the secondaries, right? Who do we want to save so we can swap between Pokemon Trainer and their secondary, right? So we are going to get some word. Instead of the Pokemon Trainers, it's actually going to be Curry, the brother of Army Ollie, coming in saying, listen, brother, you did a lot of work. Let me help out and let me help secure another round win.
Now, this is an interesting one right here. Curry, an amazingly clutch player, to say the least, but his main character, Incineroar, is not someone who I would consider to have an excellent matchup against the Steve. The issue with Incineroar, slowest movement speed in the game, slowest acceleration. Incineroar needs to have you come to him, so instead he's going to opt for a tertiary character. It's going to be the Snake, who can put on the pressure from long distances.
All right, just breaking out all the fun characters here, and this is going to be fun. This is going to be interesting here. I have not seen...
Looks like a bit of a stage mishap. They're going to be resetting right here, and we're going to be right back into the match on the correct stage this time. But yes, it is going to be Curry on this Snake. Now, this is something I have not seen many times before, but I like it in theory. Because one, Steve is a character with an incredible combo game. Snake has that grenade on the neutral B. If you don't know, Snake at any point can pull out a grenade and it'll just be in his hand on the first possible frame. That means if there is a 1 frame gap in any of Riku's combos, well, they're going to be met with an explosion instead, and that means you can't really combo Snake for all too long. Additionally, if they're not on top of you, Snake can also throw said grenade, and that is a whole nother mess of options in itself.
You know, for those of us, including myself, that don't always read frame data, that means your combo kind of gets dropped. That's at the bottom line. That's what you're kind of looking at. So I have to agree. That's a huge proponent. In theory, it does have a lot of value. And the question is, does theory hold up in terms of practicality? That's what we're going to be seeing here. Not only that, the delay is also so important. You can already see here just lobbing grenade after grenade after grenade. And Riku said, I'm done. I'm so done with this already. Already a 50% combo with a wooden axe, just sending it, and then the pickaxe to follow, comboing up with a little bit of a rail car, and now looking to get the finish with the anvil. And just like that, it's a stock.
Riku already putting on a masterclass in how to play this matchup, stuffing out that up B, that cipher from Snake. And at this point, they're putting on so much pressure that Curry is often ending up damaging themselves with the grenades. Curry isn't able to get more than any stray hits as they're put off stage again, going very high to avoid Steve's burst range. An opportunity right here for Curry, but they retreat for now.
Ooh, and you can already see a couple diamonds forming up here. This is a little bit harsh to watch because, again, building up that diamond pack is going to feel real good for Riku. And if you can get that in the first stock, that's already going to be a huge win. But minecart slowing down what Curry wants to do. Curry trying to run away now as the aggression is from Riku. And now setting up, going right back to farming it out, trying to mine it out. And a little bit of a bomb. Already 73% on Curry's life.
Yeah, as Riku is able to use that minecart as a projectile, pushing Curry into the corner again, as he does get the falling up air. Not a common kill move on Snake, but it does do the job against Riku.
You know what? You'll take what you can get. Now the question is, how much can you rack up? Once again, Curry trying to prep appropriately and set up some sort of value. You can see here just dropping the nades left and right, just trying to keep it steady and not really utilizing any other utility, right? This is pretty much nades into melee. That's all we're really looking at, just trying to get that chip fragment damage as much as possible. That's going to be a little bit of a combo. 30% builds up from the original 10. You're looking for just a wee bit more. This is just the dance and bait game, but the anvil is going to find Curry's life and almost be there, but thanks to the height limit of Pokemon Stadium, you are okay.
Oh, shield pressure with that down air, but caught in that. But a drop forward tilt means that Riku gets away scot-free, gets a grab. Curry is now off stage. Ledge trap being set up as Riku tries to catch the landing. The grenade breaks them out of the up smash, though. Curry preserves their life for now.
This is starting to turn into a war of attrition here. We're seeing both players kind of set up on opposite sides of the stage and just kind of Go, okay, well, you eat this, I eat that, you eat this, I eat that, and it happens over and over again. Look at that up throw, and finally the minecart to finish it. Riku, after farming up a massive amount of gold and iron, is able to get the kill. And look at this, right? Just farming away for a straight 10 seconds. All you do is mine. That's all you want to see. 115 on the percentages right now. Curry in a little bit of trouble.
Pretty little combination right there from Curry's
There you go.
percent up. Enough percent of the up tilt is enough to finish the stock. 1-1 right now, and no diamonds and not that many resources. A lot of iron, though, for Riku. While they can build a lot, this means that, oh, look at that pressure with the gold tilt coming in. Riku is looking for blood as they land on top of them. Ooh.
It's going to be a little bit of poking for the first time. Riku is actually on the back foot here. 90% to Curry's 46, so looks like the combinations have started to get to him. Curry might have weathered a decent bit of the storm, and Riku now in kill percentage. Doesn't want to get too close. It's going to try and mine up for a little bit more and try and gather exactly what you want. Now the rockets are finally coming out here. Now the pickaxe up and ready to go. Throw is going to be missed straight into the forward tilts, and the rolls are going to come out. Curry wants to make this happen. Still kind of waiting it out. Plenty of time on the clock, and finally an up tilt will take it. Curry with a reversal at the last stock is able to claim that round.
After such a dominant start from Riku, I thought that was going to be the entire tale of the game. But Curry was able to bring it back slowly but surely through, I feel like it was their punish game more than anything. I'll be honest, there was definitely some patterns of conditioning going on in neutral. You saw the grenades flying back and forth, bouncing off of the blocks, which, well, gave Curry quite a headache. But in the end, it was their ability to find kills at a consistent 110% around there that made Curry such a threat. They were able to catch out all of Riku's approaches as soon as they got to that kill percent and end the stocks early, keep Steve from living for a ludicrously long amount of time. And so that meant as soon as you got up to that percent, you heard like the Pokemon low life beeping. Like it was almost time to be going on to your next stock.
And the worst feeling in the world as well is that BP went on for a good 30 seconds at one point. They were sitting at what? I think it was 159 or something on Snakes on Curry's side and 100 on the side of Riku. So that is one of the fun parts of that matchup. It is the war of attrition and trying to fight it out. But now we got to take a look at what's going to happen next, right? Curry on one pretty much similar situation that Army Ollie was in previously. The difference now is you know exactly who's coming out next, right? We have Killzim, the last member in rotation for Florida International University, who on paper is said to be a zero-suit Samus player. The question is that going to come out here, and how does that fare up against the Snake?
Well, that Zero Suit Samus is infamously quite good against the Snake. Zero Suit Samus, I'm just checking here, yes, is confirmed to be a Zero Suit Samus and got 9th at the Smash World Tour online qualifier, so definitely a very high caliber player. But one of the main attributes that Snake brings to the table is the fact that he can completely lock down the ledge against some characters. As soon as you're hanging there, Snake can be throwing up mortars, throwing down grenades, throwing out missiles, and there's not really many ways around it. Unless you have a move that is invulnerable on the startup, sends you forward, straight through the ledge trapping, and gets you off of the ledge scot-free, and you have to respect it, because if you get caught in the ground, it can bury you and set you up into an up B. ZSS has that move. It's called Flip Kick. Not what it once was, but even though it's been nerfed, don't believe the propaganda. It's still a major threat in ZSS's arsenal.
I feel there might have been some personal experience thrown in there a little bit. That was a little personal experience in there going, listen, I faced it before. Don't believe anything anyone says. You got to feel it for yourself. And that's exactly what this is what Curry's going to have to deal with, right? In the matchups, even some people calling it a 6-4 matchup for ZSS, as you said. The question is, where do you even come out with it, right? Because as you said, the Snake already has those kind of tried and true combinations. Where do we see the change-ups? I mean, the War of Attrition, you could try and play it, but of course CSS doesn't have to farm up, right? You're looking for just straight-up melee battles over and over, and we know the grenade combos come out from Snake all the time. We know Curry spammed that last time. That doesn't seem to really be an option. So if we were to see a perfect setup from Curry, where would it start and where would it have to end?
I feel like the start comes from baiting kills him into your kill zone and getting a massive combo right off the bat. Like, you need to be intentionally getting hit. That's the issue with Zero Suit Samus. She's a very slippery target. If she does not want to engage with you, she's not going to engage with you. And there's not a lot you can do about that. But if Curry is able to bait kills him in to his prime location, preferably right under a platform or maybe two, then you can get the grenade to detonate. Then you're both sent up into the air. Kills him might not be ready for it. Curry has to get at least 30-40% off of every single one of those openings, because Kills him, being a player of the caliber that they are, is not going to give you those openings for free.
Yeah, and this is, of course, speculating, hey, if that's ZSS coming out, right? We still don't know if this player is going to try and break something else out, see what they can mess around with, and they know it's an uphill battle, because not only do they have to face the snake, right? You have to face potentially a Pokemon trainer, two Pokemon trainers, or a Pokemon trainer and something else, right? Like, that is what we're kind of looking at as well. So can this character not only sustain you for this immediate matchup, but can the character sustain you through 2 more rounds? That's kind of what you have to think about. It's one that looks like a sheer cliff to climb, but if you are on a crew battle, if you're on a team, these are things you do have to worry about and kind of have in the back of your mind all the time.
I feel like Zero Suit could feasibly be one of those characters. She doesn't necessarily have to scrap all the time, which means she doesn't have to be in, complete melee range. She has ways to fish for kills with her Zair. That's when you use your grab in the air. It sends out a little laser whip. You can do that while retreating, and it does quite a bit. Her side B does the same exact thing, but slower, and yet it kills. So while it may not be the safest option, the side B will be great for catching out aggressive options. And of course, the Paralyzer, which is that gun that she charges up with her neutral B. That can freeze you in place for just a moment, but a moment is all a good Zero Suit Samus player needs to get up to you and use her up B, which that helicopter kick sends you straight into the blast zone at, I don't know, 70%, 80%. I'd say on Snake maybe 90%, but that's only because he's one of the heaviest characters in the game.
Which is crazy to think. He looks lanky. He looks like one of the more medium range characters. No. He is heavy. That's all we're gonna say there. He is a heavy character, and hopefully that's what plays out. Because again, we need perfection coming out of Killzim, right? That's what we have to expect here. You can't drop a stock right now. That's the most unfortunate part. Even though it's a 1-3 setup, right? In this matchup, it's a 1-3 setup. Curry sitting on 1 stock. 4 kills him. If you drop a stock here, things become monumentally more difficult, right? Essentially, what you're breaking it down to, if you lose a stock here, you have a single stock versus 3. That is not a situation you want to be in. You want at least a little bit of a buffer, right? You need a little bit of a buffer on one of the other matchups. So you're hoping to take this one a clean stock, don't worry about anything else, and be able to move into the next matches at a stable point.
Yeah, and we do need to paint reality as it is. This is not an uphill battle. This is a cliffside right here for the side of FIU. If they want to get around this, like you mentioned, they have to take this 1 stock from Curry, and then 2 other players have 3 stocks left. That's 7 stocks total on the side of UT Arlington that we need to see Killzim contending against. And that's going to be pretty difficult right here. Just checking my math to make sure I'm correct right there. Is there one more player on FIU? I see. So either way, it is going to be very difficult nonetheless. FIU is still at a substantial disadvantage right now. And like I said, I feel like Zero Suit Samus is a character who can do this, especially with that 9th place finishing, showing that Killzim does have the resolve to get through all of this. However, you have to play perfectly. You have to wait things out, wait for your perfect opportunity, and then strike. And that takes a level of patience not many players have. Can Killzim demonstrate it? That remains to be seen in this upcoming match. And I do just want to issue a very quick apology. We are trying to get into this match as soon as we can. Once we have the players in the lobby, we will be getting started immediately.
Yep, we'll try and get it rolling as fast as possible because we have more Super Smash Brothers action lined up for you here shortly. This is just one match, by the way. This is just one match that we've seen so far. We have the winner's side for groups A and D that we're also going to be showcasing, as well as the other finalists making it into the bracket stage. That's what we're going to be seeing all the way through. I believe there's a total of 4 other matches, I think. So we're going to have quite a bit of action here. We get to see a wide variety of the teams that'll be playing, as well as seeing what they have to offer, and the teams even get to see. Okay. So we also have gotten a final response. So unfortunately, we have gotten a forfeit coming out for Florida International University. They will go ahead and lose gracefully is the best way to put it. This is a very tough matchup. University of Texas Arlington, very, very strong roster. We kind of saw this, as you said, it was kind of the reality of the situation. So UT Arlington will go ahead and take their first match win.
Yep, and that means it is going to be UT Arlington moving on through the bracket, and our next match is going to be Group A winner side. And if I'm reading this right, UT Austin beat UT Arlington, beat UCF, one of our number 1 seed. Yeah, UCF was our number 1 seed. They placed second overall in Smash Brothers last year in the CECC, and they've gone down in the first round. Who is this challenger UT Austin who has taken them down this early? That remains to be seen coming up.
Oh, that's going to be so crazy. So let's go to a very short break. We'll get the teams ready to go, and then we will send it with our match 2 of the day. Don't go anywhere. One that Army Ollie is pulling off a little tricky set against DDD of all things. It's very difficult to pull some of the stocks at lower percentages. So to be able to combat and get a 1-1 right at the start here, it has to feel really, really good.
Yeah, it certainly does. As at this present time, well, it's a little bit tricky for Narnia to stabilize, because once Alamar gets you under pressure with that purple setup, it's so hard to avoid the damage racking up. Army Alley getting aggressive at the ledge. Can they clean up this kill though? No, Narnia gets back to center.
Yeah, they're going to set it up and try and figure out what they want to do here. Narnia, of course, trying to fight it out, and already going to the ledge. So has a couple Pikmin. We can see a purple, blue, and a couple pinks in there as well. I think the blue actually got killed. Feels bad, man. So see what they can do, and come on, you gotta stop doing that. DDD, we understand that you don't like Pikmin, but this is not the way to treat them.
Well, that was actually quite interesting. I didn't know that interaction would happen. When DDD inhales the Pikmin, he kind of dilutes it from existence. Normally it's just a reflect. So that is a great way to deal with those purple Pikmin, which, as you can see with that kill from the up air, are a major threat.
Yeah, and this 6-4 matchup, I think, is what people kind of rate this as. So starting things out, Narnia's set at a very slight disadvantage, but as long as they can control the ledge, we know what DDDs are very, very capable of. Of course, that was Army Ollie trying to go back to neutral, but good coverage by Narnia to keep the space in between 117 and counting. A single hit would really cause a problem, and so right now, Ollie just hoping to
gets him low, but can't finish it off. 35 HP left for the opposing chamber. It's 11-9. As Converse still hold the lead, but UT Arlington have brought it within 2.
Cool. Okay, there's that timeout. Scoreline's getting a little too tight for the coaches' liking right now. Seeing that 11-9, UT Arlington only 1 away from match point. Or, no, not from match point, from double digits. That's what I meant to say. Damn, I need another coffee. But, Kat, I mean, what adjustments do you think UT Arlington could maybe do to continue to keep this momentum rolling? Or, I'll give you 2 options.
Okay.
Converse, for them to talk about, because they can both talk right now.
Yep.
To solidify that defense to ensure that they can hit this match point and maybe close out the series.
I think for Converse defensively, with a second option, this squad. Honestly, I feel like their hold on in terms of UT Arlington's default's been pretty solid. I think they've taken space pretty quickly. I think the last couple of rounds have just kind of been pushing up, taking space aggressively, and then when having that space, knowing when to chill, when to contain on what you have, and when to push for more. Like, we get to look for gaunched up through mid-market. He pushes so deep that he ends up finding himself dead rather than being able to contain that space and have that extra information. So they've been having big defensive plays. It's a matter of like knowing when to vibe out a little bit.
Yeah.
And just to play for info rather than all the frags. Icy, grab the frag in the hookah. Crowd will fall. Arctic, another on the baby. They sit all the way back to the site. It's no aggression at all for Converse, and well, they just hit the shots.
Yeah, this is a really different positioning from what we've seen the past couple of rounds, where I think the issue was a little bit of overheat when they were finding themselves in that very advantageous position. So now, like you said, chilling out, playing further back, even playing retake more so as a team, not looking to give up any 1v1 situations. Got to lurk over towards A, the TP to come through as well, but the shots from Jaquavius a little bit early because it does trigger this rotation to come out from Converse, and nobody actually caught out from that Nightfall, so the crossfires will reign supreme, and Galaxy Vortex unfortunately not able to take one down. A flawless round here for Converse as they hit match point.
Match point, and a chance to send themselves into the round of 16 for Converse. Just one more round necessary. And Leika over there for UT Arlington ain't looking too pretty.
Yeah, this is a really tough buy to be looking up at match point. But again, they were kind of in that tight position the entirety of the second half, where aside for like 2 rounds or so, they were kind of forced into that back and forth economy, trading rounds here and there. But instead of going for the typical slow default that we often see coming out from UT Arlington, with this awkward buy, they're just looking to...
Welcome back, everyone. We are here ready to go for our match number 2. It is the Group A deciders here, or winner's side, at least for right now. And we have some surprising upsets here, at least on paper for right now. We have a very surprising matchup here. It is the Battle of Texas coming out here. Longhorn Smash versus UTA. And that is a matchup I was not expecting to see right now. UCF Knights falling in the first round. They'll have to play their decider in just a little bit as well, and we'll get to see if they're able to face off. But a #1 seed falling in their first match on the day, man, I can only wonder what happened there.
Yeah, when we get to see them, I will go more in depth with this, but to keep it short, college esports is a constant cycle of rebuilding the lower levels of your team so they're ready to take over when people graduate, and that is one of the main stories for UCF, one of our dominant teams last year, but they've lost a couple of players. So now they're trying to rebuild, see what they can do now in this new season. But, well, this is, if anything, the biggest evidence that they need to be ready to rebuild. As like I said, these Texas teams are ready to make some upsets. UT Austin coming out clutch right here, and I can understand why looking at their roster. We looked at them very briefly earlier when we were talking about the other team, but yeah, Ruskinerd, Trace, Broken, and Gallon. Broken, if you've been on Smash Twitter at all, you've seen Broken a bit, but he does have the skill to match up with the big talk. Rusty Nerd on the Ness as well, a significant threat. Trace bringing up the Steve, and of course Gallon. Well, quite a few different characters, but consistent top tiers from Gallon, Lucina, and Pikachu, which I love to see. Definitely a roster of killers going up against UT Arlington, but you just saw UT Arlington is no pushover in their own right.
No, not at all. I mean, we only saw 2 players come out, right? That's what we saw here. We saw the brothers in all their glory. It was Army, Ollie, as well as Curry, that they're the only 2 to play. So right now, Davey and Beastly are completely fresh, and I'm curious to see if that has any sort of standing. At the same time, we do also recognize that Army Ollie was the opener. I'm curious to see if Army Ollie will open once again. And get a little bit of a testament, because last time Army Ollie did it, it was a 6 stock, right? You take 6, you ran with it, you were so happy with that one. We'll see if it happens again, and if it does, if that affects UT Austin and how they want to play it out. As you said, a roster of killers right there. They are players that I'm sure are very hungry for their own win and to be able to move on to the bracket stage, which is what they are playing for, a spot in the overall bracket that will be finishing up tomorrow.
Yeah. Now, if I had to give my insight, I think Army Ali should actually be reserved a little bit because Alamar, as I explained last time, has the unique advantage of being able to keep their opponent completely at bay while still essentially comboing them with those Pikmin latched on and sapping away their life. That non-interactivity at times is exactly what you need when you have a character who is a walking bombshell, and that's what the FGC characters that Broken is bringing to the table are. You do not want to be up in their face, so I would not be shocked to see Army Ali reserved for when Broken takes the stage. So I feel like, honestly, Pokemon trainer, one of the Pokemon trainers, is definitely one of the main calls you could make. Obviously, Curry has some very interesting depth in their own right, but I would love to see Davey take the stage, or, I mean, again, honestly, any of them are good, but I feel like Pokemon Trainer with his ability to switch around is one of the main picks you could go for.
Kind of like that, one of the best kind of stylistic choices, right? It's the ability to be flexible in whatever you face off against, which I really do agree with. Of course, we do hear word that UT Arlington are going to be fielding Curry first. So again, Curry with that snake, that's the only one we've seen. However, moving into the second match, they are allowed to swap out, I believe. So instead of seeing the snake again, they will have their choice of whatever character they do want to pick up here and decide to play accordingly. The problem is, of course, I don't think we're going to see the snake. The snake is not, I think, one of the best kind of, all right, just go into a blind, have at it, and good luck.
Yeah, the thing about Snake is definitely a top tier, arguably top 10 character, but they take a lot of stamina to play right. You need to be on your game the entire time, forever. And while every character would love to say that about their main, well, there are some characters where when you need to take a breath, you can step back, throw some projectiles, and take a breath, regain your balance. Snake, every single time he's throwing out one of their grenades, he needs to have his brain on. Every time he pulls a grenade, he needs to have his brain on. Starts a combo, ledge traps, anything. Snake players, I don't mean to applaud them too much, but they do need to be thinking the entire time, and that makes them not great at having the stamina to make it all the way through. So I would not be shocked to not see the snake, because I feel like that's more of a specialty counterpick character that you use when you have to, not that you want to bring out all the time.
Yeah, you don't want to test that too hard. And for UT Austin, I did not catch exactly who they'll be sending out first, so hopefully we get that update for ourselves, and we got to figure out a little bit of what the matchup might be. So we are going to get Rusky Nerd here, and that is going to be that'll be an interesting one. I didn't have too much info in UT Austin. This is again the squad that were able to take down UCF Knights, so I gotta feel like this is gonna be the squad that just breaks out and is just like, hey, we're on a roll. We're gonna keep kicking butt. We're gonna keep rolling on through these teams or make a way to the bracket.
Ruskedard coming in, if the snake were to come out, would be an excellent pick. And the one thing you do have to keep in mind, UT Arlington and UT Austin, not too far away from each other. These two players, I looked at their Smash data history, have gone, I don't know if the players individually have gone against each other, but the teams themselves, the players on them, they go to all the same local tournaments. They go to all the same regionals. They are going head to head. They're in close proximity quite often, so I would not expect a lot of unfamiliarity. So I'm very curious as to what level of mind games that brings to the table, as a loaded word as that is.
It's a very loaded question, loaded all the way around, and I think that's going to break out here because this is the qualifier, right? This is something that you as a squad want to win outright. You want to be able to move on, and I mean, again, there's even more now. Kind of the spotlight is shining even brighter on your squad. For Rusky Nerd coming out here, being the opener, you are our first look at the squad that was able to take down UCF Knights. That's kind of the way that I see it, and you are the ones that now have a lot more to prove as well. You are a squad that's like, well, if you won here, how the heck did you do it? If we see a rough show, then we're gonna have some questions. We're gonna, you know, maybe even if they lose here, we see a following matchup against UCF Knights again, right? There is that possibility. Once again, there's so many possibilities that can occur, and so for UT Austin, there's a little bit of weight Of course, I don't think that's going to play too much into how they feel in the matchup. They're an awesome team. I can't wait to see them play it out. But I do want to see that excellence. I want to see them fight tooth and nail for every single stock. And if they lose a stock, it's answered right back. Let's get underway. It is going to be that Nest coming out here against the Incineroar.
Yeah, the clutchest cat in the jungle right here. Curry can make a comeback out of anything. But going up against the PK Fire, we'll see if this Fire Cat can get some work done, as already they're stuffing out Rusky Nerd's attempts to land as Rusky fishes for an opening for their infamous combo game.
Oh, the combo game is one of the more painful ones to watch, but a nice little forward air there for Curry. Getting a little bit on the ledge and gonna have a little bit of fun. Incineroar, one of the harder hitting characters here, one of the more frustrating to have to deal with if you are a little bit of a squishy. Rusky Nerd feels that backhand and immediately goes for the lariat, and that'll be the stock. Rusky Nerd dropping down to 2.
As Curry does get caught out right there. Rusky Nerd, ooh, good awareness right there. Does not feed into the revenge. That means Curry does not have a power-up after getting that counter right there. Landing good there, not enough to support a combo right there. Roll away, caught by Rusky Nerd. Can they continue it? No, a landing there will stymie that attempt at a punish.
You can see here Curry just kind of waiting for Rusky to get off of that edge too quickly and saying, hey, I need a little bit of space to work and a little bit of space to get towards you a bit faster. And off that ledge, getting that up here and making sure to force that move out. That's going to be a nice hit. And already up to 83. Curry playing the game nicely right now, but caught in the fire. Immediately backing out. 106 on the percentages. Rusky really wants this.
It really does.
Oh.
Curry, ooh, able to get that up smash right there. If they're able to clean this out with all this rage, that could be massive right here. As Rusky Nerd, their movement has been an impeccable orbital, but it feels like Curry is always ready for it. Curry has not been called out by the movement once.
And look at that. Even the rebuttals are massive. 25% and counting. 149 is what Curry is sitting on. Curry going for a very nice chance at a 3-stock, and being able to take this one perfectly would lend itself to a huge advantage for Arlington once again in this matchup that you would hope to assume they played a few times against each other. You're hoping to see a fantastic match, and so far Rusky Nerd just having a difficult time right now. Caught off on the edge, almost able to get back, but again, a little bit of a whirl means Curry flips out and gains a little bit more damage. 99, and then the knee to the face. It is a 3-stock. Curry breaking open this series with a phenomenal showing.
Yeah, UT Arlington, massive lead right now over UT Austin, and I do feel like that is because of Curry's patience. Because Rusky Nerd, you saw, they use that PK magnet a lot. What's that? That's that big glowing blue sphere you saw appear around them a lot, suspending them in air and throwing out a small hitbox. Now, a mix-up that Ness has that many other characters don't, actually no other characters, is that you can delay your attack with that PK magnet, and either the PK magnet will combo into something, or you can just throw out an attack immediately. The issue I was seeing a lot, which isn't necessarily an issue, but Curry was exploiting the fact that Rusky Nerd would always use the PK magnet. And when you have an interesting mix-up and you only use one option, that is when you can get a little predictable. We would see consistently Curry would dodge the PK magnet and then throw out an attack immediately, anticipating that Rusky Nerd would still be in the end lag of their previous attack, and consistently it would just be dodge, punish, and it never felt like Rusky Nerd was able to connect that second hit after the PK magnet, even though it was amazingly executed. If it's not used in the right time, it's not always going to get you the advantage you're looking for.
It's one of those moments where it doesn't feel like Rusky Nerd hard dropped the ball. It was just Curry played better, right? Curry at the end of the day just played better overall, and we saw it in the 3-stock. So now UT Austin had to think, are we feeling Trace, Broken, or Gallon, right? 3 next players that we're going to be taking a look at and deciding if they want to go up, because you're not going up against a player that has, 2 stocks or 1 stock. This is a fully fresh player. It is a brand new game. You know it's Incineroar, thankfully. You know at least that much, but I mean, what do you really have in the bag that can deal with this, right? The Ness, of course, got a little bit caught out, a little bit. Oh man, this is a matchup that I'm maybe not going to enjoy too much. what do we want to see? What's the best way to deal with this and be able to carry over the fact that you are hoping to not only take 3, but take more as well on the next player in the UT Arlington roster?
Yeah, there are 2 characters or 2 players that I feel like could be major threats, and that's going to be Broken and Gallon. Now, Gallon plays the Lucina and Pikachu, both with winning matchup against Incineroar, but I would go with the Pikachu because the ability to completely control the ground with Thunder Jolts and then just carry an Incineroar off stage with back airs, it makes the matchup nigh unwinnable if you don't mess up. If you do mess up as Pikachu, then it can get a little more difficult, which is why I also suggest Broken. All of the FGC characters, that includes Ken, Ryu, Kazuya, Terry, you do not want to be within fighting distance. You do not want to be where their hands can touch you, because if you are, the scrap is not going to go in your favor. As you saw, Incineroar pretty much has no choice to be right up in your face like that, so forcing Curry to interact with you like that by just existing on the stage is going to go in Broken's favor, I feel. However, there's the clutch factor that I'm talking about. The fact that Curry feels like he has the patience of a waterfall and nerves of steel. It never felt like Curry was out of his depth at all.
It felt comfortable after, you know, the first couple seconds, and I think that's something that we haven't been able to point out in depth, right? You've gone over so many amazing points, and I love the fact that we are picking apart, and it's so clear-cut what Curry is good at, right? It's not like, oh, you know, there are glimmers of glory. No, this is just a player playing at peak performance, and that is something that we don't get to see too often, and it definitely comes down to not just the patience, but the fact that Curry understands what needs to be done, right? Always understands exactly what they have to do at that time. It is peak performance, and we do get word that Broken will be coming out on the Kazuya. Is going to be breaking out, as you said, the FGC. Got to have a little bit of rep in there and see if it works. You're going toe-to-toe now, a fighter versus a wrestler. Let's see who wins.
Yeah, both these characters have very good ground control. Kazuya's much better, though, but just grabbed right out of that approach right there. Curry trying to play the range game as best you can, and then getting in Broken's face, not even letting them off the ledge. Broken can't get off the edge. Woo.
Just brutal stuff right now coming out of Broken. And this is, or out of Curry, very sorry. This has been, again, just a shellacking as 113-0, and we do have a connection error. So Incineroar roared a little bit too hard and booted all of us right back to the lobby. Unfortunate,
not all of us,
to say the least.
This match, it does appear, is going to be continuing without us, unfortunately. You always hate to see it. Nintendo Online is not always the most fortunate to us, so we will be back with the scoreline soon enough. Meanwhile, me and Orbital are going to be here filling in the tension for you as long as we can. But, so, here's the thing. We saw Kazuya at 113%. We saw Curry at 0. It is very possible that Broken will climb back onto stage, hit one opening, and Curry's stock is gone. That is the power that Kazuya brings to the table. Literal touch of death character, although it takes, as you saw, quite a while to get that touch at times.
I mean, we didn't even get to see a touch go down, right? That's how long it was taking right there. A perfect so far, and if that continues, that is a little bit of a worrisome trend, right? If you're taking a look on the side of UT Arlington, to be able to take down basically what some people would do is called the invisible belts of champions, right? UCF Knights, they're the #1 dog. Well, UT Austin beat them. Well, if Arlington beats UT Austin, who's going to take down Arlington, right? That's kind of the question there. So I want to see UT Austin be able to really roll back here. Maybe the blanket is, thrown over the match right now. We don't see who's going to win. Maybe Broken comes back and absolutely wipes the table with it. If that happens, that's great. That's an awesome sight to see. But I want to see UT Austin put up a bit more of a fight. I don't want to see these one-sided matches happen again and again. I do want to see them break something out, right? That is something that I want to see. I want to see them be able to show us something that really broke things down and really took over UCF Knights match.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to highlight from that perfect first stock we saw from Curry, they're playing Incineroar like an almost glass cannon. I mean, they're going in with the mentality that I cannot be touched. And that's not often what you see from these heavy characters, but once you get to the highest level of Smash Bros, it becomes the reality that anyone with a good combo game is going to demolish you in a heartbeat. Incineroar's recovery is not amazing. His movement speed, not great. So if you do get touched, you might as well be the lightest character in the game, because you get combo to death, put off stage, and then how are you going to get back through the constant onslaught of fists and lasers? Oh yeah, Kazuya's got laser eyes. We didn't get to see that yet. But yeah.
Well,
I like that.
We didn't get to see it. Apparently Curry definitely felt it, because we just got a notification, I believe, that Broken came out with the victory in that match. I did see, you saw it down in the little bit of the corner. It was first place over to Broken on that Kazuya. So definitely some lasers, definitely some pain being laid down. All of our talk about wanting to see this kind of hype matchup, it sounds like it happened. Broken coming out after going 113-0. 113-0. That's what the score was. Now, again, it wasn't without its pains. It was not without its brutal casualties on the side. Curry was able to take 2 more stocks. So that is a total of 5 stocks that Curry was able to run out with. Not exactly the 6 that Army Ollie had, but you know what? It's close enough.
Yeah, close enough indeed. Broken able to bring it back for his team. And as I called it, Orbital, the Kazuya is never out as long as you can get back on stage once. It's crazy to see at times. Kazuya is technically a comeback character in the fact that he does have that rage drive, but that's not the main reason he is. He's a comeback character because all you need is one mistake. In theory, one mistake from your opponent means that they're dead. Because Kazuya, once he hits you, it is not a question of whether you mess up in the combo. You've already made your one mistake. It's if Kazuya messes up that if you are going to escape that combo.
It's a scary thing when you don't have control, and the only control is to stay away from that character, right? If that's the thought process you have, a lot of people would say that's already a lost concept. Well, when faced with the reality of a character that can 0 to 100 you in a split second in one combo, that's what you have to deal with. So now taking a look for UT Arlington, they have to figure out now a way to deal with this, right? Again, with Curry going down, we see one player that we have seen before, which is Army Ollie. And now we have the identity of Davy and Beastly that can still come out and play. Pokemon Trainer, again, well adjusted, and in terms of being able to float between the different battle styles, that might be an option that they have. They also do have secondaries in both. I believe Davy, outside of the Pokemon Trainer, has PNM, and then Beastly, of course, has that nest in the back corner as well. So a little bit of variety built into the teamwork of UT Arlington, if they do wish to flex that.
Yeah, all right. It looks like we're going to be changing some hosts around, so we're going to be a little bit longer before we get into this next match, get all these characters picked out. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly who is going to be coming in either. I do agree that either Army Ollie or one of the PTs could be the answer. I mean, obviously they're the only answer, but still, I would lean a little bit more towards Army Ollie at this present time. Because like I said, the ability to just not interact with your opponent for prolonged periods of time is very good. It makes it so, essentially, you need to win one neutral interaction at the end, which, if you recall, is exactly what I said about Kazuya. all Army Ollie needs to do is rack up the damage and get the kill. All Broken needs to do is find a way through the onslaught of Pikmin and get that one opening.
Just gotta wade through all of the Pikmin there, just slowly crawl your way forward and you'll be okay, right? Considering how fast Army Ollie was throwing those out, might be a little bit more difficult than they were probably expecting, but overall it'd be a very interesting matchup to watch. Eyes are open though, as we said, we are going to take a little bit of time and make sure that the host lobby is set. That way we don't have any more connection drops and we don't have to deal with the fact that we are watching 2 discs fight each other in the ring. Instead, we want to see all the action, we want to see the stage and the characters that they'll be bringing to the table, so that's what we're hopefully going to give you here. If we did see the Kazuya versus Olimar matchup, which way would you be leaning, as now we have seen both squads, or both these players at least once? Which way would you field it if that is the matchup that we are seeing next?
Well, Orbital, we actually did get confirmation last minute that Davy is going to be the one coming in on the Pokemon Trainer. So branching over to that, it is going to be looking like, I would assume in theory, that it's going to be the Ivysaur show for quite a while. You do not want to be going in as Squirtle or Charizard, especially not Charizard, and scrapping. You want to be keeping Kazuya at a distance. Now, the issue is Kazuya, with the crouch dash, has a way through a lot of the projectiles. So I feel like the Squirtle may start out to try to, they're going to start with the Squirtle, use the low frame to get around a lot of Kazuya's neutrals, and see if they can get an early combo starter.
Combo slowly still being danced out, though, as they are just now starting up. Again, Broken sitting on one stock. Davey only having to take one. First time here, at least on stream for us. You see Arlington. Just gonna see if they can field everyone and have some fun. Using the Squirtle, though, to keep Kazuya at the edge and immediately switching to the Ivysaur. I can words, don't worry. But that's the combo that you hate to see if you're anyone facing against a Kazuya. Already 89% and a little bit of a fun time. 116 now on Broken's end.
Twice, though, that's Davey able to use the platforms to escape. I have a feeling, though, if one more opening is found by Broken, they're not going to have that same luxury, as they're able to smack that rage drive right out of Broken's body. Now onto the Charizard to look for the kill, but that up smash, the electric wind on this goes through the up smash, and now the up B does not quite finish it, but they're both one hit away from death right now, Orbital.
Oh, and Davey saying, look, all I want to do is just get this fight over with, bring on the next opponent. That's going to be a grab and a throw. Not going to be any kill. Lasers go out to try and stall out, but it's going to be a little bit of a chance. Davey allows the stage get up and is now going to continue to drop the damage. There's the throw, this time a little bit closer to the edge, and Kazuya is still alive. 180 and able to laser their way back to the edge. Are you kidding me, Broken?
And now Broken playing this as careful as they can to jump up high. Ooh. He does not fall for the bait, as right now Broken wants to get that uppy out of shield that will kill. You can tell how much they want it. Will the fourth throw finally finish it off? Yes, it will. Davey is able to finish off the one stuff without dropping any of their own. And let me say, Orbital, that was a scary prospect, to say the least.
Listen,
I mean, did you see that?
Yeah.
One combo. 80%.
We were very worried the whole time when we first heard the smash go off. It was, or not the smash, it was the throw happen, and we were like, oh man, it's gonna happen. It's gonna be the death. No. There was nothing of the sort there. And then it took 2 more times. That's what it took. Finally being able to finish that off, and yet it was so close all the way through. So good on Davey to be able to finish that one off and contain the 3 stocks and go into this this third player of UT Austin with a little bit of a fresh start. The question, of course, is where's it going to be? Because now we have seen UT Austin bite back, right? Maybe not on stream, but we definitely saw them bite back. They were able to take down Curry. Can it happen again? Can we get a, I want to say, reset of sorts, right? Go down to 2 players apiece. Are we going to be able to see that? Or do you think, at least what we saw to Davey with his control over Pokemon Trainer, that this could be UT Arlington continuing kind of that one-man advantage?
I feel like UT Arlington has a pretty solid grasp on how to maintain this lead, and I know that because of how Davey was playing right there. In the end, hearts were racing. As soon as Broken got onto the stage for the 4th time, that was when things got very scary if you were a UT Arlington fan, because that was a situation where almost any other player on the planet would panic and start throwing out random kill moves. No, that is not what we saw from Davey whatsoever. He retreated back, he waited for his opening, and he got another consistent forward throw. 3 forward throws to finish off Broken at the end of the day. Meanwhile, Broken, what was he looking for? Uppy out of shield, uppy out of shield, uppy out of shield. It's a consistent way to kill, especially when Pokemon Trainer is at that high of a percent, but it got a little predictable towards the end, as now we're going to be seeing this PT going up against a Steve, and I called out earlier, this is a matchup that people are claiming that Steve wins handedly.
Yeah, this is going to be the chance, so let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they can set themselves up for success here. Going ahead, starting things off with a little bit of a change here, and we're getting name information. It is Shulker to come out and play here against Davey, so going to be having hopefully a pretty good time. Right now, though, not so much. Davey just going, yeah, this is I know this. I played it a few times. Let's go ahead and try and get this over with.
Yeah, are you seeing the pattern right here? Oh, that shield pressure there with the golden axe. Davey didn't have any options out of shield to deal with it, but they do have options to stuff out the minecart, stuff out the anvil. That time, though, Davey not in the prime position, and they don't get the razor leaf out in time either to prevent the minecart from getting the damage. Joker is able to get diamonds, and even though they're getting stuff out by the razor leaves again, Joker is in a position where they could feasibly take the stock.
It's always feasible with the Steve, and good little block, but has to let the shield drop. Don't want to let it get broken. And now swapping around an immediate tail whip. That's all you need to do. That's going to be a snap of the stock, and Davey right back to Squirtle saying, hey, Charizard, you did your job. Let's go ahead, fight it out once again. And a quick swap over, making sure to catch the Steve on the back end. And Shulker realizing that this might be a problem. Again, 90% on Davey, but Shulker already racking up 42%.
If things continue to go the pattern of this match Orbital, I do not see Shulker having a good time here. You can see every single time Shulker makes one mistake, and by mistake, I mean pushing any button. That means Davey is able to throw out a Razor Leaf and interrupt, throw out an up air and interrupt. Ivysaur has the range, has the dish point to fight right through Steve's onslaught. But if Davey makes any mistakes, then they're on the hook for a lot of damage, as you see right there.
Eyes are open, and that's going to be a slam of the cart, and that'll be Davey. Dropping down to 2, but did an immaculate amount of damage. 109 on that ticker, and percentages are not favoring right now. Shulker going to go in for a little bit of a punch, though, and hoping to get a little bit more anvil to block out any combo that Davey was going for. Now swapping to that Charizard. A little bit of wall to get over. A little bit of a problem overall, but immediate swap back to neutral and saying, okay, take a little bit of breather. How do I fight this out? That's all you need. It's a slam of the forehead. And Shulker is down to the last stock.
Charizard, strangely enough, the fastest up smash out of shield in the game right there. And it shows exactly how powerful that is. As now they back to the Ivysaur, and Shulker understands how dangerous that can be. Does not want to let up the pressure. Wants to be right on top of Davey for as much as possible. Because when you're at that mid-range, Steve doesn't have a lot of options to deal with the green dinosaur.
It's a little bit of a painful time as Davey is able to roll through, only losing 1 stock. And I mean, you're real happy about that. Well fought overall by Davey and containing that situation. So now, looking at UT Austin, they have one more chance. They have a singular player that they can bring out here to try and bring it about. It was a well-fought attempt. We saw some of those percentages swap up, but I mean, Shulker at the end of the day did fall.
Yeah, and it would appear that it would probably be Gallon. I didn't quite get any info on Shulker during my research, so it's going... that was a surprise pick. So they do technically have 2 players in reserve right now. As we're looking for this, I would assume Gallon would be the pick. Obviously, skill level comes down at the end of the day. Comfort with the matchups. I mean, you're potentially facing down a PT and an Olimar following this. So not exactly the most fun time. A PT, and an Olimar, I mean. So you need to have someone who with good coverage on all of those matchups.
And I mean, at this point, we did get confirmation. Trace was Shulker. So for those keeping track, if you were watching and you've seen UT Austin play before, Trace is Shulker, Shulker is Trace, and that is the information that we do have. So they did. It was not a player reserve as we thought. It was one of their main starting rosters. So just to reconfirm that, we want to make sure of that. But you are correct, right? This is a combination of facing 2 potential, one known Pokemon trainer, a potential second Pokemon trainer, and then the Olimar, right? And not just that. Taking into account the fact that Beastly has not played today as an anchor or not even as a third person on the rotation, they have not played a single match today. That means that they are completely kept in the dark. They are absolutely that wild card that we could see the PT, or we could see whatever they've been practicing, right, to round out the team, whatever they want to do. There's so many variables that UT Austin kind of have to think about and decide if they're willing to take the risk with certain actions.
Yeah, and that is a tough call to make, Orbital, because while you do love to use this time to experiment and see what other options, what other counter picks you can bring to the table, at the end of the day, I feel like playing optimally is just the play. Going your main is almost always the play, unless your main does horribly in a certain matchup, in which case we would see something like the Snake come out. Unless that's the case, you're going to want to be seeing those mains consistently because that's how you build up the practice. Now, with who is most likely going to be Gallon as the anchor, yeah, Gallon has the Lucina and the Pikachu. Now, while I love the Pikachu Online, Pikachu Online is very difficult to make consistent. You need consistency right here and now, so I would not be shocked to be seeing the Lucina against this Pokemon trainer.
It would be a right call, I think. And I definitely agree with that fact. Making sure to have that, that safety of, yes, I can hit these combos. Yes, I can continue these movements. I can kind of do all the things that I need to do to be able to run out what is going to be a total of 8 stocks. That is what they have to break through. That is what Gallon's job is right now. And you called it. Nail on the head, Kilo Miles. Perfectly executed. This is going to be that Lucina.
As 2 stocks on the side of Davey, 3 on the side of Gallon as they're going immediately for these falling aerials. They're very safe. And what I love to see, Gallon is very comfortable going for an uppy out of shield even at low percent. And that is what you need to do against these low body characters because sometimes it's just the only way you can hit them. Oh no! A push away with the water gun means that Gallon is down a stock immediately.
Oh, that one hurts. That one... To lose a stock like that is a horrendous feeling, right? It's not going to feel good to see what happens here. And Gallon might be feeling a little bit anxious here. Already up at 68% on Davy's side and is going to try and recover and get a very quick stock from here out. Immediately dropping down and setting up high on the ledge, but right into the bullet seeds, straight up in the air. This is Gallon dancing for a stock and really hoping to break this down quickly.
Oh, tech chase right here, and Davy's not going to drop that one, but down air, up air is going to put Davy at even higher percent, but now comes the question, how do you get the kill? They get the single hit in air, but not in a good position to get a forward smash right here, as Gallon desperate to try and get one of their confirms. At this point, the edge guard is your best friend, but they can't quite snatch Davy on their way to the ledge.
That would have been crazy to watch, but that is going to be the forward air, I believe, that came out. Gallon is able to take a stock, but it's still a long road ahead. The Charizard coming out to play, and immediately into a couple swings. This is Gallon trying to go hard. Flare Blitz going out. Davey not hitting that one, and he's just going to try and play with it, but that's going to be a slap to the back of the head. Davey hoping to take one more stock, put Gallon on 1 going into the 3rd match.
As now the Squirtle swap actually does give Davey the brief bit of invulnerability that they need to escape the juggle, as you can see that the scary thing about that Razor Leaf is it pops you up right in the range where you can either get up-aired or up-aired by Ivysaur. That's what Gallon's trying to avoid.
Oh, even Gallon's a little bit frustrated that that happened. You can see there, what just happened? What did I allow to just happen right there? Right now, going straight into the fight. Davey at 122, 136 at the end will be finished. But being able to snatch 2 more stocks away, Gallon, 1 stock against 6. The most uphill battle that we will see so far here today.
And that is the issue right here and now. I talked about wanting the consistency, but now after seeing the consistency, maybe you need a little bit of cheese in there. Maybe you need something that can just steal stocks away instantly, because that's the issue with Lucina. Her edge guarding is amazing, her combo game is pretty good, her disjoints, impeccable, but she doesn't really have that wow factor. She doesn't really have that one thing that can instantly delete a stock. You need to really outplay your opponent to get early stocks. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting them to about 120% and edge guarding them. That's what we saw consistently happen. And I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that style of play win out over UT Arlington. I have to be honest with you, Orbital. When you're going for more clean, consistent play like that, all that needs to happen is you get cheesed once. Or not even cheesed. That's not even a good word for it. You get outplayed. You get reversal when you try and come back from the ledge. One time, and all of a sudden you're out of there.
And such a scary prospect, right? You have to be on point, and if you can't, well, you're immediately down to 0, right? Even if you're at 99.9%, or anything of that variation, well, you make one slip up and you're down. So that is what they're trying to deal with right now. Gallon, though, was able to take out 2 of UT Arlington's players, or 1, and bring it down to 2 left, I should say. This is better than we saw before. This is UT Arlington finally having to buckle down. The question is, do they show Beastly, right? That is finally the question that I want to bring. I know I've already beat it into the ground because they're still hiding Beastly. I have gotten word, I've gotten tangible evidence that they are still sending in Army Ollie, and they will be playing here as a 3rd player for UT Arlington. Beastly being hinted away from the entire world to not play until the time is needed.
Yeah, I feel like this is pivotal right here because, like you mentioned at the very beginning of this broadcast, the loser, this is a 3-person pool. So the loser is going to have to go back and fight UCF Knights again. UT Austin, they just beat out UCF Knights. They do not want to have to go back and play them again. So, all or nothing right here on the side of Gallon. Can they fight through Army Ollie's Snake and take it home? That remains to be seen right now. Gallon SDs plays 1 stock against the Snake.
And this also leaves a very wide variation for Army Oliver to do as well, right? Because the fact that you only have to take one stock means that these 2 first stocks are going to be highly aggressive, is the way I feel, right? Going for some of those plays that you don't normally go for, going for some of those moves that you don't normally try and hit. That's what you get to play for, and right there is going to be an attempt at a nice tech off the wall. Ooh. This is Army Ollie going, hey, I can play the Snake here. I'm going to have some fun. What a tech off to save themselves from losing that first stock almost immediately.
What an amazing opening to this game, Orbital. You can see how Gallon is applying constant offstage pressure to Army Ollie, and yet Army Ollie, every single time he gets the opportunity, a trade. Every single time, Army Ollie will pull out a grenade and make sure that Gallon is punished for going for combos against him. As even though Gallon holds the lead in the percent for now, it is slowly being taken away from them.
This is now the little bit of a juggle game with the nades. Gallon dropped down on 2 by accident, I think, so he's going to have to deal with that later. And Army Ollie just decided to SD that one. I think didn't have the the recovery option, so surprising to say the least, Army Ollie drops a stock.
Yeah, and regardless of how it happened, this is the best possible scenario right now for Gallon, as 2 down airs is a great opening, but 1 up tilt is your life right now, and especially as that shield grows low, Gallon needs to find a way back on stage, avoids the Nikita rocket for now, but you got to find a way to avoid this edge guarding. You hit Army Ollie right into his own grenade and put him off stage again. The up air continues the juggle. This is perfect play right now from Gallon, but you can only have so much perfection when Snake is involved. Misses the down tilt tech chase. That's a heartbreaker right there.
And it's getting so dangerous. Remember, so many hits are there. Army Ollie is going to lose a second stock, and now they got to get serious if they want to finish it here, if they want to complete the series, or if they're going to try. Gallon has a huge opportunity here. 147. Play it on a nice edge, if you will. 1 single mess up could mean that Gallon is done, and UT Austin moved to the lower finals, or not the lower finals, are going to move into their second match to try and qualify for the bracket stage. Army Ollie looking a little bit dangerous here, just trying to figure out what they need to do to try and finish it off. That's going to be a grab throw backwards. 158 on the call, and now it is the finisher with the tracker. What a blow. Army Ollie able to finish off the series.
I was on the edge of my seat, Orbital. I could not believe how close that came down to it, because we were in a scenario where if Gallon got Army Ollie off stage once on that final stock, I was prepared to start getting ready for the next game. It really felt like Gallon was on the top of their game. That's the issue with Snake, though. Even if the other player is playing perfectly, you're still going to be punished for it because of Snake's ability to pull out grenades immediately and combo break. Make sure that you never get too many follow-ups. That means that consistently, even though it was Gallon, who was winning neutral, outplaying Army Ali, they would still take damage for it. They would still get their health bar chipped away consistently until they were at a percent over 140, where one mistake was their downfall, and that was it at the end. They thought the Nikita was coming straight at them. Instead, Army Ali sent it down to catch the air dodge. It was a 50-50 situation, and the coin flip did not go Gallon's way.
Not at all, and it resulted in a win for UT Arlington, who have now locked in their move into the bracket stage. It'll now go to UT Austin to try and beat UCF Knights once again, and this time we get to see if they can do it in front of the stage, right? We get to see how they did it last time, or if UCF Knights will have some revenge. That is the two options that will occur. We'll go to a quick break, make sure the teams are ready, and then get underway with our third series of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Right there does not feed into the revenge.
If you are a little bit of a squishy, Rescue Nerd feels that backhand and immediately goes for the lariat, and that'll be the stock. Rescue Nerd dropping down to 2 percentages. Rescue really wants this.
It really does. Ooh, able to get that up smash right there.
Caught off on the edge, almost able to get back, but again, a little bit of a whirl means Curry looks out and gains a little bit more damage. 99, and then the knee to the face.
All for the bait, as right now, Broken wants to get that uppy out of shield that will kill. You can tell how much they want it. Will the forward throw finally finish it off? Yes, it will. Davey is able to.
Always feasible with the Steve, and a little block, but has to let the shield drop. Don't want to let it get broken, and now swapping around an immediate tail whip. That's all you need to do. Immediate swap back to neutral and saying, okay, take a little bit of breather. How do I fight this out? That's all you need. It's a slam of the forehead, and Shulker is down to the last stop.
And that is what you need to do against these low body characters, because sometimes it's just the only way you can hit them. Oh no! A push away with the water gun means that Gallon is down a stock immediately. That's Davey on their way to the ledge.
That would have been crazy to watch, but that is going to be the forward air, I believe, that came out. Gallon is able to take a stop.
Right in the range where you can either get up speed or up aired by Ivysaur. That's what Gallon's trying to avoid.
Oh!
But that.
There. What just happened? What did I allow to just happen right there? Right now, going straight into the fight. Davey at 122, 136 at the end will be finished.
Tech chase. That's a heartbreaker right there.
And it's getting so dangerous. Remember, so many hits are there. Army Ollie is going to lose a second stock, and Dangerous here just trying to figure out what they need to do to try and finish it off. That's going to be a grab throw backwards. 158 on the call, and now it is the finisher with
technical aspects, in-game aspects, you know, like what can you do in this situation that can be better. But sometimes like mentality comes first, and they're not going to be able to make those steps and make those leaps without like making a change in their mentality first, or at least, you know, trying to make an improvement somewhere there. And there's a lot of different like perspectives for it, but yeah.
I really admire your mindset. That's really cool. A lot of the gamers that I've talked to are like aggressive. It's really cool to hear that. Switching gears a little bit, how do you feel about the CECC? What do you think about it, and do you think your team will go to Atlanta?
So far, I think it's been good. It's been fun, and I do think there's a very high chance we would go to Atlanta. With my mentality, like I was talking about before, sometimes I just go into it and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna do my best and I'm gonna play, you know, and that's really what comes down to it. But I am really confident in our team's ability. I think we have a really good set of guys that put a lot of work into it. So I'm very confident that we would likely go to Atlanta. But you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Then I just, you know, go from there.
Well, those are all the questions I had. So is there anything else that you want the world to know about you, or anything that you would like to end with?
I don't know, for anyone watching, like just try to find like a balance like in life, and try to find like who you are truly, and like follow that passion. Because just for like reference, I worked somewhere for 3 years, and then I felt like I wasn't being called to work there anymore, and like Smash was something I always cared about and always wanted to do. So I quit work, and with the money I had saved up, I pursued Smash for like a year and a half, and like that phase just kind of ended, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. Like I wasn't like making a lot of money through it, but it was something I was passionate about, something I wanted to do, and I'm really glad that I did it. And I hope that other people can consider like following their passions like that, but also with proceeding like with caution, doing what is available to them, you know, and just finding like who they are and what makes them happy, I guess.
Thank you so much again for your time and doing this interview with me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup 2022. Once again, I'm still Septulence, but this time I am joined by the CEO of New Street, Eric, who's going to get to tell us about NFTs, which I'm really excited because I told you this before the interview. I know nothing. I'm like a newborn baby about this.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear kind of about what you do, and then we can talk a little bit more about the esports side of things.
Yeah, so absolutely. We'll get into the NFT side in a second. But just to quickly explain what I do,
Yeah, of course.
Eric Witchen, thank you for the intro, CEO of New Street. And New Street is a media and analytics platform for collectors. So you can think about it as like the world of collectibles has grown significantly over the last 5 to 10 years. And what's happened is we've had a lot of marketplaces evolve. So places that are going to sell you things. Like if I want to buy a pair of sneakers, I have to go to no less than 10 to 12 websites in order to figure out the best price. So, you know, the value proposition for us starts with, you know, as a collector, where can I buy these things on the internet and where can I get the best deal possible? And then furthermore, we add media and insights, you know, sort of like a financial technology company would do, but around things that I personally care about a lot more than stocks.
Right.
So that's us.
Absolutely. So looking at it, you know, NFTs being one thing, esports being the other.
Yeah.
Where's the link?
Yeah.
Where's the connection there?
So first off, let's demystify NFTs a little bit.
Oh yes, please.
So first of all, an NFT is the first time in human history that we've been able to prove that something digital is scarce.
Yeah.
You need to take that in for a second. So basically, you know, we've been creating things on the internet and with digital art and otherwise for many, many years. We're buying in-game items, we're doing a bunch of things, and we've been taught that because you can copy and paste those things, they have no value, right? Enter the blockchain, and the blockchain allows us to be able to prove that something digital is truly owned by one particular person.
Sure.
So you can copy and paste that thing as many times as you want,
Is it
but
like
you
a
don't own it.
certificate then?
It's absolutely like a certificate of authenticity, certificate of ownership that could represent a digital asset or a physical asset just as equally.
Right.
There are people playing with this in real estate markets. I mean, so, you know, collectibles, you know, is just one of the areas that this thing is interesting in. But in terms of esports, I think it connects very much to, you know, when you think about all the work that you do as a gamer in these ecosystems, what happens if one day this ecosystem, this company that controls this ecosystem no longer exists? All your in-game assets and all the things that you've worked so hard no longer exist too. And so, of course, you know, the primary use case of these assets in ecosystem are going to be within the ecosystem, maybe forever. But it'd be really nice to be able to pull them out of the ecosystem, own them separately. And so if those companies are foregone, you know, go by the wayside someday, you still have these things to say, hey, I used to play this game. Right. It was a lot of fun. And so that's really where I think the value comes in.
Okay, so that's
preservation of value, so to speak.
Yeah, so that's a great kind of segue into the other part. You've got all these positives, so people that are looking at it, they're kind of shaking their head a little bit. They're like, oh, this is going to be damaging. This can be harmful. What is kind of the counterpoint to that, I guess?
Of course. The counterpoint is that I think the misperception is these NFT games are coming to take gaming away from gamers or the fun out of games. And the fact of the matter is that's like a lot of the current NFT gaming is more of a replacement for casino gambling than it is for anything else.
Sure.
I mean, these are not meant to be competitive with the games that you guys are playing here and shouldn't be seen as such. So it's almost like two completely different industries.
Okay.
You know, the graphic engines and all the things that are behind the scenes on these things, they're just not there yet. I mean, if you look at you know, it looks like some of these look like Minecraft 10 years ago.
Right.
But that being said, really it's the connectivity to economics, to the rest of the web and whatnot that makes a lot of these things really more interesting.
Sure.
And those things haven't even happened yet.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So it's to kind of pull us away from the esport back to the NFT kind of topic. And you and I did discuss this a little bit before the interview, is people are often talking about how NFTs can be damaging or harmful to kind of the real world, literal environment, the environment itself. So what is kind of, for somebody, you know, compared to me who knows nothing, someone who actually knows what's up with NFTs, what's the stance on that?
Yeah, so absolutely. So it's one of the most strongest negatives about NFTs right now is the carbon footprint that that these blockchains leave. And just to get not too technical, but just to talk really quickly through it, there's these things that essentially are used to confirm transactions. It's called a consensus mechanism.
Okay.
Essentially, it's how do you prove that the ledger is accurate?
That it happened,
right? And so Bitcoin and Ethereum currently use this thing called proof of work.
Okay.
And that uses a lot of energy, tons of energy. I mean, energy of small countries. So I do agree that on a per user basis, the electricity that's being used right now by the network is absolutely higher than it should be. That being said, Ethereum in particular is going through a change this year that's going to reduce the emissions by something like 99.5%.
Wow.
So it's really like, it's kind of like one of those things that is a current problem, but that problem gets solved really quickly.
Right.
And I sometimes question the areas that these narratives come from. Because when you think about it, right, like negative narratives tend to come from industries that don't want something to succeed. And you look at the things like crypto industries or whatnot. And there's a lot of industries that stand to lose if crypto wins. So I'll just leave it at that. But there's a lot of false narratives being perpetuated, especially around the environment. And the fact of the matter is whereas they are currently concerns, they very quickly become non-concerns.
Sure.
And a lot of actually the current blockchains that are being used actually already use this consensus mechanism.
Okay.
So really take very, very, very little power.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are you afraid that even after they fix this, the 99% goes on,
Sure.
Are you afraid that's going to damage the longevity of this idea, of this concept?
I think that it has the potential to, right?
Sure.
Because we're still in the early adoption phase.
Right.
And so anytime you get a narrative as strong, especially environmental ones, which I am very attuned with, environmental concerns, it alienates a large group of people. So there are groups of people, that like lobbyists for all intents and purposes that are taking the counterpoint and are essentially lobbying for the crypto industry. So lobbyists everywhere, basically.
Yeah. And I guess, so we've covered the NFT portion, we've covered a little bit of the gamer portion, but a gamer watching this, somebody gaming.
Absolutely.
Where's the benefit for them? What's the benefit of kind of the gaming NFT?
Absolutely. So I would say right now, very little. I'll be honest with you.
Sure.
But it's coming. And where it's coming is in the ability to own these in-game items and digital objects that you worked so hard to collect, that commemorate things that you've done, things that you've won. It connects to a lot of different things, particular in esports, but also just in everyday life.
Yeah.
Ticketing for events is there's a lot of ticketing vendors that are moving to this as some way to keep these tickets immortalized in your wallet forever. Once in a while I'll find a little piece of paper that reminds me that I went to a concert in 1987.
Right.
But generally speaking, that I don't find those that often.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of really cool things, and I think that a lot of people get sort of, any nascent industry is going to have cash grabs and scams.
Right.
The internet had that in '99 and 2000 as well, but here we are. So, that's kind of how I think about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, thank you so much for your time.
Absolutely.
I know that I have learned a lot. I hope people watching have learned a lot as well, but I really appreciate all that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, K-Tad here, and as spring break is upon us, we too need a break every once in a while. But with that said, we've still got some great collegiate esports action for you, and playoffs is around the corner, so that these teams are doing everything they can to make the cut. Let's get into it. Starting us off, it's a POTG for POST as Hiveder spins to win and keeps his team alive in their series against the Colonels.
Those who did that victory they needed to know that the reverse if it's going to take place. Passes with the best.
At number 7, Floppy's got a show to put on for us as he juggles Sen around the stage.
Off stage, how will they make it back on? Just immediately opting to go for the ledge, eating an uphill, and totally not going to be dying quite yet. He is quite a hefty boy, but what a follow-up.
Yeah, ping pong with
It's overtime out the gate for our number 6 clip, and eBest Drew hangs it us a little to the left to clutch it up for Farmingdale.
Gets it over one, has Indemnity to work through now to flick over him. Chance, it's top of the box for St. Drew. That's a goal, game 1 winner for Farmingdale.
Yeah, that's E-Best Drew right here. Fantastic shot reception, or that pass reception, I should say. After Otto puts this across the top right here.
Up next is Curious George with the Cura Ace to clutch up the round for Keen. And yes, the editors came up with the name of this clip, not me.
Behind it, and now you're going to be talking about a bolstered post flank here. It would probably be in the best interest of Keen to go ahead and just save their weapon. Not exactly sure how their guns are looking, how their economy is looking, excuse me. But this just seems so unfavorable for them. They're sort of making it work, mind you. Curious George, he's going ahead and giving it the old college try. He's going to make it an ace, but does he have the time behind the snake bite? He can go ahead and stick on it. And by God, again, Keen just cannot keep getting away with it. They're disjointed, they're scrappy as all hell.
It's Ye Old Faithful in our number 4 spot as Putnut and Kofe toss out a huge Grav Dragons to flip the point and secure map number 1 for Nickel State.
I think they're going to have to fade out this immortality. First, we're going to see that committed on the attack of the Grav, but the Dragon Strike is massive. A 4-shot for Kofe. And with that, the Colonels will take control of the point once again.
Now this might only be our number 3 clip of this week, but you guys have to check out this play from Not Leopard as he pulls off these ridiculous moves to juggle the ball right past the defenders of Central Missouri and into the net.
It's possible, setting up a counter-attack potential, but Fan Shui here, Not Leopard, what? Oh, Not Leopard! They have families, stop it, they beat all 3 defenders.
I finally figured out why it's not Leopard. It's not Leopard because it's Messi. Messi with the dime, the dish, the left to the
At number 2, this is probably one of the smartest plays we've seen in a while. Now UNM's Wicked Pro, after finding the spike on A, decides to ult and immediately rotate out after getting the info that the rest of the attackers are mid. What happens next? We'll just watch.
Frustrated about that one.
Oh, and this is a great play going around from the smoke from the belt. They have the perfect opportunity. And once that falls, everyone will be revealed. They'll be hit with the decay. This could be huge. Yes. Mishiro. Caught on the zip line.
And welcome back. We are back and ready to go with our 3rd series of the day. It has been so far fantastic to watch overall. We have seen UT Arlington take both of their series and qualify for the bracket stage that I believe will start tonight with at least 1 round, and then we will move on into bracket play tomorrow as well. That'll be a majority bulk. It's a 2-part event here, and that's the best part about it. All these players getting so much time. But we do now get to see a rematch, if you will, and one that is highly anticipated. The reason being is UT Austin fell to UC Arlington in that match that we saw previously. But the reason it was such a crazy match is because UT Austin, at least we felt, were not going to be the ones to make it to that match itself. UCF Knights, the first ranked team here in this tournament, fell to UT Austin, and now they get a chance to fight right back.
Yeah, now, looking towards the roster of UCF, as I briefly mentioned before, Orbital, collegiate esports is a constant cycle of rebuilding and getting the next generation ready to take over. And if you've been a fan of UCF in the past, one thing you will have to notice that we have to address is the fact that Jake is no longer there. Jake, a internationally known and, well, somewhat infamous player, after some incredibly high placings, has moved on to a more professional Smash career, as UCF now is trying to keep things going. Now, Javi, Nave, Halberd, Jorge, they are all amazing players. Don't get me wrong. In any other team, they would be a worthwhile addition, but it isn't clear anymore who that major clutch factor is. I mean, Javi is technically the highest rank out of them. That's Javi on Earth, if you are looking for a more universal tag. But either way, they don't quite have that, like, obvious clutch factor, obvious Greek hero anymore. So they're trying to build around that. Again, I am not trying to slander UCF. They are still the #1 seed for a reason. Losing one player does not make them immediately plummet in the stocks. But are they still the #2 team like they were last year? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, right? Once you had a god on your side, a literal god for a while, and then the demigods have to try and rise up, that's what we're taking a look at here, right? Can the demigods step in and fill the role of the shoes? And from what we know so far, we have to say it's been a struggle, right? Like we said, they lost their opening match, and that's where we're having a lot of these critiques and a lot of these question marks be built up, because we just saw UT Austin. Yes, they fell to Arlington just now, and it was, you know, the Davy Curry and Army Ollie show. That doesn't mean they were bad. There were so many amazing moments. We saw Gallon almost upset and move to that final match of that crew battle, so we know that they're also a strong team. But will those strengths be highlighted, right? This is a battle of two squads that are almost trying to make a name for themselves again, right? For UCF Knights, it's to rebrand themselves, show that we are the organization. We are still up there. And for UT Austin, is to say, hey, we still deserve to be in this tournament. We still deserve to be up there with the big dogs and tango with the best of them.
Yeah, they certainly do. Now, we were talking a little bit over the break about how UT Austin may have gotten this upset. As well, we'll get to see the start of this coming out soon enough. It is going to be Gallon opening up, the incredibly strong Lucina player going up against Jorge on this Luigi.
Well, if we wanted an interesting matchup, this was, I think, going to kind of be it. The Lucina coming back out, and we saw some fantastic stuff. This time, Jory does have full stocks, right? And going into that last one. So full stocks up, and Gallon is going to try their best to hold out. But look at that. The combo's keeping him off the ledge. And now for the misfire, it's going to be there. And the counter is real. Gallon eats that one and goes, yep, that was kind of well-deserved.
Flow chart edge guards orbital. That's what we have to look forward to as Gallon takes on Jorge. Jorge is ranked 8 in Central Florida. Clearly has the neutral and combo game to get there, but once you have him off stage, he is just a Luigi, and he is mortal. So that is the win condition for Gallon, to get Jorge off stage and then punish as much as he can.
That's going to be an up B to try and battle for both, and it actually leaves an opening for Jory to strike back. It's now going to be on the ledge. Gallon going ahead, going for a grab immediately for an up B, but it again allows for a rebuttal. That's the second time that Jory has come out stock in a perfect punish game.
This is a little bit interesting. I'm surprised we don't see the down B as much as the up B. The up B is a stronger combo break for sure, but if you're wrong, you might just be dead, as we saw. Meanwhile, the down B is a lot safer. I'd love to see it a lot more, though I know Gallon certainly does not. Great spot dodge to avoid that. The down throw down B does not connect either. Oh, this is not looking great right now as Jorge struggles to even get a stock on the board.
Yeah, this is becoming a problem here, and hopefully we get to see it. So yes, I do apologize again. I've been calling it a little bit wrong. The names at the bottom have been mixed up. Thank you for correcting me, Miles. And we do get to see the stock taken away. Jory is finally able to steal one back. 122% there, though, and that's going to be the challenge a little bit more. Can we see a second one, though? And wow, that was a sharp spike. That looked a little painful. And there is the forward air. A finisher by Gallon to finishing things off with 2 stocks left to spare.
Now, I want to take a moment to address Jorge's tag in-game of Wi-Fi lol. That's not League of Legends, even though Jorge is Diamond 1 in League of Legends. Congrats there. But, no. Even though it is Wi-Fi, I would say Lucina is even less of a Wi-Fi character than Luigi is. I mean, the fact that consistently we're able to see Gallon come in, get these flowchart edge guards, and more than that, micro spacing that you don't always get with the 6+ frames of input delay you have online. Well, 6 + 5, so 11 frames of input delay. For those of you who do not know frame data, consider that a lot for what these players are usually used to. The fact that they're able to play around that and still play Lucina at this perfect distance away from Luigi in order to avoid any of Luigi's huge punishes, that is great.
And we do get word. Yes, so yeah, just reconfirming what we kind of knew right there. It was Gallon that did come out with the win, and they were now holding at 2 stocks. And I love the fact that you pointed that out. That is something that you do have to think about. Imagine that your own brain is sitting there like, hey, move your hand, and about maybe half a second to a second later, it's like, oh yeah, now I move, right? That's what you're looking at the bottom line. And to be able to play that, as you said, perfectly, being able to block all these moves, being able to get those punishes down and make it look so seamless is crazy to think about. And now we're seeing why UT Austin, you said at the beginning, you know, don't sleep on UT, on any of these Texas teams. Don't do that at all, or you will be punished. It feels like UCF are absolutely getting that kind of thrown in their face, right? Jory is down. We are taking a look. We're trying to see if Halberd, Nave, or Javi will be coming in next. We'll get word on where they go. But again, those are 3 other very strong players that might be able to kind of come back and say, hey, look, we're still able to roll with this. That was just 1 round.
Yeah. Honestly, I need to keep going back right now because Lucina is an interesting character in the fact that she doesn't quite lose anything too hard. She doesn't win anything too hard. She's the picture of consistency. I mean, it's the very definition of it. But speaking of that, a character some would consider to be just a better Lucina in many ways. It's going to be a Palutena player coming in. We're going to see who this is. And I'm very... Oh, this is Psychic coming out right now. Team captain. And, well, looking good because of it. Actually, copy of the team captain? I don't know. Either way, Psychic is a long-time standing representative of this UCF roster.
Of course, and Gallon breaking these out, saying, let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun. The range is really going to be the big test. Psychic saying, come on, give it over. Let's see what we can do. Eyes are open, of course, as both of them still jockeying for position, still trying to figure out where exactly they want to go. But look at Gallon controlling the aerial game so far, and as long as it's close quarters, really smart in racking up that 48%.
Yeah, and I'm liking this very safe pressure, but that Nair F smash will put Psychic off stage in an edge guarding situation. But while Palutena is possible to edge guard, not nearly as easy as Luigi. We'll see if Gallon can still get those consistent confirms like they did previously, but not when that Nair is punished out of shield with an invincible back air.
Welcome to playing against Palutena. For anyone not watching, this is what it feels like. It is very frustrating to get every hit, but when every hit lands, you feel great. A little bit off the edge as both these characters have very strong recoveries and being able to manage that. Gallon going for a little bit of a swing, tried to continue getting the catch, but it's a little bit of a mishap. Psychic trying to go for a little bit of a grab and a little bit of a read, but not picking it up. So now a grab out of shield, and Gallon still fighting for that stock. At this point, remember, Gallon is hoping to gather a few more stocks. Already taken 3 from the team, and that's a little bit of a footstool, I think, that came out. Did Gallon actually pull it off? Did my eyes actually see that?
No, that was literally, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Gallon's hitbox pushing Psychic away without ever touching them in the way that you just slightly push people. Either way, though, that's Psychic down to stock. Gallon, an opportunity to make this comeback. These wave-bound side beams providing interesting movement mix-ups, but in reality, it's the more fundamental movement option. The tomahawks landing in front of your opponent without doing anything, falling up airs that are catching Psychic out, and yet Psychic still maintains the lead for now.
At least in percentage-wise, you're pretty happy about that one. A little bit of a slash as Gallon is going to try and swing up smash. Get some good damage. 84% now. Psychic not enjoying this current factor. There's going to be a little problem. Under the stage is a nice tag to open up some space. Gallon trying to break open once. One more. And remember, Gallon has an extra stock in the back pocket, so even if you lose this one, you're still fighting through a wide range here. Gallon grabbing on the stage. Is immediately back into neutral. And where do they go for? A little bit of a spot. And all right, Psychic realizing this might be a problem.
What they're pushing for right here, Orbital, is that Nair 1. You know how that neutral air has 2 hitboxes and the sword swings around? If you hit just the first one, it is a great kill confirm. Gallon went for it 1, 2, 3, 4 times. The 4th time finally connected.
And my gosh, Gallon might be able to run through 2 with no problem. An even stronger feat that we saw UT Arlington play with. But that's going to be the finisher at the top. Psychic is able to take 1 stock out of 2 that is needed. At 36%, you're hoping for a bit more. A little bit of a roll here. Nice little tags, 22% on Gallon. And that's going to be a little bit of the constant hits rolling through there. So really, really nice so far to try and fight back. Psychic, hoping not to get hit. 73, 83, and counting 98 on top. Jeez, and the finisher. Nope, still in. Still in. Psychic is still fighting, but can't get to the ledge. Gallon will finish it off. It was a good attempt overall, but that is going to be 2 complete people taken out by Gallon.
Gallon, where have you been all my life? This is amazing! And this is definitely the sword with which, with which Gallon cleaved open UCF previously. I mean, this is impressive to say the least. The fact that Gallon is able to come in here and dismantle these, again, ranked players, like these are not unknown names that Gallon is dispatching right now. Gallon is putting on a masterclass in how to wield this evenly spaced blade right here, because it really feels untouchable at times. Like the way they shift through game states, and that's a loaded phrase right there. You might not know what all those words mean, but either way, it means that when you're at those high percents, you go into kill mode. You're fishing for those landing nairs, or you go for a down tilt tech chase and you finish them off with a forward smash or down smash. They know their kill confirms, they know them well, and they're always fishing for them. Gallon just feels a little more lethal than a lot of other players.
Yeah, and I mean, it's showing, right? Taking out 2 players, and let's not say that Psychic was not playing very well. These were some amazing grabs, very nice combos going in. The neutral airs really keeping it close to the chest and making it exciting. That was the whole exciting factor, right? But this is, again, a chance for UT Austin. So we are getting word. Hopefully we get some more information, but it sounds like there might be a little bit of a swap up with some of the players. UCF Knights might be trying to figure out exactly what's going on.
Yeah, so we're going to be holding off. We can talk a little bit more as this, like you said, we are just going to be resetting the lobby just a little bit, make sure the players are getting a better experience, because it is unfortunate that we can't always guarantee good conditions, but we can guarantee that we are trying our best to make them happen, which is what we're doing right now. That's why the gameplay is being delayed, and that gives me more time to talk about how this anchor of Gallon coming in first is impacting the entire flow of this game, because as we saw in their match against UT Arlington, I don't think it's unfair to say that Gallon is probably one of the clutchest players, definitely one of the most high-performing players. From an objective numerical standpoint, from what we've seen today, Gallon is the #1 player on UT Austin. What does that mean that they're coming in first? Well, that means they're getting this massive advantage, and as you can probably imagine, Orbital, having a massive advantage in terms of stocks is very good for your mentality.
Yeah, this is essentially going in and saying, hey, look, instead of sending our fastest runner at the end, put him in at first, and we'll make a wide enough gap that it feels unbearable. Kind of that the mental diff is the best way to put it. If you're able to get that massive lead over your opponent is always sitting there going, wow, we have to fight another player after this. We have to fight, hey, we have to do this. Whereas if it was at the very end and, Gallon's the last player, it's just like, man, all we have to do is beat one more player. There's a huge difference in where those two are, and I absolutely love the fact that you're pointing this out. Gallon swapping from last player to first player is essentially creating that opening that not even just mentally, in the game itself, letting their teammates only have to fight a player with only 1 or 2 stocks remaining is a big difference in sitting there and saying you have to fight all 3 stocks out.
Mm-hmm. And having that advantage opens up a lot of cross-match strategies, macro strategies, I think you were calling it earlier, in which they can go for a little more unorthodox plays that wouldn't usually make sense, but because you have such a massive advantage, they work out. I harken back to the match we saw previously between UT Austin and UT Arlington, in which they faced off against Gallon. Gallon, as you saw, a very clutch player, a player you don't want to toy around with. So how do you deal with them? Well, you make it so that every time Gallon takes 5 steps forward, they take 1 step back. And 1 step back, and 1 step back. And when you factor in the fact that Gallon only had 1 stock left, then it becomes even more difficult. The strategy which I'm talking about is playing a character like Snake, who forces you to constantly take trades, but there's many other strategies like that. Comeback characters like Joker, or even Kazuya or Steve, who have the ability to force you into situations where when you're down 3 stocks, it's nigh impossible to even hope to claw it back. So I think we're just testing out this new lobby now, and then hopefully we'll be getting into this game.
Yeah, that's the hope. So you can see down in the corner there, or in the middle of your screen, if you will. That was... Oh, they are. Okay, so we have just got word. Okay, so what we saw there for half a second is going to be the actual gameplay. So they're actually playing here. So let's get underway. Let's go ahead and take a look. It is going to be Halberd coming in here. The 3rd player for the squad is going to be rolling out on the Pokemon Trainer.
Yeah, and as Halberd tries to get a good opening here, I'm a little bit intrigued by this PT coming out, because it really does feel like Pokemon Trainer might be a little bit more difficult to deal with. Okay, I like the Lucina, or the, I like the Ivysaur a little bit more because of the range. It gives you an opportunity to actually outrange Lucina.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an opening, a little bit of a spacer. Get some more value out of that one, and really control the stage to your own advantage. Right now, a couple Vine Whips going out and making sure to keep yourself in momentum. A little bit of a grab as Halberd trying to find an opportunity, but Gallon is still keeping it close, very, very close to the vest, keeping the percentage-wise also very close, 72 to 84, and a couple next big hits. Gallon hoping to take 1 more stock. You took 6 already. Can you take a 7th? Down air coming out of Halberd is going to set it up, but up smash keeps Gallon floating. Now forward smash coming out of Gallon in response. Almost going for the finisher. Can you pick it up? No, it's a couple more slashes again. Gallon finding the better of these trades over and over again.
Yeah, 1 uppy out of shield, 1 good space aerial out of shield could be it for Gallon. You know what, Ivysaur doesn't have the best options out of shield, which means Gallon with his safe aerial can pressure, but being above Ivysaur is never a good idea, especially when you're forced there by a Razor Leaf. Halberd will manage to stymie the bleeding for now. It's going to be only 6 stocks for Gallon. Only.
We say that like it sounds like a simple thing, and it's because we've seen UT Arlington do it out of the gate, and now UT Austin doing it as well. This feels like teams are just consistently pulling 6 stocks out of nowhere when it should just be 3. That's like what every team is hoping for. Just take 3 stocks. That's all we need. But they go above and beyond, and it is rolling over time and time again. Very impressive, not only to Gallon, but to Halberd, to actually keeping it at 6 stocks, right? We saw 136%, and you said it even. The Pokemon Trainer might have a couple difficulties, thankfully, swapping to the Ivysaur at the last, or about midway through that round, and making sure that it didn't get much worse, because if Halberd started to lose stocks there, that would have been devastating for UCF Knights.
Yeah, it certainly would have been. And you saw one thing we actually did see right at the end. I genuinely believe if we had a replay, that we were half a second away to see that stock evaporate. Remember at the end of the previous game where they kept going for the landing Nair 1? That's the first hit of neutral air, which sets up into both forward smash and up smash, depending on DI. Well, they were coming down with that right as we spoke. And the only thing that stopped them was the fact that there was a Razor Leaf in their way. With just half a second more, Gallon would have gotten that stock. And that's crazy to think about, because 7 stocks would have been crazy, but the fact that Halberd was able to keep clean and keep this going is huge. As now, it is going to be Ruskinerd going up against the Pokemon Trainer now. While Ruskinerd may have some trouble off stage, it's going to be a little bit difficult to force him there based on what we saw last time.
Yeah, and going over to Battlefield as well, small one at least, it's gonna be a good time. So let's go ahead and see what they can break out and do. Halberd, of course, on the wrong side there. We'll get that fixed here shortly for you. It'll be Rusky piloting the nest and immediately going for the combos that we didn't get to see last time. We were not able to see this previously, as it was a little bit tough to pull off in beforehand. But Rusky is, of course, setting up with 66%. Now a down smash, just trying to cover that ledge, and it's actually granted an immediate stock taken by Rusky Nerd.
Unfortunate misplay right there as the switch actually, perfect use of the Pokemon switch to start their own combo. Halberd gets back an advantage, but falling into a PK fire right there is going to make it a little bit more difficult to continue the pressure.
Pressure's got to keep rolling. A little bit of a stage clearer there as Halberd trying to dance it on 94, and now another smash. Rusky Nerd taking full control of this match. Could this be a 3-stock? Could this be Rusky Nerd taking a 3-stock by hand? Halberd trying to fight with the Charizard right now, but in goes the combo. A little bit of a grab, but a nice swap out to stall out the combo, and now right back to the Ivysaur.
Yeah, now with this Ivysaur fishing for the kill confirms as best you can see. Up there, not enough to finish them yet, but Rusky Nerd getting up to that kill percent, reflecting the Razor Leaf back. Have a taste of your own medicine, my friend, as now Halberd is struggling to find this one stock. Like I said, Nest can struggle off stages with their opportunity.
No! If Halberd were a little bit quicker on that read, that would have been a stock taken, I feel like. I was very, very scared. That'll be a nice recovery, though. Halberd setting up. Rusky Nerd looking for one more. Up smash. Almost to kill, but it is not. Stage height is quite high right there. A little bit of a back here. Get the spike, get better positioning. Now on the ledge. It's a little snap of the vines, though. Halberd, again, these two players are clearing each other off the stage and recovering just as fast.
Yeah, Halberd's doing a good job of resetting right here, but it might be too little too late, especially as the up smash catches them. Even the heaviness of Charizard cannot save you, as Rusky Nerd does get the 3-stock and continue UT Austin's lead, showing how they got this win in the first place.
I mean, Rusky Nerd came out with a little bit of fire, said, hey, I got a little bit crushed back in our first series on stream, and now I got to make up for it. It was beautiful. Watching some of those combos come out, and even through the drop, right? We saw one of the combos get dropped thanks to the Pokemon Trainer Switch, picked it up immediately afterwards. It was like, hey, that's not going to bother me at all. Let me go right back into it. Let me continue getting these hits rolling, and that's exactly what Rusky Nerd was hoping for. It's such a well-timed play that now we're seeing here, right? UCF Knights, they're trying. They are trying to fight as hard as they can. But UT Austin looked to be on a different level, not just in terms of the individual players right now, but in the understanding of the matchups even, really understanding what they have to do to keep UCF Knights grounded.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Knights are backed into a corner right now, and not a lot of clear ways out of it, unfortunately. Javi on Earth, an amazing player, certainly, but he has to go through a lot of different barriers before he can even hope to finish them off. Is this going to be Javi on Earth? We see the Steve coming in, which is a character that UCF is famous for, but not quite on this person. I'm curious to see who this is going to be at the end of the day.
I mean,
but whoever they are, it is their last chance. That is Javi on Earth on the Steve.
All right, we got confirmation because we're both looking at our roster sheets, and we're like, I mean, it could be one of two. It's a 50-50 shot here, right? It's going to be there, but of course, we will get the name swapped up here. Once again, Rusky Nerd is still back on that nest. Javi trying to space out with the shortest Enderman you have ever seen in your life. It is such a great skin. But of course, the anvil being thrown and trying to create space, but look at those combinations. This is Rusky Nerd just going to town right now, 80% and then some.
Yeah, attempting to get some of those starters on the deck, but Rusky Nerd is not giving them space to even start up the up B. Javi can't really get much started with the constant pressure they're keeping on. Javi is catching on to this aggressive pace, though, and starting to adapt accordingly. But is Rusky Nerd able to finish the stock? Yes, they are.
Immediately kicked away the crafting table, just like, no, you're not allowed this right now. Get away from us. That's going to be a little bit of a burn, though. Javi is now going to try and space it out. 75%, still good kill percentage to be able to work with. A little bit of a wooden pickaxe to swing, and that's going to be the down smash to finish that stock. Right back to ground zero.
Buys himself a little bit of time to mine, but not quite enough before Rusky Nerd is right on top of him once again. Able to get on out with the jab. Ooh, Javi is able to carry Rusky Nerd all the way up across the stage, but not quite able to finish the combo.
At this point, it's the fish for the combinations. What do we go for? What can I go for? And that one, you can't. That's the second time that Javi tries to space out, and Rusky Nerd has been absolutely ready. The down smashes and the picks to be able to snatch away a second stock. Rusky looking to finish things off nicely here and take UT Austin into the bracket stage.
Oh, this is looking a little bit unfortunate as Rusky Nerd is on the warpath right now. It's Javi. The Steve looks good, but it's a pretty conventional Steve. It's a Steve that Rusky Nerd is obviously very prepared for. And I'm not sure if Javi really has a lot of tricks up their sleeve at the moment. I haven't seen really anything unconventional. Some block play for sure, and a nice recovery around it, but the multi-hit will slip right through that shield.
Nice little dip, but again, a good clearance. Rusky is keeping the spacing perfectly, but the anvil to clear it out. Javi getting some damage back and finally breaking into that 95% on Rusky. So what can Javi do? A little bit of a run, a little bit of a swing. Back here is going to keep it spaced out. And now they both just sit there going, what do we do? What are we going for, everyone?
Standoff?
Yeah. Glare each other down. Just look at each other. What else are we going to do here? A little bit of smash, not going to Ryan. That's going to be the grab and throw. Not going to be the kill. Javi still living through the minecart, thankfully, and is not going to try and swing. Almost gets the diamond made, but back here to finish it. Finally, the spike is real, and Rusky Nerd finishes off UCF Knights and cements themselves as the second team moving on out of Group A.
And that, whew, Orbital, that was certainly unexpected, but not unbelievable, given how we saw UT Austin performing in the previous match. They had all these amazing performances, but it felt like they were just a little bit off against UT Arlington. It felt like they were there, but then they were, you know, it felt like Rusky Nerd's movement was being called out. It felt like Gallon didn't really get a chance to shine against UT Arlington's coordinated team play. Overall, this just felt like UT Austin had more room to breathe, and when they had that wide open space, they ran.
Yeah, when they're given the opportunity to make the play, they will make the play. That's what it is, and I love that you hit it nail on head. These are two amazing teams coming out of Group A. This is Texas saying, hey, we're on the map. We're going to play. We are going to fight, and you better be ready, whether you place us as 6th, 5th, 4th, 2nd, whatever you want to say. They are going into this with their heads held high, and I give huge props to both these squads, giving us a slight taste of what we'll see in the bracket. The rest of the teams are going to have to be a little bit worried to see how they play things out. We'll go to a very short break. We're going to get ready to see the rest of their groups. I believe Group D is coming up as well as Group C, so please do not go anywhere. More of the CECC South Open will continue here in just a bit.
Tied up in Broken Eco for UH Premier. Unable to find themselves a 10-round victory, and means they got themselves Stingers into this one. Now, Jibby with the Stingers, been a bad man, so still opportunity for UH Premier. Don't count it out just yet, but it is not going to be easy. The admin Sheriff has had value as well. The Headhunter, what do you call this? Is in that chamber. We will see. They're going to push themselves quickly out towards B main. This is the fade, and they're playing pretty far from range. Now will recognize the action happening. We'll get out of dodge, but they're all haunts.
Careful here.
I see you boys. Get that B team over in main. This is going to take all the space up towards scaffold. Satchel play for Jibby, but caught out. 20 HP, but alive is Liz.
I mean, that haunt was huge too. It gave the signal over to TAMU to scale up onto A site, highlighting those two players already pushed out through B, so they know that A is being held a bit more passively if the ebb and flow is over towards the B side. As I say that, stinger kill comes through here for Koi. So UH Premier still looking to do a bit of damage here on this eco round for themselves, but pushing in through trees, Heaven is even a lot more difficult considering this one way that's posted up.
Haunt doesn't get any tag, so Noble's not able to spam through. Dan's picked up Adam and pop flash forward. Noble has all the space, got box, and will take down Koi. 9-8 for TAMU. The eco shut down quite nicely by the Texas A&M side. Rebuy is going to come through now. UH Premier, they need this round here with the guns, and another after if they want to equalize.
Taking a look on the side of UH Premier, the ones that, I I mean, if you look over at TAMU, despite the fact that the scoreline is so close, they have money to play with. Meanwhile, University of Houston does not whatsoever. They're going to be forced onto an eco after this round, so you've got to make use out of the ultimates you have available. There's the Showstopper as well as the Nightfall for any like retake or to do a lot of damage out AoE and a choke point. Giving B main up for free here, allowing TAMU to secure that ult orb in their hands, but UH Premier is still holding steady so far as TAMU is going for a very quiet default at the moment, actually giving up a lot of map control to rotate over towards the A side, and aggro backing out of B main. He does have that trademark to watch the flank, maybe to go for a late reflank here towards mid to catch off the rotation.
Contact coming through a quick A. Right under the barrel. Jivy's got no idea how close this jet really is, but she'll clear wine. So safety for Jivy. The pink shells will find one. The Showstopper will have damage on the line player. It will not finish the job. Nightfall.
Alrighty, and we are back, ready to go here with our next matchup. And now, with Group A completed, we are now ready to take a look at some of the other groups out there, as well as what they have to offer. First match that we'll be moving over to is in Group D. They are just now kicking off their matches, and the first one that we're going to get to see is, of course, Old Dominion University versus University of Houston. Another Texas squad hoping to make it into the bracket.
Yeah, Old Dominion, we've seen time and time again coming and doing fairly well in the CECC tournaments, but they never quite were able to scrape out big wins. Like, they would make it to the top 4 of many of their qualifying events, but never quite make it farther. And that's because of their consistent talent throughout. Polo, Nikdon, Germ, all returning members who have put on massive showcases in matches against CECC legends like NJCU and whatnot. And Fish is also coming in. Fish is a newer player, at least newer to my eyes, to the CECC's eyes, but even so, very consistent roster, doesn't have any massive... I feel like they're very well balanced throughout their entire lineup of players.
Yeah, that's really good to see, especially if you're trying to vary it up against other teams, and that'll be important to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at University of Houston. They also have one of the larger roster pools, but we'll get to see the 4 top players that they'll be fielding, or hopefully planning to field. We'll get Nico, Radish King, Snook, and Passion. These 4 players will round out the 4 that will be the mainstay squad.
And Nico is definitely the player to watch right here. Obviously, all of University of Houston is pretty good, but Nico is the #1 player in Houston overall, and has also taken names on the national stage on certain occasions. I would not be shocked to see Nico either as the opener, the battering ram, or the closer anchor.
And to think that would we've seen what happens when we've seen some of these starters kick things off, right? We see what happens when Gallon kicks things off. We see what happens when Army or Curry kicks things off. We know what a starter can do, and to see if they play that same way will be very telling of how they want this tournament to run. Again, you got to win 2 to be able to move on, and that's what they're hoping to aim for. If they kick things off with a win here, give yourselves a little bit of time to work with, and you're good to go. But of course, if one player just wipes everyone else out, then, I mean, you got a pretty good path moving forward there. So we'll see if Nico is as good as the representation is set, or if Old Dominion will be able to do the same, because again, on their side, they got some very strong players of their own. Miles, if you had to pick someone on the side of Old Dominion to kind of see come out here or face off against Nico, if it is Nico, of course, coming out first, who would you like to see, or is there a player that maybe Old Dominion would just like to kind of field and test out at the beginning?
Out of Old Dominion, I feel like you might want to start out strong. Overall, I really liked Get Nikdon. Snake player, like I said. Well, there we go. Get Nikdon going to be coming out. A very consistent Snake player. And like I said, Snake does take a lot of effort to play, but he does have the ability to box you out when he gets in close. A lot of zoners in Ultimate, at least in theory, what's supposed to happen is you get on top of them and then you have a big opening. Cloud, who Nico plays, is very good at getting in on these zoners. Snake, once you get in on him, as you have seen, he has a lot of ways to get you on back out. But we're going to see who this other player coming in against him is. I don't think that's Nico. Snook coming in on the hero against this Snake.
All right, well, we'll see how they play it out, and we'll see if they give us a great first opening. I think that's what both these teams are hoping to do. Again, University of Houston and Old Dominion University kicking things off here with Group D. One team will be moving on to their second match, hoping to get a lock-in at a first place. And if not, we'll play it out differently. Off we go! Snook, of course, on that hero, as you were talking about, and get nicked on. Already having some trouble here on the Snake.
Now, the issue with Hero is this bounce. If you are a fan of getting nicked on, it takes away a lot of the main tools in Snake's arsenal, because now you have to get up close and personal. Now going for the Psych Up right here, hoping for a big opportunity for a kill. This means they're... Oh, they've got Psych Up and Oomph right now. One hit right now from Snook. Any hit will kill. And they can get that hit by running with the bounce, but Nickdon sees they're being over-aggressive and punishes accordingly.
Oh, but the shield break! Shield break to combo!
Like
it's
I said,
a combo in
any
itself.
hit will kill. Any hit will kill. It doesn't matter whether they hit their shield or get nicked on. Any hit, when you have Psych Up and Oomph, will kill.
Oh, welcome to the world of shield breaks. And with an accelerate on the back end is now going to keep things at a breakneck pace. Get nicked on. Hoping to keep things real, but getting juggled more or less. This is Snook just saying, hey, you're in the air. You are mine. A little bit of a dance out. This is going to be a challenge. Snooze is going to be used. And MP starting to run a little bit low. Decides to save it and let it tick up. And immediately going for the Psych Up. And ready to go for the next round. Space out into the back here. Catching Nickdon. Completely surprised.
Now at this point, spacing these forward airs around the grenade, but still ends up being caught as Smith throws out a back air. Even so, Nickdon able to find this kill. Dash tech will not do it in the end, but this Nikita might just be enough. No, they're able to bounce out just in time. Beautiful MP managing to Snook right there to save their own hide.
My gosh, 150, but now the grab and back throw is going to be there. That is very easily the stock at 150. If it weren't a stock, I'd be very, very surprised. Get nicked on, though. Hoping for a little bit more and hoping to run two more up. A little bit of an explosion goes out as Snook takes the chance to charge forward. A little bit of a read on the spot dodge, and he's not going to try and dance it out. Accelerate up and about, but a nice little hit by Nickdon. He's going to keep the face out. Finally, a little bit of a lightning bolt in the face, though, as it's 120 to 24%. Snook hoping to close things out nicely.
Making it attempt to do it right here and now. Dash Tech will control the ground. Nickdon, this is the same situation we saw on stock 1. That Psych Up makes things so dangerous. Up throw will just grab and throw. And the Psych Up power up does affect their throws, so that was clearly enough to finish off Get Nickdon.
I didn't expect that. I was not expecting an up throw like that to be the finisher, but you know what? They take it. Snook takes it. 3 stocks left with 2, and I think that's a fantastic one to be able to roll on. So being able to carry over their start to this match, Texas is coming out as a very surprising team so far. I love it so far from what we're seeing. They are absolutely giving us a show and a glance, and remember, we might be able to see them later on as well. We've already seen a rematch between UCF Knights and UT Austin in the lower standings for the decider of who moves out of Group A. If this continues, I would love to see these teams play again if this continues at kind of this breakneck pace, this fast-paced, accelerated gameplay between the two teams.
Yeah, I certainly would too. I really, really appreciate how we saw Snook playing that matchup in general. For a while, people kind of slept on Hero. Like, Hero was the kind of, like, troll pick that people went for. And then people realized Hero might be one of the most complicated characters to play in the game with RNG manipulation and cooldown management and all this stuff. Or MP management, I apologize. Either way, you need to be able to manage all of those to play Hero right. But when you do, you have a character who can, at any point they really want, power up their attacks, double power up their attacks, instantly kill you. zoom right to anywhere on the stage, turn on a speed boost and close the distance, or, as we saw most presently in that match, turn on bounce, one of the most powerful moves in the entire game, and that is because it is a reflector that is always on, that it completely invalidates some characters.
I mean, and you're facing off against a snake, right? That's like that's a very enjoyable setup to have. The grenades that are supposed to land at your feet or, do a little tick of damage, that ship damage that's supposed to build up over time. Not happening in this case, right? Maybe a missile, an air missile is going to be reflected back a little bit. The explosion might still do some work, but it's very frustrating for a character like the snake who is hoping to get that fragment damage to be able to build off of those minute hits. So it's very nicely done. Snook is able to pass it on, and now we get to see, with Get Nicked On out, it is looking at Polo, Germ, or Fish. These three players to kind of break out and try and finish it off because, again, so far in the day, the theme has been taking 5 to 6 stock apiece for the opener, whoever is on the winning side. I don't think Old Dominion want that to happen again.
Yeah, I would assume not. So
yeah, we
Old
assume
Dominion,
they don't want to have that happen.
Old Dominion, as I have said previously, has always done fairly well for themselves. They always get around the 3rd place mark, but in this South region, like I said, there are so many underrated heavy hitters who don't always get the chance to go against each other. I called out the Texas teams at the beginning, Orbital, and they are definitely showing up here.
I don't even think you called him out so much, right? You were the one that, and I want to say this with all respect in the world, they have been rated to go down the list. We did have a little bit of seeding, and the only one I want to say in the top 5 taking a look at were UT Arlington and UT Dallas, right? These two teams were placed in the top 5 for our rankings to start things out and to be seeded into the groups. The rest of them, UT Austin and University of Houston, were placed at a couple lower seeds and kind of given this little, if they make it, they make it, right? That's what we're thinking about. But University of Houston, just from this one game alone, Snook looks on par with some of those upper seeds that could easily be played against, and that is terrifying to me. There is a world, and I'm not saying this will happen because, of course, bracket seeding is all its own fun, right? There is a world where we could see these teams all in the top 8 or top 4 even. It could be a complete Texas-sided branch of the bracket. Like, that is what we could see.
It's very possible, and I know some people would be very excited to see that, as we're excited to see who this next pick coming in is. We know they're at least going to PS2, which makes me think, let me take a look at the roster that they're bringing to the table, see who Old Dominion would like to bring, because I would think maybe, just maybe, against this hero, instead of going for the snake, you might want to go for something that can close the distance a little more. And I think, honestly, Fish, one of the newer players, their Byleth might be a great answer to come in here.
That could be the opportunity, of course. Now, the question is do they actually want to challenge right off the rip with that? And, that's, again, a time to be seen. So let's go ahead and take a look. It is not... I think you're actually correct. I think that is Fish coming out here. I took a look. I saw the characters breaking out. And it is going to be that Byleth, as you said. So we are under the very nice assumption that that is Fish, rounding it out as the second fighter to come out for Old Dominion. Let's see if they can take 2 stocks without losing too many of their own.
As the main thing you're looking for as Byleth is to close the distance, prevent a lot of those magic spells from coming out, and avoiding that thunder is very crucial. It's a really good space control option. It's the only way that hero really has consistently outranged Byleth with a burst option, and so Fish has to play very carefully around that side B.
Side B is so scary. So right now, Fish already at 57%. Snook just rolling through this with the accelerate, just going ahead, going for a couple grabs though, but the grab from Fish is just a little bit better to start, but look at those hits. A little bit of an aerial battle right there as Fish is able to get some damage down once again, but I mean, it's a shield dance right now. We're seeing a little bit of a shield dance, a little bit of an air to try and create some space, and Snook goes, okay. I let you have that moment. Let me get you to the edge.
As they go for that smooth right there, it does not connect as Fish trying to get the anti-airs here, but they can't quite close them out, forcing a high recovery right there, and now the Psych Up is on the table. That means, like we said earlier, any hit will kill, and now the bounce
takes away the option of the bow and arrow for ledge trapping. What else can they get? Forward tilt, another off-stage situation. And you gotta try and catch the zoom. They actually get the read, but the random guess does not pay off their fastball too soon.
I can't believe that actually worked. That was very entertaining to watch, and that's going to be a little bit of a strike. Snook said, get off my stage. Now both above 100%. Single hits are going to be the mainstay, and there it is. Snook sends stock number 4 of their own off. This is going to be Snook just saying, yeah, give me everything. Chant my name. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yes. Snook goes right to the ledge, able to roll right on past that by the ledge trapping. The back air, even though it hits the sweet spot, is not quite sweet enough to hit the stop. As again, these ledge jumps are not going punished, even though they are able to use that. The zoom again, just when Snook needs it the most to get back and maintain stage control.
Right now, a little bit of a slow play. Snook just trying to make sure that the damage goes through. Understands that a single hit could be the finisher, and there it is. A sweep at the feet at the down smash means Fish is able to bring it to 2-1. Snook, let's see what they can do. One more stock to play with. A little bit of a dance, push up, 55. That's a little bit more. Good stab by Fish, though, to get the read. 45 on Snook.
This is very dicey. Again, Psych Up is on the table, which means these forward airs are going to set up a very powerful edge guarding situation. Now you've got to get off that ledge, but instead they choose to go back and they get the chance, but they charge that forward smash a little too much.
So close, and there'll be a little bit of a chance at a hit, but Fish understands that they are very close to dead as well. The rolls back and forth, good grab, a little bit of a throw, and immediately into the aerials, but nothing really comes from it. No more than about 20%. 8% on that strike. A little bit of a whip. That's going to be another smack. Forward airs consistently giving Fish this damage that they are looking for. Now nothing more of the sort. Snook ready to go for another round. Well, I said that and is now going to live through it, but that was so close to death. Snook realizing that this is going to be a monumental moment if they're able to take one more stock at least. Can they do it? Psych Up at the perfect time, but a good forward air is going to finish it off. Fish not allowing the Psych to warm up, and Snook is down after taking 4 stocks. One of a nicer runs, not exactly 6, but more than enough to say that they have significantly impacted this match.
With the pace this game is setting, it looks like a lot more of an evenly matched set of teams we have coming up here, Orbital, which is nice to see because thus far today, it has always felt like one team has always had a little bit more of the advantage, sliding into their victory with quite a bit of room to spare. Right now, it's more or less neck and neck between these two teams.
And it's I'm very interested to see because, again, that is, as you said, very evenly paced, but even in the evenly paced, it did feel like Fish was a little bit on the back end, right? We saw at the very end about 95% on that second stock. It was looking dangerously close to 5 stocks being taken on the side of Snook, so that is something that we do have to kind of worry about. Fish, though, wiping the sweat from their forehead, saying, good, we're good, we're good. I only lost 1. This is still very, very doable. Looking over at Nico, Radish King, and Passion, I'm excited to see who else they can throw out. If they have a hero in their back pocket, I want to know what other options that they have and who else they're going to run against this Byleth.
Against the Byleth, I mean, on paper, people used to think Byleth wasn't that good until along came MKLeo to change everyone's mind. If you've been watching competitive Smash since the end of quarantine, you know the Byleth like the back of your hand. The main draw of it is the kill confirms. The fact that Byleth can hit you with the up B and you might just be dead. Hit you with the Nair and you might just be dead. It was consistent the way that MKLeo was able to steal those stocks, and yet we didn't see it that much from Fish. Fish relied a lot more on their spacing, a lot more on forcing options from Snook and then punishing whatever their reaction was. If Snook is able to continue that gameplay, keep that pressure up, but just clean up the kill confirms a tiny bit, look for more of those down tilt up airs, look for more of those Nair dash attacks, that might turn them into a true CEC level threat.
We always talk about that. Are they a threat just yet? Are they ready to go? Well, maybe not. Maybe they are. Only time is going to tell. Remember, this is just the start of the season, right? There's so many more tournaments to be played. This is just one of the qualifiers I'll be running here. And I think that's that is one of my favorite things to think about, right? Because this is just a taste of what the rest of the year has to offer, and that is the amazing thing about it, right? There are so many opportunities here, Esports U being able to kind of show this off and be able to put so many tournaments on. And of course, as you've been watching, for those tuning in, there have been so many other games being played, right? We have Rocket League right before this. I know Valorant, I think, is still being played with some awesome people, and that'll be transversing into tomorrow as well. So many more awesome pieces of action to be followed through. So make sure not just to watch here at Esports U2, but on Esports U as well. Get all the action, see all the teams that are being fielded, and be able to enjoy so much collegiate action. I implore you, watch it everywhere, because you do not want to miss a second of some of the rivalries that might be starting up here as well, right? Some of these players going against each other, some of these teams going tooth and nail to nail, whatever you want to say. That's what makes collegiate esports so much fun, I think.
Yeah, and one of the main things that makes a college a really good collegiate esports team is when they're able to field rosters that are winners in every game they play. Like UT Arlington, as an example, who's currently sitting in the winner's spot in Group A. They field a lot of winners, especially their Rocket League team, their Valorant team. UT Arlington, they've got the pick of the litter. Meanwhile, and then you can't even talk about this without talking about the reigning Smash champion of Bay State. Nowhere near the South, they're up in Boston, but whoever wins this and qualifies for CECC later this year, well, they're going to have to probably contend against those top-tier level teams from other regions. That's the great thing about these regionals that lead into a national. You get to see the top talent from every single region and see who comes out on top.
And that's the fun of it, right? That is definitely the fun, to see all these regions come together. But I think there's something more fundamentally awesome about this as well, because as we talk about some of the other games, right, we're talking about Rocket League, we're talking about Valorant. These are games that very specifically you are forced into team play. That is a very understood option. And you're talking about the likes of Bay State, you're talking about the likes of some of these awesome top tier universities. Well, I think something that they know how to do is to take it a step further with these games. You know, if you're talking about Valorant, if you're talking about Rocket League, it's a step above teamwork. It's almost like reading each other's minds, right? Just sending your players in, they know immediately and instinctively how to help each other. In Super Smash Brothers, I feel like there's also a level above just saying, hey, I'm going to field 4 players, right? We saw it a little bit in UT Arlington, I think. It's the idea of, even in an individual style of game where it's one-on-ones over and over again, there is a way to synergize these players together to create a cohesive team.
Yeah, a lot of the FGC games, specifically Smash Brothers, there has always been a culture of individual players above all else. Doubles, that's just a random party mode. No one plays that. Crews, very few people play that. But now that college teams are starting to field them, innovations have been made in how you actually structure your team composition, and the little decisions you make as to who you send in first, who you send in later, are not just individual player matchups, but they have a much greater bearing on the overall flow of the match than you ever would have expected. Take, for instance, you mentioned UT Arlington. They know how to get a lead and then play that lead all the way through. And it makes teams who, in one-on-one, might actually beat them feel very uncomfortable. Like, when a team is just trying to play reactively, they're one step behind wherever UT Arlington is in terms of picks. UT Arlington already knows who you're going to throw in, and they've had someone practicing warming up against that character the entire time.
I mean, listen, I fought some of those bots in Super Smash Bros. My gosh, they've gotten good since N64. That is a terrifying thing right there. But no, I have to agree, right? The idea that there is so much more that can be utilized to bridge the gap of the seemingly individual players, you know, instead of just like 4 pillars each holding up their own section, it's we're all working to make this team work, and I really want to see more of that. We're seeing inklings, right? We're seeing little inklings here and there on the different teams, right? We're talking about Austin a little bit too, in the same breath as Arlington, in terms of, well, they do have that coordination down. It's the steps to take there, right? It's the steps to kind of work their way towards, hey, now we can start talking about how this stage is able to bring in all of these, bring in this opportunity, right? Give us more of an advantage over and over again. And I think, at least, as we continue moving through this collegiate scene, as we see more and more tournaments break on, as we see more and more teams start to get even more familiar with themselves, by the end of the year, I expect, or I hope to expect to see teams such as Austin, such as Houston as well, make their way up to where Arlington is sitting with their team coordination.
Yeah. And that is a very exciting prospect as we're getting into the second full year of CECC to see who is going to be bringing together actual cohesive Smash teams all the way through. It's a beautiful thing to watch Smash Esports develop in this way. In a way it's never gotten the chance to develop before, and I can't wait to see where else it goes. Where it's going right now? Well, we have Fish's Byleth taking on a Luigi coming in as we're finally getting back into the game. We'll see who this is going to be and get right into the match.
Yeah, we appreciate your patience all the way through. We understand, waits are no fun, but the action is going to be good. We are watching a little bit of a pass down here as I believe that is... Yes, so it is Radish King that is piloting the Luigi. They are going to give it their best shot at playing second fiddle to Mario, but of course in this game, Luigi rules the battlefield.
Yeah, as... Well, Fish might have the advantage on paper in the same way that we saw earlier, Gallon being able to edgeguard Luigi impeccably. Byleth can do the same thing to an extent. However, as you can see, Radish King is not letting Fish drive them anywhere close to the ledge, and they're able to escape a lot of those kill confirms by just using that down B, the invincibility on it.
A little bit of a swing forward. Radish King trying to take a little bit of a running punch motion, but can't really find too much except for right there. A nice little boot off the edge, and he's going to try and play for the grab. That's going to force him into the corner, though, as... yeah, that's just a punch and a half. Radish King goes, hey, 69, nice. Give me that stock.
Yep, and now Radish King is able to play this lead continuously. They know that if they try to approach Fish, they're just going to get range. So they wait for an opportunity, go in with a combo game, 77% already after that one string. Caught Fish sleeping on a platform, and now look at them. They're able to, they run down tilt, and then as soon as Fish runs in for the punish, they get the Shoryuken that up B, carrying them off the top. Radish King getting a 3-stock with the 69%. Very nice overall.
This is by far the most even match we've had so far. And I say that with all love to the other teams. We are now blow for blow is what's happening, right? Down to 3 players on both sides and in perfect working order. This is, again, and for those just tuning in, the most even match we've had. Everyone else has lost 2 to a single player, right? Everyone else has lost, multiple stocks over and over again. And this time it's evened up, so very nicely done by Radish King to play that one. We even saw the tempo kind of pick up, right? The actions of Radish King picked up speed towards the end there when they understood that, hey, I can punish certain things, and Fish maybe got a little bit antsy, started playing a little bit more reserved to an extent, and, Radish King took off. But either way, Radish King able to throw down and say, hey, I was able to take those 2 stocks. Now we got to try and play for a bit more. Back to ground zero, back to, is it going to be that challenge breaking out here, I believe? And I think I misspoke. I do apologize for that. I believe, actually, Old Dominion is actually down to 2 players. So we're down to Polo and Germ are the last 2 remaining players for Old Dominion University, as University of Houston are currently residing with 3 players.
Mm-hmm. And Polo and Germ, they've got a lot... Again, after some of the leads we've seen today, after some of the comebacks we've hoped for and then didn't come to fruition... This doesn't feel that insurmountable. All you need is one really good game. You don't even have to win it with all 3 stocks. Just one good game, and all of a sudden you're back in the swing of things. But Old Dominion, who are you gonna send in to try and contend against this Luigi? That's the question. Because, as we just saw, that was not only a physical outplay in terms of the combo game, but a mental outplay. I really liked how Radish King understood that Fish really wanted them to come in and make a mistake. So, like, if I don't do anything, I can't make a mistake. So, in the end of the day, Luigi won by doing absolutely nothing. And then going into punish.
Yeah, that was. I love the fact that it's the I won't make a mistake if I don't move, right? Like just don't look at me, don't try and do anything crazy. We're good, we're good. Germ is now coming in though. We do get word of that. So Old Dominion University are moving through the paces, understanding what they have to do next, and it's gonna be villagers. So Germ is bringing out the villager against the Luigi. A couple more projectiles to work with, try and maybe keep the Luigi at bay. We'll see if it works out here. We'll see if it gains a little bit of a punch as we are underway, ready to the edge, as we do know villagers love to do.
But as they're in that corner, this time Radish King understands that the threat range that Germ presents isn't quite the same as Byleth, and they're getting right up in Germ's face to prevent them from setting up any of the threats that they don't have to deal with.
Slingshot being reloaded at a furious pace right now. Germ trying to throw it off, and a nice little forward air into that rocket. A little bit of a brutal combination here. The side B specials always making it work, and honestly Radish King being up in the percentage game is actually quite surprising considering the pressure that Germ is throwing out. That's a down B into Tornado, and you really do like to see it. Looks like a little bit of a fireball built up in Germ's pocket.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the uses are different in every single matchup, but right now Germ just electing to not hold on to it for too long. Instead, looking for their opportunity right, throws a tree, but it's not really going to come into play that much as Radish King is just getting battered from this side of the screen to that. The axe will send them very far off stage, opportunity to edge guard, but no, snap to ledge. Radish King is able to get there every time.
Keeping things at a breakneck pace though. 115 now as Radish King is finally overtaken. In terms of the percentages, Germ a little bit more confident in throwing out those side Bs and trying to find a little bit of space, and that's a backhanded shot to the face. Welcome to Slingshot City. That's going to be a forehead to the noggin as Radish King pays it right back. Stock number 1 goes the way of RK.
Yeah, right now Houston starting to cement this lead as one of the more dominant ones we've seen. And Germ continue this pressure and bring it back. The thing for me that needs to be tidied up just a tiny bit is the edge guards. You have Luigi off stage, there are ways to interrupt it, but you need something a little more solid. Getting some setup on there, the tree grows, and that's enough to stop Radish King's green missile.
When a tree is an immovable object, you got to be a little bit worried about that. That is a painful one to remember. 2 stocks apiece to either side. Germ currently holding at a bit higher percentage, so as Radish King was able to lay into them. But again, those slingshots are just causing some problems. Those back airs and forward airs are really keeping Radish King on the edge, and just you can see it. It's the poke over and over again, just trying to get over that constant harass of projectiles. Has to be tiring. Like that's all I can say about that.
The issue with poke, though, is it only means something if you give the person a reason to respect it. Like, if you poke them continuously, but then demonstrate that you're not going to quite get the kill every single time, Radish King doesn't always have to respect it. Now that Radish King has been shown that they have to respect the poke, they're going to do it a lot more, because the poke means that one bowling ball is your death.
I can do it, Radish King. Now on the back foot. 1 stock left, and if you can break it back, that's huge, but 3%. Little chip back again. Germ just fishing around again, always trying to get that damage down and then look for the confirm, but that's a far ways off right now. So far, just jockeying for position, just trying to figure out what works, what doesn't. Do they need to change their style immensely? Do they need to really hard stop and shift focus? Right now, this is one of our longer matches here with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. 115 right now on Germ. Only a bit more. Radish King hoping to finish it off. Can they break it out? Nope. A little bit of a swap. Up smash just for fun. Just for fun right there.
Yeah, Radish King struggling a little bit to find this kill. A little bit uncharacteristic based on what we've seen earlier. Just throwing out forward smashes, up smashes. They can't quite find it orbital.
I mean, it's a struggle, and granted, that's going to be it. Back here, 2 feet to the face. You're able to take it, and now you want to try and get a bit more. That's going to be a grab into a downer, into another. It's the combos that you love to see, and that immediately breaks it right back. 57 to 56 in one fell swoop. Radish King now has the percent lead. Oh, well,
But
now it's
Ratch-
stolen back. Never mind. I'm done talking.
Yeah, it's very hard to maintain that when Villager can pretty much always be poking and prodding at your defenses. But now you can see Germ is looking for an opportunity to strike again. Radish King just keeps getting stopped, brick-walled by a lot of these defensive options. An offstage opportunity right here. Wounds are going to be coming out. Is it enough?
Oh. You heard a hit connect there actually come out from Radish King, but it wasn't enough to stop Germ, so nice little move right there. Remember, so far, Radish King had a little bit of momentum speed, but it's going to be a little bit of a side B, but that's going to be the bowling ball. What a blow. Germ able to finish things off, and it will be Germ taking it home. What a well-fought battle. A single stock left on that player.
At the beginning of the match, what was it I was saying that I wanted Germ to clean up? It was the edge guarding. Because Luigi, even though it's a quick recovery, it is a linear recovery. It goes straight up, and that's it. You know what goes straight down? A bowling ball. You just needed to get in a good position for it. I understand that it's not as easy as, well, rock beats scissors, but you may, at the end of the day, be able to find more ways to force Radish King into positions where they have to recover from very low, and that's when the bowling ball shines to stop that linear recovery.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a great one to win, right? That was one that was desperately needed by Old Dominion. Yes, it was, as much of a win, it was a painful one, right? You lost 2 stocks, and it was a very hard-fought 4, but you did it, right? At the end of the day, you were able to do it. You're able to pressure University of Houston down to 2 more members, and that has to feel good one way or another. The problem, of course, is deciding how we're going to play this. Yes, Villager is frustrating. It's not unbeatable, right? And you only got 1 stock to make it happen, so you're hoping for at least 1 or 2 more stocks. You want to make it as even as possible for what could be Polo coming out here. We're not sure if that's, of course, the last player. We're assuming so, but of course they do have some substitutions in the back pocket if necessary. For University of Houston, though, still a lot of game to play. Fresh 2 players coming out next.
Yeah, as it sounds like Puff is going in. Now, here's the thing. Only 4 stocks left against the 6 on the side. That's not that big of a difference, Orbital. It could be so much worse. Yeah. This is the opportunity that I feel like Old Dominion needs. If Germ is able to take at least a few stocks, all of a sudden this all becomes a lot more achievable. You do have to remember, though, at the end of the day, in their back pocket, somewhere back there is Nico, the #1 player in Houston, a player who has made quite a name for himself. I'm not really sure what the answer for Nico is going to be quite yet, and I'm curious to see as we get farther into this match.
It's the we'll deal with that when we come to that, right? Like I think that's what Old Dominion are kind of saying. You know what? If we get there, we're happy enough, right? Taking a look here, it is going to be Puffles on the Young Link. I have seen Young Link floated between some of the players, so there is a possibility that this is a very enjoyed character, I should say, between some of them. So I'm very interested to see if that continues out. Germ, of course, going ahead and SDing their way into 1 stock only, and it's going to be the battle of the Short Kings, I guess is the best way to put it. Young Link versus Villager. 1 stock to 3.
Yeah, Young Link, what you got to be aware of is he'll confirm the character at any point. If he hits you with a bomb arrow, a bomb, a boomerang, a forward air, a neutral air, he can probably find a way to combo you to death and kill you. However, having too many weapons in your arsenal can be a little bit of a downside, especially when it's hard to know which option is exactly best in any given situation.
Got to test them all out. I think that's the best way to put it. Going ahead, both of these players throwing out bombs, projectiles, and everything. At this point, just turn on items and you'll be just fine with it. So they're going to be flying across. Look at that, boomerangs and side Bs. Everyone's just going, yeah, this is what the game has become at. Germ sitting at 69, Puffles at 60, and climbing. Good connections coming out. As the bowling ball goes down, can't find the connection, and that's Germ just going right back to the drawing board. Okay, right back. That's going to be a nice cannon barrage going out. The up smash coming out from the side B was a monumental task. 103 on Puffles.
Now, I'm liking what I'm seeing thus far. Can Puffles continue to keep the pressure up? As right now, trying their best to keep up this pressure. Look at the way Germ just keeps absorbing, pocketing all of these projectiles, but Puffles refuses to relent up on the assault. Puffles looks like they are on the warpath to make sure there are only 3 stocks between University of Houston and moving on through the bracket.
I've never seen, well, I wouldn't say I've never seen. I would say it's been a while since I've seen such a ridiculous amount of projectile spams back and forth. Like, these players are refusing to get in range of each other, and when they are, they're still like firing off an arrow or a boomerang, right? Like, that is kind of what it is right there. That was an arrow into a side B. Germ just kind of threw that out and was able to stave off any sort of counter. And the problem that comes about with this is if they're not able to get close, there's going to be no finishing move that we finally get to see. But there it is. It took a while. Puffles with the forward air, boot to the face. Germ is finally finished off.
Yeah, it's seldom to see that you see that hard neutral air kill, but at the end of the day, I don't really blame Puffles for how they were playing that matchup. Like, what was their other option? Not throw out projectiles? Not answer back to what Germ was doing? To approach through that maelstrom? I don't really think that was the play, Orbital. I think what they were doing was dead on the money. Just continue to pressure them, throw out projectiles of your own, because Young Link's projectiles can lead to those big options like you saw. The boomerang, the arrow, they can all lead to confirming aerials that get the kill.
Yeah, it just took a little bit. It took a little bit, and yes, the Nair was the finisher, and it was glorious to watch Young Link just throw a boot out there and say, hey, it's done. Sorry, I'll see you next time. So right now, Old Dominion currently stuck with 3 players down. We are down to our final member, and they're also one of the teams that do have a fairly deep roster pool. I believe a submitted roster of about 7. Taking a look, it was fielded, though, as Polo being the last one. Whether that is actually the last player for the team or not, that is yet to be seen, and I'm very, very curious if they do. But for University of Houston, as you said, after Puffles, there is still Nico, and it's a full 6 stocks. A single player has to get through 6 stocks if Old Dominion want to be labeled as the winners of the series.
Yeah, as this is looking very dicey at this point. Nick, Don, Polo, they were very powerful opponents, but I really did feel like, well, that villager might have been one of the best answers to deal with this, both the Young Link and the Cloud. So now, as the Wii Fit trainer is coming out against the Young Link, 3 stocks left to keep Old Dominion in this winner side.
Okay, let's get underway. This is the chance to bring it on back. Polo gonna try their best to see what they can do here. It's up against Puffles. Puffles with 3 is already opening up with some nice fragment damage. It's 14, but an immediate rebuttal. Polo goes, no. I'm not letting you get away scot-free. 36% on that Young Link.
Yeah, and now, as Polo continues to lay on the pressure, you can see that it's not as constant of a projectile spam as we saw in previous matches, in the match against Germ, because I don't think Puffles really feels the need to do that, especially when they can get perfectly good combos off of that down tilt, and the bomb into the boomerang, into the forward air. Polo is off stage.
Polo's already on the back foot here in this first stock, just consistently floating in the air. And you know what? You have some projectiles of your own, but I'm not sure if they're going to be amazing, to say the least. Good blocks back and forth immediately into the punish. Almost felt like that was going to be a stock right there, but a little bit of breath. Polo able to bring it back and try and get a little bit of feeling in, but a nice slash in the air comes out from Puffles as we go ahead and try and take control of this ledge. Bomb after bomb after bomb immediately into throws. That's the boomerang out. What more can they get? Both of them shielding up in the middle of the zone, or in the middle of the stage, and saying, okay, what are we going to do? Grab comes out from Polo, throw him backwards, and now it's Puffles on the edge.
Yeah, definitely a situation where Polo could get that kill. That deep breathing power-up is immensely powerful. But Puffles is playing really well around this charge shot, the Sweet Sun. And it's making it so, well, Polo has to get really up close and personal, really close out the kill. But with deep breathing, is that enough? No.
Oh my gosh, that was an attempt at a spike, but Gets a smash anyway, so Polo looked for the soccer spike, one that we rarely get to see. Or, sorry, the volleyball spike, I believe. So that is one to watch for. As we do get a bounce around, it's still getting tossed of their own. Right now, Puffle's just going, all right, you had a cheeky kill on me. Go ahead and eat all of the projectiles right now, please.
Oh my gosh, it's making it nigh impossible for Polo to get off the ledge, and now that they are, any one of the stray aerials that Puffles is throwing out will kill. Heck, even charged bomb arrow will kill at this point.
Ooh. A little bit of deep breathing again. Hula hoops to get to safety, but I mean 190. At what point is this playing with your food? Or playing with the stock, right? Like this is getting a bit outlandish how Puffles is playing this, but I love it nonetheless. Looking for an arrow, does miss it. Ball rolling along the ground, and it's not going to connect at all. This is Polo. Just, what is going on here?
Well, Polo really isn't giving Puffles a reason to approach.
There we
if
go.
they approach, they might just die, so they might as well wait until a kill is basically guaranteed. A lot of players, the only reason they're approaching is out of boredom. Puffles has proven that's not going to happen. You have to give me a reason to get close to you.
I love that. Listen, it's just boredom that I decided to charge in and take you head-to-head, right? That's all that's saying right there. Nice shot, though. Fully charged on the special there, so feels good to land that one. Puffles now at 106. Now the boomerang's going to continue as we are down to 2 stocks apiece. Polo hoping to make something happen here. Good punch in the air. Aerial win goes there. Ball almost lands, but to the ledge they go, and Polo can't convert, so right back into the same territory of a massive amount of bombs being spammed as well as the boomerangs.
And one thing I do have to compliment from Puffles is their amazing spacing, laying those bombs at lead. That gives them a lot of openings, lets them stack the percent that they're using right now, but now Polo has them off base. Can they get the finish right there? No. Puffles will interrupt the sun again.
Constant fights, and Polo is able to take another. Polo is one step away from moving into the final match of this series with 2 stocks if they're able to convert. A little bit of a chip damage, 27%, but there's going to be the smash. 1 stock left for Polo to keep the dream alive of a round 1 victory.
As you can see, Puffles is fighting for their life right here, but this is the position where they're very comfortable. Their combo's orbital, even though it doesn't look like it, they're so far away. The way all of Link's projectiles lead into one another makes it near impossible for Polo to avoid any damage once it's hit by 1.
Cover high, cover low, cover every angle. The angle that you can't cover is the one right in front of you. That's a ball to the face. Polo is able to set it up, and now the bomb to reset, try to get the spin, and you get it, but no! That's a brutal hit. Polo is able to make it happen. We saw it coming. We knew it was a possibility, but Polo has pushed to a final match here with 1 stock remaining.
I thought it was over, and then it wasn't, and then it was. Polo clearly was not fooled by any foolish notions of gimping their opponent. No, Polo was ready. Didn't let their guard down until they saw that game come up at the very end. Polo, like you said, 1 stock remaining going into the final anchor, which I have to assume would be Nico, given his illustrious status. But there are plenty of other members on the roster, but if I was a betting man, it would have to be Nico.
Yeah, this is not your falling out of the tournament, though. That is something to keep in mind, right? You do still have another match after this to be able to determine seeding. I do believe I was misspeaking before. I believe all teams, or most of the teams, are going to be making it into the bracket stage. It all depends on placement, right? It all depends on whether you're facing off against another top-tier seed out of a group, or if you get middle of the pack, or you get the better opponent, the more, I want to say, more advantageous opponent at the end. So that's what they're playing for. But losing a match outright at the beginning does feel bad in the grouping stages. So we'll get to see how that plays out. It was a well-fought overall, but I mean, whether it be Nico, Passion, Great, Ulrich, Disguised Oak 300, because apparently 299 to 1 were all taken, and Fizzle, there are so many players that could be coming out here for University of Houston to try and take a singular stock.
Just 1. And as we saw, Polo is not untouchable, but they definitely weren't that panicky. It would have been very easy for them to lose their nerve under the pressure that was Puffle's ledge trapping. Polo didn't. Polo felt very comfortable at the ledge and was able to keep
their game in check, even though they didn't get to use all the weapons in their arsenal. Didn't really matter all that much to them. Now, though, going up against Nico, it's a completely different gameplay. You're not dealing with any of that ledge trapping, at least not in the same sense. Instead, it is going to be a character who is kind of, in my eyes, a moving wall when they play against zoners. The fact that Cloud is able to approach with shockingly fast airspeed while covering themselves with very disjointed multi-hit hitboxes, it's very difficult to stop Cloud from getting in on you, and then once he does, there's a whole boatload of damage coming right along with him.
It's the it's a slow walk up to you and then just brutally annihilate you, right? That's what's on the table here. Now, Polo, though, fighting so hard, I give huge props, right? Battling through that entire set, that entire game right there was ridiculous, I have to give, right? Being able to fight out at such high percentage and be able to steal a stock at the very end was impressive, but now here's the real test, right? Let's see if you can pull out a win for Old Dominion as they are hoping to move on into the second series of the day with a win. SC's coming out, of course, as Nico gets warmed up.
As Nico roaring and ready to go. The taunts come out. Let's see how Nico opens this up. Charging this limit up, controlling the platform. That's what I love to see. Cloud gets a lot of mileage off of drop-through platform aerials, but instead he just catches the air dodge down. Polo is in the corner. What's going to do with it?
So far, not too much. Actually giving a little bit of space and saying, hey, I'd rather fight on neutral ground than anything else. And out of the edge themselves, rolls around. Great hit to kick things off. And Polo, again, at 83. This is kill confirmed right now. A little bit of back here. This is Nico fishing for that finisher. It's almost going to start or finish as soon as it starts, but 107 and then some. Polo, what can you do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Down air to finish it off.
University of Houston is going to take the home over Old Dominion with 3 stocks still in their back reserve. Nico came in as an anchor and dropped down a motherload on top of Polo in the form of that down air right at the end. But I talked about the airspeed. The way they were really using that airspeed was with retreating aerials. I thought it was going to be Nico approaching. No, it was Polo trying desperately to get out of the corner, and Nico flying backwards with their amazing airspeed and throwing out a hitbox to cover them.
It's the listen, I know what I can control and I know exactly how to corral you. That's what happened there. Polo left kind of flailing, but let's not get it wrong. Old Dominion fought valiantly across all 4 members, and Polo, especially at the end, gave us a great show as they now move on into their second match. They are going to try and gather up 2 more wins to be able to give themselves a solid bracket slot for University of Houston. They feel great. They feel comfortable. They're able to move on and decide their fates, right? If they are going to place first or not, we'll go ahead and see if that's possible. We'll go to a very short break. We'll get ready for our next series here, possibly taking a look at the other group out there and see what they have to offer. Don't go anywhere. Completely surprised.
Now at this point, facing quarters around.
With a shield break to combo. Save it and let it tick up, and immediately going for the psych up and ready to go for the next round. Space out into the back here, catching Nickdon completely
high.
My gosh, 150, but now the grab and back throw is going to be there. That is very easily the stop.
Nickdon. This is the same situation we saw on stock 1. That psych up makes him so dangerous. Up throw will
no.
Just grab and throw.
Now both above 100%. Single kills are single hits are going to be the mainstay, and there it is. Snook sends stock number 4. Snook just trying to make sure that the damage goes through. Understands that a single hit could be the finisher, and there it is. A sweep at the feet at the down smash means Fish is able to bring it to 2. Snook realizing that this is going to be a monumental moment if they're able to take 1 more stock at least. Can they do it? Psych up at the perfect time, but a good forward air is going to finish it off. Fish going to try and play for the grab. That's going to force him into the corner, though, as, yeah, that's just a punch and a half. Radish King goes, hey, 69, nice.
Then already after that 1 string, what Fish sleeping on a platform, and now look at them. They're able to... They went down tilt, and then as soon as Fish runs in for the punish,
shot to the face. Welcome to Slingshot City. That's going to be a forehead to the noggin as Radish King pays it right back. Stock number 1 goes the way of Art.
Continuously, but then demonstrate that you're not going to quite get the kill every single time. Radish King doesn't always have to respect it. Now that Radish King has been shown that they have to respect the poke.
Move right there. Remember, so far, Radish King had a little bit of momentum speed, but it's going to be a little bit of a side B, but that's going to be the bowling ball sort of counter. And the problem that comes about with this is they're not able to get close. There's going to be no finishing move that we finally get to see, but there it is. It took a while. Puffles with the forward air boot.
Is that enough? No.
Oh my gosh, that was an attempt at a spike, but gets a smash anyway. So Polo looked for the soccer spike. This is Polo. Just, what is going on here?
Well, Polo really isn't giving Polo a reason to approach.
There we
if
go.
They approach, they might sun again.
Constant fights, and Polo is able to take another. Polo is one step away from moving into the few stocks if they're able to convert. A little bit of a chip damage, 27%, but there's going to be the smash. One stock left for Polo to keep the dream alive. That's a ball to the face. Polo is able to set it up, and now the bomb to reset, try to get the spin, and you get it, but no! That's a brutal hit. Polo is able to make it happen. Finisher, it's almost going to finish as soon as it starts, but 107 and then some. Polo, what can you do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Down air to finish it off.
University of Houston is going to keep the home over Old Dominion with 3 stocks.
And we are back, ready to go with our 4th series of the day. We are now taking a look at another group here. It is going to be very, very fun to watch. You saw it on the side of your screen. It is UT Dallas going up against the Southwestern Assemblies of God University. And I think that's going to be a very, very fun match. Again, the Sagu Lions are going to be breaking out some players that you may or may not heard of, but UT Dallas, I mean, 3rd seed coming into this. And we've seen what the Texas squads have been cooking up for us. I can only assume that UT Dallas are going to do the same.
Yeah, UT Dallas opening up, definitely one of the teams to watch because just how many ranked players that they have. Like, easily best Pichu, Mars being the best Pichu in all of Texas. Just a lot of the players. I was asking people, who are your notable wins? A lot of them just started spouting out like, oh yeah, top 10, top 20, top 30 players at the peak of their reigns. And the fact that they were able to just casually drop that down, obviously one win does not make a whole player, but it definitely looks very good on a resume, I will say.
It might not be the whole piece, but it's definitely a good indicator of how good they are, right? Like, I love the fact that you pointed it out because there can be upsets. There can always be upsets in anywhere. Anywhere we go, see any sort of sports, any sort of esports, right? There's always a chance at an upset. And for the Sagu Lions, a team coming in here, I mean, I think Halo is the only one that I was able to really find any sort of ranking from previous matches. So overall, I mean, we're gonna be taking a look at them. So we are gonna see it is Halo, BKR, Effer 101, and Arajo. Those are your 4 players gonna be running out for their setup. And for them, we do have to kind of take a look and say, hey, we gotta see if you can do it. And of course, playing here in this match, they are I believe they already won their round 1. So I mean, might be a team to really keep eyes on.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to get through that round 1. I do know the Sagu Lions, besides Halo, like you said, a lot of them haven't done a lot of tournament play before. And that is, well, it's interesting because you can be an amazing player, but then push up against the pressure, you might not always hold out. Meanwhile, we're going over to the University of Texas at Dallas. They definitely have quite a few bit of tournament experience, a lot more under their belt with Spark, with Mars, with Desley, all ranked players, and then Fox, a very formidable player in his own right. Very many, good wins again. here's the thing about all those good wins. They're always very indicative that they go to a lot of local tournaments. They go to a lot of regional tournaments. In order to get those, you have to put yourself out there, and they have done that. And sure, they've taken some losses too, but overall, that experience has paid off for University of Texas at Dallas.
Yeah, this is that chance where it's like, all right, we have the accolades to follow up, but there might be that sleeper that just never really had the confidence. But when you play in a vacuum, sometimes you get a lot better than you're expecting, right? So we'll see if Southwestern Assemblies of God University here are able to make something happen. That's going to be a big question. So they were able to beat out the number 7 team here, which is University of West Georgia. That is the team that they were able to defeat and move on towards, and that one is a slight upset in their own course. Of course, if they lock in here, if they're able to win, they will be the ones to take first in their group and be very happy about that, I think. So all eyes are open. All eyes are completely on these teams to field their first player and see what they decide to do and how close it's going to be. So I'm very, very excited to see. For the side of UT Dallas, though, I want to ask you, Miles, I always love to ask this question because I want to know. We've had so many amazing matchups in the first round, right? Always seeing that first player to come out. Who do you want to see, especially with the UT Dallas having so many accolades and so many amazing players on the ladder?
Well, you from UT Dallas, as I brought up previously, I am pretty interested to see players like Mars in action who have a lot of offline wins, but online is a different environment, and their character Pichu is one of my favorite to watch in the game. The glass cannon. Very hard to hit for sure, but that does not mean they do not pack a punch. Even after nerfs, you still get comboed by that character, and it doesn't the sound design on the character. It's not something I usually comment on, but you get hit by Pichu and it doesn't look that bad, but then you hear it, you feel it through your controller, and you're like, oh, this is hurting hard. So if Mars is able to leverage that amazing power in the tiny little rat, I'm curious to see how they will be performing for us today.
I love the fact that you're talking about sound cues from the character and everything, and I love it. It's so true. It just gets in your head sometimes. You're just like, man, this sucks, right? This is terrible. I don't like this, right? And if that's the reality, that is such a scary prospect, right? And you're talking about the fact that Pichus, they are more common than expected, and that's nice to see, right? Pichu is still a very strong character, as you said. Can it be piloted well, though, right? That's always a big question. And UT Dallas, I have no doubt about it, right? So what do they want to do? On Sagu Lions' side, what are they going to try and do? Who do they want to send out? Where do you see them kind of give their character descriptions and decide who is going to go out first and have to go into this matchup blind?
Well, the thing is, even though a lot of them are freshmen on the side of, or maybe not freshmen, first-time competitor on the side of the Sagu Lions, they still have some people who are returning, like Effort, like BKR. On the Luigi and Diddy Kong, honestly, Talo, BKR, and Effort make a pretty strong core. And additionally, Reijo also pilots the Pichu on top of the Mario pick. So, hey, you definitely do have the experience to take on some of the star players on the University of Texas at Dallas. They may not have the experience in tournament, but they do certainly have the experience to put up a challenge against this number 3 seeded Titan.
Yeah, I would love to see the fact if Sagu Lions are able to completely shock us, right, in taking down UT Dallas. If that happens, it's going to be like the monks that came down once to the village and said, hey, we're here, we're alive, don't worry, we're going to show you what we got. And that would be so terrifying to think. To think players of that caliber, if they do come out, or even if they go toe-to-toe, right, with UT Dallas, if they go toe-to-toe with UT Dallas and just are able to show off a little bit, I think I would be wholly impressed by what they bring here to the table. I think even that, reaching that point, would be an amazing benchmark for them to sit at right now. Of course, we are still waiting for the players to get into the lobby and make sure everything is good for that. So we do appreciate your patience and just tuning in with us here, whether it be from the Valorant stream and just trying to see what else is out there, or if you're from just watching Rocket League and want to see what the other teams have to offer. We're so happy that you are tuning in and watching these these amazing matches. Again, we are seeing so many of these qualifiers pop up, so many teams joining in. And again, in the next qualifier, there is that chance that we see a couple new faces, not some of these teams that are playing in this one, but some other options, some other teams that are like, hey, we want a chance at getting in as well. That's the best part about these weekend qualifiers that brings about so much competitiveness.
Yeah, like that's the trick of it. You can, last year in the previous season, you could qualify through several online leagues, and online league play very different. You have to demonstrate consistency week after week after week. However, these qualifiers right here, these open qualifiers, they provide a chance once and for all to say, on this day, today, we are the best in our region, and we deserve to be repping it at the end of the year at the CECC finals. That's what these people are playing for. The chance to be the best in their region on this day, or at least they will be after tomorrow when we get all the way through the bracket. Today, we're just assembling that bracket.
Yeah, that's another way to put it. There is even more action, and it all kicks off tomorrow. I believe it starts as early as 9:30 or about 10 o'clock in the morning, EST. We will have 2 broadcasts again, and I just want to remind everyone about this because it is so important. The bracket play is where everything breaks down. That is where it's one and done. That is where you either win or you're out. That is all you can do there. That will start tomorrow, I believe, at 10 o'clock, starting with Valorant on the mainstream at Esports U, and then, of course, over here we will start with Rocket League to kick things off first. We'll work through that bracket, and then it'll be back to Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. So 3 games, amazing to cover, and I think that is so much fun. So, of course, set your clock for both. We're going to continue on here. I believe after this one we have 2 more matches. We have, I believe, the decider for either Group D or Group C, and then the decider, I want to say a spot or a taste of what we'll get in the round of 16. We'll have 1 round of the round of 16 to be played through as well today.
Yeah, and that, well, like you said, it's a little sampler for what is to come tomorrow. It is not unheard of. Now, the issue with these crew battles, a lot of the regular season formats are best of 3 crew battles, so you have to win 2 crew battles in a row in order to take home the gold. As you can see, if you've been watching all day today, which, why aren't you? It's not the case today in these last chance qualifiers. Here, it's 1 crew battle to take it all. That means sometimes you don't really get the chance for adaptation. You never get the chance to run back, and a lot of players learn a lot from losing. So tomorrow, we could be seeing some completely different teams making completely different runs in that final 16 bracket.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, as we were talking, the teams have finally loaded in. So we are getting underway with our first match here, the first round here in the crew battles, UT Dallas versus Southwestern Assemblies of God University. Let's go ahead and get underway with that and give you all the action that you've been waiting for. We have a little mic. Yes! All right, Chichiko, you are now my absolute favorite. You are my hero right now. Thank you for this.
And the issue right now with Mario is that, well, really, Mario does shoot short range, and while Fireball can, in theory, transform and grab the combo starters, as long as Chico is almost exclusively around where that Fireball is going to be and avoiding the guaranteed starters, and Rachel has to take guesses on how they're going to get in on Chico, and they might not be able to get Mario's infamous combo game started.
Listen, I'm so sorry. You are giving so much information and so much amazing data. All I can care about is Little Mac. We got a Little Mac. That's all I can see right now. And the first stock actually goes to Chico's way. Rajo, right now, gonna try and recover as best as possible. A couple forward jabs going out. KO is online. And you know it's so scary. This is trying to get the setup. A little bit of a short jab, and that'll be it. That's 2 stocks right away. Rajo is down to the last stock.
Yeah, this is a little bit dicey right now, Orbital. It's all chip damage. They can't get a solid combo starter. I don't know if Chico has left the ground once, not of their own volition. Down smash, sends Ranger off stage, and they do it, and they keep this momentum going. It's Chico. Well, where do you go from here? Rajo tries to pressure with the shield, double down air, does eventually send them up, but they overextend on that, and that might just be it. The side B will be in that hook. Will send Rajo off the stage. Chico gets a 3 stock, open up for UT Dallas.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what happens in the rest of this match. I love the fact that Chichiko brought this out. Reason being is it's so much fun when Little Mac, well, at least for the player, I will say. It's not so fun on the other side, of course, but Little Mac, I think, has some of the most impressive power coming out in some of those melee matchups, right? We saw right there, very fast-paced, and you were calling it out over and over again. Reijo, yes, there are ways that you can detail around it, right? There are ways that you can kind of space it out, use that fireball, try and break up some of the speed, but you saw how fast Chichiko was, right? As soon as a single mistake is made, it is punished. Down tilts, little jabs, and then the up tilt combinations. You would be surprised, but yes, there is a lock on that up tilt. It is very frustrating at low percentage. You can rack up 30 to 35%. But I mean, Chichiko played it perfectly. And to say that that is the first round that ended in under 2 minutes, it is like a crazy speed to think of.
Mm-hmm. And that is the thing. When you get to a lot of these low tier characters, which, let's not mince words, Little Mac is low tier.
Yes, 100%, yes.
The only way to deal with them is really to just not play their game. Unfortunately, Reijo just didn't have a way to not interact with Little Mac on the ground. As I said, they never really got a pop-up. There was always super armor or a trade in the way to keep Reijo from ever following up on any combo. They got one opportunity, and they got a little over-eager on it. Instead of waiting for Chichiko to fall back down into their range, they just pulled the trigger on the upbeat, didn't hit, and that was the final game. Because Chichiko, when they have an opportunity, they run in and capitalize off of it with a down tilt side B in that scenario.
Oh, they punish with anything, really, but we have to look to the future, right? The cat's out of the bag. That's a Little Mac that's coming out. And the cat that looked like a lion in that round one now gets to go back to decide whether they want to face a lion or a kitten, right? For the side of Sagu Lions, they know it best, I feel. They say, hey, okay, it's Little Mac. We understand that if it's strong, but only in a very small set of matchups, right? I personally don't know too many that you're going to see that same setup. So what would you like to see come out from Sagu Lions? What do you want to see? Maybe a little bit more aerials, maybe the projectiles to come out. What are we going to see them try to counter this with?
Well, Little Mac's greatest asset is the ground. There's one other character I see on that roster who controls the ground just as well, if not better, and that is Diddy Kong from BKR. With the ability to generate that banana peel, put it on the ground, control a section of the stage, and pressure with the peanut gun, and have very safe tilts that lead into incredibly powerful options. Does that sound familiar? Safe tilts leading to powerful options, ground control. No offense, Diddy Kong does a lot of what Little Mac does best, but just a little bit better and with better range. I feel like while Chichiko definitely has the skill as the player to play around those options, I'm not sure if BKR tightens up their game plan that Chichiko can really showcase how good of a Little Mac they are.
I mean, they're going to give it their best shot, right? I think so far we have seen 4 stocks, I think, is the minimum that the first player, whoever wins that first round, will almost always take 4 stocks. We have not seen anything outside of that or lower than that. We've seen, the 6 to 7. 5 to 6, I'm sorry. I don't think we've seen 7 so far. But we have gotten words. So, Effort is now coming in to try and face off against Chichiko, which is the Luigi. Another, well, if it is the Luigi, it's a little bit closer range again. Not so much that ground game that maybe you were talking about earlier that really could be used to establish like a guaranteed victory of the ground game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like Luigi definitely has a lot of really good options in the fact that you don't really want to be grounded too much against Luigi. You want to be throwing out a lot of aerials to prevent him from just running in and grabbing you and 0-to-deathing you. Because if you give Luigi that opportunity, he's going to take it.
Mm-hmm.
Little Mac doesn't really have that luxury. He has to play footsies with Luigi. Very, very careful to avoid that grab range because otherwise you're down for the count. But if you're trying to retreat from the grab range, you're going to get caught by the fireballs a lot. It's going to be difficult to navigate, but Chichiko has shown that they have the skill to do just that.
Oh, it's a straight up 3 stock setup, and Immediately, Effort is getting red like a book. Look at these smashes, and then the uppercut to bully out. Already at 76%, 94. Chichiko is rolling with the momentum that they carried in set number 1, or in round number 1, straight into round number 2.
41% already, forcing people on the platform and then punching out. So another very interesting option that Luigi has is that there, you can grab the air to throw a hitbox, sets up into a grab, down throw, but not able to transform it into that down hit. Now has this AO online, but not for the trigger. Now.
Very, very impressive. Really nicely timed by Effort to ensure that the KO is off the tables, and I think that was very important as well. So now it's another dash, and now the forehead smash coming out. Effort saying, hey, I can fight just as hard as you.
They can, as go back to the center stage. Fortune will send them off stage. Effort now has to get around the Little Mac ledge trapping, and as we've seen before, they're able to use the low end lag on their move. Big effort for the movement that they don't want to be making and finish off the side thing.
That's going to be a little bit of a tag. Down B is able to grab some extra damage, but Super Armor is going to walk through that little bit of a grab throw. So this is a chance right now for Effort to try and stay back and be able to take that stock, right? You want to force Chico into those lowest stocks. So far has been perfect and is looking for a 3 stock of their own. 147 though, that's going to be the stock that you're looking for, and only 39% racked up on second stock. That's going to be a good block coming out. Effort ready to go for that next 54%, 64 and counting. Chichiko has yet to be hit here in second stock.
Certainly getting a stronger handle on this, but not quite strong enough. As an unsafe landing is an unsafe landing, and Chichiko has the ground speed to punish it.
Perfect ground speed control, and that'll be another punch connecting. 46 chasing after Effort. 72, one more side B might be able to do it if you're able to read it, but it's a down smash to clear it out once again. A little bit of a misfire, and that's going to be a little bit of a helper, but dropping up to the front, and now it's a punch to finish it out. Forward they go as Chichiko finishes off 6 in a row. 6 stocks and only losing 1.
JV3 right there, not taking a single hit on that second stock, and that it really felt like Effort got a handle on it in the middle of the game, and then Chichiko took another step up and was like, "You gonna follow me? No? Okay, then I'll just keep playing this game plan." The issue is when you don't have a lot of options as a low tier, you learn to master. And I really mean master the few options that you have. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Chichiko. Unbelievable mastery right here. Untouchable at times.
It's scary to think about, right? And to think that Chichiko is in the back pocket of UT Dallas, right? And we say that all the time, right? Yeah, it's low tier. Like, this is, you're at the bottom of the barrel, you picked up Little Mac, and you're not saying you're playing it for the meta, you're playing it because you enjoy the character. That's really what it is right there. And Chichiko is showing, I like this character more than anyone else out there, at least that we see so far with Little Mac. Very impressive run. And so far the longest run, I might add. We are now tied. 6 stocks taken by a single player so far. If they're able to take more than just one more stock out here, I believe, for Sago Lions, that'll be the longest streak that we've seen so far here in the group stages. That is a monumental feat to carry over. We have not seen a single man wipe yet, though. We have not seen a single player wipe out an entire team, but you're hoping to get close to that, right? This is now the 3rd player, BKR, coming in.
Like I called out before, that Diddy Kong is going to be a major threat to Little Mac's ground movement. You're not going to get the chance to really just run across stage and punish, especially if you have to at least check if the banana peel is there. It's another background process that's always going to be going on in your head. See if KR is able to leverage that here.
Down 1 stock, ready to go. Taunts have been made. They're going to go at a banana already on the ground, up on the upper ledge, and gonna grab it and go ham, but BKR immediately eating a lot, and suddenly Chichiko's the one with the banana. Says, "Give me that. I need a little bit of food right now. It's gonna be enjoyable," but tosses it away, and that's gonna be eating that in the air, not on the ground. No slip-ups just yet.
Chico is playing around this banana peel. amazingly. When you hold the banana peel, when you keep it in play, well, Indicom doesn't get any use out of it, and while you lose your kills, well, it doesn't really matter as much as you can keep able to keep up the pressure. However, now, you notice how Chico is on the platform way more on this stage. There's a very big reason for that, because he does not want to be in the burst range of Indicom.
It's so scary to think about, but the chase to KO punch BKR. You can't outrun Little Mac as quickly as you thought you could, so very nice chase afterwards. Chico able to take 7 stocks. The record that we've seen by a single player is 7. And looking for another one, right? This is a real threat. Shield very low on BKR's side. A little bit of a throw. Item is out. Chase forward. Rolling hit, and now the forward air to try and force Chico out. I mean, yeah, ground game is good. Aerial, not so great.
Because now after that, now, oh, this could be it right here at the ledge if there's a mistake, but no, BKR doesn't get aggressive enough right there. Let Chico pressure them from the front and constant up tilt right there. Let that low end lag is enough to save them from forever. Dash back in the monkey flip, using that first range Chico just doesn't have.
Oh man, this is getting very rude right now. BKR at 80%, Chico at 60. I mean, you want another stock. That's going to be a forward smash, taking BKR all the way to the edge. I mean, it's not going to be killer. A little bit of a jab to see if you can get a response, but you don't right there. A little bit of hop up, and now right back. Can BKR do it? No, BKR drops another one. Chico is 1 stock away from moving to 9. If you're able to get 9, this is huge. KO in the pocket. You just need about 15 to 20%. That's all you're looking for. KO is not taken out just yet. 23. That is absolutely kill range with the KO punch. One more roll could do it. BKR is hoping to save away. You do not want to be the third one to fall. KO taken out of the game.
Yeah, but Chico's still in the game. They're able to get off his ledge. Could be a major threat. Watch out through that down to BKR. Not able to get a follow-up right here.
Oh!
Continue this run. They've already used the side B. They have one chance to recover right here. Yes, they get it. Now that's off stage. They get the follow-up 62% orbital.
Oh my gosh, they're going at it. Chico is so close to landing 9. 9 would be the record that we are holding to very close to a team wipe. Grab might not be a whole lot. Turns around, throws a tilt the wrong way. That's not going to be needed too much. Follows the roll again. Shield break! KO! Bring it home, Chico! You get the style win! I'm done. I'll see you later. That's it. That's the game, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow.
And that is going to be the record we have for the most stocks taken so far in the CECC 2022-2023 season. As a Little Mac, Chico is on a run that is still going. Oh my gosh, looking back at how that happened, they kept up the pressure. It was kind of a little bit of a spaghetti situation, constantly scrambling on top of each other until finally, just one mistake too many. A tilt into a smash attack was enough to break the shield, and Chico obviously ready to capitalize off of that. Oh my gosh, what a way to continue your run. As right now, well, one player remains in this crew, and it's going to be Taylor Halo. I mean, Taylor Halo is the captain, is obviously here because we're talking to him on Discord. The Mii Sword Fighter definitely has the tools that you need to take them on, as we're already going into the match between Taylor Halo and Chico. One stock remaining on the Little Mac. Can they extend this record even more? That remains to be seen.
You know what? I love Little Mac. I do, and I play Little Mac. That is the only character I can play even comparably well in Super Smash Bros., right? I would love the fact to see a full team wipe with the Little Mac. We have to be realistic though, right? One stock left on Chico's side. Taylor Halo though, already getting beat up right now. This is still the chase game. Mii Sword Fighter on the ground and already at 65%. No hits on Chico, 7.5, but the complete control is there. No, there is no way. There is no way. There is no way.
Okay, Halo trying to stabilize right here, going falling up there in the tornado is great damage, and it forces Little Mac off the ground. Tornado, Chakra, two amazing tools to control just how much of the ground can exist on. Tornado for now. Online.
I mean, you are chasing so hard for this right now. Right now at, I believe that is 10 stocks taken so far. Chichiko wants one more, but KO is out. Now you have to play the regular game. You have to fight it out, and that immediately allows Taylor Halo an opening. 10 stocks is way more than expected, but Taylor Halo is able to finally take out the first player of UT Dallas.
It's a runaway train at this point. I could talk. I like Taylor Halo. I like Taylor Halo as a person, and I like Taylor Halo as a player. We once played a Gundam fighting game at a convention for quite a while together. It was quite a good time. Taylor Halo, I don't know if I can hype you up enough to say that you can take on the entirety of this roster by yourself. But you can make a name for yourself. You can start fighting back against them and at least make this scoreline look like it was a little more even, because that is so hard to recover from right there. Obviously, tomorrow, there's a lot to learn from this game, and you know they're going to be studying these VODs. All these new players are eager to learn, and they're going to be doing just that. Taylor Halo is going to be putting up as much of a fight as he can, though, through the rest of these players.
Yep, you got 2 stocks left. You got to make them look really, really good. I mean, heck, you pull what Chichiko did, and that was, I mean, Chichiko did it with I think it was just 2 stocks, right? It was 2 stocks between 2 players, and that's all that was left. So, or no, it was only 1. Was able to fly through game 1 without losing a stock. So this is going to be up for a chance. Taylor Halo hopefully making a highlight reel of their own. But, I mean, Chichiko right now, we're going to keep track. I am going to keep track of this. We have a 10-stock run. Chichiko, the largest so far, 2 away from squad wiping an entire team. That is immensely into me. I am curious if anyone is going to be able to beat that out. So, of course, taking a look, Taylor Halo running again with that Meat Sword Fighter. What do we see come out for UT Dallas? Plenty of options, but which one is the optimal choice to go for?
UT Dallas. I mean, if you're going to be optimal against that Mii Sword Fighter, I feel like a character with mobility like Pichu could be quite good. However, I feel like Spark on the Roy and Mii Brawler is definitely the one you would want to go for. We didn't even talk about Spark that much. Spark is another ranked player who is, again, wins on NAPGR players all over the board. However, I feel like the Roy is definitely the best option to both have the mobility to close the distance and the kill power to finish them off. And durability, too.
The durability is very important here, by the way. That is the most important factor that we will go ahead and push forward there. Just go ahead and hang on to that one. Eyes are open right now, though, as we are getting underway. It looks like the players are just about ready. As you can see in the little, is it this way? Nope, this way. Yes, this way. Yeah, I can do it. I can point. Yep, and my green screen decided to absolutely decide not to play. So, eyes are open to see who is going to be played for UT Dallas and who they want to keep on reserve. We are seeing them come in here, and it is not going to be the Pichu. It is not going to be that character. It is instead going to be the Roy. Roy coming out here, combat a sword with a sword. It is a duel to the death for Taylor Halo.
Yeah, like I said, they have the kill power and speed and durability to get through Taylor Halo's wealth of options. And so as they start on opposite platforms, it is up to Taylor Halo to figure out how to box out this character down, because that's exactly what Spark does best.
A little bit of a slap at the start here. Spark chasing just as well, and Taylor Halo feels like they're on the defensive right now, just continuing this brutal onslaught. And Roy is always a character that I have found to be very, very entertaining to watch. I love some of the ability combos that can be broken out here in neutral air to try and get some chip damage again. Taylor Halo going for the stab forward and then the chakram to boot, so really spacing out as well as possible to try and keep Spark on the edge.
Roy has to juggle situations. So as soon as he's able to hit Spark with one of those confirmed, that's where Taylor shines. Halo already putting on a masterclass right here in how to bully this sword fighter.
Oh, and that tornado combo, that has to be illegal somewhere. That has to be a little illegal. That should not be allowed to happen. Gets out of the sword combination from Spark and is immediately going to go right back. 80% to 93. Done a great job here. And I mean, this is, I mean, I don't want to say it's going to happen, but I want to say it's a lot more probable than impossible now. Taylor Halo feeling pretty good, getting in the rhythm, and so I'm going to break it out under the stage, gets a great hit to open up the opportunity, gets a second stock. Taylor Halo, are you going to break through the second player containing your 2 stocks? Are you actually going to do it?
This is very cool. We've seen Taylor Halo get a lot of mileage right off stage, where they're able to use that tornado to train. And again, if we're able to get that set up once, Taylor Halo can get stops. But they're moving the wall. Taylor Halo, Dallas, well,
the lineup, yeah. That's about all we can say. There's still the second half of the squad. That's gonna be a chance. The uppy is going to leave open for a grab. Great dash out though, or not dash. The little bit of a dodge out. Spark is able to get away from that one. 141 to 71. They are still dancing. Chakrams being thrown over and over again, and honestly, Spark is just looking for an opportunity. Just has to knock at least one. Both shield up and go. Yeah, we're not gonna break that. Grab out from Taylor Halo, and now a smack to the back of the head. Taylor Halo loses that stock.
Getting back in those projectiles. Here come the Roy combos, but enough. Now it did push Spark back to the center stage, shooting it on themselves, but shooting the tornado. An opportunity to jab Nair to connect.
It's right back to the top ledge. Spark waiting for Taylor Halo and immediately eats a chocolate to the face. You don't get to wait for that, but Taylor Halo pulls it off and is able to clear out Spark with only losing 1 stock. 1 stock remaining to fight through 2 more full members of UT Dallas.
Still not looking very probable, Taylor Halo, but honestly, this is a sound argument as any for why you still have a horse in this race. It's not easy. We've seen before strategies that teams can employ to utilize the fact that they are facing an opponent with everything to lose. You can go a snake and just make sure that every single time they hit you, and make sure that every single trade goes in your favor, and they literally cannot win mathematically. However, if you have a bunch of character specialists, then you may not be seeing that come out. A character like Pichu, very vulnerable to very early kills. I mean, a tornado at 50 will probably kill Pichu. He's a super lightweight. He's the only one in his weight class. It's very feasible.
Yeah, I think the only one that we could even possibly say as close as like Jigglypuff, right? The only one,
Pichu's
and I
lighter.
think even Jigglypuff is still heavier. Like it's just, it's Pichu. It's Pichu, right? Like that's all it is. But again, you only have 1 stock to work through, right? This is back to kind of that reality that you were talking about. It's 1 stock left. It is 1 stock, and no matter what, you are feeling pretty good about this matchup if you're UT Dallas's side. Taylor Halo is going to give it a shot, and we actually do see coming out, it's a Pikachu instead, not the Pichu. It is going to be a Pikachu to be played out. Is it Pichu? For some reason,
it is Pichu.
It is
Yeah,
Pichu.
similar ears.
The head lied to me. I'm so sorry. It is Pichu coming out here. We're gonna have some fun.
Yeah, as like I said, Mars is a formidable opponent. However, if they're able to avoid these setups Taylor Halo has been doing for tornado shots out there, then just maybe Mars can pull out this win. Taylor Halo needs to focus on these.
It's going to be a challenge, but the tornadoes that Taylor Halo loves so much are being used to peak efficiency as much as they can. Mars throwing out as many lightning bolts as possible, eating about 0.5 to 0.6 every time, and yeah, just saying, look, I'm going to do this one way or another, whether you like it or not. That's a little neutral. Neutral air sends it, and now just zapping Taylor Halo off the map, just saying, look, I am going to constantly be aggressing on you every chance I get.
They're afforded 6-7 mistakes a game. If they don't make it, then there's not really a lot to do because you can't be too aggressive right now. Otherwise, you are going to get involved. But even so, playing the waiting game feels empowered to play right there.
That is so true, but Taylor Halo says now you're only 1 stock ahead. Not allowed to do too much else, and Mars is like, all right, well, you just brought on the Wrath. Now I don't have to worry about, you know, losing that stock. I'm just going to go hard. Gets a grab, gets an up throw. Goes for a headbutt with the up smash, but not going to find it. Couple jabs with the down tilts. Taylor Halo going, yeah, give me the damage, give me the damage. Only 9.3 so far on Mars on the second stock.
Setup right there. The down tilt into forward air, however, Mars was split out. Forward tilt here. Still quite powerful. He'll struggle to get back to the stage. Now to this kill. Any straight area will more or less do it. How are you going to find that kill, though? That is the slow chakra, makes it harder for Mars to get off the ledge.
That's going to be a nice block. Now back to the middle of the stage. They're going to go. Taylor Halo dancing around, making sure to break out space if need be, but that's going to be a bolt landing, and that's going to be the finisher. Mars is able to finish it off. Taylor Halo honestly put up a hard-fought battle between 3 different players that they had to go up against, so I give a huge congrats there and a lot of respect, but I mean, I'm so sorry. You're not going to outsign Chichiko, which took out 3 players and pushed UT Dallas to a victory. Well fought on both sides. UT Dallas taking the dub.
We don't really do MVPs here in Smash, but that was the clearest example of an MVP I've seen. 10 stocks. Even Taylor Halo's commendable run of 5 stocks. That's as much as you'd ask from anyone in a crew battle. But even that was not enough to compare. That is going to be University of Texas at Dallas defeating the Sagu Lions and continuing on through these pool stages. And in dominant fashion. Maybe not quite so dominant once Taylor Halo had some say, but still, at the end of the day, that was a great showing and even more evidence that the Texas teams are the ones to watch right now.
All right. Well, while we wait, I got to ask you, now that we've seen all of them play, right? We have seen all of the Texas teams, at least the ones listed here, have played so far. I want to ask you the all-important question as we get ready for our next match. Kilo Miles, is there a clear-cut ranking? And I won't ask you what teams where everyone's listed, of course, in your personal listing, but is there a Texas team that is clear-cut and above? And if so, who are they? At least that one.
That's a tricky question right there. UT Arlington and UT Dallas are so evenly matched. I feel like, we were talking a little bit about this, I feel like, in general, UT Arlington is more used to team-based formats. They are more used to playing as an entire roster. So while you may not be able to quite rank the relative skill between UT Arlington and UT Dallas, I know for certain that UT Arlington has the coordination to plan out a game plan to deal with every single one of these teams. I don't know if UT Dallas has that experience in their back pocket quite yet. And so will that be the difference maker? That remains to be seen, especially as we will likely see those teams facing off tomorrow in the final rounds of this open qualifier.
Oh yeah, so much more action to be had, but of course we got to make our way through the rest of the decider matches. So we will be right back. We have a couple more series to go here in the day, so do not go anywhere. Go grab a refresher of water, go grab some more food, and we'll be back with some more CECC Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action. KO is online, and you know it's so scary. This is KO. This is trying to get the setup, a little bit of a short jab, and that'll be it. That's 2 stocks right away. Rajo is down to the last stock.
Rajo, double down air, does eventually send them up, but they overextend on that, and that might just be it. The timing will be in that hook. We'll surround the Lumac ledge trapping, and as we've seen before, we're able to use the low end lag on their move. Take the movement that they don't want to be making and finish off the side.
Stock, right? You want to force Chico into those lowest stocks. So far has been perfect and is looking for a 3 stock of their own. 147 though, that's going to be the stock that you're looking for, and it's down smash to clear it out once again. A bit of a misfire, and that's going to be a little bit of a helper, but dropping up to the front, and now it's a punch to finish it out.
The first ring who did he call?
It's so scary to think about, but the chase to KO punch. BKR, you can't outrun Little Mac as real threat. Shield very low on BKR's side. A bit of a throw. Item is out, chase forward, rolling hit, and now the forward air to try and force Chico out, get a response, but you don't right there. A little bit of hop up, and now right back. Can BKR do it? No, BKR drops another one. Chico is 1 stock away from moving said it's not going to be needed too much. Follows the roll again. Shield break! KO! Bring it home, Chichiko! You get the style win! Sword fighter on the ground and already at 65%. No hits on Chichiko, 7.5, but they completely control this there. No, there's no way. There is no way! One more, but KO is out. Now you have to play the regular game. You have to fight it out, and that immediately allows Taylor Halo an opening. 10 stocks is way more than expected, but Taylor Rhythm and someone to break it out under the stage, gets a great hit to open up the opportunity, gets a second stock. Taylor Halo, are you going to break through the second player containing for an opportunity? Just has to knock at least one. Both shield up and go, yeah, we're not going to break that. Grab out from Taylor Halo, and now a smack to the back of the head. Taylor Halo loses that stock. Spark waiting for Taylor Halo and immediately eats a chocolate to the face. You don't get to wait for that, but Taylor Halo pulls it off and is able to clear out Spark. That is so true, but Taylor Halo says now you're only one stock ahead. They're going to go. Taylor Halo dancing around, making sure to break out space if need be, but that's going to be a bolt landing, and that's going to be the finisher. Mars is able to finish it off. Taylor Halo honestly put up a hard-fought battle between 3 different players that they had to go up against.
Sports and student life perspective, I think you are sort of behind the times.
Hey guys, KTAD here, and welcome back to another ECAC Top Plays of the Week video. Now, normally I know we like to switch the hosts out every week, and I know there's a roster that we want to bring up to you guys, and don't worry, we've got that coming with some returning faces from last season, as well as hopefully some new ones this time out. But again, you guys got me for one more week. It'll be okay. I'll see you guys at the end anyways. Now, in any case, as per the usual, we've got a bunch of incredible collegiate esports action coming at you, with some of the coverage brought to you in partnership by Esports Youth. So, huge shout out to them. But, I know you guys don't want to hear me talk about it anymore. It's okay. Let's just jump straight into the action. Here you go. Starting us off this week, we've got Gorilla as he power slams the ball into the net.
Don't have a goal to show for it. It means almost nothing, especially when Grand Valley has a response like that. Gorilla solo play, and how do they get this with power?
At number 7, it's a play of the game from Shiz that has him jumping fearlessly into the enemy team to secure the second map for Savannah College.
So rare to see these, especially in a map like this one, where there's a lot of potential opportunities, but that means willing to make a complete change if necessary, and we didn't really see that for the start.
We've got to be a bit sneaky here, as Matthew's got the huge flank to get the 3K and secure the round.
That's a massive frag. They know Jet is heaven. Smokes are going to come down. Mom is down in that corner of heaven. And now Nova's in a very tricky situation. She's going to ult out. Doesn't have a great amount of visibility as she plays back now. Oh, Matthew with a 3K. That round itself was on the brink of defeat for LC.
Don't get turned around here, as his Spaniard pulls the will over Michael's eyes to send him right off the stage.
This is a very dangerous opportunity here.
Looking for the guard, a beautiful sky smash, and I mean, no, what a beautiful reflector! Stopping the recovery from being able to come back on, forcing this into one stock, and we've seen what.
In our top half, it's Mr. Nene as he whips and does the dance with 3 different members of LIU to clutch up the round.
He's the last alive, granted. He's got a Vandal. He makes the trade. Now a one-on-one. Can he find it? Doesn't have the intel. If he does heaven, he might understand that he's hell. First shock dart will come out. He knows he's there now. First shot's coming out. He still doesn't have all the intel. He looks to peek.
He gets the kill.
Third kill, Mr. Nene. Gonna close out that round for LC.
You can never count out James Madison so long as Impulse is lurking in the wings with this crazy death blossom.
Going to deny the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they just missed the timing on that defense matrix. And now Georgia State once again in control here. Oh, but Impulse comes in
Beautiful
with the
ultimate
death
from Reaper,
blossom.
including the hack from Sombra to get a wrist.
In our runner-up, Bryce, in a disadvantage, finds a way to just dunk on pace to take St. Joseph's to the final series.
What
What a play there. Great usage of that Gordo. We've seen it be so effective thus far. Weiss really wants to take this to game number 3. Great roll. Oh, great usage.
You know, I can't even believe that we were not believing in this DDD.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, I take it all back.
This is exactly the pick they needed.
Oh man, huge. Oh my goodness, this is massive.
He could win this right here.
Oh,
He spikes him.
Oh, Christ.
And at number 1, it's Captain Insano off the top rope to suplex Grand Valley onto the mat.
Oh my word, more than just a chance. They're going to give themselves a goal. Monstrous 50-50 in the air. Wayne State will be the first to strike.
I lost track of the amount of times
All right, and that is it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the action this season is really heating up, and it has me super excited to see how these teams shape up come playoffs. Now, if you guys want to catch all of the action live, make sure to follow us on Twitch at ECAC_esports. We stream Monday through Wednesday, either on 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. Eastern. Or if you want to stay up to date with everything that's going on with collegiate esports, give us a follow on Twitter as well at ECAC_esports. Trust me, guys, we've been posting a lot more this season as to when we go live, what the matchup is, how we're looking, and all of that. You don't want to miss it. But if you also want to give our partner a shout out, if you want to show them some love, make sure to follow them on Twitch at twitch.tv/esportsu. As always, it's been a blast, but I'm sure we'll have even more to talk about next week with a new set of plays, a new host, and all of that that comes with these videos. But as I said, guys, I've been KTAD. Thanks for joining me, and we'll see you next time.
https://twitter.com/septilence. Don't put that in. I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close? Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. I have to hold my keyboard the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. This guy right here, he's got his keyboard off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down to the far end who has his keyboard all the way at a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're going to be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not going to tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climber?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them?
No.
Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try? Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go with our final group decider here. After this one, we will have a match of the round of 16 in the bracket stage to kick things off and get you ready for tomorrow. But right now, we're going to determine who is the final qualifier, the last one to sit at that rank 2 spot. That's what we're taking a look at here. Of course, it is going to be University of South Florida versus University of Houston. Now, University of South Florida, we have not seen play here on stream today. That is something that is kind of new. University of Houston, of course, on the other side. We have yet to see them, I think, play one of their 4th members. We've seen them get through Snook, Radish King, and Puffles are the 3 that we have seen play so far. So a little bit more to be said there as well. But all eyes are open, right? This is the final decider match that we will get to see before we get to the big bracket.
Yeah, and this first matchup we're going to be seeing, it's going to be Mew versus Disguised Oak. So 2 new players to the side, to the screen. Now, the thing about the University of South Florida, going into their roster, yep, that's the one. Viri is someone you have to keep your eye on. Viri is the only person to get a 9 stock this year. And Black Lemonade, Fortnite, and Mew. Now, Mew is going to be coming in on that Inkling, Fortnite, and Black Lemonade. Both also, I believe, new additions to the roster, but also some notable achievements. Viri shouted them out to me, and I'm curious to see what they bring to the table in this online format, but Viri is definitely going to be the anchor, the star of the show. At least, that's what we think. There have definitely been times when the star of the show has not been the expected player. Shout out to Chico. But, yeah. So Mew, a very good opportunity to open up here for the side of University of South Florida.
Yep, gotta break it open, gotta go ahead and put your team on the board, and that's what you're hoping to see here on the other side for University of Houston. We get the same roster that is going to be kicking it with us here today. It is Nico, Radish Game, Snook, and Passion. Of course, Puffles, not being seen, is their other one of their substitutes. They have multiple other ones, and one of those is also coming in. Disguised Oak 300 will be playing for us here today. Not listed on the lovely profile pictures. Those are awesome, but yeah, we're going to get to see a first testament to what these players will pull out. And, I mean, we know what the players are going to play. So, I mean, Miles, anything noteworthy that you want to kind of bring up before we see these two players fight?
We never really saw Nico tested. We never really saw Nico push to the limit. Well, he got limit cross slash a couple times, but never really needed to use it that much. I'm curious to see, now that we have some players who can really put the screws on him, to see if Nico is pushed past his limits at all, especially if University of Houston goes down at an early deficit against South Florida. Well, then they might have to throw in some heavy hitters a little bit earlier, especially as this matchup that's coming on the screen does not look particularly favorable to me, but you can never judge a book by its cover, even if that book is one of the characters with the best mobility in the game against one of the characters with the worst mobility in the game. We'll see how this goes for this guy, though, as he's going up against the Houston.
All right, let's see what they got. The first time we're seeing either of these characters here on stream, and that's going to be kind of the fun expectation. So both of them trying to figure out what the heck they want to do.
PS1? That might be PS1.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to tell exactly, but we're waiting for confirmation. So while this is going on, we're just going to keep on for the time being.
I mean, it's great, yeah.
As this matchup plays out, the thing you have to be Okay. We're going to be resetting things to just make sure the connection is as good for the players as it possibly can be. I thank you all for your patience in these trying times as we try to get into these games. But yeah, in this matchup, the one I would expect perhaps Ganon's best approach tools to be both the tilts and the Wizard's Foot. Wizard's Foot, obviously a mobility tool, can beat through some projectiles and hitboxes. Meanwhile, the tilts on Ganondorf, fairly fast and fairly deadly. And of course, Ganondorf, early on in the game, was considered to have like a top 5 neutral air in the game, and it still kind of is. It's just on one of the worst characters in the game, so it doesn't really have the mobility that it could be experiencing. However, it's still an amazing tool to wall out your opponent. If we see Mew getting a little over-aggressive, push that nair button. It'll do wonders for you.
It'll be a great displacer is what we're looking at, right? That is the fun here. But in Inkling, to round it out, we've seen a lot of players now picking up these speedy characters, and that's, to me, going to lead to very explosive fights later on as we get to see the bracket stage build out. So I'm very, very curious to see how that one works for them. Players are slowly getting ready to go again with the openers and what we saw to kick things off. I'm interested to see if Disguised Oak is able to take off and see if that works, or if University of South Florida will be the ones to decide, hey, look, we are going to strike first, we are going to take it home, and stick with the trend, right? Again, the trend has been, at least so far, whoever wins round number 1 has taken at least another stock, be it at 4, maybe 5, maybe 6, or maybe 10 if you're rolling all the way deep like we saw Chichico. I also got word that at least on stream, 10 is what we have seen so far. 10 is the max in terms of stock runs. We have gotten word that there was another team that was able to cross out 11 stocks, which, if that is true, that's crazy. We, quite literally, if we want to break the record, we have to have a full team wipe. So I'm excited to see if that's actually true, if we do get to see one on stream, like all that fun stuff. I think that would be great.
I think it would be too, as we're, again, trying our best to get into this as soon as we can. I like this idea of everyone just playing to break these records continuously, because there is only so much you can do with 3 stocks, hypothetically. Like, it's impossible not to mess up at all in a game, but are those mistakes punished? Are you getting more out of your openings than your opponent? I mean, if you are getting 1 kill per opening and your opponent is getting 18 openings per kill, well, that means you only have to get 3 openings before they get 18. And that's very doable. As you increase the skill differential, that gap just keeps widening and widening and widening as you begin to factor in better DI, better SDI, all these different defensive mechanics that people can use to preserve their life for quite a while.
Yeah, I think the highest, okay, now if we're going and talking about records and how to break those records, we're talking about the highest percentage we've seen here as well for a single stock. What was that? I think it was like 209 when we saw between, I think it was the Young Link and Villager. I want to say those are the 2 that we saw.
Puffles and Germ, yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy to me. I want to see one of those again, but I don't think we will. So, the players are back in the lobby. We should be underway again with the Ganondorf versus Inkling matchup. Again, that is how it works. Even though they swapped out, there was a technicality. You are not allowed to swap characters out. Once a player picks a certain character, they are hard locked in for that series. Not for the entire tournament, for that series. So, getting underway once again, we are ready to go, and this time with the appropriate stage. We will see them enter in onto the appropriate Pokemon Stadium. We are good to go.
Ready, just lag checking real quick, and then we'll be right into the gameplay. Again, you can already see Inkling's spectacular ground movement right here. The dash dancing, fox trotting, whatever you want to call it, it's so hard to predict where exactly Inkling is going to go, how the dash grabs are going to be handled, all that jazz. Are they out?
Let's see. Try number 2. It looks like they're still messing around. They're still testing. Test some more. Test. Take a swing. There you go. Punch.
All right, so
whatever you gotta do.
We are getting word from the players that there is a significant kind of lag, so we're trying to figure out exactly what we're going to do about that. I'm going to check. We're going to go to a quick break real quick while we figure that out. But as we figure that out, this is an interesting thing. The unfortunate reality is we want to preserve the we can, but also we want to make sure that we make it as possible. So we try to make all these concepts see where exactly to go.
Yeah, that is something that I think is taken very seriously in just about any competitive aspect, and I think it's very, very nice to see that as well. The players understanding that this is a huge part of the game and making sure that it is at least set for both sides, right? If there is an issue or anything of the sort. So, yeah, we'll see if we can go to a quick break, and that way we can get everything figured out. We'll go ahead and confirm with everyone. Let's go ahead and just give us a few moments.
Oh, we just heard that they all want to play it out in a reset at long last. So, with that confirmed, we are going to finally get this game all set up, and hopefully that is the end of that, and we'll be streamlined through this game soon enough. We'll be able to see this final pools match in just a little bit of setup.
Yeah. Well, this one's not so much a setup, right? It's just hit rematch. That's all you have to do. One button, a couple button presses, you're good to go. You're good to send it in, right? We're hoping at least that's the play out. And this changes the dynamic a little bit. So if what they're saying is correct and that is actually going to happen, this does mean that both players are sitting on the fact that they are having to play with a delay in inputs. And quite honestly, I feel like that does favor the Ganondorf a little bit more than the Inkling, right? The Inkling is really a little bit faster paced, relying on some of those, very on time, the frame perfect setups for themselves and the hits, the spacing, and everything of the sort. How much is that going to cause a difference? That is, I guess, the question that we're looking at here.
At the end of the day, you're not going to have the same level of precision, and you're not going to be able to react the same way to get into a burst range. But as long as you stay outside of the burst range, which is not tremendously difficult, you can still invalidate them as a character. As you can see, really a little backflip right there to get Mew back into control. These guys don't have any trouble existing on the stage right now.
Yeah, this is not so much a disguised Oak. It's a very painted up and colorful Oak. That's what we're looking at here. 138 and climbing. The only reason that disguised Oak is not dead is we're gonna see what happens here. But that's gonna be stock number 1. Mew is already down in the hole.
All right, so as we continue on into it, was really getting a lot of mileage out of that roller in the game, not getting as much now. It feels like really on which they play. And like I said, that Nair is a great tool to create a wall.
Yep, gonna be a little bit of a punch, and now taking a look, a little bit of a charge up, but immediately neutral set in motion as Mew is just trying to get that chip damage again, painting him up, making it look good. The forward smash coming out of Disguise Oak is not gonna work. And it's right back in. A good punch though. Disguise Oak catching that aerial and beautiful hit. Mew down to 1 stock.
Yeah, as already you can see, I love the way that Mew is trying to control that. Disguise Oak is really slow to pace the game now to get feel for the tempo.
Keeping it in structure, keeping it well maintained, and now a little bit of explosion. The paint bomb goes off, catches the heck out of Disguise Oak. Remember, still 2 stocks. If you're able to close out, if you're able to keep these 2 stocks fresh, you're gonna feel real good. Good little shield parry, but now it's gonna be an up smash. Mew is able to claim a stock and make it 1-1 here. 48%. Very workable, very appropriate, and you hope to get a little bit more paint on the ground. Bomb goes out. Disguise Oak immediately gets hit. 48% is sticking to Mew, and Disguise Oak is the one actually taking a lot of the pain now.
Yeah, I really like this. A lot more pressure right here, but Disguise Oak is not overcommitting. They're holding their ground. They are a bastion against Mew's relentless assaults, and Mew is trying to catch them out, trying to force a movement options, but Disguise Oak really isn't falling into that.
Oh, and now side B just to try and clear out a little bit of space. Now with the grab, can't get the combo off. There is no follow-up to that move, but you don't really need follow-up because you just need the up smash. Disguise Oak smashing their way back to a round 1 victory. 1 stock remaining, but that's more than enough to move on and fight your next opponent.
Yeah, and after how that opened up, a very stylish combo, I won't lie. Now Disguise Oak has really earned my respect. Like I said, standing there, strong, stalwart, not letting the Inkling really finagle their way through their defenses. There were many times where it felt like it could have just been game right then and there, but they didn't really let that Inkling through. You really think of Smash as a movement-based game, but sometimes the best thing to do is not move. We saw a lot of moves being thrown out by Mew that weren't going to hit them anyways. It would have only hit Disguised Oak if they moved. And that's the entire thing. Disguised Oak realized, oh, I'm only getting hit because I'm trying to move towards them. If I just stay still, then they're going to whiff all their moves and I'm going to have more opportunities to punish. And that's exactly what ended up happening.
I think that's a great way to be able to describe exactly what's going on and the best way to break it down, because again, we don't get to see that very often, right? We've seen so many fast characters over the course of this day. We've seen so many players kind of consistently moving forward, right? Never really stopping. Don't give your opponent a chance to breathe. Well, with Ganondorf, it's a chance to breathe because you only need 3 or 4 hits to get in that kill, in that confirm range that you need to finish things off. So very well timed, very well played, and with that, Mew is out. Taking a look at the next players, there's so many online and so many available. You saw Black Lemonade and Fortnite and Veery as well. So was that, did I hear Black Lemonade is coming in? Is that the name that I heard, or did I just hear completely wrong? Fortnite. Hey, Fortnite. Yeah, I'm, again, 4 syllables to 2, and I'm just gone.
Yeah, a Snake player right here. As we have seen, Snake is a great option, not only when your opponent only has 1 stock, but when you just want to keep your opponent from ever getting in. Snake, he's your bread and butter for that. And that's exactly what Fortnite hopes to do. Now, Fortnite also has, well, I feel like just a tactic advantage in general, in terms of being able to really prevent any 1-hit, 2-hit combos. Like, he can put down the C4 and deny a lot of the ground space. He can deny center stage and really just mess up wherever Disguised Oak wants to be. Fortnite has a way to foil those plans.
Yep, that's exactly what you're hoping to see, and hopefully it plays out exactly like you said, because for the side of University of South Florida, you want to be able to bring this home without too much worry. You want to be able to close this one out and go back to ground 0. If you do, that's a huge win for your side. You know University of Houston has a lot of great players, and you don't want to allow any sort of problem to come up. You don't want to get off balance and end up in a you know, 3-player to 1-player scenario. So they are kicking things off, a single platform in the middle. That's all that's going to be played with Disguised Oak opening up with a few good hits on the Fortnite.
Yeah, Fortnite trying to rush in with the dash attack, maybe a little too much, but now they settle things down, completely controlling that side of Hollow Bastion, not letting Disguised Oak anywhere past the no man's man in the little that is that center platform.
It's a great one to hang on to right now. Going for the down air. Fortnite hoping to maintain. Smash just trying to lob a couple nades, and now with the grab is immediately going to try and cover the edge. Disguised Oak setting back up in the middle and immediately into a forward air. So good spacing all the way around, and that's percentages racked up fairly high, 81 to 75, only 6% in between the two.
Yeah, as the double grenade explosion sends Disguised Oak far up into the air. They're caught by another one. At this point, an up tilt might just do it if it's on the center platform. You can see that up tilt. Fortnite wants it, they want it bad, but they can't quite hit it as of yet. What's the opening going to be?
Neither of them really forcing their way forward and really opening, but that is going to be it. The stock is down. Disguised Oak could not complete the 4 stock. The first time we have not seen that so far, and I mean, it's not bad to be able to do that, to be able to say, hey, I won the first round, but it is going in with a fresh start. So all teams now with 9 stocks left. But of course, one side stuck with that Snake, which can have some counters come out. I'm very interested to see what the side of University of Houston want to play against it.
Yeah, and I mean, they do have quite a few counters to it. I can't say for certain what Houston would want to go with. However, I do feel pretty confident that, well, no matter what they send in... Oh, wait. I do know exactly what they want to play against it. It's Snook. Do you remember how Snook played against that Snake previously? I had forgotten Snook was on this team. And, oh my gosh. The way Hero was able to use his bounce to close the distance, use Acceleratle to get right in on top of Snake, I feel like Snook is definitely the play, if you're listening in.
Yeah, well, maybe they take that advice and just run with it, because that would set University of Houston on the proper path to go ahead and win this series if they can, right? So, all eyes are open. I'm sure Fortnite also is well aware of the fact that, hey, you know what? Snook ran that Hero. Got to be aware of that, be able to change up my strategy. And you are correct. It is going to be Snook coming out here as the second player for University of Houston. You called it, nail on the head. Let's see if the Hero is also to play as well.
Yeah, the The fact that Snook demonstrated his mastery of the hero matchup earlier in the day, I'm already feeling pretty good about this in general. However, Fortnite was no slouch. He was still getting a lot of very good stage control, good follow-ups, like not massive, like crazy 400 IQ combos, but nice, simple bread and butters. If they got on top of you, you're able to use the Nair to get them on off, and then use dash attack to continue the damage, continue it with grenades. It felt like Fortnite had a pretty solid game plan. When you have to change it based around whatever spell is active at that present time, how are things going to pan out for you? That's what Snook and Fortnite have to be looking out for.
Yeah, not just that, I'm curious about the stage that they decide to go to, right? Because those platforms can work in one or two different ways, depending on, you know, the positioning, the size, and the range of it. And I do feel like Fortnite might have a much better advantage in that, and we are getting underway. So it is that hero, once again, it is going to be that, I want to call it a counter matchup coming out here. So Snook is going to try and run that. Of course, taking a look at the stage, that is going to be, once they load in, are they going to load in? There we go. It is over to the Animal Crossing Foundations, ready to go with rotating platforms instead. They couldn't decide if they only wanted one or two.
Bounce is already online, and Snook is already in Fortnite's face. You can see they have no fear whatsoever. The grenade exploding is not even a factor to them. If anything, pulling the grenade is more of a detriment to Fortnite than it is deterrent to Snook.
It's going to be that chance, but a nice little bomb knocks it off the side, so Fortnite able to sneak a stock away. And I say sneak, but it was well timed overall. Snook. Actually, that was Snake on that side. I do apologize for that. Yeah, I was trying to keep it up.
Yeah, and now Bounce is already online again. Snook really good at managing that menu to get Bounce as soon as possible. It almost, I mean, it's almost up like 80% of the time in these matches.
When a spell is up that often, you gotta be like, I can rely on that one. I can absolutely rely on that. That's gonna be a bomb planted though, being activated by Fortnite, saying, "Hey, I'm gonna make sure the damage stays very, very real." Snook just hoping to gather a bit more. A little bit of a jump up, straight down to the other side, and repositioning. Nice little back here. Fortnite making sure Snook does not get away for free, and now double entendre, making sure that those bombs hurt on either side, really. Ooh, flame slash to kill.
Okay, and the
and
dash
then the
attack.
rebuttal. All right, I see that.
Cashing the dash attack away is very good, and Town and City as well. Oh my gosh, what just happened? 24% immediately from a double grenade pool right there, and now 47 without Bounce. You can see Snook is eating a lot of damage. Psychup is on the table though. That is an opportunity for a shield break if they get the right setup. As we saw previously. Oh, there's the Bounce though.
Ooh.
Bounce and Psychup at once.
Yep. Going a little bit hard here. They're going to roll in. Snook eats up to 75, 76. Just going for those chips, but Fortnite wants to go for a little bit more. Remember, they are down currently one stock only. Getting back on stage, blocks out that sleep, and is now going to jump right in. Goes for the aggression, down tilt, up into the up smash, and good grab coming out of Snook to be able to land at home, hopefully to clear things out and move on to the third player. They want to make sure Fortnite is gone.
Ooh. A jab combo. An opportunity right here, but immediate zoom lands right on top of Fortnite. Snook keeps up the pressure with the jab, but now, is this true? Not quite yet.
Oh.
Zapple, is that enough? Not yet. Snooze catches them, but the grenade is there. It's not quite enough. The mash isn't there. Fortnite is taken out by the forward smash, and Snook secures a lead for Houston.
A well-fought lead, I will say as well. Very nice utilization of the spells coming up every time that they really needed. And we said it before, right? We know Snook can play against a snake, right? So this is one of those obvious outcomes. And at the end, I do believe it was 2 stocks still left. So a very nice kind of handover to the next matchup. And all eyes are on University of South Florida, right? Black Lemonade and Aviri are both currently in. But they do have 2 substitutes as well in Lucida and Paracane. Those are the other 2 players that were not listed And we'll see if they play here today. This is a chance to kind of break out, have a little bit of fun. If you have the perfect matchup to the hero, absolutely go for it.
Yeah, I feel like you don't want to put in Veer yet. You definitely could, but it would be very risky. It would be very risky to show your hand like that. So I feel like Black Lemonade could be the play. I just talked to Veer this morning. Black Lemonade, another Greninja player, and quite a good one. I think both Veer and Black Lemonade play Greninja, though Veer primarily has another main. Greninja, I feel like, does have a pretty good matchup against Hero in the fact that he's able to get in on Hero in a sort of hit-and-run play style and doesn't rely too heavily on projectiles either. So if you want to go for that, I feel like that could be the play.
I mean, hey, why not go for it, right? This is that time to start trying to break out some of those crazier picks because you're in it to win it, right? You want to try and put your best foot forward no matter what, right? And this is where we're talking about the team aspect starts to roll in. Kind of overall, we've always talked about the fact that you are playing with the team. You don't always have to be that one to step up and be like, yo, I got to do this no matter what. You can rely on your teammates, right? If there's someone that can better play it, might be worthwhile to go ahead and send them out and let them take a chance at that fight. And that, of course, we'll see what they can do. So we are underway, and we are getting, I believe
Lucida.
that is,
Yeah,
Okay.
Lucida coming in. Quite a magical duel between the two of them. Lucida, overall, she has been a pretty well-performing force in MDVA as of late. Most recently, or Florida rather, getting some top 100 performances, 65th at Momocon. You really can't scoff at any of them. As you can see, Lucida clearly has the setups on lock. Just controlling the ground. Not really a setup in any way.
Versus spellcaster, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, you can see it's almost like Snook is kind of waiting out the durability, trying to get a rhythm for how Lucida uses these spells. But now, with the bounces online, well, Snook can get the opening just a little bit more. And doesn't even have the 11 sword either. That's why Lucida has to play around. The 11 sword, it has limited durability, and that means you have to back off when bounces online and you lose your option to do a smash attack in the air.
It's going to be a jump up, an immediate zap back. So Lucida absolutely spell slinging to oblivion. Snook is going to lose that stock, and we're back down into a 1 stock versus 3. Snook trying to at least grab one back. The bounce is helping out a little bit, but good fireball to catch him out. And Lucida is now going to try and fly true. Very nice stab up. Up smash is what you're always looking for there, and being able to get that damage extra. 41% and climbing. Snook now getting zapped even more so.
Able to block that attempt, but now Lucida is pinned at the ledge into the roll forward smash. Okay, catches the roll with it, and now with bounce online, that buys you an opportunity to pick and choose your spells instead of getting aggressive. Now Snook does have the oomph online to stack on some damage, and 60%, that's nothing to smile at.
Lucida knew what was coming there, knew exactly what was coming next, and had to be so careful. Now catching Snook in a combination of their own. Lucida ramping up the damage, 104, and then a bit more. Zoom up, zoom down. No real damage extra, and grabbing that bounce with the last little bit of MP. What more are you going to get? Nice little slash. Lucida going to set up right in the middle. Look to get one more solid hit. That's all you need. Go ahead and remove Snook from this series. Slash almost prep, but Psych Up is instead going to be called down.
It bounces offline, but that shield pressure was enough, forcing an option from Snook and Lucida. As soon as she saw that option come out, she capitalized. That is going to be Snook going down. And a 2-2 player scoreline. Just a very slight lead right here for the University of Houston, but it's not that powerful, Orbital.
It really isn't. We started to see the team start to close that gap quite often, right? It's starting to look a lot more even between a lot of these teams, whereas, you know, before we were taking a look at UT Arlington and UT Austin, both these teams really battling it out and gathering a lot of those high priority leads. At this point, it's it's going to be a bit harder here, right? University of South Florida, Lucida played very well, as you said, which is great. The problem is it's still another stock down, right? We know what happens whenever it's 3 stocks versus 2. Tends to be a little bit of leniency. At the same time, we've seen so many players be able to rocket back instead. We have seen so many people come back from a 2-3 or even a 1-3 and be like, yo, I'll take two more stocks, 3 more stocks, whatever you got to throw at me. We have seen that happen. So Lucida, very real option. However, with the Robin, I am curious to see what other players do have in terms of countering that pickup.
Yeah, now Robin is an interesting character who has great ledge trapping, great laddering, but doesn't have a lot of versatility. Like, Robin has a couple very consistent, very powerful laddering setups, but they are very specific setups. It's not like a character like Young Link where any stray hit will lead to that. They need to be looking specifically for that. That's the case for a lot of Robin's tools. So if they have a person who is able to navigate around that and find that, knows those exact setups and knows how to avoid them, then Lucida, she could be finding herself having a very bad time trying to find that. However, if there is someone who ends up slipping into a couple of those shield pressure setups, a couple of those ledge trapping setups, well, then Lucida might be able to give them a run for their money and take back a lead for the University of South Florida.
Yeah, any sort of stocks here, I think, would be very, very nice to hear. We do get word that it is Radish King that'll be coming out. Previously played that Luigi and into the Robin. Again, we've seen Luigi's perform quite well here today. I think we have 2 other Luigi players that we've seen so far. And Radish King has also had a very nice time against the Robin. I am curious to see how they deal with some of those spacing issues and if they're able to overcome that issue.
Yeah, again, we talked before about how Luigi sometimes struggles against edge guarding and struggles against a lot of range. I feel like Robin doesn't have the most range. Luigi can definitely find ways in, approaching with that Zaire, slowly, steadily, covering with Fireball until they're able to get that one big hit of damage. Additionally, we did see Radish King definitely had the wherewithal to pull back, the awareness to decide, you know what, I don't want to take this engagement right now. I'll take a fight on my own terms. And that could definitely get in Lucida's head if she's not ready for it.
Well, if we have to lay it all out kind of in front of us here, we are going to lay it out. Radish King with 3 stocks, and then, of course, Lucida with 2. Is there a player you are currently favoring in this matchup specifically? The Luigi versus the Robin. Is there a character that you feel excels proportionately more than their opponent?
In general, I do like Luigi. Even though people talk about him like a one-trick pony or a 1-0 to death pony, he does have a lot more versatility, where I do feel like Robin, while she has a lot of really good situations, they are still situational. So we'll see if... Just because a character is situational doesn't mean they're bad. It just means they have to put in the extra work to make sure they are living in those situations that they wish to be in, that they get value out of. So if they're able to set that up, either way, I favor the Luigi. I feel like he's able to improvise, and we'll see if he's able to do that as we're finally getting into it.
Yes, we are University of Houston ready to go with their 3rd player. They are ready to try and move on to the final, right? All they want to do is just complete this match and be able to move on and say, hey, we're ready to go. We are the winners here, and it all kicks off with an SD. Lucida prepped and ready to go. Taunts are out, and game is started.
Immediately charging up right here. Radish King putting on the pressure at the ledge. That jab, though, not going to be enough. There's a grab at 0. Is that enough? Yes, it is already. Radish King. Well, I talked about how it wasn't a one-trick pony, but there it is, the 0 to death, and Radish King is already keeping the pressure up.
Pressure is all they need. A little bit of a roll out. Lucida trying to create space and spell store some extra spells in a little bit of the projectile game, but a good grab comes out immediately into the combination, and that's just that. Finisher almost gets a kill, 80%, and is going to look for a little bit more. Radish King wanting to finish this one off very, very quickly. Goes for the down is trying to get the spike off, and another grab. This is feeling like game, and it is. Less than a minute to take out 2. King forces University of South Florida into their anchor.
that was one of the most dominant displays I think we've seen yet. And University of Houston is already showing that they are ready to keep that going. But now they go up against Viri. Viri most likely going to be running the Rob, and what a terrifying Rob it is. Kill power. That's all I really have to say. Rob is a character who has an argument for top 10 because no matter what percent, no matter where on the stage Rob touches you, if Rob gets his claws on you, he can kill you. In the same vein as Kazuya, except Rob has more tools in the neutral. While Kazuya may be more obviously a 0 to death character, Rob can kill you at 30. He can kill you at 15. He can kill you at 60. And that is what Viri does best. If he sees any of those situations, he's running to capitalize on them.
He is going to happily just take that opportunity by the hand and run away with it, as you said. And I'm very curious because you're talking about Rob being a top 10 character, and I love that fact because, you know, you've seen it before, and it's such a different momentum swinger, right? With a little bit of the floating action in there, with some of the combinations that you come out with, right? You're talking about the spinning top, right? Used as well as a very aggressive tactic. Like, there's so many different combinations that, even though it's a top 10 character, you might not have played against either a really good Rob or just a Rob in general. That's kind of what I see here. So I'm very curious to see how this one plays out. Radish King, of course, deciding to, or not deciding, being forced into that Luigi. I'm even curious about this matchup itself.
Yeah, I would say the Rob matchup is definitely one that most people are familiar with. He is the most common character in competitive play at this moment, I believe. Which, like you said, while you may have experienced that, you may not have experienced a truly good Rob. And Viri has been tried and tested. Viri has won regionals. Viri can definitely do this. Now, the one thing I am noticing, they are going up against Luigi, who could just grab them, could just 0 to death them. Rob is a big body, middleweight. This could be the end of Viri's life if they make one mistake. Viri's going to be trying their best in the neutral, using the gyro to make sure that never happens.
I'm going to give it their best shot to kick things off. Both players trading greetings here of about 10 to 15%. 17 on Radish King. Immediately all the lasers and the immediate quick snap of that spinning top, just consistently trying to keep it there. And Radish King is just like, get that out of here. I don't want to deal with that anymore. Keep that out of our hands. Immediately to the ledge. A little bit of forward air miss and into the down air. So good catches by Radish King to try and gain control overall.
And I like this. Down tilt, one of the best boxing tools in the game, is being used by Viri to make sure Radish King is never comfortable, no matter what range Viri is threatening them from. Trying to space that back air at ledge, retreating with the forward airs right here, and eventually baiting Radish King into an unfavorable position, catching the back air. Going to be a lead for Viri.
Mega Laser goes through and is able to connect, so feels kind of good here. Viri gonna dance a bit longer, and if you're able to take another stock, you'll be very, very happy before losing one of your own. So a bit of a roll, but a follow-up, and then the up special up is going to claim that stock. As soon as I was talking about it, Radish King said, nah, we're not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, as Viri ventures in, trying to find this opening. Again, poking at Radish with that boxing tool, with the gyro. Get him more than just a little bit. Oh, I love that. They dropped the gyro onto the shield to bait a reaction and then punish whatever it was with the back air. Immediately killing at 90%.
You know, we kept saying, you know, you may have played against a Rob, but you haven't played against a Rob like Viri. I have a feeling that this might be another staple that we have to watch out for, that players will have to keep in the back of their mind is, yeah, this is it. This is how you're going to watch a player just completely dismantle an opponent. So far, it's not complete dismantling. It's still very much Radish King trying to open up for an opportunity, but at a 115, it still feels almost insurmountable. Good chase going out by Viri, and now a little bit of a kick. Radish King said, all right, now I'll get a chance, but tried to pick up the top and 8 damage instead, over and over again.
That was so long, and finally that side B will finish them off. And there it is. Veery with 2 stocks is going to be going up against Houston's Anchor. This is the closest game we have had thus far. 2 stocks on Veery, and it's got to be Nico coming in as the closer. Who else could it be to finish this off, to see who is going to be moving on?
I can't wait to see. This is getting down to a nail biter, and to give you a little bit of context, when we say this is the closest match we have had here tonight, I believe this is the first time that we're going in with a 2-3. We have come close. I think we had a 1-3 scenario that ended fairly quickly. I think it was it was kind of just like one and done, very quick stock, and then it was game over. This is the first time where we feel like this is going to be that competitive, nail biter of a match. We've seen Nico, we've seen what Nico can do, and and be able to play it out. So for Veery, there's a lot riding here saying, hey, University of South Florida, I have a chance to give us that win. I have a chance to really make our mark. Can I do it? That's the question. University of Houston on the other side, just got to do what you got to do, kind of clock in, clock out. Hopefully it does the same, because you know the absolute mountain that you're against.
I feel like if you are, then I feel like neither of these teams are too unhappy about this matchup. It's not like they're going in completely unwinnable. Veery, it's going to be tough to contend with the Cloud for sure, but you have options to gimp him. You have options to combo him. There are ways to deal with it. Meanwhile, I'm sure Nico's thinking, oh, I've dealt with plenty of Robs before. I can outrange him. I can outbox him. And I can probably kill just as good as him. Maybe, if not a little better at times. No. Rob kills better. But still, Nico, definitely, both these players have an argument for winning this. But only one of them can walk away.
Oh. Greetings have been exchanged and directly into the battle. First tag going out by Veery. Immediately creating a little bit more space and just ensuring that they get the value. But a quick couple jabs coming out of Nico said, hey, I can fight right back. Cloud having some of the best kind of shred damage that I can spot here. 50% so far on Veery.
As Veery avoids eating a lot of that chip damage, sees Cloud right above him, but isn't able to quite get the punish, as now Veery searches for this opening. It's going to be... Ooh, up he out of shield. It is finally punished, but the tech chase isn't quite there. Veery giving a lot of respect to Nico right now.
I mean, that respect is working wonders here. 50-80 is the call, and Nico trying to chase on top. Veery just dancing up above the stage saying, no, you can't get me, you can't get me. Waited out that timer on the limit, and now Nico is right back to ground zero in that stance. 65 versus 92%. Veery to try and collect that first stock, really get on a roll there. It's proving very, very difficult. Very nice top to be able to kick things off and try and break the monotony, and that's going to be a spinner to send it laser, getting whipped out and not landing at all.
Yeah, by the time Nico is able to get through Veery's wall of projectiles and tilts, they're already lost their shield. They're already getting grabbed, and with that mix-up right there, the fast mash out will seal Nico's doom as they pop right up into the up air.
Pop all you like. Hoping for a little bit more. Veery, real happy about how this is playing. They can feel a potential turnaround to be had. They're just hoping it continues, right? Nico goes ahead, preps appropriately. Limit almost getting there, and that might be the opportunity that they want. A little bit of the top throw, thrown back to its owner. Laser blocked out, and Veery out 142.
As sent off the side right there. Veery is looking for an early kill setup. Like I said, Rob can kill at pretty much any percent. The question just is, how do you get Nico to a position near the side of the stage where he can be killed? Well, the Nair is a great place to start. Baits out the limit blade beam, and now you can see Veery struggling to gain control of center stage, but down tilt on shield isn't actually safe.
No, it is not, and that's the scary part here. Nico with another up B just to create a little bit extra damage, 77 versus 68. And Veery has got to start getting a little bit more up in their face. The little punch, able to break the monotony in. 95 on Nico. Hard battles just for scraps of damage here. Limit almost hit, and Once that hits, we can see Viri just absolutely leave and try and go back on their own, but a nice back here. Beautiful hit, Nico at 116. Limit is reached, and Viri gonna go ahead and bounce it out a little bit. Just say, hey, go ahead, use your limit as much as you like, and that'll give me a space. Dodge out on that attack, and now right back to who gets the strong hit, and that's it! That will be it. Nico is able to collect the final stock of University of South Florida. And that is it. That is game. University of South Florida lose the set.
Yeah, University of Houston taking it home right there by only 2 stocks. But, whew, what an evenly matched game to end off our night on right there, to end off the pool stages. I mean, we've seen many teams come and fall, many players in particular rise and fall, but it's always good to see a nail biter to end it out. I feel like both Viri and Nico, if they were in a best of 5 set, I could not say for certain who would win it out right there, but then Nico was able to leverage the fact that he had a slight advantage, leverage the fact that it was only 1 game, and beat out Viri in the end, avoid any of Viri's super big, super detrimental combos, and maintain control of the stage.
It was a beautiful thing to watch, and I'm very, very excited to see how well they play after being refreshed. As you said it, this is going to be the last series of the day, last series of the pools, and tomorrow we get underway with the nitty-gritty bracket. So, Kilo Miles, as we round it out, now that we have seen, I believe it is 9 of the 11 teams play here today. Of the 9 that we have seen, is there a team that you are fascinated by, that you are excited for, that you are keeping a close eye on as we move into the bracket tomorrow?
Well, close eye on? I already know UT Arlington very well, and they're already in my good graces, but UT Dallas, one of their rivals who showed, well, amazing players, but maybe not the best coordination. As we saw, they got a massive lead with Chichico, and then Halo, who could have probably been stopped earlier on, went on a tear through them. If they're not able to bring those amazing players into a more coordinated team, might be some question marks there. So that's why they are the team I'm keeping my eye on the most.
Alrighty, well there you go. Eyes on UT Dallas, but a lot of eggs in the basket of UT Arlington. And for really good reason. The Texas teams are stepping up here and ready to go for the bracket stages, and we'll see if the rest of the teams can step up to their beat. Of course, that is going to be it for us here at the CECC Casting Desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. To those that have tuned in to the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate side, to those that tune into Rocket League, as well as those that tune into the Valorant side of things over on the other channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me has been Kilo Miles with KTAD on the production. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
I'm really stealing from campus ministry and Greek life, because what you want to do to build community at your school is to make it so that the thing that you're doing is the number one thing in the students' lives. Now, that's a very selfish thing to say, but it's a true statement. For you to grow the largest community, your community needs to feel that the thing that they're a part of is the most important part of their social campus experience. That's why Greek life is so successful. That's why campus ministry is so successful. And when you treat esports as a program of just competition, practice, and development, that's an outlet. That's not a way of life. Not for at scale. Not when 55% of the campus body at a Division I school identifies as a gamer in some way, shape, or form. You're not going to touch that 55%. You're going to touch 5%, maybe. You're probably going to touch 0.05% or 0.5% at a Division I school. And so what you really need to do is build that community authentically by, as Doc said about Dan, what are the people prioritizing, and do that. And how do they enjoy their life? What would they find meaningful? Do that. And then do everything else, because the financials and everything else, the planning and all that matters too. And that's why we have a talent problem in Scholastic Esports. But I will wrap up and say, for the national level, Dan's completely right on narrative. But I'm not worried about that, because the only thing we need to build community nationwide is just time. We are 2 generations away from from critical mass. And all it takes is that the current generation of students to grow up, get in the professional course, and have kids and raise them on the things that they were fans of. It's how baseball grew. It's how basketball grew. It's how rugby and all those other sports grow and sustain.
Cornhole grew.
But in all seriousness, all we need is time. All we need to do is ensure that our products get better, our opportunities become more authentic, accessibility remains open, and monetization remains enough to us to continue to what we're doing and grow.
My name's Jacob. I'm 21 and it's my first year in this school. I already been to community college for the last 2 years, but I transferred here. It's a whole new program.
What made you transfer?
I wanted to do something different. I already have an associate's degree in business administration, and I wanted to come to this school and do audio production, just like music engineering stuff.
So what do you want to do with that?
The main goal is to work in like music studios and like help with like the music creation process. Anywhere kind of in the audio recording realm is fine with me.
And do you have a go-to genre of music that you like?
I don't know. It's all over the place, to be honest.
Yeah, no judgment.
It's all over the place.
So how do you like the program that you're in now? Do you like your school?
Yes, I really do like this school, and with this whole esport thing, I think it just made it a little bit better because like it's new, you know. You don't do it. Not everyone has it, and it's something that I'm very interested in and have been interested in for a while.
You didn't have esports at your old school?
I want to say there was a club, but I didn't know anything of it.
This is your first time being part of a collegiate esports team, then?
Yes.
And how do you like it? Like, how do you feel about it?
I love it, to be honest. Growing up, I played baseball through senior year of my high school. I wasn't like doing anything traditional sport wise in college. It wasn't until this year that I was like, oh, like I saw it, like I saw like a poster hanging up. I was like, oh, esports, let's just go do it. I really like it though. Something cool, something new. My friends like it, so I'm like, cool.
What are your games that you play?
I play Valorant for the school. On like the side, I've been playing Fortnite recently, and I play Osu sometimes.
So how does it feel being a part of the team? Do you like your team?
Yes, I do. I pretty much made friends with all of them. Obviously, I have met them. Since a lot of things have been remote recently, I still have met them, and they're very nice kids. Our arena is being built at the moment. The Valorant team should be getting in there first, so I'm very excited to play in there.
What do you do to improve yourself in game, and do you take that strategy into your everyday life as well?
For in-game, I try and play every day. That's kind of like the one thing I try to do. Even if I have like a little burnout from it, maybe from like the previous day, I still try to get on and do something. Of course, you watch YouTube. There's a millions of things that you can watch on YouTube. I like to watch